aren't just drafty, they're a weak spot. Cheap vinyl replacements, they crack, they warp, and they leave you replacing them again in just a few years. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows are built like armor, stronger than vinyl, sleeker than wood, made to last a lifetime. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton installs year-round, but spring and summer slots fill up fast. Secure your spot now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and save 25% this month only.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Chest puffing.
I'm tougher than Mark.
Occasional pettiness.
Your disappointment makes me happy.
And fearless leadership.
30 seconds left. Just get us in field goal range. Come on, kid, now. Execute.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome to it. Happy Monday morning to you all. Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans, who once again is taking some time off.
I've never worked with anyone that takes this much time off. It's unbelievable.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Yeah, I mean, you went from the ultimate self-proclaimed grinder and, you know, Zach By, and you had Josh Dover who puts it in, and now it just feels like you're having to carry the team here.
Yeah, I didn't know what I was getting into when I signed up for this thing in September. You know, I thought this was a partnership thing where it'd be the three of us together, the Wolf Pack, right? That's what they call themselves. And I was just joining the Wolf Pack, and, you know, Mark is 50-50. And now Evans, all of a sudden, during the summertime, it's like, you know, summer vacation every week for Evans. Must be nice.
Yeah.
He's an idiot and a fool.
Wow. Ty off the top ropes
right?
early in the morning.
6:01:18, and we're already
going with the
shots.
idiots and the fools.
Idiot and a fool. Not one or the other, but both. Well, a happy Monday to you all. Welcome back to it. Got a lot of stuff to get into. I want to start with some of the best things we saw this weekend. Had a lot of fun stuff. Stoke, did anything stick out to your mind over the weekend? You see anything that caught your eye?
Yeah, I mean, there was really only one thing. I mean, not a lot of fun sports going on right now. I mean, you know, we're not watching much of the Rockies. But the one thing that the Rockies did that was cool was draft Matt Holliday's son, Ethan Holliday, with the 4th overall pick. How cool is that? So that's really cool. I've gotten a chance to meet Matt Holliday one time. Couldn't have been a nicer guy, and so that has to be awesome. Obviously, he had another son drafted very high by
Number one.
Yeah, by the Orioles a few years ago. So really cool. Ethan Holliday got drafted by the Rockies. I think that was the best thing I saw by far.
27 years after your dad gets drafted, you get drafted by the same organization. You're a top 5 pick. Just awesome, man. And he's considered by many to be the top high school prospect. So, you know, for all the Rockies are terrible and they've got no farm system and all that, they get guys sometimes that come through there, and it's just a matter of whether or not they can make anything happen with them. I'm totally with you. Great, fun story to see little 1-year-old Ethan Holliday, who was born like right before Rocktober, I think, and now he's a member of the organization that his dad has one of the most famous moments of. I will tell you, you know, obviously I think I've seen it already on the RumbleSaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. If you're a tennis fan, Jannik Sinner beating Alcaraz in 4 sets. It was a big thing. The world number 1. The thing that I took away from that is I skimmed the tennis. I'm a tennis skimmer. I'm not really a tennis watcher.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah.
But it wasn't an iconic match.
No. It wasn't as iconic as the one that happened a couple months ago, or like maybe a month ago now. But the thing that caught my eye that was funny, and it just had me, and people say what you want about, again, tennis and Wimbledon or whatever. They had some champagne problems on the court. Did you see that?
I must have been when I was skimming over it.
You were skimming over it?
Yeah.
So, and I've never witnessed Wimbledon live, never seen it in person. I know it kind of has like a European feel of like the Masters, where they take such pride in the tradition of it and the history and all that. So a spectator was popping champagne in the stands, and the cork flies all the way out onto the court and lands on the court right as Sinner is about to serve.
Why are they popping bottles during the match?
Kind of tells you the kind of people that are watching Wimbledon, right? Okay. I don't know that that's for the the everyman spectator sport. But yeah, popping bottles in the stands, and they had to stop the stands. And again, I just think, you get in college football and professional football, you get things that thrown on the court. They threw snowballs at Santa Claus in Philly. They threw tortillas at Coach Prime and Shador in Texas Tech and all that. But just like the politeness of it for the tennis official to have to just turn around in their little lifeguard chair and be like,
their lifeguard chair.
Yeah, please. This is good. Please do not please do not pop champagne in the middle of the player's serves. Thank you. It's just like
that's Wimbledon. Huh?
The match takes 3.5 hours already, and they have to stop it for champagne problems, which I thought that was probably one of the quirkier things that I had seen. I also saw
I thought you were talking about they're popping bottles after someone won, but this was during the middle.
No, this was like in the middle of the match, and like the guys are all pissed. They're throwing their arms up.
Well, you got spectators that are looking to drink a little champagne, maybe a little mimosa.
It's hot, first of all.
Maybe a little cold mimosa. I don't know.
I'm fine.
Champagne can be cold, so
it should be cold. Are you drinking hot champagne?
No, but you said it's hot.
Well, it's hot outside.
So a nice glass of champagne to cool you down, I guess.
Yeah,
I prefer other things. I'm not a champagne drinker. I can't stand it.
You can't stand it?
Can't stand champagne. Terrible. I remember when they told me, like, the best thing to drink early in my Cristal and Moet, right? Those were the cool big things.
Still are.
Okay. And so I'm like, okay, well, I got to try this stuff. What? No, terrible. I could have gone buy a $5 bottle of champagne from, the grocery store. Absolutely disgusting. I hate champagne.
Yes, putting anything more than the $5 bottle of Cook's into a mimosa is a joke. If you're putting orange juice in it, it shouldn't be expensive. I'm seeing it already on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, and this kind of ties into what I was going to bring up as one of the better things I saw. Guys, I was listening to a podcast from Friday. I'm too bored with the sports scene at the moment. However, I went to go see F1 a couple of weeks ago, and Brad Pitt still has it. Watched the Silverstone race on ESPN, and now I'm into Drive to Survive. I am totally hooked.
Oh, wow.
I know Mike went and saw Formula One. I think he did, right? Weren't you guys talking about that?
Yeah, he loved it. Said it was great.
I went and saw it on Saturday night.
In the theaters? That's where it is?
In the theaters, yep.
Yeah.
And it was awesome.
Really?
It really was. I went and saw it. Even my girlfriend, who knew nothing about racing, had no prior context or anything like that, was totally entertained. So if you haven't seen it, definitely go see it. We'll get into some more of our best
golf
things
was
we
on
saw.
That was good. The golf, I liked it yesterday morning because it was kind of cool because golf is playing right now, and it was a Scotland Open.
Okay.
So the golf and the Wimbledon were on at the same time, early in the morning, right? And so that was kind of cool. It's a little bit different. Usually the golf tournaments are ending on Sunday afternoon, but since they're playing over there, the Scotland Open or the Scottish Open, and then this week is the British Open, the finish and the finale, all of it comes on early. So you had the golf finishing up, and you also had the Wimbledon final, which I paid more attention to the golf.
Yeah. No, it is funny when I get those ESPN alert notifications at like 4:45 in the morning. They're like, hot action right now in the Scottish Open or in Wimbledon. It's like, man, I'm not even ready to focus on what I have going on today. And these guys across the other side of the pond are getting into it. We will get into more and more of our best things we saw from this past weekend, and we will start to unveil our top 5 list of the day, which I think is going to be a fun one. It is our top 5 sports rants of all time. There's a absolute treasure trove vault of things to get into in that regard, and we will see how aligned Stoke and I are in that front. Coming up next, both Jahdae Barron and RJ Harvey, the first and second round picks for the Broncos, remain unsigned, and one of those two gentlemen has to go to work in about 48 hours. So what does it mean for the Broncos? We'll get into that coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sack By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here for my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Hopefully you had a great weekend, and hopefully your Monday is off to a great start. But if you've been dealing with ED, you're probably not having a great day. It's a terrible condition. It causes stresses in relationships. It causes anxiety and undue hardships on a man, and often on their partner as well. Yet many men suffer for years without seeking treatments. Fellas, stop procrastinating. It doesn't have to be that way. My friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can get you taken care of. They have treatments when the pills or the herbals fail. They have treatments with success rate well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Jeff and his team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're the best. They can get you taken care of and get you back feeling good. Most men wait a year or longer to get help. Stop procrastinating, fellas. Start taking your health seriously again and call my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they successfully have treated tens of thousands of men. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900, or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
A Takori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers says something more.
From the very first sparkle when the box opens to wide and joyful eyes.
To the every last detail that continues to enchant for decades, day after day.
Only Takori weaves all those details into every stunning engagement ring.
Meticulously crafted in Takori's Los Angeles design studios by artisans that take as much care crafting the ring as you do selecting it.
A Takori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers will say everything, because everything is in the details.
I'm Bruce.
And I'm Steve Williams. And here at both Williams Jewelers, you'll shop from the largest selection of Takori engagement rings and wedding bands in Colorado.
Visit us at Williams Jewelers, your official Takori jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust. ROX rocks heating and air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Peanut butter and jelly, music and dancing, salt and pepper. At Excel Energy, we believe some things just work better together. Like a heat pump, the 2-in-1 unit that can both cool and heat your home. And better yet, it does so using energy more efficiently than a traditional HVAC system. Better yet, you can also save money on a heat pump with rebates at excelenergy.com/heat pumps. Cooling, heating, and savings. That's a lot to get pumped about, all in one package.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Delusional confidence. I'm tougher than Mark. Strong detective work.
Something was way off with him. Like some kind of bad gummy bear or something. I don't know. It was just
Gummy bear. And personal hygiene. Holy Moses. Guy's excited about showering. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It took a little bit longer than I think many of us expected, but we finally got the answer for now as to what the future holds for new Nuggets backup big Jonas Valanciunas. The Nuggets sent out an email yesterday afternoon. Jonas Valanciunas trade is now official. The team has officially acquired him from the Sacramento Kings, so at least for this moment, the drama about will he report to Denver? Is he going to be tempted to play overseas for the Greek basketball club Panathinaikos? For now, that is over. In theory, there's always a contract buyout possibility. But, Stoke, how critical is it for the Nuggets that at least for this juncture, they have retained Jonas Valanciunas on the roster coming up this season?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great. Obviously, look, they need to give Jokic some help. They need to give him someone coming off the bench where he can, take a little break and not have a huge drop-off. Valanciunas he's a really good basketball player, and he's going to be a great backup. So, yeah, I think it was very important, especially once you get this late in the process. I mean, free agency is pretty much done.
Yeah.
And so now you would look and say, okay, who do we get to fill that role? And obviously it's, he told us at the end of the year they got to find better depth. And I think one of the positions was the backup center position.
To his position.
Yes. Yeah. Got to help me out a little bit. I can't keep doing this. But they listen. And so like, if this didn't work out now, okay, what are your other options? Do you trade for someone? Just everything would have to work out for him. I don't want to have to try to trade for anyone. We got a good option there. And so I'm glad it seems like it has worked out. We shall see. Had the offer from Greece. It looks like it's going to work out here. Hopefully that's the case, right? That it goes through and he shows up and he's here. And then, Jokic has a guy that he can rely on to be able to come off the bench and give him a little break.
Yeah, I think that if this trade does stay finalized and go through, I think I might be in a little bit of trouble. Because I unintentionally, just by talking about this subject, I seem to have kicked a hornet's nest over there in Greece with this whole Jonas Valanciunas thing.
In Greece?
Me in Greece.
You're Mr. International. What are you,
Mr. Worldwide. Mr. Worldwide, that's right.
Mr. Worldwide.
Call me 305. I think that I have, and this is just evidenced by the fact that last week, basically over the last 2 weeks or so since we've been talking about this, I've gone kind of baby viral on Twitter.
Wow.
A couple times.
Didn't know this.
Talking about this subject. And the reason why it doesn't necessarily go super viral here in the States, I would imagine. But people over there in the Balkan region, and it's not even like I'm saying, oh, screw Greece, Jonas Valanciunas is coming here. I was just talking about it on my digital show, saying, hey, I feel confident based on how David Adelman talks, how the organization talks. I think this guy's coming to Denver. I don't think that he's in. And you got people from Greece be like, you better shut up. I'll kill you. I'll come over there. And I mean, tens and tens of thousands, 30,000, 40,000, 45,000, views just on Twitter, and 40 replies just written in other languages. And I have to translate them to see all the hateful, mean things that they're saying. So if this trade goes through, I might have to watch my back a little bit, because even though I wasn't rooting for it, I feel like I've become, in certain sections of Greek social media, kind of a public enemy.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I didn't expect to hear that in our second segment this morning, that you're wanted and you're hated in Greece.
Every time I see a Euro card, I'm like, hey, okay, it's fine. It's cool. We're chill.
No, but I think it's a good move for the Nuggets, and I'm hoping everything works out and they get this thing figured out and it's a go, and he shows up. Until he shows up, though,
right?
Until he's actually here, showing up, practicing with a Denver Nuggets jersey on, I'm still going to be a little leery, a little skeptical that somehow, some way, this thing doesn't end up working out.
Practicing, if it goes his way, Jonas Valanciunas' way, we won't know until game one when they're running out of the tunnel. That was what he said in his public appearance. I think he was in Greece or Egypt or.
Well, he doesn't plan on practicing?
Well, that's just what he said. He goes, they'll talk to me, we'll talk to them, and once the trade's been finalized, we'll figure it out, and we'll find out what's going on right before game one.
Well,
that's when we'll know.
Yeah, like I said, this thing is a little bit odd. He doesn't seem like he's all that committed to the Denver Nuggets.
It
seems like he's almost being forced because of his contract to say the right things and to, pretend like he's going to show up here. But I don't know. I really don't know if that's going to happen or not.
Obviously, he's joking when he says, hey, we won't find out till game one, whatever, all that stuff. But I think he's joking, but it's coming from a real place of he genuinely doesn't care that much right now about playing for the Nuggets, because this opportunity that he has over in Greece is real. His family is back in Lithuania. They moved back overseas when he got traded to Sacramento, so be closer to them. He's a 3-hour flight away, and he's kind of relegated into this role player backup role in the NBA. But going to Greece, he'd be a superstar. He'd be averaging a double-double on a championship in the EuroLeague contending team. And I understand the pull. I think I see it. And I think that's what's been important about at least the rumors that Jokic, Big 1-5, has picked up the phone and said, hey, I need you. You know what I mean? And that's the speculation. That's not a report. That's the speculation that's been floating around. And obviously they have an Eastern European connection there. But I really hope this does go through, because unlike your never here, sometimes present partner who normally sits in this chair, who was on these airwaves banging the table saying, I hope this trade falls through because I want to go get Al Horford. I'm not into that. Al Horford's cool. Al Horford's great.
Is he still available, or did he?
I don't think he has signed with the Warriors, at least not that I've seen.
I mean, that was all the reports were he was going to sign with the Warriors, Warriors.
From the beginning. Right. And then it kind of opened up a little bit, and it's like Horford will make a decision between the Warriors and the Nuggets very soon. Still haven't heard one way or the other. I feel like if it had, I would have seen something from Shams Charania or somebody at ESPN about it online. But even just on premise, on principle, Mike saying, hey, I want this to fall through because I want to go get this guy. It's like, well, you have this guy in Jonas Valanciunas already. You made the trade. The framework is there. It just has to be approved. So you want that to fall through and hope that Al Horford at 39 years old, who's 6 or 7 years older than Jonas Valanciunas, will choose you instead of Golden State after you've moved on from Valanciunas or bought him out. I'm not into. There's too much at stake to just hope that all that kind of comes together.
Well,
he's an idiot and a fool.
Thank you.
That's two times, Mike, that Ty has called Mike an idiot and a fool.
Maybe Mike Evans isn't that nice of a guy.
Well,
that would be me.
That's one of my favorite drops also. I think if they went ahead with this and they were letting Valanciunas out of the contract, they would know that Al Horford was giving them, okay, yes, I'll sign. So,
you can. It's not official, but
through
it's
agents, hey, we're not sure if this thing's going to go through. What if we, get out of this Valanciunas contract? Are you willing to sign with us? And they would probably have assurances that Horford would sign with him. But the other report was, or not report, but suggestion out there would be, if you're looking at other options, would be Vucevic from the Bulls, their center there. So you would have a couple different options if this doesn't go through. But it just seems like this is the easiest one with a really good backup center, and you've already made the move. Now, what does it look like, to your point, if it falls through, it's getting kind of late. And you don't want to be stuck with no backup center this year. You just can't allow that to happen. So I hope this works out, because he's a good player, and I think he'd be a perfect fit for this team.
On the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. The Nugs getting a backup big was huge. They had no shot at another championship without one. Now they have a shot. I think anytime you got the best player in the world and a decent supporting cast and core like the Nuggets have, you have a shot. But I definitely think fatiguing Jokic and wearing him down over the course of the regular season, and then he has to roll into the postseason and take on an even bigger burden, definitely prevented them from getting out of that second-round hump. So we will see.
I mean, my biggest thing is, obviously they didn't make it a top priority in the previous years, but you had DeAndre Jordan, and when he played fine. But they would never play him. I just don't understand it. I know he was older, but he would get in there, provide some good minutes, and then we wouldn't see him for 2 weeks. So that was a head-scratcher for me.
All right, well, we will see how the Jonas Valanciunas saga continues. And the other saga going on here in town has to do with the 2 unsigned draft picks in the first and second round for the Denver Broncos, both of which, have to report in 48 hours for work. We will see and figure out what's going on coming up next.
Is Bo Nix bringing back pleasant memories for Sean Payton?
I am convinced the longer Bo's career goes on, if he just continues to ascend, I'm telling you, eventually the conversation's going to turn, and it's going to be Sean saying, I saw my next Drew in this guy.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here for my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auction for over 40 years. And they got some great upcoming auctions that are open for bidding right now that are ending this week. All you got to do is go to rollerauction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. It's free. It's easy. It's open to the public. The best part about it is you're going to get some great deals on some great items. Got a big boy auction going down tomorrow, ending at 8:30 with over 2,000 items in it. A vehicle contractor rental yard equipment auction. It's got mini excavators. It's got trailers. It's got car lifts. All kind of vehicles. If you're in the market for trucks, man, they have a ton of trucks in this one. Enclosed trailers, a really cool enclosed ride-on floor sweeper. They got dump trucks. Like I said, over 2,000 items in that auction that will be ending Tuesday tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. And then on Wednesday, got a really cool auction that will be going down, a government computer police evidence auction that will be ending at 8:30. It's got over 1,400 lots. And they also have a City of Longmont cell phone auction within that auction that will be ending over 200 lots in that one. Both of those are ending Wednesday, July 16th at 8:30 in the morning. Go see it all. Get yourself a great deal. RollerAuction.com. That's RollerAuction.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this season. With 5 beautiful courses to choose from, there's something for everyone. What's up, guys? It's Zach here. Meadow Hill's slowly becoming a favorite of mine. What's not to love about an old school tree-lined classic? And it's in our backyard. This former country club is a must visit if you are in the Metro Denver area. Add it to your golf checklist now and thank me later. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So, you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Whether you're heading to the mountains or across town, remember, no weaving in the express lanes. Enter through the dashed lines only. Cross the line, pay the fine.
Music history.
I've now baptized you in the glory of Led Zeppelin.
Brutal honesty.
Today's just been a bad day for you, Mike. I don't know how else to put it.
And some questionable taste.
I do not heat up leftovers.
Oh my
I only eat
God.
leftovers cold.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Broncos training camp 2025 is right around the corner. They get going on the 22nd of this month, just about, 8 days from now. But the rookies, Stoke, they report on Wednesday. You got 2 days, and with 48 hours to go before rookies report, the two most prominent Broncos rookies don't have contracts signed here in Denver. Jahdae Barron and R.J. Harvey still remain unsigned, and we've talked about this kind of as an ongoing thing over the last week or two. Talked to Mike Kliss about it, who kind of has taken the stance for the most part of, it's a nothing burger. They'll get it done. They're on vacation. They'll get it done when they get it done. Bada bing, bada boom. Well, rubber's got to meet the road at some point, right? Because we're 48 hours away, and we've still got nothing. So where's your head at when it comes to both of these guys?
I'm not overly concerned here. I mean, They are. Everyone goes on vacation. They're back now, and now it's time to, try to get this stuff finalized and get these contracts done. When will they get done? Will they get done before Wednesday? I'm expecting the first round pick to get done. Now the second rounder, you see a lot of holdouts right now in the second round, and it's because a couple of the guys that got drafted early in the second round got fully guaranteed contracts, okay? And that's what first round picks already get. So they're kind of slotted. Probably not a whole lot to see there with Barron, the Broncos' first round pick. Now the second round pick, R.J. Harvey, that could be a little bit more tricky, because there's a lot of guys in the second round unsigned. So the players want fully guaranteed contracts. The teams don't want to give it to them. So you might have a little bit of a hold up there. It's going to get finished. It's going to get, figured out, right? They're maybe not by Wednesday.
I was going to say.
It doesn't matter. What are they doing? It's just the rookies that are showing up anyway. So what exactly are they doing that R.J. Harvey is going to, or Barron, is going to miss out, and all of a sudden it's going to, delay their rookie season, or I just don't see it being a big deal right now. I just don't.
At what point does it become a big deal then?
Well, that's a good question.
These guys are rookies. They got no context of what to do at the NFL level.
Well, they're rookies that the Broncos are counting on too.
Yeah.
To play this year and have an impact this year. Probably a couple weeks in, I would start being concerned. Other than that, I think it's fine. But I think they're going to get Barron done here soon. Before Wednesday, he'll get done. And then Harvey, that one might be the hang-up, because you have a guy in the second round where, like I said, all these second-rounders are trying to get fully guaranteed deals, and it doesn't look like the teams want to give them to them.
We talked about when Kirk Cousins got that deal with the Minnesota Vikings, right? It was like 3 years, $90 million fully guaranteed. That was the first, to my knowledge, fully guaranteed quarterback contract. And then Deshaun Watson with the Browns just completely blew it out of the water. And we learned through this arbitration case that the NFL and the NFLPA are having that Russ was supposed to be the next in line to secure that unbelievable fully guaranteed contract and hopefully make that the norm for players, which is obviously what they want. But this whole thing with the second round picks, it was really the Texans who blew this whole thing up with their wide receiver, Jaden Higgins, who they took with the second pick in the fourth round, gets a fully guaranteed $11.7 million contract over 4 years. First time in NFL history that had happened. And then the Browns, who had the 33rd pick, they took Carson, Schwessinger, the linebacker. They were kind of put in a box at that point, right? Because the 34th pick by the Texans gets a fully guaranteed contract. So now the representation for Schwessinger goes to the Browns and says, hey, the guy after my guy got a fully guaranteed deal. Now you kind of, the groundwork's been laid. And so they naturally turn around and give him his fully contract guaranteed. And they're the only two that have signed. All 30 other picks. So the Broncos are not unique in this situation when it comes to second rounders. And I genuinely think, and Mike Kliss already put it out there, floated it, that we might be looking at a holdout situation, at least for the rookie report portion of camp, because they get about 6 days of camp practice before everybody shows up on the 22nd. So you're telling me if there's a holdout from R.J. Harvey and maybe Jahdae Barron,
I'm not even counting Barron in this thing. That's going to get done.
It's already slotted. It's all there.
It's all there. And so sometimes you're hassling over, negotiating on
language
in the contract, things like that. Not how much money. You're not getting any more money. You know what you're going to get because it's all, like to your point, it's all slotted. You got the 12th pick is going to make a little bit more than the 13th pick, and it's all slotted there for you. So you already know what you're going to get. Sometimes it's just the terminology, the language in your contract that you're negotiating on. But in that situation, I'm not expecting it to be a big deal. This year's different, though, to your point, is because the second rounders are getting fully guaranteed contract at the top of the second round. So the 33rd pick got it, the 34th pick got it, and now guess what? The 35th pick wants it, right?
And so does the 60th, probably.
Exactly. So that's why you're seeing some holdouts in the second round. We'll see what it looks like. Everybody in the second round, I don't see getting fully guaranteed contracts.
That would be great. Well, that was going to be my next question was, do you think that in the same way that the Kirk Cousins Minnesota Vikings deal was like a domino that started to roll? Now, not every quarterback has gotten fully guaranteed contracts, since Kirk Cousins and Deshaun Watson, obviously. But it has, I think, significantly increased the portion of guaranteed money on a lot of these contracts and at least opened the door for it. So is this whole Jaden Higgins thing with the Texans, the first ever fully guaranteed second-round contract, is this a domino that you think is going to start to fall and at a minimum make negotiations for guys outside the first round a lot tougher?
Well, as we've seen with the collusion case, a lot of the NFL owners don't want to start doling out guaranteed contracts. So once you start doing it, it becomes harder to stop it, right? And so is this going to be a trend moving forward? But I'm not sure about that. But you would think next year the 33rd pick and the 34th pick are going to get fully guaranteed contracts like the ones this year did. So, where does it stop? We shall see. I'm not overly concerned here right now. If this thing drags on in the middle of training camp, okay, yes. Like I said, I'm expecting Barron to get done here. We might even get news today or tomorrow, and he'll be here on Wednesday. And Harvey, now that one, that's an outlier here because this is the first. We haven't seen anything like this since the new CBA got put in place where you're seeing all of these second-round picks holding out all at once. So
30 out of 32 in any particular round, players unsigned 48 hours before they have to get to work is pretty remarkable.
Some of them have already gone to work and haven't shown up.
The Chargers, yep.
Exactly. So, it's rookie training camp coming up. And then, like you said, you have like 6 days before you report with the veterans. Still got a lot of time here. It's still really, really early. Barron will get done. Harvey, we'll see how this all works out because this is new. We haven't seen anything like this, so it's going to be interesting to see how that thing unfolds with him.
We have heard a whole lot of nothing.
Are you concerned? I mean, are you concerned here that?
I think I'm concerned. I'm concerned more about the Harvey thing than the Jahdae Barron one because, like you said, the first-round picks, it's fully slotted, it's fully guaranteed. And so if it's a nuanced language thing, and I don't think that the Broncos are engaging in Cincinnati Bengals-type shenanigans where they're like trying to put language in there that nullifies guarantees and they can take the money back and all that. I think if that was the case, we'd have heard about it, and we haven't heard anything positively or negatively from Barron's camp. But the RJ Harvey thing, and you alluded to that as well, I think it's a big deal because this guy's going to play. The Broncos' run game was terrible last year for the majority of the year outside of Bo Nix and his legs. And RJ Harvey, whether he's the 1A or the 1B in the punch with J.K. Dobbins, he's one of them. And I don't want things like that, like contract negotiations and the Texans and the Browns kind of shaking up the game board on everybody to potentially hinder something that I think the Broncos need to fix if they want to get back to the playoffs.
And here's my last point on this. The J.K. Dobbins signing, did they see this coming?
I was going to ask you that.
Did they see this coming from the second-round picks in Harvey, and is that why they signed Dobbins?
Yep, we will get into everything else going on with Broncos training camp right around the corner. But in the meantime, there's a new face in town who already, in the eyes of some members of the national media, is on bust alert. We'll discuss who coming up next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue and Lone Tree. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, guys, if those little blue pills just aren't working, if erectile dysfunction is wrecking your confidence and putting way too much stress on your relationship, time to make the jump to the big leagues and schedule a consult with my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's almost a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. Well, with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they practice better medicine, which is why they are the leader in treating men's health issues here in Colorado. I've been helped for low testosterone by the folks at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I can tell tell you, not only are they experts, they know their stuff, of course, but they are incredibly caring and compassionate, knowing that this is a sensitive issue and first step you're taking. Key is not to put it off any longer. It's amazing, but on average, men wait a year or more before doing something about their ED. Let's get it started today. Schedule a consult, just $99, includes a blood, T, and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose does not work in the office, your visit is absolutely free. 5 locations around Denver to better serve you, including Fort Collins and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with SOTA weight loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. 8+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Are you looking to replace your roof or have hail damage? Call your local trusted contractor at 5280 Exteriors. They've been around for nearly 20 years, servicing your roofing, siding, or window needs throughout Colorado. 5280exteriors.com.
New Harley-Davidson Street Glides under $265 a month at Avalanche Harley. Ride out for under $265 a month on a new Street Glide at Avalanche Harley-Davidson.
Payments based on Street Glide model and base color with 30% down, 96-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond, but there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers, 2 stores totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times the certified loose diamonds at our diamond bar.
And Denver's true diamond experts who will share their knowledge and passion on how to get the most diamond for your money guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
And that's why every day, more couples say will you with Williams.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Xcel Energy loves that the tree you want to plant is for birding. But before you start identifying warblers or digging up the perfect spot, you need to call 811 to ensure your project doesn't hit any underground utility lines. But while we've all mixed up a brown-headed cowbird and a gray catbird, you don't want to get shovels and utility lines mixed up together. Contact 811 at least 3 business days before you dig to ensure your projects avoid any underground utility lines. Learn more at excelenergy.com/811.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Utter nonsense.
This thing has gone totally off the rails.
Some Cajun seasoning.
Gree-gree?
And the occasional anatomy lesson.
Yeah, we're tight.
Okay.
We're like tired of mouse nuts.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Operator, won't you put me on through? I gotta send my love down to Baton Rouge. Hurry up, won't you put her on the line? I gotta talk to the girl this one more time.
As predicted on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043, the 6 a.m. listeners are not sending a lot of love to Jahdae Barron and RJ Harvey if they don't get their contract situations figured out. Not a lot of sympathy for guys, apparently, who are nitpicking over language and this and that because of the multi-millions that are at play.
Okay, so whose fault? Is that their fault?
No, and Johnny Fever and I were just talking about this. They don't decide how much they're worth. It's actually you and me and the 6 a.m. listeners and the 8 a.m. listeners who are still asleep right now. They decide how much those players are worth because they're going to get paid what the NFL thinks they can make money off of.
Well, it's all a slice of the pie, right? So you got a pie, and when you put all the revenue in there and the players get so much, the draft picks get so much. Mm-hmm. It's just the way it is. So, yeah, you're not going to try to get a better deal for yourself. Guess what? They have agents. They pay agents. So agents their job is to try to get the best deal possible for their player. So usually the fans take the team side and the players are greedy. But you got to understand in their situation, they're being advised by their agent to do a certain thing, and that's why you pay agents. So I think most fans they do side with the team, but they need to take a step back and realize that, yeah, it's a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of things, this is what they're supposed to get paid. It's slotted, especially the draft picks now. Right. So
the days are gone of Sam Bradford and Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, is there language in there that they're maybe hassling over? Yeah, well, but that's just the way it goes. And so I'd say take a deep breath, relax, Broncos country. It will get done. They'll all get done. I promise you. They'll get done, and but hopefully, and Barron will get done quickly here. I'm expecting not much of a holdout there. We'll see with this Harvey one.
All right, we will get to the new face here in town who is already, in the eyes of members of the national media, on bust alert. But I do want to, while we have a second here, kick off our top 5 list of the day, which is our top 5 favorite sports rants of all time, regardless of sport, player, or coach, what have you. Stoke, why don't we kick it off with your number? You got an honorable mention, or we got a number 5?
Sure, I can have an honorable mention.
Okay.
You play to win the game.
Oh,
do we have that ready to go?
Let me see.
That's
here.
Herm Edwards.
Don't have that one.
Okay, well that's my fault. That's my fault on that one. But you caught me off guard by the honorable mention one.
Well, I just didn't know. I haven't seen your list.
Well, number 5, Denny Green, we let him off the hook.
The Bears are what we thought they were. They're what we thought they were. We played them in preseason. Who the hell takes a third game in the preseason like it's bull? We played them in the third game. Everybody played 3 quarters. The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
That's so good.
Oh, my gosh. It's
just
better now
yes, the individual
than what I remember.
Components of that. They are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Yeah.
I mean, those drops live on in our system forever.
Yes, they do. Better than I remember. Denny Green when they lost to the Bears.
Those damn Bears. I do have an honorable mention that I communicated ahead of time, not to you. And it's not really like it's not going to be a Denny Green style rant, right, with the anger and the passion. But for this particular individual, and you might even remember this exact moment because it was a local one here in town. This was about as emotional and maybe snarky as this particular individual got, and that is former Broncos quarterback Joe Flacco, who called out his coaching staff and the team after a frustrating loss to the Colts, where Von Miller misses the Jacoby Brissett sack by a hand warmer. Yes. Here's what he had to say.
Well, I mean, come on. I just look at it like we're now a 2-6 football team, and we're like afraid to go for it in a 2-minute drill. You know, like who cares if you give the ball back to the guys with 1 minute and 40 seconds left? They obviously got the field goal anyway. And once again, we're a 2-6 football team, and it just feels like we're kind of afraid to lose a game. It's 3rd and 5 at the end of the game. You know, it's who cares if they have a timeout there at the end or not? You know, getting in field goal range isn't that tough. You know, so you're just putting your defense in these bad situations, and I just felt like, what do we have to lose? Like, why can't we be aggressive in some of these situations?
I like that. That's a good one. And, you know, you look back at it now. What year was that?
2019, I think.
That was Vic and Rich Gangarella as the offensive coordinator. And you think about it, 2019, where, you know, when you look at 5-6 years later, and you look at how kind of football has evolved, and you know, and how teams are just going for it a lot more than they did 10 years ago. And he was spot on. How correct was he? It's like,
what do we have to lose?
We're losing anyway. So let's at least be aggressive and try to score touchdowns. But that's I forgot about.
Intelligent observation.
Thank you, Coach. I forgot about that one. That's a good one.
That was about as animated as you're going to get from Joe Flacco. He gave us some gems about, I'm not here to mentor Drew Lock. You know, that's not my job, and this and that and this and that. But yeah, I love how he said they lost the game 15-13. He goes, getting in field goal range isn't that hard. It's like, Joe, you scored 13 points. What do you mean it's not that hard? So I don't know. I just have always liked angry Joe Flacco, so I wanted to put that in there as my honorable mention. All right, number 5 on my list is a golf coach. Not going to be something you see very often. Just take a listen.
Our door's open. Screen's broke. We need to get a new screen door, but the screen's broke. So you can come in through the screen, but you can't get back out of it. I turn and look, there's a little kitty cat in our kitchen. So I said, what are you doing in here, little kitty cat? By that time, the cat turns, tries to get back out. That screen won't go that way. Cat starts going, meow, all crazy. And I told our players, we need more dogs. Bo's barking in the back. I have to go shut Bo up. Mel's like, what's going on? I said, there's a cat in the house. Cat in the house? I said, yeah, there's a cat in the house. So I told our players, I tried to let it out the front door. Meow, meow, the cat's still going crazy in there. And I told our players, you need to be more like a dog. We don't need a bunch of cats in here. Looking in the mirror. Do I look good? I got my extra bands on. I got my other shoes on. Be a dog.
Be a dog.
I like that. That's a good one.
All right, we will continue our countdown of our top 5 favorite sports rants of all time, and there will be no golf coaches from Coastal Carolina on my list. We will see where Stokes goes. All right, let's get back to the bust watch for a new face here in town. We'll discuss who and where coming up next.
Is Tim Hardaway Jr. the most underrated signing for the Nuggets?
You talk about another pro's pro. Someone who can play off the bounce. He can play off the ball, catch and shoot, intellect through the roof, can close games if you ever needed him to. He is among the same ilk 3 years ago, bringing in KCP and Bruce Brown.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You know, as somebody who went through a flooded basement and a broken dishwasher hose that caused water damage, I am very aware of the importance of guarding against leaks before they wreak havoc. Copperhead Plumbing is who I trust and recommend to protect your home or business. The Moen Flow Smart water shutoff system monitors your entire home's water usage in real time right from your phone. Now, this is huge peace of mind, especially during the summer with more vacation time or just being out enjoying Colorado. You can do all of it stress-free, knowing You'll get notified of leaks the moment they happen, and the Moen Flow Smart shutoff system will protect your home from costly damage. Copperhead Plumbing will handle the installation as they do everything professionally. You can trust it's set up right the first time. Copperhead Plumbing has been serving Colorado since 2007 with a fleet of experienced technicians who must pass thorough background checks and continue their education with monthly training. So whether it's commercial or residential, emergency services or routine maintenance, trust Copperhead Plumbing. Call 303-552-3491 and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard handles all home repairs for you, attracting buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Guys, don't live with tiredness and low energy. Get your life back with testosterone therapy at Low T Center. Take the test, get fast results, and start TRT with Denver's leading experts in men's health. Now it's easier than ever with the new Centergenics Health app, an innovative healthcare technology you won't find anywhere else. Download or book an appointment online while test is still free at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-2085. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-2085. That's 800-555-2085. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-555-2085.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. 'Cause I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text Student to 323232 now.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Now is the time to get your lawn ready with an application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive takes every drop of water deep down to the roots where your grass can use it. Revive is the protection your lawn needs. So use Revive now.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
Bold takes.
I would put my fajitas up against any Mexican restaurant.
Active listening.
You weren't listening to a word I just said.
Plus, a little number crunching.
What's 12 minus 1? I mean, 12 minus 11. 1. This is why math confuses me.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
There's a new face here in town that is already in the eyes of some members of the national media on Bust Watch. And the correct or incorrect nature of that prediction could have a pretty significant impact on the Denver Broncos. Stoke, do you want to take a stab at which player I might be referencing that already could be looked at as a potential bust candidate for 2025?
No clue. Who are you talking about?
J.K. Dobbins, the new running back for the Denver Broncos, was brought in the middle of minicamp, well into, post-free agency, post the draft. We're into off-season programming. And they bring in J.K. Dobbins, the former Charger, who's had some injury issues and things in his past that have prevented him, I think, from reaching his full potential. And according to Christopher Knox of Bleacher Report, Christopher with a K, by the way. I don't know where that falls on like the Todd with 1D scale in terms of judging guys by their names, but Christopher with a K of Bleacher Report says, quote, while Dobbins did rush for 905 yards last season and signed a modest one-year $2.7 million deal with Denver this spring, he's a strong candidate to fall short of expectations. So why don't I just stop there, Stoke? What are your expectations for J.K. Dobbins this upcoming season?
Well, I think a lot of it depends on R.J. Harvey, the rookie. We don't know what he's going to look like, what he can provide his rookie season.
Currently unsigned.
So I'm expecting J.K. Dobbins to be a backup to R.J. Harvey. But that's considering that R.J. Harvey's ready to go and be the starter.
At the start, be a backup, or in week 6 or 7 maybe?
No, at the start.
Okay.
R.J. Harvey is starting the season from game 1. Those are my expectations. But again, I haven't seen R.J. Harvey run the ball one time for the Denver Broncos. I haven't seen him try to break one tackle. So I don't know what I'm getting there right now. That might change week 2, week 3, my expectations. It might be, Dobbins needs to be the starter and R.J. Harvey needs to be the backup. But as of now, I think Harvey is the starter, Dobbins is the backup, and you'll see 65-35 split. 60-40 split between the two of them. And so I'm thinking J.K. Dobbins is a 700-800 yard type of runner for the Denver Broncos.
Okay, so anything drastically short of that is a disappointment or a letdown, in your opinion?
Well, what do our eyes tell you? I don't like to just say, well, if he gets 500 yards, golly, it's a terrible season. I don't know. Maybe the splits are 80-20.
Yeah.
Maybe the splits are...
Because R.J. Harvey's just dominating.
Exactly. Maybe R.J. Harvey's just balling out, and it's like, okay, well, we got us a stud here. Dobbins is, I thought it would be 65-35, but now it's more 80-20. What if it is, 60-20-20? McLaughlin.
Mm-hmm.
Or somebody else might get some run also.
Blake Watson or Tyler Bidet.
Exactly.
Estimate.
So I don't want to just put a number on it and say I'll be extremely disappointed and it will be a terrible signing if he only gets 400 or 500 yards. That might not be the case. He might do a good job. But R.J. Harvey might just be that dude. So let's see how it plays out. And then, but I think I'm not concerned about J.K. Dobbins. If he stays healthy, the guy's good. The guy is a really good running back. It's going to be a really good signing by George and Sean Payton if J.K. Dobbins can stay healthy. The guy is a stud when healthy.
That plays exactly into what my ultimate expectations are for J.K. Dobbins this season. It has nothing to do with yardage or touchdowns or even percentages of carry splits and things of that nature. For me, my expectation and hope is that J.K. Dobbins is healthy and available for 17 regular season games and can contribute fully for an entire NFL season for the Broncos. And that's not entirely up to him. You know, there's outside factors. You know, you take hits in games. You got Bo Lowry and the strength and conditioning staff and all that who've helped turn the Broncos into one of the healthier teams in the NFL, completely 180 their perception in that regard. So that's my expectation more so than numbers, is that he's healthy. And that's kind of where Christopher Knox of Bleacher Report goes when he's talking about why he's labeling him as a bust candidate. He says, quote, Dobbins has an extensive injury history and missed another 4 games in 2024. He's also unlikely to hold an every down role with Jaleel McLaughlin, Audric Estime, and rookie second-round pick R.J. Harvey in the running back room. Given Sean Payton's tendency to use a backfield committee, it wouldn't be a shock to see Dobbins buried on the depth chart or even with another team by mid-season. Stoke, your response to that?
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. No.
On another team.
Yeah, no, not happening. I don't see anybody emerging and all of a sudden taking over the number 2 spot.
Nobody could take it last year.
Exactly. It's the 2 new guys here are R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins. Those are the 2 new guys. We saw everybody else last year. How was that running back last year?
I would think it's more likely that Jaleel McLaughlin or Audric Estime or whatever the third back is on another team more so than J.K. Dobbins, who they just brought in, a month ago.
You can't keep everyone. So we'll see how it plays out for that 3rd/4th spot in the running back room and what it looks like. But look, he played in 13 games last year. He has been injured. Can he stay healthy? Hey, that's part of it, man. In NFL football, it's hard to stay healthy. You play running back position, it is hard to stay healthy. Hopefully he has some good luck, good fortune this year, because a lot of it, some of it's just that. You get hit on your knee. Oh, well, now you're out with an ACL or whatever the case may be. You step wrong. Hopefully he has some luck involved. And I think in this situation, hopefully he's not asked to be the guy, the dude, right? If he has a reserve type of role, maybe that helps keep him healthy. And the Broncos do. They have a great strength and conditioning staff, training room staff that has done a great job of keeping guys healthy the last couple years. So they've done a really good job in that area of staying healthy and keeping guys healthy. Hopefully that works for J.K. Dobbins. But, yeah, look, if he's healthy, he's going to be really good. He's not going anywhere. If he's not going anywhere, I don't think I'm going to look up all of a sudden. He's going into his 5th year, and you see a guy that has lost a step. I think he's only going to get better and better. After his last 2 years in Baltimore, he played in 8 games, and then in 2023, it was in 2022. In 2023, he only played in 1 game. Last year with the Chargers, he played in 13. Okay? So he doesn't have a ton of wear and tear on his body. This guy isn't our future. We're not looking at him in 4 years as going to be our back, our running back, our starting back. No. So he's going to be a backup, a reserve back, probably, and hopefully he doesn't have a lot of wear and tear and he can stay healthy.
Ultimately, if that's the case and he stays healthy, I think there is a lot to maximize and take advantage of for Sean Payton to fix a running back room that was frankly just abysmal for the majority of the season.
It'll be better
last year. I agree. I think so too.
It should be much better this year.
I think so too, and I think it adds a little bit of nice insurance while they figure things out with R.J. Harvey and he adjusts to the NFL level. Coming up next, I want to talk a little Buffs football and answer the question, what does Coach Prime have left to prove? A very respected voice in college football gave an answer to just that, and we'll hear it coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Stokley for my friends at Pro Green of Denver. You heard me rave about Pro Green Denver, the best 100% American-made synthetic turf in Colorado. 5 years ago, Pro Green installed my custom putting green, and I spent countless hours perfecting my game. The professional-grade turf gives me a smooth, consistent surface built to last through Colorado's year-round climate. Low maintenance, always ready to play. But it's not just for golf. Pro Green synthetic turf is durable. Pro Green synthetic turf is durable and safe for the whole family. Transform your yard into paradise where kids and pets can play freely. No muddy messes, no grass stains. And let's talk about savings. No more watering or costly lawn care. With Pro Green, you get a lush, beautiful lawn without breaking the bank. Ready to upgrade your yard? Call 303-479-3967. That's 303-479-3967. Now you can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention Code Stokley. Offer expires July 30th, 2025. That's 303-479-3967, or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver.
Rediscover Ameristar Casino Resort in Blackhawk and find that you. Enjoy all your favorites at our buffet. Chill and revive at our spa. Then take in a great view from our rooftop pool. Plus, join Penn Play Rewards and get your chance at up to $2,000 in Penn Cash. Find that you. Only at Ameristar Blackhawk. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Catch a ride with Evie and Auto. Catch a ride.
Hiya, Evie here. This July, Foundation Kia is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save up to $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Visit FoundationKia.com and catch a ride.
Evie and Auto always know where to go.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
food critiques.
I love chicken. I hate chicken salad.
What?
If you put chicken salad in front of me, I'd gag.
Hard-hitting analysis.
I took an Ambien on accident before practice, and that's what he looked like out there.
And some constructive criticism.
Reminded me of the show that Mike had yesterday. Just a little off, not completely there. You were like, Mike, are you going to take control of this show? Like, how many times did you say that yesterday?
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
How high is a question I think we are all asking ourselves about the ceiling for the Colorado Buffaloes in year 3 with Coach Prime. And I had an interesting thought late last week that was spurred on by the comments of Paul Feinbaum, one of the more prominent voices in college football, about Deion and just exactly how much he has left to prove going forward as a head coach in college football. Here's what he had to say.
I don't think Deion really has anything left to prove. They may not have made the playoffs, which was unrealistic in some respects last year, but they proved that they are a very high-quality team, something I frankly didn't think was possible when Deion got there in this short a period of time. So I think saying that Deion Sanders needs to prove anything is wrong. I just think he needs to show some consistency and get this program, as he said, more of a collective unit because the two stars are gone. But can he coach good players as opposed to exceptional players, one of whom was his son?
Hold on a minute here, Stoke, and feel free to put me in my place if I'm wrong. Coach Prime has nothing left to prove as a head coach in college football or here at Colorado? Is that where we're at with the Buffs right now? That seems crazy to me.
No, I don't agree with that at all. I still think he's got a lot to prove. Obviously, he's been there for 2 years, done a great job. But considering where the program was, but now can you do it without Travis and Shedeur? And can you take that next step? So, I mean, you haven't won a conference title. You haven't been to the college playoff. You haven't even won a bowl game. So is that good enough? I think at a certain point you got to say the bar's been, raised a little bit around here. And now, okay, we got to try to take that next step. But to think that he has nothing left to prove, what is this, Intermules? And Intermules, brother, come on.
That is an all-time great sports rant.
It might be on my list.
Might be on mine, too.
We shall see.
We're continuing our countdown of our top 5 favorite sports rants of all time. But on the subject of Coach Prime, to respond to what you said there, I completely agree. Listen, and I think we get into this weird spot with Deion, right? Because it's still crazy sometimes that we just roll out of bed and realize that, like, Deion Sanders chose to come to Boulder to be the head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes, who at the time were a 1-win team, 1-11, and universally ranked one of, if not the worst programs in, at that time, the Power 5 conferences. And so, yes, when you look at where they started versus where they are now, they just came off a 9-4 season. They had the runway lights on to make a Big 12 title game, and then they kind of blew it against Kansas, and it fell apart at the end. But in my opinion, it is crazy to say that there's nothing left for Coach Prime to prove and or accomplish when he's one game over 500 as head coach of a Power 4, Power 5 school at 13-12. He's 0-1 in bowl games. He's never been to a conference title game, let alone won one. And even in an expanded college football playoff format that has grown in recent years and probably will grow more, he hasn't even been there. So if that's where we're at, if we're just saying, because I see it, and I have seen it on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, that Deion has already given the university more than they could ever ask for. He's brought in all this revenue. It's this, it's that. He revived the program. Yeah, all that's great, but to a certain degree, now what?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. Look, it's at a certain time, certain point, it's like, okay, you got to take that next step. And can you build a complete football team? You had a couple big-time stars. You can recruit athletes, but can you build a football team? And I think that's the challenge now for Deion, and doing it without the two superstars, Shedeur and Travis. So, yeah, at a certain point, it's like, okay, all right, you did a great job of getting point A to point B, but point B, you're not even halfway there. Like we're trying to take that next step, and that's that's what Deion says. Deion's not content. I would say now, if you asked him if it's a success, yeah, so far it's been a success. But if you look back in 3 or 4 years and they haven't taken that next step, I would think that it hasn't been a success. So after a couple of years, I think we have to reevaluate where the program is, and he's done a great job. They've, from where they were 2 years ago to where they are now, unbelievable job so far. But now it's time to take that next step.
Did you hear, Stoke, that Vegas is adding in a limited fashion, they're playing around with it, a new game that you can play out there at the casinos and other things. You ever played Uno, Stoke, the card game?
Of course I played Uno.
Is that one of the games that you guys played overly competitively on the planes home and all that? Was Uno in the rotation?
No, Uno was not in the Uno was not in the gambling rotation. It was usually Bourré.
Well,
Yep.
you can. It wasn't in your gambling rotation back then, but it could be in some ways in your gambling rotation now, because that's a real thing. Las Vegas is adding Uno to some of their, playable options. I don't know if it's an electronic thing or if you're sitting down at a table like blackjack, but I'm just trying to picture like high stakes, high roller casinos. You're dropping, $1,000 hands and you miss out because you put a card down and you forgot to say Uno
That will be interesting to see how that. Like you said, what are they dealing the cards out? How does that even work?
Yeah, I don't know. I saw it on social media popping around over the weekend, and it has me fascinated to the degree where next time if I'm floating around the Las Vegas Strip and I see that big black and red card floating in the neon above the sign, I think it's at the Wynn or at the Cosmopolitan or something. I might be intrigued, maybe dabble a little hand. I'm going to lose my money playing blackjack anyways. I might as well lose it playing a game I'm probably better at, right?
I'll take a peek at it, and see.
Imagine someone hitting you with a draw 4 when you got $500 on the line.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How does that work? How does it work? So it's got to be you against a dealer, I would think.
Yeah, you would think.
There has to be a dealer. I mean, if it's a live game and not a slot machine. So I don't know. Got to do some more research to see how that plays out and how it works. But it's interesting. Something different. I think everybody likes Uno.
Yeah, I do.
Fun game to play.
On the subject of R.J. Harvey and Jade Barron, we're seeing a lot of questions on the RamosLaw.com text line. Have they not signed yet? What's going on? No, they have not signed yet. And I'm seeing one particular text here from the 1017. Guys, I can see it now. It's week 1 of the NFL season against the Titans, and the first thing we're all thinking to ourselves post-game is, gosh, if only R.J. Harvey had 4 or 5 more reps in training camp to get ready.
That was good. Well done.
That's solid. That is solid. Real life application, not forced. Well done to you.
Hopefully that's not the case. I don't think Barron's going to miss any time at all. I think they'll get it done before they report on Wednesday for rookie camp. R.J. Harvey's a tricky one because, you could have a situation where all these second-round picks are saying, let's all stick together and not do anything. But
I would imagine that's what the NFLPA wants them to do. In a perfect world, the strength in numbers.
Yeah, but what they should have done is none of them should have came to the offseason.
Right.
You shouldn't have gone to minicamp. You're not on a contract. They can't fine you. You shouldn't have gone to any of the offseason stuff. Once you saw where this thing was going, that's how you could have handled this. And now you would have had more power. You've already shown up.
Right.
So now are you going to really miss time in camp? How much time are you going to miss? Look, I just think in the end, the owners will win out on this one.
Yep, I think so. And in the NFL, the owners usually do win out on a lot of these things.
We'll see what it looks like. I'm not expecting them to miss a lot of time. I don't think it's a big deal. Plays running back position. Should be fine.
All right, coming up next, the Broncos, not playing Uno, but the Broncos have made a decent amount of gambles in their offseason thus far on both sides of the ball, and we want to parse through which ones we feel most confident in coming up next.
Is Bo Nix bringing back pleasant memories for Sean Payton?
I am convinced the longer Bo's career goes on, if he just continues to ascend, I'm telling you, eventually the conversation's going to turn, and it's going to be Sean saying, I saw my next Drew in this guy.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You know, summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or your abs, guys. I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? I am a 20-year-plus success story when it comes to Advanced Hair Restoration, what they can do for you. They did it for me. My hair continues to grow for life. I couldn't be happier. I can't recommend it more. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. So call 720-459-HAIR and at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Trees make you feel good, so don't miss the Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th, save up to 35% on thousands of evergreen trees in all sizes. Choose from arborvitae, upright juniper, Austrian pine, Bosnian pine, mugo pine, limber pine, blue spruce, Serbian spruce, and more. The Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th. Come see.
I-25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sharp criticism.
Mark Schlereth a pansy.
Cries for help.
Dude, wake up.
No.
I need better from you.
And a little bit of tough love.
If the truth gives you a wedgie, then you know what? Buy better underpants.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
There's a fire, call the fireman. If you're in pain, babe, call
Getting some great responses on the RumbleSlaw.com text line 303-713-1043 to the Uno conversation that we were having. Hell hath no fury like me after getting double skipped at the final table in Las Vegas. No amount of reverse cards could save you. 303-713-1043. Uno, I can barely play Venti Uno, so I'll stick with that. Venti Uno, obviously, Stoke, is 21 in Spanish.
Oh,
so
okay.
I think that's a blackjack reference there, which I probably have a better chance at winning at Uno these days than I do at blackjack. Speaking of gambles, the Denver Broncos, in my opinion, Stoke, have made some pretty decent-sized gambles themselves this offseason when you look at the additions that they've made. kind of starting with Evan Ingram, right? Their joker acquisition on the tail end of free agency there, something that's been missing in Sean Payton's offense for the first couple of years, and this is going to be the first crack at it. But he's a veteran tight end who's going to be on his third team, and his previous two teams were pretty starved for playmakers in the Giants and the Jaguars, and both of those teams said, yeah, thanks, but no thanks, Evan. We'll go our separate ways here. So you got that. They brought in J.K. Dobbins, who we've mentioned. Christopher with a K over at Bleacher Report is already predicting him to be a bust candidate for 2025. Then you look at the defensive side of the ball. They bring in the pair of 49ers, Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw, both of which, when healthy, are great, if not borderline elite level talent at their positions, inside linebacker and safety. But health is a real thing there. And then you got the draft picks. R.J. Harvey, in your opinion, should be the lead back going into camp, assuming he signs his contract and is all good to go there. And then Pat Bryant, who, for a team that has a questionable number one wide receiver in a lot of people's eyes and not a real clear number two after that, could see a lot of work pretty early at that position. So among those guys there, Stoke, Dobbins, Ingram, Greenlaw, Hufanga, Harvey, and Bryant, which of those gambles by Denver do you feel most confident in going into the 2025 season?
Well, I mean, for me, it's R.J. Harvey. But I feel confident in a lot of them. I mean, can they stay healthy? It's NFL. Guys are hurt. Guys get injured. It's just part of it. I mean, I've dealt with injuries. I've had healthy seasons. I've had seasons where I couldn't stay healthy. That's just part of the game is injuries. So you keep your fingers crossed a little bit. But, I mean, for me, it's R.J. Harvey. You got a wide-open spot there at the running back position. And the Broncos couldn't run the ball last year. They drafted him early, second-round draft pick. He's going to get a lot of opportunities to show he can be the guy. And he doesn't have the injury history of, say, a Greenlaw and a Hufanga and a Dobbins, even an Ingram to a certain degree, who only played 9 games last year. Pat Bryant, we'll see. Third-round wide receiver.
Expectations lower maybe than some of the other guys.
Yeah. My expectations for him are very low right now. I mean, is there a position that possibly could be open? Yeah, opposite of Cortland Sutton. But I just think that, when you look at Mims and Franklin and Vele, those guys over there, they got a little bit of a head start over a guy like Pat Bryant. But, we'll see what it looks like. But I'm not expecting a whole lot from him. And I think Ingram, you said, hey, well, he was in the Giants, and then, they let him go after, 5 years? Mm-hmm. And then Jacksonville for 3 years, and they let him go. What kind of player? Like, why would you let go of a good player? But what about Jacksonville? They might have been asking themselves that after year 5. Well, why wouldn't the Giants try to hold on to a good player? Then he goes there and he has 73 catches. The next year he has 114 catches.
Yeah,
so,
that's crazy.
Sometimes it just works out that way. You can't keep everyone. And, again, if he can stay healthy, which he had done a pretty good job 4 out of the last 5 years of staying on the football field, he's going to help the Broncos out. But for me, it's R.J. Harvey.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to R.J. Harvey, we can say what we want about, should they have addressed the running back position earlier? Omarion Hampton was on the board in the first round. They elected not to go that direction. They went with Jahdae Barron. George Payton and Sean Payton basically telegraphed that before the draft, where they said, we're not going to step over Crystal to get to a blender. Jahdae Barron obviously is the Crystal that they saw, someone who they viewed as a top 15 player in the draft that they got at number 20, even though they need clearly a running back, and Omarion Hampton would have fit that bill. They also could have, moved up to try to draft Quinshon Judkins or Travion Henderson. Judkins, by the way, doing a little baby bid. Did you see that? Might be doing a little time.
Saw that.
But they didn't. They elected not to draft Omarion Hampton, not to move up and get Judkins or Henderson. Instead, they trade back a couple of times to select R.J. Harvey, which means they were confident that they not only wanted that guy, but that they could get him later. So clearly, Sean Payton sees something in R.J. Harvey from a skill set standpoint and how he wants to use him that should make us feel confident that they got the guy that they wanted, because they had the opportunity to move up and they had the opportunity to draft Omarion Hampton without doing anything, and they didn't want to do it. So clearly, I think R.J. Harvey has a path to being a profitable bet for the Broncos. If you were asking me, I think RJ Harvey's a good answer. I think J.K. Dobbins could be a good answer because, again, it's always just been about health, not whether or not he can do the job when he is healthy. And even though it might be using hope as a strategy a little bit, the Broncos going from one of the most injured teams 2 or 3 years ago to now in present day, one of the least injured teams in the NFL is a real thing. And so I think you can start to use some of that when you're projecting for these guys. But the other guy that we mentioned, Evan Ingram, for whatever reason, Stoke, I feel really confident about it working out here in Denver. And I know it didn't work out. He was with the Giants for the entirety of his rookie contract, and then he had a couple of big years in Jacksonville, and we can debate whether or not he'll get the target share for that kind of production here in Denver. But Sean Payton has wanted this role to be filled, and he has not found a guy to do it through 2 years here in Denver, and he does now because he handpicked it and said, George, go get me that guy, and that's Evan Ingram.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's hard to find dynamic tight ends, and usually they don't become free agents. So it's, you got to usually draft them, or they're going to have some kind of concern. Evan Ingram's not the youngest guy. He's 30 years old, but when healthy, and I think put in the right position and how Sean's going to use him, I think he's got if he stays healthy, he's got a chance to have a great year. And we've been looking for a dynamic tight end forever around here. It's been a long, long time. So he's a pass-receiving tight end. Don't ask him to block a whole lot. And I think the guy can make a big difference working in the middle of the football field for Bo Nix. So, I'm excited about him. I'm excited about the 2 running back additions. I think they've done a really good job. Give George Payton credit here of going out, finding some guys, getting Sean Payton some more weapons. They've done a good job. And when it comes to the draft in the first round, a lot of us were talking about running back. And
I was.
You know what? Because it was a position of need, and they had some good running backs there. You know what? You selected a good football player in Barron and at a premium position. So you can find running backs all over the draft. I like the way that played out, and then you got hopefully a really good running back in the second round. We'll see how it plays out, obviously, but they've done a good job of upgrading the talent on this football team, and we'll see about some of these guys. But look, it's football. Health is going to be a concern with a lot of players. And the Broncos have done a good job of staying healthy and having a good plan in place for these guys the last couple of years. So we'll see what it looks like. You look at Greenlaw and Hufanga. I look at a guy like Hufanga and the impact that he could have playing the safety position. If he can stay healthy and the things that Vance Joseph can do with him, putting him in the box, putting him back in the deep middle of the football field, just those types of things, and a dynamic playmaking safety, that would be a huge boost for this defense.
That was actually going to be one of the next questions I asked you was, and it could in theory be the same guy in terms of which gamble you feel most confident in, but of those gambles, those 6 guys, the 6 main additions to this team, is Hufanga the one you think that if he's healthy, plays all 17 games, and all green lights are on, could have the biggest impact on the Broncos as a team this year?
Well, I still think that it's R.J. Harvey. But, if you're looking at offense or defense, I would say R.J. Harvey offensively because I think he's going to be the starter. He's going to get the bulk of the carries, and our running game was terrible last year, so bad that you're going to see a huge boost from that position and from R.J. Harvey if he can be healthy. Defensively, when you look at Dre Greenlaw, Hufanga, even Barron, that it's Hufanga. And I think a lot of people might say Dre Greenlaw, which, okay, that's great. Middle linebacker, inside linebacker. We haven't had a dynamic one of those in a long time. And certainly he could be that guy. I just look at the safety position and the way that the game is going, work in the middle of the football field. You got to have guys that can be able to cover, that can be able to help in the run game, and that are playmakers. And you see dynamic safeties all over the NFL and guys that are just playmakers. Well, this guy can be that guy for you. He can be really good against the run, but also a dynamic guy doing all these other things where it gives Vance Joseph a lot of flexibility in what he can call and how he can call things. Playmaking safety and the things in today's NFL, their value is really high, and I think he could have a huge year.
Yeah, as defenses continue to have to spread things out and offenses want to throw the ball more and more and more the value of a ball-hawking safety that can also be a thumper in the run game definitely does increase. I probably would have said Dre Greenlaw in terms of if we're talking about which guy, if all lights are green, can have the biggest impact, just because I think the void to fill is larger at inside linebacker than it has been and is currently at the safety position. If Dre Greenlaw can be that caliber of player that we saw how big of an impact he had when he was gone with the Achilles injury for the 49ers and how differently their defense looked, man, you've got a stout pass rush. You've got a killer interior defensive line. You've got the reigning defensive player of the year leading a pretty solid secondary unit as a whole, rated in the top 3 or 5, I believe, by Pro Football Focus coming into this season. And if you can add just a killer green dot, nose for the football, sideline to sideline, inside linebacker who can help be that connective tissue between the front guys and the secondary, I think that would just be a game changer for a Broncos defense that's already solid.
Yeah, look, he's a really good player. A really good player. I mean, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch got on a plane to fly down to Houston to give it one last effort for him to not sign with the Broncos and for him to return to the 49ers. No one does that.
Shows you.
No one does. That shows you what they think of him. And so you don't see a general manager and a head coach get on a plane at the start of free agency and do that. Easy to get on FaceTime, call. They got it on a plane. So that just tells you what they think of this guy as a person, as a player, as a teammate. If he can stay healthy now, that's a big question. 2 years ago when they were in the Super Bowl, that's when he tore his Achilles. Last year, he was pretty much out the whole year, could never quite get healthy. And then, by the way, this year, hey, we hear quad injury right during the offseason. So, I mean, there's a trend here.
Yep.
But, again, this is football. He's hitting someone on every single play, pretty much. It's a violent sport. You're going to have injuries. You keep your fingers crossed in a situation like this. Hopefully you got a good plan, and hopefully the injuries are behind him, and he can stay healthy. But, yeah, if he's healthy, he's going to be a great addition right there in the middle of the defense.
In the same way that I picked Dre Greenlaw in the question about who, if the lights are all green, is going to have the biggest impact on the Broncos for the defensive side of the ball, that exact argument is what I would use to talk about R.J. Harvey and even to a certain degree maybe J.K. Dobbins on the offensive side of the ball, because the gap to fill between where they were last year compared to where they could be in 2025 is massive. With how bad the run game was, and if it wasn't for Bo, they ranked like 16th in the NFL in rushing last season, but if you take Bo Nix's legs out of that, it's pretty damning in terms of the yards per carry, the yards per game, etc. Zach Bye loves to bang the table that Broncos running back didn't have a carry for over 21 yards in almost 450 attempts last season. Hey, there it is.
Yeah, no, that's not good. You forget about Bo and what he provided in the running game, and so you look at it, you take away his his rushing yards last year. It's like, oh wow,
below not good.
There you go. Below not good is what that rushing attack for the Broncos was. It's got to be better. You got to take some pressure off of Bo Nix. You can't expect him to go back there and be able to carry this offense through the air. You got to help him out more, and Sean realizes that, and that's why they added a running back in the second round, and they added J.K. Dobbins.
And you look at when the things start to stack together and the green lights come one after the other, so you get a much improved run game from J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey as a tandem, if not just one of them. And the balance that brings to the offense that was so missing last year. So you take a balanced offense. Sean Payton's not having to run the ball on his Waffle House menu and then not listen to it. You take that, plus a continued development of Bo Nix, who gets a second offseason where he's not drinking through a fire hose like he was in Sean Payton's complex offense. You don't have the slow start that Bo had in the first month of the season, and it looks a lot more like what we saw in weeks 4 through 7 and 7 through 17. And all of a sudden, you're looking at this Broncos offense like, hey, this could be dangerous. This could, not to go full Baker Mayfield, woke up this morning feeling dangerous.
We're going to be a problem.
They really could be a problem. And that's how you get to the Cecil Lammies of the world and the Danny Williamses of the world and others who are like, hey, this Broncos team, this could be pretty reasonably a 12-13 win football team. I don't know how much I necessarily subscribe to that, and we can get into, floors and ceilings a little bit later. But that's how you get there, is that the J.K. Dobbins and the R.J. Harvey balance out this offense, and suddenly you got a full package here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, winning 12 or 13 games isn't easy in the NFL. Just people just throwing that number
Losing
out there.
4 games all year in a division with the Chiefs, the Chargers, and probably an improved Raiders team.
That's probably a little bit too high. Your defense would have to be elite. So I'm not quite ready to go there, and you would have to hit on everything offensively. I mean, we can't forget. I mean, I like our guys, I like our additions, but we don't have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins out there.
Right.
I haven't seen Kittle or Kelsey at the tight end position.
I'd kill for a Lad McConkey, right?
Yeah. So I mean, but I do. I like this football team. I like the additions. I think they've done a really good job. This defense has a chance to be really good. And offensively, they should be better. They got to run the ball better. I think they will run the ball better. And we'll see how the rest plays out and what it looks like. But yeah, and you figure that Bo is going to be more comfortable and he's going to take a step forward. So, but when you start talking about 13 wins, man, that's not an easy thing to do.
Man, that was a real downer.
It's not. I'm not saying they're not having a good year. That was
right.
Joel Klatt, right?
That was
right,
Joel Klatt,
I'm not saying they're not going to have a good year and be a playoff team, but if you're looking for 13 wins, man, that's tough to do in the NFL. But I think they're going to have a good year. They're going to be a good football team, and I like this group, and I like this team, and I like this coaching staff.
Even Joel, who is a noted wide receiver hater.
Oh, I mean, he leads that bandwagon. I mean, he is a driver of that bus.
Yeah, because screw them.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't understand it. I really don't.
It's typical quarterback. I make you, not the other way around. And,
Well, yeah, I mean, what's more important, the quarterback or the wide receiver? Okay, yeah, the quarterback. Do you have to have an offensive line to block for the quarterback?
Right.
Yes, that is very important. But do you need playmaking wide receivers? Is that important? Of course it is. So it's, you look at the Chiefs, all of a sudden, they made that transition from Tyreek Hill, and they were putting all their resources in the offensive line, and then you look up last year, it's like, oh, well, hey, we better draft a receiver in the first round. Mm-hmm. We better draft a receiver in the second round. We better go out and sign this Hollywood Brown in free agency and give him $15, $18, $20 million. So, okay, at a certain point, you realize even Patrick Mahomes needs playmakers. I mean, what would Peyton Manning have been without Brandon Stokley running around being a playmaker for him? So
people say that all the time.
Of course, yeah, exactly. I hear it all the time. You made Manning. Thank you. You made. Yeah, thank you.
Finally, somebody that gets
right.
it. Ball
I would have gave the bird to Payton. So, I mean, Joel's got to stop that nonsense. Hopefully, I can wear him down this year, and I can maybe get him more on board with appreciating the wide receiver position.
Oh, gross.
Well, it's almost like Joel is here. These are all the actual things he would be saying, I think, to this conversation. Elite. Well, if there's one thing that I know about Joel Klatt, it's that he is willing and able and fantastic at admitting when he's wrong. So we will see if he comes around on the subject of wide receivers. Let's get to some trending stories around the NFL.
From sports and news to entertainment and downright debauchery, Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth presents What's Trending Right Now.
All right, Stoke, in the world of sports in general, kind of a quirky, fun thing that I think you might have some maybe potential interest in. Callaway has released a limited edition Happy Gilmore hockey stick putter and tube sock club cover. The putter priced at a cool $500. From a serious golfer perspective, like yourself, would you consider this a viable putter or just a novelty item, or at a minimum, something you might want to hang up in the man cave?
No, not for me.
It's kind of cool looking.
Yeah, I wouldn't see a lot of people trying to putt with this, but who knows? You'll have a few people that probably will buy it and will try it out on the golf course, but not for me.
Yeah, I think that it's something that I think it's something that I could see if I just had $500 to throw around. Maybe getting to put in an office in a man cave, show off in front of my friends, maybe use in the hallway like we got the chipping net out here kind of thing. But I'm not even a good enough golfer to join a handful of scrambles, so I don't know that I'm going to be whipping out a hockey stick in front of those guys after I get done fishing my ball out of the water. So for me, seems cool. Don't know if I'm going to be ready to spend $500 on it. Home Run Derby's coming up tonight. You can hear it on the Fan starting at 6 p.m. What's your interest level in the Home Run Derby these days? It's kind of like the best thing we love about baseball in a lot of ways is just ripping dingers. But has it changed or faded on you at all, the Derby?
Yeah, it's not even close to being the same. You remember the days of watching McGuire and those guys, Bonds and Ken Griffey
Steroid
Jr. In the Home Run Derby, but now it's just so different. I mean, who are these guys? I mean, okay, Cal Riley. I mean, he's having a great year, but
the big jumper.
Never heard of him before this year, by the way. And these other guys is like, okay, I don't really know who you are. So you got no true stars. And this, like, if you had Aaron Judge and guys like that, it's like, okay, but none of these guys do it anymore. It's like the slam dunk contest. It's like, wait, who is that? Who is that? Nope. It's not even close to being the same. I mean, will I pay attention? Yeah, I'll probably have a little action on a guy or two. And so I'll sporadically see what's going on in it, but it's not all that exciting anymore.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's okay for me. I went to all 4 days of All-Star Weekend when it was here at Coors Field, and it was awesome. And that was your Pete Alonso won it, the Polar Bear. I think that was the second of his back-to-backs that he won.
Ohtani was in it.
That's who I was most excited to see. I bet on him and everything, and
he didn't deliver.
No, and I think so much of it now.
I wanted to catch one. I was in there. I bought tickets in the outfield.
Yeah.
And all I wanted to do was catch one of those damn balls.
Yep.
That's all I wanted to do. Me and my son. We're out there.
If you were ever going to catch a home run ball, that's the day to do
dice.
it, right?
That was the day to do it.
Was it just a free-for-all of just like chaos, people diving all over the place?
Not dive. I mean, you're in the stands. I mean,
and they're also coming, like, they're ripping every
right. You got to keep your head on a swivel, and it's like, oh, here comes one, and it's like
mortar fire.
It feels like it's coming towards you, and then next thing you know, it's like 20 feet over your head or 20 feet short. I mean, we didn't really have many because we're over there in the left field stands, and we didn't have a ton that came like right in our general area. So that was a bummer.
All right, let's quickly get to one more trending story here. Did you see the video of the guy on the golf course, the Canadian guy, just getting ripped around like a rag doll?
I think everyone saw it.
The former hockey player. Nick Tarnasky, I think his name is.
Don't pick a fight with a former hockey goon.
How about don't just get ripped and pick a fight on a golf course, period, but definitely don't do it with a guy that looks like he used to be an enforcer in the NHL. Well, the guy who got tossed around in the pond issued a video apology for his actions. Take a listen.
Yep, that's me, guys. The guy that got dropped like a bucket of balls in a pond. Not my finest moment, I know. Looks real bad. Played 36 holes of golf. We drank way too much, and my mouth ran faster than my brain. All jokes aside, guys, I'd like to apologize to all the folks on the course, anyone caught up in it, and anyone who had to deal with me that day. I lost my cool, and I've learned from it. Just one of those days where you should have kept the cart on the path, Stay hydrated, keep your stick on the ice, maybe stick to 18.
Does the fact that he's Canadian make the whole thing better for you? Because it does for me. Listening to both when he's apologizing, wasn't my best day, and all that, but like when he's ripped and he's yelling at Tarnasky, he's like, cry about it. Why don't you cry about it? I love it.
Yeah, I mean, 36 holes, long day, had too much to drink. Hey, good for him. Apologize. All right, all good. He's the one that got his ass kicked and thrown into the pond and got punched in the face 3 or 4 times. I mean, so listen, all good. Good job apologizing. Sometimes these things happen. Nah, we can all move on. But I think he did the right thing there.
They put an RIP sign up in the lake where he got tossed. So good. All right, coming up next, let's have a little floor ceiling talk for the Denver Broncos and figure out where we think things stand coming up next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue and Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Guys, what is happening? Stoke here for my friends at Embers Living. Summer is in full swing, and if you're anything like me, it's grilling season, baby. But not just any grilling. I'm talking about steakhouse quality sears, precision control, and serious versatility. That's what you get with Napoleon Prestige Series at Embers Living. They're bringing the heat with Napoleon Sizzle Zone. That's high heat infrared grilling. It gives you restaurant-style results right in your backyard. And if you like tech with your tongs, you'll love the connected smart grilling features. You can monitor temps, get alerts, and take control right from your phone. So whether you're slow smoking ribs or reverse searing that tomahawk, Napoleon gives you the power to grill it all effortlessly. Because with Napoleon, every detail matters. From precision engineered burners to seamless design. No detail's too small when it comes to performance. So if you're serious about outdoor cooking and you want a grill that's built to last, head to embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level with Napoleon. Embers Living. Upgrade your outdoor experience.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
You've launched startups and created jobs right here in Denver. But have you tried getting a mortgage? Big banks all say the same thing. Sorry you don't claim enough income on your tax returns. Have they seen your cash flow? Your employees get mortgages, but you can't? You built the tech stack that runs their bank and they're denying you? That's insane. At cakehome.com, we look at your bank deposits or certified profit and loss statement to get you approved fast. Cake is your self-employed mortgage expert, which means we understand complex income streams. If you're self-employed, a founder, or freelancer, someone who's built something real, you don't need to show a W-2, 1099, or K-1 to get approved. Call 1-888-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-888-EAT-CAKE to learn what makes us different.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Double crossing.
You little punk. Can't believe you did that.
Unbreakable trust.
See, I'm not like you. You just let me drown. You just let me drown. You do nothing.
And of course, emotional maturity.
Maybe a little bit angry.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Let's go. Don't wait.
Rolling along on a Monday morning, Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans again, alongside Brandon Stokley. Mike taking some, I don't know if much earned or much deserved time off, but he's definitely taken it. And we are hanging out with you nonetheless. Mark Schlereth will join us in about 10 minutes, allegedly, according to Simmer and Ty. He's listed as probable. We will see if that designation holds. Getting into a little floor and ceiling talk about the Denver Broncos, but I do want to make sure I continue our top 5 list of the day, our top 5 favorite sports rants of all time. We've been counting them down. We're up to number 4 right now. Stoke, why don't we get everybody caught up on your list?
Yeah, I'll go honorable mention the great Bart Scott. Can't wait.
To all the non-believers. How did that? To all the non-believers. Especially you, Tom Jackson. Way to have our back, Keyshawn. Anybody can be beat. Poetic justice. We take a lot of slack. People gave us no chance, like we barely made it in playoffs. We're a good football team. For all you non-believers, disrespect us, talk crap about the defense like we ain't the 3rd best defense in the league. All we hear is about their defense. They can't stop a nosebleed. 25th in the league, and we the one to get disrespected.
Congratulations. See you in Pittsburgh.
Can't wait.
There you go.
Can't wait.
Epic rant there after the game by Bart Scott. At number 5, we let them off the hook.
The Bears are what we thought they were. They're what we thought they were. We played them in preseason. Who the hell takes a 3rd game in the preseason like it's bull? We played them in the 3rd game. Everybody played 3 quarters. The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
Love it.
Good.
Denny
So
Green after they lost to the Bears. And at 4, AI. Practice. Do we have it? Bueller.
I don't think we have that one.
No practice.
No practice.
Wow.
That's a
Could've
tough one.
swore I gave him practice.
It's a tough one.
We talking about practice?
I gave him that
We're
one,
talking
too.
about practice.
Oh, here we go. Here it is.
Oh.
I'm supposed to be the franchise player, and we're in here talking about practice. I mean, listen, we're talking about practice. Not a game. We talking about practice. Not a game. Not the game that I go out there and die for and play every game like it's my last. Not the game. We're talking about practice, man. I mean, how silly is that, man? We're talking about practice. I know I'm supposed to be there. I know I'm supposed to lead by example. I know that. And I'm not shoving it aside, like it don't mean anything. I know it's important. I do. I honestly do. But we talking about practice, man. What are we talking about? Practice?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
That is what we're talking about,
Yeah.
and we are still talking about it all these years later. I think, for the record, I think I escaped any blame about, like, hey, you were blaming Johnny for not having it. I didn't fully go out and say it, but I did stall until I found it. So I'll pull the thumb and say that it was up there in the corner. I didn't see it. I was too busy looking down at some of mine that I was getting ready for, which that one may or may not make an appearance on list. My honorable mention was a local one here from, 6 years ago now, and that is Angry Joe Flacco after the loss to the Colts.
Well, I mean, come on. I just look at it like we're now a 2-6 football team, and we're like afraid to go for it in a 2-minute drill. Like, who cares if you give the ball back to the guys with 1 minute and 40 seconds left? They obviously got the field goal anyway. And once again, we're a 2-6 football team, and it just feels like we're kind of afraid to lose the game. It's 3rd and 5 at the end of the game. It's who cares if they have a timeout there at the end or not? Getting in field goal range isn't that tough. So you're just putting your defense in these bad situations, and I just felt like, what do we have to lose? Like, why can't we be aggressive in some of these situations?
I love that one. I love the normally stoic and doesn't really care Joe Flacco kind of going there and be like, hey, what the hell are we doing? We're a 2-6 football team, and we're scared to go for it in a 2-minute drill. Like, getting in field goal range isn't that hard. I know we scored 13 points and lost 15-13, but getting in field goal range isn't that hard, in my opinion. I've always just liked that one, and it's crazy to think back that 5-6 years ago, that's the kind of things we were dealing with week in and week out, and it feels like that's very far away at this point. My number 5 was a golf coach from Coastal Carolina who definitely is up the top of the list when it comes to making animal noise impressions.
Our door's open. Screen's broke. We need to get a new screen door, but the screen's broke. So you can come in through the screen, but you can't get back out of it. I turn and look, there's a little kitty cat in our kitchen. So I said, what are you doing in here, little kitty cat? By that time, the cat turns, tries to get back out. That screen won't go that way. Cat starts going, meow, all crazy. And I told our players, we need more dogs. Bo's barking in the back. I have to go shut Bo up. Mel's like, what's going on? I said, there's a cat in the house. Cat in the house? I said, yeah, there's a cat in the house. So I told our players, I tried to let it out the front door. Meow, meow, the cat's still going crazy in there. And I told our players, you need to be more like a dog. We don't need a bunch of cats in here. Meow, looking in the mirror. Do I look good? I got my extra bands on. I got my other shoes on. Be a dog.
Be a dog.
That's good. That was a golf coach?
Yeah.
What is he talking about? Bands on and shoes on? I mean, sounds like a football coach talking about how guys are looking at are golfers all looking in the mirror, how they're all dressed up and stuff.
I thought he was a football coach too, and maybe I misread it, but I just know he's a coach at Coastal Carolina. But yeah, you're right. The bands would imply football. So maybe he was. I thought I heard maybe it was the, misreading it on the print. But yeah, I remember that rant strictly because of the animal noises that you sit there and you make at a podium.
And think about it. It might have been the golf coach, but you don't need dogs in golf.
That's what I was going to say. That's what made me confused.
Yeah,
I didn't know
that.
I didn't even know his name. I just knew the rant.
Yeah, double check the sport because I'm like, you can have a cat or a dog in golf. It doesn't really matter. Now, if you're playing football, right? I mean, you need some dogs out there. So a little bit of different sport.
He is the football coach. He is the football coach.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're welcome.
I never said thank you, but I will say thank you.
Yeah.
How's
yeah.
that?
Well, it just didn't sound like
it didn't. That's what I think. That's why part of the reason why I put it on my list because I'm like, this makes no sense. Why is he talking about this in that context? All right, we got a couple minutes here before Mark Schlereth joins us. Why don't we do number 3 on our list? Because
you haven't done number 4.
I haven't done number 4?
No.
Well, good, because I'm going to do it right now.
You're flustered.
Dirty play by a sorry player. He don't do nothing. He come to the game, don't catch no passes. He come to the game to chop guys from the back, and he got the same agent as me. So when I see his ass in that lane, I'm going to beat his ass. Yeah, it don't matter how I win. He tried to do something dirty, so that's why I'm going to beat his ass.
It was hard for me to put that one at number 4 on my list. Aqib Talib talking about Harry Douglas after the dirty hit on Chris Harris Jr., and we got the same agent. When I see him in Atlanta, when I see his ass, I'm going to beat his ass. That is so good, and it makes me miss some of the characters that we used to have around this team back then in those Super Bowl years.
Yeah, that was up there. I forgot about that one, but that was a good one. So, yeah, Aqib was funny, and but that defense they did have some characters on it.
Let's do number 3 here before Schlereth joins us here in just a minute. Your honorable mention was Bart Scott's Can't Wait.
Yep.
Post-game with the Jets. Then you had Danny Green. We let him off the hook. And then you had the
practice.
Turns out we did have it on the iPad. Allen Iverson. Practice.
And at 3, Dan Hawkins. Intramurals.
Some guys might decide that it's a little too tough or it's a little too hard, it's a little too demanding. I'll give you a little example. I got an anonymous letter from a parent. Said, we just kind of bummed out this year that the boys only get 2 weeks off before they start their summer conditioning program. Normally they get 3. It's Division I football! It's the Big 12! It ain't intramurals! You got 2 weeks after finals, you got a week of July 4th, and you got a week before camp starts. That's a month! That's probably more vacation than you guys get. And we're a little bummed out that we don't get 3 weeks. Go play intramurals, brother.
The ending, the
classic.
exclamation point. Go play intramurals, brother.
Play intramurals, brother.
Oh,
So
love it.
good.
Love it.
So good. So many great local ones here. That one may or may not make an appearance on my list. Also,
You got a lot of local, which I like.
yeah. Well, we've actually had some good ones. It doesn't feel homery to talk about that. That one also does make my list at number 3. All right, as we await the potential, probable, maybe we'll see how it goes, appearance from Mark Schlereth, why don't we try to crack open the can a little bit on not just expectations for the Broncos in 2025, but ceiling and floor. I think we've talked a lot about their ceiling and where we think they can be, but what's the delineating line, Brandon Stokley, where we might say, hey, you know what? This might be going a little bit in the wrong direction. We might be heading backwards a little bit if we're the Denver Broncos.
What was that line you were talking about? The who line?
Delineating line.
Using big words over here on a Monday. I'll just kind of have to speculate on exactly what that means. But I mean, when you look at what they were able to do last year, you look at their additions this year, I think they're going to be a good football team. I do. But sometimes the NFL is tough. It's hard. That's what I try to tell Mike Evans. He doesn't listen very well when I tell him that. But so, I mean, when you talk about floor, I'm at about 9 wins. 8 or 9 wins. I'll go 9. And ceiling to me is 11. I'm that's right where I am. 9 to 11 for the Denver Broncos. I mean, 12, man, I just don't see them being able to get to 12. Now, I guess if you hit all green lights and everything goes perfectly for you, could they win 12? Could they win 13 like some people are predicting? Possibly, but not for me. For me, the floor is 9. No, I'm going to go 8.
Okay.
I'm actually going to go 8.
So dip back into the losing season.
Yeah, that's the floor. If you have injuries, bad things happen. You know, some of these guys aren't who we hoped they would be. Greenlaw, Hafunga, they can't stay healthy. Offensively, Ingram really can't stay healthy. So I look at it and say, all right, floor for me is 8. And that's if some bad stuff happens. And ceiling is 11. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I understand the law. I think if they have injuries and things that you alluded to, maybe 8 wins there. But man, maybe it's just because I'm still scarred from the past decade or so before this year. But I really would like to see them not dip back into the losing season column, even at 8 and 9, where it's like you know a pseudo 500 year because you can't go 500 anymore over the course of a regular season. But I just know that the thought and the feeling will start creeping in of, the 10-7 season was an aberration. They had to beat the backup Chiefs. They had the losing record against teams over 500. I think they were 1-8 or whatever it was. All that's true, by the way. So I get that. But man, I just would love to avoid that feeling and that tone of conversation. So for me,
well, see, and just real quick, and then I want to hear yours. But you know, you look at it's hard, right? It's hard. You look at the 49ers last year, coming off a Super Bowl appearance. They're a 6-11 football team. The 49ers, with all that talent, you get guys hurt, you get guys banged up. Next thing you know, you look up, where's Christian McCaffrey, the offensive player? Well, he got hurt that year. You know, where's this guy? Where's Brandon Ayuk? Well, he got hurt. So all of a sudden, you look up and they're 6-11. 6-11. So, like, bad things can happen during football seasons when you have a really good roster. So that's my point here.
And it feels with the 49ers.
I hear some breathing.
Yeah.
I hear some breathing.
Yeah. I didn't know when you guys were going to go to me. How am I supposed to know when to breathe?
I didn't know my mic was on. They
Mark
don't tell me.
Okay. Mark Schlereth, is that you?
No, normally, yeah. I mean, I've been on here for 4 minutes, so I held my breath for 4, but I'm not.
Ty, is that accurate? Has he been on for 4? Because he says this every time that I've been on forever, and I just decided to pop on now. How long has he been on?
Going on 3 about now.
Going on 3. Okay, so all right, yeah. Close enough.
Because I was on earlier, but something wasn't connecting, so I had to reboot my Comrex.
That damn technology.
Technology's killing me. So I'm not Tom Cruise. I can't hold my breath for 7 minutes.
That's fair.
So I only held it for 4.
That truly is Mission Impossible.
Yes, exactly. So anyhow, how we doing, boys?
Doing well, man. How are you?
I'm great. I am great. All is well.
We've been talking while you've been on for 4.5 minutes. We have been talking about floors and ceilings as it relates to the Denver Broncos and where we'd feel comfortable in saying, hey, this is where I think they should be based on an improvement, and how far back we'd be willing to let them slide before we go, yeah, okay, wait a minute, this is not kind of what we were expecting. Stokley is of the mind that he doesn't want to see them go. If they go any lower than 8 wins at 8-9, he will be concerned, and you don't probably see him go too much higher than 11. Do I have that correct?
That's correct. 8's the floor. That's the lowest I see them going. And ceiling, the highest I see is 11.
Mark, you've had 5 minutes and 15 seconds to think about it. Where is your head
at? Listen, man, okay, floor and ceiling, not disappointment. I'd be if they lost less, or if they won less than the 10 games they won last year, I'd be disappointed.
That's not the question.
Yeah, right. I get it now.
We're not asking about your disappointment.
Okay, but you're just talking about just pure floor. You can't go below. That was the question. You cannot go below 9 games. You got to win 9 games. And, ceiling, I don't see them winning, I don't see them winning more than 11. 12 would be tremendous, but I see them between that 9 and 11 game. So I think my ceiling is 11 for them. My floor is you can't lose more, or you can't be below 9 and 8.
I disagree with Stoke in the sense that I said it just before you came on. I don't want to see the Broncos, even in a floor conversation, dip back below 500. I know you can't go exactly 500 now with a 17-game season, but I just feel like if they end up 8-9, and even if it is caused by injuries and things don't break their way, they don't get all the green lights and yada, 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 I just feel like I want to avoid that tone of conversation that we'll be hearing and we'll be having about, what was the 10-7 season? They had to hit every green light. They had to beat the backup Chiefs and Carson Wentz. They beat up on a bunch of bad NFC South teams that you're very familiar with, Mark. And I don't want to have that conversation of, the Broncos aren't for real. That was a fluke season. And now, the snowball starts piling the other way. So the floor for me, I think, would be 9 and 8, because that is as low as you can go. 1 game less. They have maybe a little tougher schedule. They don't catch as many breaks, even though they are improved. And you kind of go from there. And in terms of a ceiling, I think 11 wins that you guys have alluded to is right on, because winning 12 games in the NFL is hard. You two would know better than anybody, right? And even with a 17th try that you can have, you're talking about only losing 5 games in a division with Mahomes, Herbert, and Harbaugh, who beat you twice last year, and a Raiders team with Pete Carroll and Geno Smith that's probably, as much as we might not want to say it out loud, is going to be better than maybe they were last year or in the last couple of years. That's just a tall task to only lose, 5 games out of 17 with that setup.
Yeah,
I'm 100% with you. I Stoke, I am it's going to be hard. Winning this league is hard regardless. And so, in Stoke and I's day, when it was 16 games, you used to feel like, hey man, you win 10 games, you're a damn good football team. With all the competitions out there, all the great athletes that are out there, all the great coaches, and and the way teams are put together. So you win 11 games in today's NFL with 17 total games, and you're pretty damn good. So yeah, I have great expectations for them to continue to grow, for their quarterback to continue to grow. Remember, they went 10-7 last year with a rookie quarterback who was really, we were still talking in week 6, 7, 8, 9, right? Hey, man, they got to pare down this offense. They got to quit using so many formations. They got to quit using so much motion. They got to quit. We talked a lot of things about this team as it was growing. Hey, they don't have a running game. They don't have this. You hope you solve some of those issues. You hope this team, even though better competition, a little bit tougher schedule, you hope that, hey, now, Bo Nix ain't a rookie anymore. And Bo Nix played really well toward the end of last season. So I think you factor all those things in when you're deciding what their floor versus ceiling is.
Yeah, I think, NFL, it's hard to win. We try to tell Evans that all the time. He just, you guys talk about it's hard to. It is. It's hard to do. And some of it's out of your control. That's the unfortunate part. You can work as hard as you want in the off season. You can make great player acquisitions. You can have a great draft, right? All of those things. But you still have things that are out of your control when it comes to injuries and performances. You don't know. Some of these guys, you feel great about them. They should be great additions, but you look up, it's like, he stayed healthy, but man, he didn't contribute like we thought he would, or man, he just didn't stay. We just couldn't stay healthy this year. Sometimes you have bad luck and you just can't stay healthy. And obviously, if some of these really good players aren't on the football field, they're backups. They're not as good as the starters. And so it makes it really difficult to go out there and win in the NFL. And so that's the thing that stinks, is like some of the things are just out of your control. It doesn't matter what you do, how you plan, who you acquire. Sometimes it just doesn't work out.
You heard it here first from Brandon Stokley. Backups are not as good as starters, and that's a fact.
That's just breaking news.
That is breaking
Glad
news.
I can provide that.
That's obvious.
On the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Stink, you say you'll be disappointed if we don't win more than 10 games like last season, but the ceiling is only 11? Make it make sense.
It's hard to win in a league. And it's funny. It's funny to me a little bit that, back in my time, 10 wins, like the difference between winning 9 games, being 9-7 during my time and Stoke's time, and I put you in with me, Stoke, even though you're much, much younger.
I'll take it. I'm okay with it.
Yeah. All right. So, the difference you feel as a player between 9-7 and 10-6, that is a giant chasm. Like, where you stand and go, wow, like we won, we 10+ games. That's big. Like, there is a huge, in my mind, and this is the player sensibility in my mind, there's a huge difference between winning 11 games and winning 12 games in a 17-game schedule. That's the 9-7 versus 10-6. That chasm, that was a huge leap going from 9 wins to 10 wins in the NFL. If you got 10 wins, although my rookie year we went 10-6 in Washington and missed the playoffs, but if you got 10 wins, you felt like you were a really damn good team. 9-7, you're flirting with 500. It just feels different.
Yeah, I mean, coming off of last year too, now you're a little bit of the hunted, right? I mean, teams you're not going to
catching by surprise.
You're not catching teams by surprise. Yeah. There is a book on Bo Nix, on Sean Payton, how he likes to use Bo Nix to a certain degree. How does that play a factor this year? But certainly, your teams aren't going to overlook you anymore. When you rolled into Tampa last year in week 3 after, having all those losing seasons, starting 0-2, I guarantee you weren't priority number 1 for Tampa.
Nope.
Then you go to New York the next week. And again,
ugliest game ever.
Absolutely. But you found a way to win those 2 football games. This year, you're not getting overlooked by anybody. So you have that also because of what you were able to do last year with Sean and Bo. And what does it look like this year? But you're not going to catch anyone by surprise.
I'm seeing another one on the RamosLaw.com text line. What are you guys talking about? The Broncos could easily go 7-10 this season. If they go 7-10, that feels like a lot has to go wrong, right? I mean, I just don't foresee, if you've got eyes and a brain, them without any kind of forces of nature acting on them, losing 10 out of 17 games based on what we saw last season. Is that fair? Mark?
Yeah, that's 100% fair. How many times is over the course of Sean Payton's career has he lost like that? Like, you got a top 5 defense by anybody's account, anybody's metric, anybody's rating. You look at the defense the Broncos are pulling out there are going to roll out on the field. Now, listen, man, you have a boatload of injuries like what Detroit had happened to them. From the middle of the season on the defensive side of the ball, they were still able to outscore people. But you're not gonna be able to do that if you have that kind of injuries on the defensive side. Or I know Stokley was talking about the San Francisco 49ers injuries. You lose Christian McCaffrey, you lose Ayuk, you lose some guys. Kittle misses a few games. Juszczyk misses a few. Like you offensive line gets in shambles. Trent Williams starts missing games. That'll cost you. Yes. So those things could happen. You don't like to think about it, but yeah, that's theoretically that could happen. But we're not talking about, hey, they had catastrophic injuries. We all understand that.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, look, it happened to the 49ers last year, to Mark's point there. I mean, that was, they finished last in the NFC West with 6 wins. Cardinals have finished in front of them. But this stuff happens sometimes in football.
Mm-hmm.
You hate to think about, the most important position in sports, the quarterback position. What happens if something happens to your quarterback?
That's the nuclear button.
So that's what I'm saying. But quarterback injuries happen all the time.
Don't you put that evil on
I'm
me,
not.
Ricky Bobby.
You put it out there.
Don't
you put that on us.
I'm speaking facts. Right? This stuff happens. You look around. That's why it's important to have a competent backup.
Yep.
So you talk about derail a season really quickly. Well, if something happens to that guy. But even besides that, I think Purdy was healthy for the 49ers last year. But you look around, you're the best offensive player of the year before on offense, Christian McCaffrey, he didn't hardly play. He was injured. Their top receiver was injured. You look up, all their defense is injured, and you win 6 games. This stuff like this happens in the NFL. But so, that would suck if it did, but sometimes it does.
Well, I'm going to run down the hall, say a few Hail Marys, and, pick some 4-leaf clovers to hope that Jinxie Cat Brandon Stokley didn't just put a hex on Bo Nix going into his sophomore season. On the other side, I want to get the opinions of these two gentlemen about which Colorado coach here in our state, many of which have something to play for, is under the most pressure going into 2025. That's next.
Is Tim Hardaway Jr. the most underrated signing for the Nuggets?
You talk about another pro's pro. Someone who can play off the bounce. He can play off the ball, catch and shoot, intellect through the roof, can close games if you ever needed him to. He is among the same ilk 3 years ago, bringing in KCP and Bruce Brown.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, boy Stink here to tell you about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. If you're thinking about selling your house for any reason at all, now's the time to sell it, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my buddy Troy's still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at the price you agree upon, plus the timeline that you agree upon beforehand, he's going to cut you a check. Just scratch it for $5,000. Come on. Who else makes the offer? The answer is nobody. He makes the offer because he continues to spend a bunch of money marketing his listings. Right now, he's got about 100 families that are approved and ready to buy. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. So you have a house to sell. Troy probably has a perfect buy for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him at 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and give my buddy Troy a call. 720-900-4433.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Stoke here. At Colorado Joint Replacement, your hip or knee replacement surgery is their first priority. They completed over 27,000 joint replacements since 2005, and their expert surgeons are committed to helping you get back to the life you love. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window, and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball home run contest action kicks off starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Job shaving.
You played in the NFL, but you were a wide receiver.
Embellishments.
I mean, sometimes I swear you're just making things up.
And amateur zoology.
I think polar bears are bigger than grizzlies.
Of course.
So make them a polar bear.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Stopping at the red light, girl, 'cause I wanna get you set now. You're going at the green light, girl, 'cause I wanna be with you now.
The subject of conversation is pressure, and how much pressure a handful of our coaches here in Colorado are under heading into the 2025 season. Mark, we talked a little bit earlier about some audio from Paul Feinbaum of ESPN, who flat out said he doesn't think Deion Sanders has anything left to prove at Colorado, and maybe even just as a head coach in general, which Stoke and I pretty fundamentally disagreed with and went into our reasons why. So let's zoom out on that conversation a little bit and talk about, just for this upcoming 2025 season, who's under the most pressure between Sean Payton, David Adelman, Jared Bednar, or Coach Prime. Mark, of those 4 coaches, who do you think has the most pressure put on their shoulders to win right now?
Oh, I think it's I don't think this is even close. I think it's Bednar. Bednar is the guy for the Avs that, is every year they're ranked 1 or 2 in the West. Like, they are the team to beat in the West to go to a Stanley Cup Finals. And other than the Stanley Cup that they won, and kudos to them for winning a Stanley Cup, they're bounced in the first or second round every year. So I mean, and like, there's extenuating circumstances with the Val and Chuskin stuff and all the things that have gone on, and the lack of addressing, a legit big-time goaltender. They did win one, obviously, but since then they've gone to several different goaltenders and have not been able to solve that conundrum. But I think it's Bednar, because now is the time. I don't think anybody has bigger expectations. Like, you could sit there and say, who do you expect of the major 4 teams to win a championship? Certainly the Rockies are nowhere. Like, Rockies couldn't even win a AAA championship.
Got them right where they want them.
We could forget about those guys. But it would be the Avs, probably followed by the Nuggets because of Joker. Then it would be the Broncos. So I think it's Bednar.
Stoke, would you agree?
Yeah, it's got to be Bednar. It's been 3 years since they won one. Got a really good roster. You got a couple of the best players in the world.
We're built different
on your team. You made a lot of trades and changes to your team. You added to the goalie position last year, your starter and your backup. You feel much better about that. So, yeah, you need to win another one, and you've come up short the last 3 years now, and so it's like it's time. If you don't do it now, do you need a change? Do you need a new voice in that locker room? So, I agree. It's got to be Bednar.
No league fires coaches quite like the NHL. They are indiscriminate and pretty ruthless about it. The NBA has an argument. There's a pretty documented history of NBA Coach of the Years getting fired a couple of years after they end up winning it. And I think that, to Mark's point, it's Bednar to me, and it's not even close, because if you take the Cup season out of it, which I know is kind of a big omission, the year they won
Just
a
a
Stanley
little.
Cup, but when you look at Jared Bednar's tenure, the year they won the Cup, if you remove that year, they don't get out of the second round. And in a handful of cases, including this most recent postseason, they struggle to get out of the first round. And
Yeah, but I don't think that's fair to remove a championship. You can't just
what I'm
remove
saying,
it
I
and
guess I'm
forget
not saying
about it.
remove it. Just for context, though, it makes it look like that's more the exception than the norm. The year they broke through and won the Cup, and when you have two of pretty universally considered the best three players in hockey, in Nathan MacKinnon and Cale Makar, I just think that unfortunately for Bednar, that's a high bar to have to clear. So if Bednar is universally for us under the most pressure, who's next on that list? Maybe that's a more interesting question, Stoke.
So I'm just gonna rank them.
Okay.
From top to bottom.
I like this.
Okay.
Yep. Bednar 1, and then to me it's Adelman. Look, you're taking over a roster that's ready to win. It's championship or bust for Adelman, and they made some big time moves this offseason. You got depth, you got veteran players, and you got the best player in the world. So I know I get it. It's your first year.
Just got there.
It doesn't matter, bud. This is what you signed up for. And if you fall on your face in your first year, you gone. So I think there's a ton of pressure on Adelman to have a great year this year. Then third is Sean Payton for me. Wow, you took this team from not having a winning season forever to all of a sudden you won 10 games. There's no taking a step back. No taking a step back. You got a young quarterback that you love. And it's the NFL, and guess what? It's the Denver Broncos. Expectations are there, brother. And then last is Prime. You're in Boulder. All good. You took a team that was one of the worst in college football, and all of a sudden we look up, you're in a bowl game 2 years later. So while I know you still have pressure, they all have pressure. They do. They all have pressure. Dion, after losing Travis and Shador, in my opinion, has the least amount of pressure of those four.
You my man. I love you. I appreciate you.
Shout out, Prime.
Mark, what say you?
I believe.
So I go with the first two that Stoke had. It's Bedsy, then it's Adelman. Adelman, I understand that he was an interim. He got named the head coach. You got the best player in the world, and you completely revamped that roster with the Cam Johnson signing. Going out and getting Tim Hardaway Jr., going out and getting Bruce to come back and all those things. Like, you've got the best player in the world. You've made drastic roster moves. You've increased your bench depth. It is time. Like, you have put moves together that say we are going to compete in the West with the Thunder. We took them to 7 games. We did not have the roster to compete. We still took them to 7 games. That's what that says to me. So it goes Adelman. Then I'll switch to the last two. I'll go Prime next. Hey, listen, man, what you've done so far is tremendous. Now it's time to get in the college football playoff. Now it's time to take that next step. I think there's more pressure there. As far as Payton is concerned, I think Payton is one of those guys that just doesn't – like, there will always be pressure. It's the NFL. You're the Denver Broncos. But I think he's got the least amount of pressure because that dude is just in charge. So I think he's got the least amount of pressure.
I actually am in lockstep with Mark's list 100%. It was hard for me in some aspects to put Adelman number 2 because he literally just got there, took over with 3 regular season games to go last season. But you've got the best player in the world in Jokic and a title window that is closing more and more every year. And so given how much Josh Kroenke clearly showed with Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace that they hear Jokic's comments, complaints, concerns, etc., if Jokic or they, as the front office, decide that David Adelman, or they feel that he's not the guy that's going to help them get back to the mountaintop, I don't think they'll hesitate to move on in that instance. I, too, put Prime third, mainly because I think he's got more to prove than Sean Payton does at this moment, but also I think Sean Payton's gravy, baby. If they had the nightmare scenario on the RamosLaw.com text line, this team could win 6 or 7 games next year. Would there be frustration? Would there be some panic? Maybe a little bit, but I don't think anybody's going to be going... Anybody seriously is going to be going, yeah, we got to fire Sean Payton after.
No one's going to say that about Dion.
Well, no, that's true.
Right?
That's true.
So, there's not going to be any talk about that. because you just think about where you were.
And the financial component of the whole thing.
That's right.
Up in Boulder, he's hard to let go of because of what he brings in and what you're bringing out. All right, coming up next, I don't quite know what it is, and I bet you he doesn't quite know what it is. But our next guest is going to say something that's going to have you shaking your head in your car. That's next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. Now check this out. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. So you, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans here. Hot temps, cold showers. Don't let a broken water heater ruin your summer mornings. From repairs to full replacements, Copperhead Plumbing has you covered with same-day service across the Denver Front Range. Summer plumbing problems are no vacation. Clogged drains or leaky faucets? Call Copperhead before it gets worse. Local, licensed, reliable, all summer long for quality work done right the first time. Trust Copperhead Plumbing, Inc. Copperhead Plumbing, they plumb different, they plumb custom.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Guys, don't live with tiredness and low energy. Get your life back with testosterone therapy at Low T Center. Take the test, get fast results, and start TRT with Denver's leading experts in men's health. Now it's easier than ever with the new Centergenics Health app, an innovative healthcare technology you won't find anywhere else. Download or book an appointment online while test is still free at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
When you've got real work to do,
Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is powered by American Financing.
Short-term memory loss.
I don't remember. What was the reason I gave for earlier?
Oh, my goodness. Okay. I don't remember what you said. You think I remember the reason?
Ironclad sources.
One of the biggest haters in my life, my wife. My wife. She will even vouch for that story.
And spontaneous karaoke.
New additions like Ronnie, Bobby,
Ricky and Mike.
If I like a girl who can cool it down.
Slow it down.
Watch out, I'm gonna lose control.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Every time I hear that karaoke intro, it makes me want more and more to try to orchestrate a situation where that might happen again, and I just don't like my chances of making it happen. We shall see. On the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. It blows my mind how far the goalposts have been moved for Deion Sanders. He came in proclaiming, "We coming." He was talking about winning with his Louis day one. It's not like he has the roster that won one game. He got rid of all of them. No, on the field, Deion has been laughable, obviously on the subject of coaches that are under the most pressure here in Colorado going into 2025. Speaking of goalpost movers, do we have James Marilat on the line right now? James, are you there?
What's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
Deion Sanders, I mean, he took over the worst program in America, and they were within one game of being in the Big 12 title game within 2 years. What is this texter talking about? I mean, the guy's done a phenomenal job. I don't get it. I mean, listen, he's got his detractors, and I understand that. But to be down on what Deion's done in Boulder, what did you expect? Well, I mean, he's not a miracle worker, but it's been pretty darn close.
Well, no, I mean, I understand what you're saying, James, but I also understand what that RamosLaw.com texter is saying too. He's like, hey, when you come in here and you're pounding in your chest talking about bringing Louis, talking about this and that, you're calling out Ed Werder after you beat TCU in the first game, and so like when you take that type of stance, it's like, okay, well, you got to deliver. So
you're one game over 500, you're 0-1 in bowl games, and you've never been to an expanded college football playoff. That's what the texter is saying.
And they were 1-11 2 years ago.
We got it. I mean,
he brought his Louis. Last time I checked, they had a guy that won the Heisman last year. I mean, that's pretty good. That's some pretty good luggage you brought with you from Jackson State. So
you got to win. You got to win. You got to keep winning, though. Can you do it without Shedeur and Travis?
And I don't think they can take a huge step backward this year, if at all. I mean, I think they have to be a bowl team for people to not be critical of them, and I think that's fair. But, if they fall short of the Big 12 title game this year, should there be calls for Deion's job? No, not at all. Now, and I heard you guys talking about it in terms of floor and ceiling and all the rest of it when it comes to the Broncos. I think if the Broncos are under 500, if they go 8-9 and Sean Payton at that point is what? 26-26 as the Broncos head coach, 3 years into a 5-year deal. I think we should start asking questions of like, hey, is this the right guy? Is it heading in the right direction?
There it is.
I don't think they're going to
go that way. I told you. I teased it was going to happen.
I don't think they're going that way, but if they end up under 500, yeah, I think it's time to start asking if they got the right guy.
Hey, Stoke, we need like a new kind of way to like group the things that James thinks. Like that Deion gets treated with the Russell Wilson gloves. Like the Russell, like we're not going to hold Russell. Like
he's not a miracle worker.
Fault. He's not. Yeah, what was he supposed to do? Like Sean Payton, you're like it's interesting that you're like got Sean Payton in your sights, but not Deion. What does Deion have? Like, what are your expectations for CU? Because I agree with you. to the point where Dion took over one of the worst programs in the history of college football, and it's been pretty amazing what they've been able to accomplish. But where are you? What are your expectations going into this year?
I think they have to be a bowl team at a minimum, right? And that's not all that hard to do in college football nowadays. You got to win 6 games, so I think that's the minimum of what they have to be. I think they have a chance to be as good as they were last year, right? Which is an 8-9 win team. It's flirting with the Big 12 title game, and maybe you're able to win the late season game that gets you in there. I do think that the overall roster, and it's so hard because we never get to see any of these guys. We won't see them until they open up against Georgia Tech to even know what they've gotten with the portal. The roster changes so much, but I'm going to take Dion's word for it that, yeah, they lost 2 great players in Travis and Shadur, but overall they're a better team. That's certainly possible. I know that makes no sense, but the year after Peyton Manning left Tennessee, they won a national championship with T. Martin at quarterback. So it is possible to have a better roster even if you lose great players. So my expectation, Mark, is 7 or 8 wins, continuing to build this thing and finding out, hey, do you have the quarterback for the next 2 or 3 years in Juju? I think this year for the Buffs is a little bit like last year for the Broncos. Do you have your quarterback? That's the number one question you got to answer.
On the RamosLaw.com text line, I can't wait for 10 years from now when CU still hasn't won a damn thing in a bad conference, and James will still be banging the table, said, well, they were a bad program before he got there.
It's been 2 years. I get a bunch of grief because I'm all over Tad Boyle. I'm like, at some point you can't just be a team that barely wins 20 games and you're on the bubble, and when you get into the tournament you get bounced in the first round and people get on me and say, well, what was it when he got there? It's like that was a decade and a half ago. I mean, this is 2 years ago. So in 10 years, if the Buffs haven't won anything, yeah, just like I'm on Tad Boyle, I'll be on Deion Sanders. But, 24 months removed from being the worst program in America, I'm not going to get on a guy that was 1 win away from being in the Big 12 title game, which would have put them 1 win away from being in the playoff. Like, think about it, Richie. You talked about, hey, they haven't won a bowl game. Well, it's been 2 years, and they haven't played in an expanded playoff. If somebody would have said the Buffs are going to be in the conversation for the playoffs, if we'd have said that 2 years ago, we'd have got laughed off the airwaves. So that's all I'm saying. You just got to have a little perspective. But, this doesn't go on forever where Deion gets a free pass. And, again, I'm saying he's got to at least make a bowl game this year. That's not a free pass by any means.
James, any concern with Barron and R.J. Harvey not signed yet with rookies reporting in 2 days?
No, I mean, I don't. It's not great, but part of me just is like, how can this be the case? I mean, it's all slotted, so it shouldn't be that hard to figure out. But I'm not worried about it yet. They start missing time, I'll be worried about it. So you got a couple of days to get it done. It should be relatively easy. I don't know what the hang-up is, but no, Stoke, I'm not worried about it yet. But ask me again on Wednesday or Thursday.
So how long? What if they miss a week, 2 weeks? Like how long? If they're out for, do you become concerned?
I become concerned as soon as they miss a practice. That's when I
Just
start
one.
getting concerned because then you're starting to get behind, right? So I just can't wait to get down there a week from tomorrow because I am going to be counting Bo Nix reps every single day because we're going to get an answer to who's right, and I can't wait for it. It's the thing I'm looking forward to the most when it comes to Broncos training camp.
4 or 5 more reps is all that's in question, right?
We'll find out now that he's the starter. Are they resting his arm? I don't know. Well, I don't know who's gonna prove right. We are gonna get an answer, which will be fascinating.
We hit the smear campaign earlier today, but anytime a guest of the show and friend of the show does it unprompted, we will double up on day number 247 of the Zach By Sensitivity Smear campaign. James, thank you so much for joining us. We'll catch you on the other side, my friend.
All right, appreciate it, fellas. Take care.
Coming up next, we are going to continue our daily top 5 list of our favorite sports rants of all time. Also, tomorrow from noon to 1 p.m., it's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. We're going to be at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree, giving those away from noon to 1 p.m. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank.
Is Bo Nix bringing back pleasant memories for Sean Payton?
I am convinced the longer Bo's career goes on, if he just continues to ascend, I'm telling you, eventually the conversation's going to turn, and it's going to be Sean saying, I saw my next Drew in this guy.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, you live with back pain, neck pain, worried about needing surgery. How about taking all those habit-forming medications? Well, my guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. Here's the best part. That's right, same-day appointments. You can start your journey toward pain-free just like I did by picking up the phone. 303-367-2225 is the number, 303-367-BACK. Spine One is a complete medical center for spine care. They've got exams, MRIs, physical therapy, treatment options, all in one facility. And their board-certified physicians going to give you treatment options for both nagging and debilitating pain, both in your back, your neck, you name it. And I'm telling you what, guys, I suffered with the debilitating pain for decades. It just checked me out of life, man. I couldn't sleep through the night, quit going to the gym. I quit playing golf. Couple of short visits to my guys at Spine One. I was back, checked into life, guys. Pain was not holding me back anymore. Playing golf, going to the gym, sleeping through the night. Man, I tell you what, it feels great. It still feels great. Do yourself a favor. Get your life back. Call them, 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK. Or, as always, you can find them online at spine1.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Brandon Stokley here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the soda weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with Soda Weight Loss, because right now, Soda is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with Soda Weight Loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call Soda Weight Loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before Soda, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Stokley here for Embers Living. Summer's here also, and it's grilling season. I'm talking steakhouse quality sears and precision control with the Napoleon Prestige Series. With Napoleon Sizzle Zone, you get high heat infrared grilling for restaurant-style results right in your backyard. And check this out. Smart features let you monitor temps and control your grill right from your phone. From slow smoked ribs to reverse sear tomahawks, Napoleon Grills do it all. Visit embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level.
Auto theft in Colorado remains prevalent. Stop auto theft and subsequent crimes by locking your car and taking your keys every time. Learn more at lockdownyourcar.org.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball home run contest action kicks off starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Passive aggression.
Oh, Mark. Sweet, naive, childlike Mark.
Culinary techniques.
So you got the crawfish, you got the tail, you pinch, twist, and some people like to slurp it. You're a slurper.
And backhanded apologies.
You know what? I would like to officially apologize to you, Mike. You were right. I was wrong. You're smart. I'm dumb. You're skinny. I'm fat.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We have been counting them down for the majority of the morning so far. It is our top 5 list of the day, our top 5 favorite sports rants of all time. And boy, are there plenty to choose from. Mark Schlereth is furiously compiling his list as we speak. So, Stoke, in the meantime, why don't we get everybody caught up on your top 5 list, starting at number 5? Or an honorable mention.
Yeah, let's go to number 5. Let's get the party started. Denny Green, we let him off the hook.
The Bears are what we thought they were. They're what we thought they were. We played them in preseason. Who the hell takes a third game in the preseason like it's bull? We played them in the third game. Everybody played 3 quarters. The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
There we go. We let them off the hook.
That's good.
If you want to crown them, then crown their ass.
Yep. At number 4, we're talking about practice.
I'm supposed to be the franchise player, and we're in here talking about practice. I mean, listen, we're talking about practice. Not a game. We talking about practice. Not a game. Not the game that I go out there and die for and play every game like it's my last. Not the game. We're talking about practice, man. I mean, how silly is that, man? We're talking about practice. I know I'm supposed to be there. I know I'm supposed to lead by example. I know that. And I'm not shoving it aside, like it don't mean anything. I know it's important. I do. I honestly do. But we talking about practice, man. What are we talking about? Practice?
There we go. The great AI quote there. At 3, we got a local one here. Dan Hawkins.
Some guys might decide that it's a little too tough, or it's a little too hard, it's a little too demanding. I'll give you a little example. I got an anonymous letter from a parent. It said, we're just kind of bummed out this year that the boys only get 2 weeks off before they start their summer conditioning program. Normally they get 3. It's Division I football! It's the Big 12! It ain't intramurals. You got 2 weeks after finals, you got a week of July 4th, and you got a week before camp starts. That's a month. That's probably more vacation than you guys get. And we're a little bummed out that we don't get 3 weeks. Go play intramurals, brother.
That one makes me smile every time. I don't care how many times I hear it. That is so good.
Love it, especially since it's a local one from right here. And at number 2, playoffs. Talk about playoffs?
All I know is we threw 4 interceptions and fumbled once. 1 interception they returned for a touchdown. 3 others were in our end of the field where they scored points. That's all I know. That's inexcusable. Inexcusable. Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
There you go.
Fantastic.
Jim Moore.
Fantastic. Playoffs. It's the squeakiness in the
Playoffs.
voice. And it's like he's like sidecock looking at the reporter too. So good. All right, my list up through number 3 where we're at so far. My honorable mention, we don't have to play it. It was Joe Flacco after the Colts loss back in 2019 where he basically was calling out Scangarello and Fangio saying we're a 2-6 football team, and it's like we're scared to go for it in a 2-minute drill. Like what are we doing? Getting in field goal range isn't that hard. It was the first time I remember really seeing angry Joe Flacco. My next one was the Coastal Carolina head coach who was fantastic at making animal noises.
Our door's open. Screen's broke. We need to get a new screen door, but the screen's broke. So you can come in through the screen, but you can't get back out of it. I turn and look, there's a little kitty cat in our kitchen. So I said, what are you doing in here, little kitty cat? By that time, the cat turns, tries to get back out. That screen won't go that way. Cat starts going, meow, all crazy. And I told our players, we need more dogs. Bo's barking in the back. I have to go shut Bo up. Mel's like, what's going on? I said, there's a cat in the house. Cat in the house? I said, yeah, there's a cat in the house. So I told our players, I tried to let it out the front door. Meow, meow, the cat's still going crazy in there. And I told our players, you need to be more like a dog. We don't need a bunch of cats in here. Looking in the mirror. Do I look good? I got my extra bands on. I got my other shoes on. Be a dog.
Be a dog. I love
Be a
that
dog.
one. I love it. My next one was a local one, and one that I actually thought of on the drive over here. It wasn't originally on my list, and that is the one and only Aqib Talib.
Dirty play by a sorry player. He don't do nothing. He come to the game, don't catch no passes. He come to the game to chop guys from the back, and he got the same agent as me. So when I see his ass in that lane, I'm gonna beat his ass. Yeah, it don't matter how I win. He tried to do something dirty, so that's why I'm gonna beat his ass.
We got the same agent. When I see him in Atlanta, when I see his ass, I'm gonna beat his ass. Come in the game, don't catch no passes. Just Harry Douglas, the player in question, who took a low block on Chris Harris Jr. And Talib kind of tried to fight him on the field at first, and then that was the post-game interaction that followed. My number 3 was the intramurals rant from Dan Hawkins. That's minimum top 3 for me. I almost felt bad putting it at number 3. Number 2 was another one on Stokley's list, Practice by Allen Iverson. I mean, they have anniversaries of that where they replay the whole thing in the interview on national television. Just not a game. We're not talking about a game. We're always talking about practice. Mark, your number 5, as we've been stalling here, involves so much profanity that John Simmer behind the scenes is struggling to try to make sure we stay compliant, FCC compliant, and making sure that we don't do anything wrong. But we will get to your number 5 and eventually the rest of your list, hopefully coming up after the next break. But in the meantime, the Jonas Valanciunas trade is now official. So what does it mean for the Denver Nuggets? And are our Denver Broncos potentially missing an ex-player, ex-contributor a little bit more going into this season? We'll get into all of that coming up next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue and Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, the leader in TRT, Synergenics and Low T Center introduced the Synergenics Help app. If you've been struggling where to choose to go for your TRT, look no further than Synergenics and Low T Center, guys. The new Synergenics Synergenics Help app
is a superior innovation in healthcare technology. You're not going to find it anywhere else. With the app, you can book appointments online. You can view your lab results, have face-to-face telehealth visits, receive medication reminders, order supplements, pre-check-in to visits, and more. Take control of your health like never before with Synergenics and Low T Center, guys. And I'm telling you what, you're absolutely going to love it. And when you book an appointment, guys, online, you can get there. You simple test, takes about 20 minutes. See if you qualify for TRT that same day. And you have the power to take control of your health, guys. There's never been a better time to start TRT with Synergenics and Low T Center. For a limited time, the test is free. Treatment's covered by most major health insurance, guys. And the treatments are very affordable if you don't have the major health insurance, guys. And I'm telling you, you got to do it. Go check them out. They are absolutely awesome. Download the Synergenics Health app or book an appointment online today at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Excel Energy wants to remind you, if you see a downed power line, think of it as a sleeping cat. One that will definitely scratch you if you wake it up. But it's more dangerous than that, so maybe a sleeping tiger. You know what? Just imagine any downed power line you see is a sleeping T-Rex and stay at least 30 feet away. Or, well, maybe more than 30 feet. It's a T-Rex. Always stay 30 feet or more away from downed power lines. Learn more at excelenergy.com/safety.
Jordan Davis on Saturday, July 19th at Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Do what you love, but call it work. And throw a little money.
It's a summer night in Cheyenne you'll never forget. Plus, special guest Brett Young.
Baby, I'm crazy about you.
Tickets are on sale now at cfdrodeo.com.
You know the national parks, but you may not know that they're supported by a strong foundation. A foundation for the future. We are the National Park Foundation. And together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Whether you're heading to the mountains or across town, remember, no weaving in the express lanes. Enter through the dashed lines only. Cross the line, pay the fine.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Conspiracy theories.
Well, in this case, AI got it wrong.
Yeah.
So, hey, maybe Skynet's not taking over anytime soon.
Firm beliefs.
I'm very easily swayed. If you keep talking, I might be at 70 here in about 30 seconds.
And a few sucker punches.
It was the complete motivator for me, the failure thing.
Mark, when did that stop? Not letting your teammates down after you finish playing? Because it seems like it. You let us down a lot.
Oh, man. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Exes. We've all got them. Some stories are more painful than others. And looking at this Denver Broncos roster heading into 2025, Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans alongside Brandon Stokley. Mark Schlereth made it today, was listed as probable, came through, and we're into the second half. I'm wondering, fellas, whether or not we should be, or maybe the Broncos are, missing one of their exes a little bit more, given some of the weaknesses on the roster. And I'm talking about the wide receiver position. And I just want to ask the question, now that we seem to have had the answer at quarterback, at least for now, answered. Bo Nix looks like he's trending very much in the right direction. But outside of Cortland Sutton, we have no idea who the number 2 wide receiver is going to be on this team. And a lot of people probably aren't totally satisfied with the fact that they have a top-tier number 1. How differently would you be looking at this Broncos offense if Jerry Jeudy was still here?
Ooh, I was thinking you're about to go like Tim Patrick.
Well, that
you
would
went
be
with
good
Jerry
too.
Jeudy. Nah, we're good, man. We are good.
Top 100 player in the NFL, voted on by the players.
I don't care how the players voted. Most of them just vote for their friends. Look, he had a good year last year. He's a good receiver. But it's a lot of the other stuff. And then you put him with a young quarterback. He's got a big personality. And I don't think it wasn't a good fit here. It ran its course. And so, no. I like the group that we have better without him than if you put him in the mix. Now, he'd probably be the most talented guy, but it's not always about talent. It's about the right fit, and he wasn't a good fit here.
Mark, you were a noted Jerry Jeudy fan club member. You miss Jerry Jeudy at all around these days, given the fact that we've now got a quarterback that can throw it all over the yard?
No, I don't, because I just, if he's not the primary, he's a guy. And I don't think he does the things that non-primary guys have to do to help the team out. Like, if you look at the beginning of his season, like he got on fire about, I don't know, a little over halfway through the season. Back half of the season. But here's his first, 8 games. 25 yards, 73 yards, 27, 72, 16 yards, 35 yards, 18 yards, 79 yards. And this is when he started taking off, 73, then 142, 85, then the 235 against the Broncos, then had another 108-yard game, and then a 94-yard. That's great because he kind of became the primer and the go-to guy. And I've always said he's incredibly talented. He's an incredibly talented player. He's an incredibly talented athlete. He's just one of those guys that, to me, all the things have to be in alignment. All the things have to work out right for him to positively affect the game. And I know we see numbers, and I know we see the 230, 225 or 235, 235.
That's nerd stuff.
If it's not for that game, he doesn't break 1,000 yards, by the way.
He's damn close, though, Mark. I mean,
but
he's
he's
like
close,
996.
Right. In 17 games, you should break 1,000 yards if you become a primary. Yes, you should. It's 60 yards a game or 55 yards a game. So, but no, I don't like. I like the development. I like the development of Mims, and I like the development of other guys in this offense, and we need to tie it in. And so, no, I don't. That doesn't bother me. Now, hey man, if he does it back-to-back years and becomes great, then that'll be a different story. I'll reevaluate at that point.
He led the NFL, did Jeudy, with 811 receiving yards from weeks 11 through 18, to your point there, Mark. And I don't know. I'm not saying I necessarily miss Jerry Jeudy either, because he was, kind of a malcontent when he wasn't the focal point, and he had, he's getting into it with Steve Smith on the sideline and talking about running wind sprints after the game and all that. But I do think it just highlights that we've finally got a quarterback now, and it felt like at times maybe we had weapons but no one to really get him the ball. And now I feel like we've got a guy in Bo Nix who could be a blossoming star at the quarterback position, Rookie of the Year candidate for a good chunk of the season last year. And I just don't know that I love the wide receiver options around him at this point, especially beyond Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't have any upper echelon, top flight, number one wide receivers. Cortland Sutton, very good wide receiver. And then after that, what do you have? Okay. And you got any true number 2 wide receiver in there? Maybe not, but you got some good choices, some good players, and Sean Payton does a good job of finding different ways to use these guys to their strengths. Now, you talked about Jerry Jeudy last year. Look, I was a huge fan of drafting Jerry Jeudy at 15.
So was I.
I thought he was loved what I saw from him at Alabama. It just didn't work here. Okay, so he's very talented. He runs great routes. He's really good after the catch. So the guy is very talented. That's not a question. But you talked about what Jerry Jeudy did the last quarter of the season, right?
7 weeks, 11 through 18.
Yeah. Well, they lost their last 6 games, BTW. And they only won 3 games last year, 3-14. So you balled out on a team that's throwing the ball all the time because you're losing.
How'd that work
stink.
out?
So stats can sometimes lie. He's a talented guy. Wasn't a good fit here. Don't miss him at all. Like the group that we have. Right? You don't want a guy with that type of personality around your young quarterback. And And so I think the Broncos did a good thing of moving on from Jerry Jeudy. Let him go ball out in Cleveland. Then we would have had to pay him, too. You want to pay him that money? Let him go ball out in Cleveland on a 4-win team. All right, good for you, bud. Good job. All good. Doesn't matter. It ain't happening here. We got a good group. I like our group. Did we hear one word from Courtland Sutton last year when he had no targets, no catches against the Saints? Not one word from him. It's nice. Have the right guys in place, right? Sometimes it's not just all about talent.
You were mentioning you thought I was going to say Tim Patrick at the start of this segment. And on the subject of Tim Patrick, I'll just say I understood why they moved on from Tim Patrick. He got hurt in back-to-back years, and it just sucked right at the start of training camp both times. And he was clearly a productive receiver, sometimes looked like the best receiver out there when he was out there for certain stretches. But the presence of, and what I think will be the continued development of Devon Vele has made me miss Tim Patrick a whole lot less. Stoke, are they similar enough to you to say, hey, you're not really missing Timmy P as much?
Yeah, I mean, Tim Patrick, look, good teammate, good wide receiver, does a little bit of everything, tough, great in the run game. But to your point, just had those 2 injuries early in training camp, back-to-back years. And last year, at a certain point, you got to turn it over to young guys and turn the page. And that's kind of what they did. And Tim Patrick moved on and found a great spot for him.
It was fun.
With the Lions and did well for the Lions. What would it look like here? We needed to go with the young guys and Franklin and Vele and using Mims. So I think it was a win-win. I think it was time for the Broncos to turn the page, but it was also Tim Patrick needed a fresh start somewhere else, and he got it, and he did a really good job with Detroit.
So, Mark.
Yeah, he did. And they love him in Detroit. Dan Campbell loves him because exactly why we loved him. He's a football player. And sometimes the best thing that can happen to you is you move on. You've had some injury issues. You feel snake bit. You move on. You go somewhere else. You get that fresh start. I got to do a game early in the season with Tim Patrick, man. And, dude, he was like all smile. It was so good to see him and so good to talk to him. Before the game, before kickoff. And so it was really cool to see kind of what he's become there with Detroit. So I'm really happy for him. It's been good for both the Broncos, as Stoke mentioned, and for Tim Patrick.
I didn't even think about it until you just said it there, Mark. But Tim Patrick really does kind of just embody that perfect Dan Campbell Detroit Lions style player. Just like a physical guy, gritty, underlooked by a lot of teams and kind of underappreciated maybe in the larger circle of NFL wide receivers, but somebody that was making legitimate key plays for a championship contending NFC team down the stretch. I agree. I think it was a perfect kind of time to split that banana and just let everybody go their separate ways. So, Mark, it's not going to be Tim Patrick and it's not going to be Jerry Jeudy. Those are 2 X's that the Broncos are probably not going to get back together with at some point. Who is going to be the number 2 wide receiver behind Courtland Sutton this season?
Man, I keep waiting for Mims to, he explodes on some deep balls and things of that nature, but I keep waiting for Mims to kind of be that go-to guy. And part of this, the return ability of him, the guy that I think does the dirty work, the guy that just keeps intriguing me is Vele. Like, he just feels like a dude in the middle of the football field that can run some of those, some of the dirty stuff. Like back in the day with New Orleans when they were just crushing it on offense, it was the kid out of Ohio State. Why am I missing on his name? That had 140-something.
Michael Thomas.
Yeah, Michael Thomas. That, like, his routes, everybody thinks, oh, he's a burner or he went deep or what. He caught all his routes underneath on drive concepts, shallow crosses, low crosses. Like that's what he did, all his dirty work in the middle of the football field, and then breaking the tackles. He was a bigger kid, not the fastest kid. I keep seeing Vele in that role. And so I think he emerges as kind of one of the, behind Courtland, becomes kind of that move the chains type of guy that is so productive and just so pivotal to your football team.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. It would be nice to see Mims be able to kind of take over that role. He's a speedster. He's good, with the football in his hands. I mean, he's been a Pro Bowler, return Pro Bowler the last couple of years. So, but I don't know. He's going on year 3 now, and I don't know if he kind of fits that mold.
I was just going to ask, does he fit the style of a number 2 receiver?
Number 2 wide receiver. I'm not sure of that. Now you look at Vele and Franklin. And I really do think that it's going to be one of those situations, kind of like it was last year. You're going to see a revolving door over there. Sean Payton likes to use a bunch of personnel groupings and some guys on the slot, some guys outside. And so who you see starting there maybe might not even get the most plays in a game. So I don't think it's really that important to say, okay, well, this is the guy, because I think Sean Payton wants to use Troy Franklin. I think he wants to use Mims a lot and Vele a lot, opposite of Cortland Sutton. And then you got the dark horse there, the 3rd-round pick out of Illinois, and Pat Bryant. I'm not expecting a lot from him, but could he make an impact somehow, some way this year? So it's a full room, and I'm not as concerned about, okay, well, we don't have a true number 2. It might be a little bit of a revolving door, but they did a good job with it last year, and I think it continues again this year.
Well, we're just about a week or so away from finding out. We're about 48 hours away from finding out whether or not Jahdae Barron and R.J. Harvey will have their deals signed before Rookies Report on Wednesday. And we did get, at least for now, an answer about Jonas Valanciunas' future in the NBA or abroad. We'll discuss what it means for the Nuggets coming up next.
Is Tim Hardaway Jr. the most underrated signing for the Nuggets?
You talk about another pro's pro. Someone who can play off the bounce. He can play off the ball, catch and shoot, intellect through the roof, can close games if you ever needed him to. He is among the same ilk 3 years ago, bringing in KCP and Bruce Brown.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Summer is in full swing right now, and you mentioned my name when you call Gravina's Window Center of Littleton to schedule that appointment. You're going to save 25% in the month of July. Your home should feel like a fortress, not a worry. Old windows aren't just drafty, they're a weak spot. Style fades, great design lasts. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows combine timeless elegance with cutting-edge strength. They boost your curb appeal and your home's resale value. Cheap windows will cost you more in the long run, I guarantee it. They fade, they warp, and they fail. You'll pay for them time and time again. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, family-owned business that's been trusted by Colorado homeowners since 1973. That's over 50 years, guys, and for good reason. That's because they stand behind their work. They're with you every single step of the way. They never subcontract the work out to some fly-by-the-night company. They do it all themselves. So call them for that free estimate today, 303-794-0490. Get yourself on that schedule, 303-794-0490. Find them online at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then, with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. That's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
If hip or knee pain is slowing you down, turn to Colorado Joint Replacement, home to some of the state's top trained surgeons with 4 convenient locations in Denver, Lone Tree, Littleton, and Cheyenne, Wyoming. They specialize exclusively in joint replacements using the latest technology and highest performing implants to deliver better outcomes and faster recovery. You'll receive expert, compassionate care and a personalized surgical plan to get you moving again. Visit coloradojoint.org to schedule your appointment today.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Avalanche Harley sales event is happening now. Save up to $5,000 on new 2023 Harley. Avalanche Harley needs to make room for more buyers. Save up to $5,000 on a new 2023 Harley at Avalanche Harley.
See dealer for details. Amounts differ by 2023 models available.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball home run contest action kicks off starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Candy shaming. I don't know how anybody can eat that. Black licorice? Ugh. 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 Gross.
Fact checking.
I think we have another candidate for the Mike Evans big board of BS.
No way.
In the spirit of giving.
Mike is getting an almost new but slightly used snowblower.
Oh, is that his compensation, Mark?
No, that's just out of the goodness of my heart, Stoke.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Somebody told me you had a boyfriend who looked like
All morning, we've been counting them down. Our top 5 favorite sports rants of all time. It took an extra set of hands and ears and eyes, but we did, I think, finally get Mark Schlereth's first entry on the list, which would be, Mark, why don't you set it up?
All right, so, my son obviously pitched Major League Baseball. He was a professional baseball player for 13 years, went to college, and we always joked around. As a kid, we had that experience of me playing professionally, and then, I always caught him and coached his T-ball teams and his little league teams and all this stuff. And I used to say, hey, man, there's a difference between being the star at high school and going to college, and found this rant, and we just kind of laughed about it because Augie Garrido was a legendary coach for the University of Texas. And so here is a rant from Augie Garrido after a game that he was none too pleased with how his Texas players played.
That is the most humiliating game in the last 10 years I've been involved with. How can we get picked off at first base? How can you do that? The is that about? What do you think you're with here? This isn't about some game. This is about our lives. Do you get it? Don't you get it? You don't have a choice. When I tell you to take, you take. Don't tell me you don't see it. You look. You understand? I don't give a Like I said, 15 minutes from now, you don't give a You walk out of here. I gotta live with this embarrassing game the rest of my life.
The triple beep is rare.
Wow.
The triple bleep is tough. You didn't say a single word in a span of like 4 seconds that could be aired on the radio.
Now, was that the Rockies manager?
No.
They didn't.
He's
They
like,
get
hey,
picked
guys.
off of first base. They can't see the take sign. Like,
right.
You don't have a choice.
We commit 4 errors in one at bat. So that was always one of those funny things for us as a father-son, because I was like, hey, man, it's a little different. Like when you move on, like I got coached a little different. You're gonna get coached a little different when you head over to the University of Arizona. So anyhow, that was my number 5. Number 4 for me was playoff rant by Jim Moore. Just playoffs, that always resonated with me. It's one of those things you say all the time. Then number 3, Stokley had this as well. I think his was number 4. We let him off the hook with Denny Green. Love Denny Green. Love the quote.
The Bears are what we thought they were. They're what we thought they were. We played them in preseason. Who the hell takes a third game in the preseason like it's bull? We played them in the third game. Everybody played 3 quarters. The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
Yeah, that's a great one, Mark. But I also think, just to go back to your, I can't even pronounce the guy's name, Augie
Garrido. Augie Garrido.
Yes, I think they went on to win the national championship that year. Something like that. They went on this great, epic, classic run after he gave that speech there after a loss.
And they say negative reinforcement doesn't work. Look at that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes
well, it does. And nowadays it doesn't, but it used to work. It used to work just fine. And then we got to number 2, right? So you want me to go to number 2?
Yep.
Is that how we're doing this, Richie? The intramurals by Dan Hawkins, because I've quoted it so many times. This ain't intramurals, man. I've said it so many times.
Brother.
Let's just hear it one more time in all its glory.
All right.
Some guys might decide that it's a little too tough, or it's a little too hard, it's a little too demanding. I'll give you a little example. I got an anonymous letter from a parent. It said, we're just kind of bummed out this year that the boys only get 2 weeks off before they start their summer conditioning program. Normally they get 3. It's Division I football! It's a Big 12! It ain't intramurals! You got 2 weeks after finals, you got a week of July 4th, and you got a week before camp starts. That's a month! That's probably more vacation than you guys get. And we're a little bummed out that we don't get 3 weeks? Go play intramurals, brother.
You can say whatever you want about Dan Hawkins' coaching tenure here in Colorado, but that is an all-time great rant. That's probably more vacation than you guys get. Oh, I love it. Stoke, why don't we get everybody caught up here on your list up to number 2?
Okay, up to number 2, we got. We're going to start with at number 5, Denny Green's great, iconic post-game rant about we let them off the hook.
The Bears are what we thought they were. They're what we thought they were. We played them in preseason. Who the hell takes a third game in the preseason like it's bull? We played them in the third game. Everybody played 3 quarters. The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
Boy, that does point to the difference between preseason today and preseason back then.
Exactly.
You played 3 quarters? Like, what? You did what? What, are you guys crazy?
Yeah, in the third preseason game. And that's what you were supposed to do, right? I mean, we take that game seriously. Play 3 quarters.
We game planned it.
Yeah. Not doing that anymore.
I was young once, too.
At 4 is the Allen Iverson practice.
I'm supposed to be the franchise player, and we're in here talking about practice. I mean, listen, we're talking about practice. Not a game. We talking about practice. Not a game. Not the game that I go out there and die for and play every game like it's my last. Not the game. We're talking about practice, man. I mean, how silly is that, man? We're talking about practice. I know I'm supposed to be there. I know I'm supposed to lead by example. I know that. And I'm not shoving it aside, like it don't mean anything. I know it's important. I do. I honestly do. But we talking about practice, man. What are we talking about? Practice?
Yeah, we're talking about practice.
Mm-hmm.
At 3 is Mark. You had it on your list. Richie has it on his list. Intramurals, Dan Hawkins. And then at 2, it's Jim Moore. Playoffs.
All I know is we threw 4 interceptions and fumbled once. 1 interception they returned for a touchdown. 3 others were in our end of the field where they scored points. That's all I know. That's inexcusable. Inexcusable. Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game. Playoffs?
So good. My list, I gave an honorable mention to angry Joe Flacco from the Colts game. They lost 15-13. They were 2-6 on the season, and Flacco just melted down against Vic Fangio and Rich Scangarello, talking about how they're scared to go for it in a 2-minute drill on a 2-6 team, and it was like the most outburst we were going to get from Joe Flacco. We got it at that point, and that was the beginning of the end of his time here in Denver. My number 5 was David Bennett, the Coastal Carolina coach, who was barking and meowing and all kinds of farm animal sounds, talking about how his players need to be more like dogs and not like cats. Number 4 was a local one for me. Talib versus Harry Douglas. The post-game interview was so great. That's the only one on my list that I'm going to play here quick.
Dirty play by a sorry player. He don't do nothing. He come to the game, don't catch no passes. He come to the game to chop guys from the back. And he got the same agent as me, so when I see his ass in that lane, I'm going to beat his ass. Yeah, it don't matter how I win. He tried to do something dirty, so that's why I'm going to beat his ass.
Nobody does it quite like Aqib to me.
Dude, Aqib Talib is a piece of work, and I absolutely love him.
My number 3 was the Dan Hawkins intramural rant. Top 3 for sure. That's as low as I could go with it. I went practice AI number 2. I just think that that's across the entire world of sports. That's something that we hold an anniversary for every time it comes around. We will get to all of our
But you think, just real quick, you think about like when he was talking, it's like, practice meant something.
Yeah.
Then it did. It meant a lot more than it does now. Guys don't even, we don't even training camp's not training camp. Like, practice during the season. Now guys miss all the time. Not that big a deal. NBA, they don't even practice. Baseball doesn't. So, but it seemed like it meant more back then when he was saying it than what it does now. You talk about practice now, it's like no one cares. Like practice, like okay, I get it. But back then, hey, practice meant something.
Yeah, there's a part at the end too where they're like, well, what about making your players? He's like, how the hell am I supposed to make my players better in practice? My teammates. It's just an all-time great one. We will get to all of our number ones, and I got a hunch all 3 of us are going to have the exact same number 1 rant of all time. We'll see if I'm right. Also, tomorrow from noon to 1 p.m., it's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. We're going to be at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to DenverSports.com/golf. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Hopefully your Monday is off to a great start. I know mine is. I got on the golf course yesterday, and I got to tell you, I'm loving my new clubs that I got from my friends over at Embers Golf. My guys over there, Trevor and Tate, they're the absolute best. They hooked me up with a full fitting of custom clubs for this year's golf season. I'm talking about driver, 3-wood, all my irons. I am fired up. So if you're as excited as I am for golf season, make sure you're prepared and go visit my guys over at Embers Golf. And what I love most about Embers Golf and what separates them from everybody else, they're a small, family-owned, boutique-style golf shop that has everything you'll need from all the major and smaller brands, PXG, Callaway, TaylorMade, Titleist, G4, whatever you need, they've got you covered. They even have 2 hitting bays, so make sure you stop by Embers Golf for all your custom golf fitting needs from top to bottom of the golf bag. At Embers Golf, they aren't just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts. So to book a fitting online, just like I did, go to embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
Guys, fight back against low energy with TRT at Low T Center. TRT has never been easier with the new app powered by Synergetics Health. Take the test, get results, and control your treatment from your phone. Book now while the test is still free. Visit fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Now is the time to get your lawn ready with an application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive takes every drop of water deep down to the roots where your grass can use it. Revive is the protection your lawn needs, so use Revive now.
Self-defense lessons.
I tased him.
Taste them. Taser always works.
That's right.
Southern charm.
Look at the boys.
With some classic impressions.
He put his pitchfork down, he grabbed his sledgehammer, and he said, "Hey, you want some of this?"
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy as a clown. What need to worry?
The Denver Nuggets have, at least for now, some clarity on one of their bigger trade acquisitions of the offseason, and that is Jonas Valanciunas, the veteran center, 33 years old, coming over from the Sacramento Kings. And somehow, all it took was offloading Dario Saric and his terrible player option contract. And pretty honestly, on paper, solid move from the co-executive vice presidents Ben Tenzer and Jonathan Wallace. There was a lot of drama, a lot of speculation. I think I angered a good portion of Greece and that entire Balkan region just talking about what Jonas Valanciunas may do, and the fact that my gut said he was leaning toward, and still is leaning toward, ending up playing in Denver. And the Nuggets sent an email yesterday afternoon saying that the trade has officially been finalized. He has been acquired, but the possibility still exists that he could get bought out, that he could try to force his way out, ultimately, if he does want to go play over in Greece. Mark, how vital do you think Jonas Valanciunas would be to this Denver Nuggets team going into 2025, considering everything they have on the table?
Oh, I think it's big. I think that's a big piece to the puzzle. And we always talk about those non-Jokic minutes. And, this becomes big, a big, not only local narrative, but a big national narrative, is that the plus minus when, Jokic goes off the court, the Nuggets are the worst team in basketball. Like, you've got a team that has a chance to compete for a world championship. You have a team that took the world champions to 7 games. You've got a team that's got, they've got everything, right there for themselves. And they've got to solve that kind of when they give Jokic a rest. And so I think this goes a long way to having an actual legitimate guy that can play the center position. That I'm not talking about adding or extending scores, but I'm saying let's not give the scores up. I think it's a big piece to the puzzle.
Yeah, you got to have a backup option for Jokic. I mean, he's got to have rest. You can't wear him down again like you have the last couple of years, but you have to have someone that can go out there and be competent, and that you don't look up and now all of a sudden your 10-point lead is gone. So that's what Valanciunas provides. I think it's a good acquisition, and you haven't had a guy that you could trust behind Jokic in a long time. And Jokic told us at the end of the season, you got to have better depth if you want to win a championship. And certainly he needs to be fresh in the postseason. You need to be able to rest him a little bit in the postseason. So, and that's what Valanciunas provides. And I look up and I was like, okay, just thinking outside the box, just probably not going to happen. But if you're in a pinch, would you ever play the two big men together? I know it's more of a fast, small guy type of league, shoot 3-pointers, the big man's going extinct. But, if you look up and say, we want to play big, we want to bully you a little bit, you want to play small against us, well, let's play our zone defense or whatever. And you know what? We're going to play big, and play our two bigs against you. So that's kind of interesting thought.
I don't think, Stoke, that it is as much of a, just thinking outside the box as you're kind of perceiving it to be. I actually think that is part of the vision for Jonas Valanciunas right now. And I think that was evidenced by David Adelman when he was talking during the NBA TV broadcast for the Nuggets Summer League game, talking about how this is the first time really in a long time, because even back to like Mason Plumlee and all that, this is the first time in a long time that a backup 5 has had a skill set capability that is at least similar to what Jokic does. Valanciunas can pass the basketball, averaging 2, 3, maybe just north of that assists per game. And so I very much do think that the Nuggets' vision for Jonas Valanciunas is more than just, hey, we need you to spell Jokic off the bench and give us somebody to throw at the 5 during the non-Jokic minutes. I totally could see and think they will play Valanciunas alongside Jokic and try to spread out the floor even more with a big man that can also pass the basketball.
Yeah, I think it's a great thought, and we've seen a couple teams. Obviously, the Twins did it back in the day before they made the big trade to ship Big Cat out to New York. New York used it with Robinson and the Big Cat at times. There are a lot of teams that, not that they spend extended minutes in the too big situation where they go big on people, but I think it's smart, Stoke. I think you're 100% right. They will try some of that. It just gives you versatility in a league that is exceedingly small, to be able to just body people up and to be able to do that, like you said, with two skilled guys that know how to pass the basketball and space the floor.
Yeah, I think also when you look at maybe giving Aaron Gordon some rest, we keep talking about Jokic, but hey, who's going to come in for Aaron Gordon?
And that's where you play him alongside Jokic.
Exactly. So it just, to Mark's point also, it gives you more versatility and more flexibility with your bench and your starters. You can have a lot of different lineups. So that's why I think it's a huge addition, and I think it's an important one. And Valanciunas and what he can provide, and then give Adelman, the flexibility to use a lot of different lineups.
So to put it under the perspective of this, Stoke, what grade would you give the Nuggets offseason based on all the moves from Cam Johnson to Bruce Brown, Tim Hardaway Jr., Jonas Valanciunas? What grade would you give it just on the surface there, and how much might that grade change if Jonas Valanciunas isn't suiting up for the Nuggets in 2025?
Well, I give him an A+. I mean, everything you needed to do, I think you addressed. And you can only do so much. Okay, yeah. We can't do everything. And it didn't look like they were going to be able to do much of anything, or they weren't going to do anything. And then they started it off, and they got Cam Johnson from Michael Porter Jr., which is huge. It gives them a lot more flexibility with the salary cap, with the aprons that you have in the NBA. And so then they were able to add a couple additions there, and then trading Dario, who, he
like
all he did
games.
was sit on the bench. He didn't do anything. And then you were able to flip him and his expiring contract for Valanciunas. Huge. And how much would it change if the Valanciunas thing doesn't go through? Well, there's still other options out there. But, yeah, he's a big part of it, certainly. But I think the biggest part is Cam Johnson. I think he's an upgrade over Michael Porter Jr., and he's making less money. So I love that move. And that kind of set everything else up that they were able to do afher that.
Mark,
I mean, just moving Porter Jr. out was an A for me. Then getting Cam Johnson in return, and then getting Tim Hardaway and getting a couple guys that could shoot. I think that's big. Getting Brucey back is big. It's an A+ if Valanciunas is doesn't go to Greece and is there, but it's an A regardless. So I think it makes them this right now the second best team on paper in the West, and that's saying a lot because there's a lot of good teams in the West.
Mark, who frustrated you more during their time here in Denver, Jerry Jeudy or Michael Porter Jr.? Because I feel like you just loved both of those guys so much.
Probably because I'm such a they won a championship with the Nuggets with Michael Porter Jr. So probably Jerry, but Porter Jr. is right there with me.
I go with him. Yeah, I go with Michael Porter Jr.
Me
right
too.
Because the Broncos were bad.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, they're in the playoffs and he dropped one in the playoffs. They were just bad. And so it's like, okay, who cares? It's frustrating. But Michael Porter Jr. is like, make a shot, dude. We're right here.
Looking like you had a bad gummy bear.
Close.
Do your job and quit making up.
Another sports rant potential, maybe right there.
Yeah, that's a good one. And so that's why, to me, it was Michael Porter Jr. was just more frustrating, especially the last couple of years.
On the subject of sports rants on the way out here, we will get to our number one, and I threw it out there. I think it's a small limb, but I do think I'm going to go out on a limb and say I think we're all three going to have the same number one slotting on our list. So we won't play them all. We won't go through all that because I don't want to take up all the time. Mark, get everybody caught up on your list 5 through 2 before we unveil number 1.
All right, Augie Garrido rant, just an epic rant in college baseball, just went off. Then it's the playoffs, Jim Mora, we let him off the hook, Denny Green. It's intramurals by Dan Hawkins. Those are my 5 through 2.
Stoke?
Yeah, I got Let Him Off the Hook by Denny Green at 5. At 4, Practice. We're talking about Practice. AI. At 3, we got Intramurals, Dan Hawkins, all-time classic, just right up the road, too, makes it even better. And at 2, Jim Moore. Playoffs?
Playoffs?
We're talking about playoffs?
I gave an honorable mention to Angry Joe Flacco after the loss to the Colts in 2019. Number 5 for me was David Bennett, Coastal Carolina coach, talking about how he needs more dogs and not as many cats. 4, Aqib Talib, the one and only, versus Harry Douglas. 3, Intramurals for Dan Hawkins. I had Allen Iverson's practice rant number 2. And why don't we just, on the count of 3, all say the name of the coach? I'm assuming it's going to be a coach who delivered the number 1 rant on all 3 of our lists. 3, 2, 1. Mike Gundy. Mike Gundy.
Mark, why you can't, why were you so off there, Mike?
Yeah, state of the art.
Yeah. Say it with me. I mean, that's why y'all lost that endorsement. You know that's why y'all lost that endorsement.
Because I'm in a little bit delayed because I'm in New York, Stoke. That's how technology works.
Let's pay this one off. Mike Gundy, all 3 of us, the greatest rant of all time.
That's why I don't read the newspaper, because it's garbage. And the editor that let it come out is garbage, attacking an amateur athlete for doing everything right. And then you want to write articles about guys that don't do things right and downgrade them, the ones that do make plays. Are you kidding me? Where are we at in society today? Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm not a kid. Write something about me or our coaches. Don't write about a kid that does everything right, that's heart's broken, and then say that the coaches said he was scared. That ain't true.
That ain't true. Love it.
Legendary. It'll never, in my opinion, almost never be beat, I don't think.
All time. Amateur athletes. Think about that now.
Yeah. Yeah, you actually can't give that rant anymore, actually.
Yeah, right.
The landscape has changed. Mark, Stoke, thank you so much. It was good.
Glad you made it, Mark. That was fun. Hopefully
it.
You can go back-to-back 2 days in a row. No, it's a lot for you, but we're counting on you tomorrow, buddy.
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow, as far as you know.
We will. We'll try to run it back. Same trio tomorrow.
Unless the Fox executives swing by.
Hey, there's always that chance.
There's always could happen.
All right, we got Dover and Cecil. In for those 2 is Anilo Piro and Danny Williams coming your way next.
They say there's no such thing as a free lunch, but not true, I say. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, and I'm here to tell you about the best, absolute best free meal in all of Denver. Times are tight right now. You go to the grocery store, things are insane. So we all could use a little bit of help. No questions asked. Anybody that needs it can come by every first and third Thursday. Here's how it works. You pull up, you pop your trunk. They put free groceries for the week in your trunk, and they say, how many hot meals do you need? We pass those to you right through your window, and this is good stuff. This is not soup kitchen stuff. I smoke these meats personally. Delicious pulled pork. I got my special secret Chipotle chicken recipe. It is fantastic. Please help us spread the word. Anybody that needs it, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me personally. It's Dan Jacobs at 303 Law 4040.
Okay, for my friends at Trajan Wealth. Did you know leaving an old 401k with a previous employer can create higher investment costs? If you have an old 401k and you aren't sure what to do with it, call with my friends at Trajan Wealth today to discuss how to optimize those funds and get that money working for you again. And sometimes I get it, you just kind of forget about the 401k. You put it on the back burner, and next thing you know, it's been a year, 2 years, 3 years. Don't be that guy. Make it a priority. Reach out to my friends at Trajan Wealth. They'll give you a free review. And Trajan Wealth is a great resource to answer any of your financial questions. It's a family-owned and veteran-led company by Jeff Jr. with wealth management and retirement planning services. Ensure your retirement is the ultimate summer vacation. Call Trajan Wealth today. 720-405-3300. They have offices in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, and Loveland. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300. Or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Traffic and body pain can slow you down, but don't let the pain stop you. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief, so you can keep moving. Use as directed.
The Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is sponsored by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball home run contest action kicks off starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to it. It is a Monday edition of the program. Dover and Cecil. Minus the Lammy, insert a Williams.
Let's go.
Dover and Danny rocking with
Let's
you.
do this.
10-2. That is what we do, and we appreciate you guys being here with us. Back from a long, much-needed vacation, Danny, and I'm fired up that I get to do the show with you.
You look tan. You're looking
Thank
good.
you. Thank you.
Sick of the family you were with on the trip, I can tell.
I will say this. I was kind of telling you before of like, look, now I love my lady, right? My sweet baby Kelsey, right? We're hand-holding everywhere we go. We're
I
just
love her
rocking
too.
it. Yeah, hey, take it easy.
Sorry.
But even that, like, I can't be around her 24/7, 365.
That's
right?
tough. Anybody.
And then we're 20 deep at the family with kids and nuts, and it's just going crazy. And so it was like, okay, this is really fun. Now let's go home. You know, kind of that deal. But
I saw some pictures. You looked like you were catching swordfish and other exotic
sharks, fish,
piranha.
I don't know about any piranhas, but
okay.
I'll tell a story about deep sea fishing later on.
Okay, yeah.
Hopefully you've done that before, or if not, well, maybe we'll set up a plan.
I'm scared of Chatfield, bro.
Oh,
so something's got to be in there kind of wild. You know what I mean?
Well, the people that go is something else to be worried about as well.
Yeah.
But we have a lot to get into today. It's a slow week in the sports world, but there's plenty to talk about as the home run derby's going today. Want to start the show with a couple of things, as we do, with a little tribe roll call. Haven't heard from you guys in a while. Want to check in. Let us know who you are, where you are, what you're doing for a buck today. Send that information to 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. We'll continue to monitor that for your tribe roll calls. And then with it being a slow week, Danny, it's All-Star break in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Now, I know we don't talk a lot of baseball here because we don't have a baseball team, a real one anyway, but it is the home run derby. Here's another thing I want the tribe members to throw our way today. Not only tribe roll call, but do we care at all anymore about the home run derby? Do we care at all about any of the, I don't know, what would you call them, like the all-star festivities? The dunk contest is all but dead. The three-point contest is still kind of fun, depending on who's in it. But the home run derby, are we into this thing tonight, or is it just like, whatever?
Well, baseball's rolled by like an army of steamrollers. It's been erased like a blackboard, rebuilt and erased again. There's no stars in the home run derby anymore. If you have Shohei in this thing, everybody's watching. You have Soto, that's the next tier. You're there for Soto. this is a starless. I mean, like, there's not one guy who, unless you're like a hardcore baseball guy, there's no stars in this derby. That's a big part of it. You would think that they'd maybe have some kind of like hit as a hitter. You got to try to hit some targets somewhere and
get like
line drives, maybe pulls to the left or oppo kind of taco targets where you get points, almost like a Top Golf kind of thing for baseball. I'm just making this stuff up on the fly, So I would say if baseball wants to find its way kind of back into our hearts, moving the games up, like the time of the games has been a breath of fresh air. Okay, if you can get through a baseball game in 2 hours and 20 minutes, and you're not stuck at Coors Field for 4 hours, or anywhere, I think that's helped baseball. But the home run derby, Josh, man, it ain't it right anymore.
And didn't it, like, when we were growing up, man, maybe it is different now. That's what I'm saying. I want to know from the texters. But, like, me and David Egloff were out in the North Park Greenbelt slamming balls into neighbors' yards with home run derby. Like, it was something you played as a kid. So then you would watch it at home. And then the next day when you go back to the Greenbelt to play home run derby with your homies, you get to talk about what went down.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, like...
your kid plays baseball. He's got to be into this.
I mean, we just got back from Cooperstown, New York.
Yeah.
We come from an era, us four here, where Ken Griffey Jr. turned that hat around backwards.
Dude.
And the rest, hold on, wait for it, is history. It's not like that anymore. It just doesn't have that kind of... no, the beautiful thing about baseball is timeless. There is some nostalgia and charm. Being at the ballpark is different, even under like the current circumstances. I'm not like a boycott the Rockies kind of guy.
I'm definitely not. That's the oldest and most tiredest take in the
city. We love going down there and spending some time down there and in and out. Maybe you just want to be there for an hour, a few innings. You can do that. It's cheap as it's ever been. And it's just this franchise in such a bad place. Baseball as a whole, I think, it's so regional. It's regional.
Yeah.
East Coast is a whole different animal. The way St. Louis supports the Cardinals, it's kind of different, and it fades as you come to the West Coast, and then it's all Dodgers.
Well, and I think markets like St. Louis, Atlanta has a football team.
Yeah.
But they treat that the way we treat the Broncos.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, that's a great comp. That's saying it's just different, and it goes to no winning tradition around here. There's nothing to really hang your hat on. Blake Street Bombers, Tulo, Cargo, Arenado. There's always been stars. They've always had like a star or two. This team is starless. The star is now the ballpark itself is the star.
Well, did that change last night? Does an 18-year-old Ethan Holiday change some people's minds and opinions about the Rockies? That was the big deal. Baseball draft is weird. I think it's 48 rounds long, and it's going to go on for the next 6 weeks. But it's the first 3 rounds went down yesterday. The Rockies did pick Ethan Holiday with the 4th overall selection. They cannot pick top 10 this coming year, so they're going to have the worst record by a million, but they can't pick top 10 based off where they've been the last few years.
What a dumb rule. Terrible.
I don't mind it. Like, hey, don't be that bad for that many years.
But that's not helping anybody, especially the Rockies. Maybe if different circumstances, but how it directly affects the Rockies is not good.
So they get Ethan Holiday, of course, son of Matt, brother of Jackson, right? There
Jackson.
In Baltimore.
He's only 21 years old too, Jackson.
Yeah.
And he's already been up for a couple years. He's an everyday player for them. He's tough. But let's hope Ethan is the better of the two sons, right?
And look, a lot of people thought this kid might go number 1 overall. He is out of high school, so there's some development that needs to go on before he's called up to the big leagues. But it's a fun story. It's a great full circle moment. And the Colorado Rockies need as much of the fun-loving full-circle moments as they can get.
They need this to work.
Yeah.
This is like one of those stories that if this can find a way to work, you hang your hat on this young cat who's going to be your next. You're happy to give him 10 or 12 years and $350 million. That's a good thing. Let's have this kind of happen for this guy. Maybe. Timing in baseball, man, the ascension of guys when you kind of, it's all based around pitching, like the real success this team's ever going to have. But, let's start a game plan right now. The White Sox are better now than they were last year.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, not a lot, but kind of a lot, okay?
They're kind of crawling in the right direction.
Let's just find a way, if you're the Rockies, to be a little bit better, get some rid of it, some of the attitude guys who don't want to be here, so they clear how any veteran guy doesn't need to be here at all.
You're talking about Chris Bryant?
Well, yes. Like DJ LeMahieu, no. Don't bring him in here because he's just getting in the way of the next second baseman or guy who could maybe be, able to help this team. So Yeah.
They also selected a couple of pitchers, but I didn't even. I mean, look, I'm not grinding over college baseball tape, and I never will be, right? Unless somebody gives me a big briefcase full of cash.
Yeah.
And then it glows like in Pulp Fiction. So I
still don't know what's in there.
I don't either.
At all.
It looks great, though.
Yeah.
How about the kid from USC, Ethan Hedges? He's a third baseman, and he started at third base in every game of his last year at USC. Dude, he also had 9 saves in his last year at USC with an ERA of 2.40. So I know we're not like Shohei in this thing, but a third baseman that could smash and come in and have a couple of saves from here and there. I kind of like that story too.
I also, again, and the Rockies, we've said this, any success they have is accidental. So if they're going to corner the market, on Ethans alone, if you draft enough Ethans, eventually you're going to hit on one.
I hope so. It's just a matter of time, right? By the way, Fred in Jacksonville is going to need more of that James Earl Jones voice that you dropped earlier.
Crowded the plate so close the strike zone almost disappeared. Pitchers hate that.
All right, keep them coming. How do you feel? Ethan Holiday, does it get you fired up, or the Rockies always going to rock you? You tell us while you're giving us a little try, but roll call. Again, 303-713-1043. It is the RamosLaw.com text line. Who are you? Where are you? And what are you doing to make a buck for the day? Wow, this is cool. Someone said, got a surprise day off work and got you all on my TV.
Let's
watching
go.
on YouTube
Whoa,
right there.
You just made me super
Go
uncomfortable.
Broncos. How's my hair?
Hello,
all right,
ladies.
Yeah, exactly. Danny and I are off and rolling. We're going to have a great day. Hope everybody is having a good Monday. Coming off of a strong weekend as well. We do got to talk about some news going on at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, because the Broncos rookies are going to report in 2 days, Danny, on Wednesday. But
some of them.
Well, some of them, right. We'll see. They don't have deals done. Is there a reason to worry about these rookies who's in line for a huge role this year? We'll have that conversation coming up next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window, and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, Danny Williams, Josh Dover, having some fun on a Monday. Just getting started, hanging out until 2 o'clock. We appreciate you guys giving us some of your time, be it checking in throughout the workday, going back at DenverSports.com and finding our podcast. However it is you consume the show, we are grateful for it. We're growing every day. Tell your friends, man. We get to have some fun here on the station and tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Danny, we want to hear from folks today on the RamosLaw.com text line for a couple things. Do you care about the home run derby that's going down tonight? Always Tribe check-in, like our boy Chewy checking in, says, what's up, fellas? Doing Tribe check-in. Welcome back from vacation. Great-looking fish, my friend. Yeah, caught all of them out there, Danny.
Yeah.
He's doing safety inspection in Hugo, Colorado.
Yeah.
Got a big bridge deck pouring tomorrow night. I had to slow down on that one. Keep rocking on, my friend. You do the same, Chewy. Appreciate those guys out there grinding.
Josh, you came back at the perfect time because I almost had listeners forgetting about you.
Oh, crap.
This close. So Cecil better get back in. He better cut that. He's running marathons. I don't know what he's doing. He better cut that short and get back here.
So we are fired up to be here.
Yeah.
Again, keep the texts coming in. Will also checking in as a Tribe roll call, delivering first aid goods up in Breckenridge today.
Nice.
All right. Nice work right there. Fired up about
Attaboy.
the holiday deal. With Ethan becoming a Rocky last night. All right, Danny, let's talk a little bit about these Broncos. So rookies are going to report in 2 days. Which rookies will report? All? None? The 2 that don't have deals? Well, I don't know that this is a huge deal, and I don't know that I'm too upset with really anybody involved here. Honestly, if I'm going to pick a side, I'm probably going to pick the side of the players in this instance. So if you're just finding out, Mike Kliss has some information up on his Twitter and an article he wrote at 9news.com about R.J. Harvey holding out. He's a second-round pick. Jahdae Barron doesn't have a contract either at, the 20th overall selection?
Yep.
Right there for the Denver Broncos in round 1. That kind of shocked some people, but he is looked at as maybe the best cornerback or most versatile defensive back in the entire draft.
He might be the best defensive player in the draft.
And he landed right in their laps.
Okay.
You couldn't not pick him.
And then they may have got the running back they really liked, or one of 2 or 3 running backs that they really liked.
Did you have a running back you wanted there
I
instead
mean,
Barron?
everyone wanted Hampton.
I like Travion Henderson. 20 was probably too early for a guy like that.
But it's like you got a running back that maybe he almost had equal value on. We don't know what George Payton and Sean Payton, what they thought of these running backs. And then you go add a guy in Barron who's like might be able to wear have a C on that jersey as a team captain type of character and ability. No, there's only one Surtain, but the way every draft kind of falls, Surtain was at 9 and Micah Parsons were at 10.
Yeah.
Who's to say at 20 you can't get the second, third, potentially best defensive player in the draft? I mean, that's not that crazy of a stretch.
Not at all.
Great. I mean, just what a great move by the Denver Broncos. When it comes to Harvey's contract here, it is not a good look.
For who? Harvey?
Anybody. You're supposed to have the richest owners in sports, so it's like, well, just take care of it. And then this guy is supposed to be grateful to come here. You know what I mean? So just kind of get it done. The Barron stuff as well. Barron, I'll tell you, the character stuff of this guy. He gets drafted by the Broncos, and he asks the Broncos, can you put me on speakerphone so I could thank everybody in the room?
For changing my mother's life.
Woo!
That's what he said.
That is some stuff. That's a stuff of legend.
Mm-hmm.
That's a stuff of legend. So, yeah, I think these are never really a good look because we're talking about it and we can, be talking about something else, position groups and some just, the work that they're getting, projections, whatever it may be. So it's not a big deal. But when you got the richest owners in professional sports and you got a guy who they took a kind of a flyer on from not a SEC school, a smaller running back, you might want to just get in there and get to work and prove it and have all the good headlines instead of this type of stuff.
I like that. I honestly didn't look at it from the Pinner perspective.
Yeah.
I like that you brought that because I can see that. You are the richest guy in the world, in the NFL world anyway.
Yeah.
And why aren't you guaranteeing the money? And if you don't know, the reason they haven't signed is all contracts for rookies are slotted to make X amount of dollars. If you're the first pick or the last pick, you know what
There's
your contract
like a window
life is.
there.
But the guaranteed money is what you can argue for. R.J. Harvey and pretty much every second-round pick across the NFL has said, hold up. Now, there's a couple of guys that have got guaranteed contracts. They're in Cleveland. What were the two names that did it? I have them here. I'll find them. But they're in Cleveland, got one. And a couple of years ago, Ladd McConkey got really, really close to getting it. Oh, it was Jaden Higgins in Houston there that got it. So I will say this from the player's perspective. All right, so two guys got it. They're in my draft class, my draft range that is the second round. What stops me from, let me use the word here, colluding and texting every other second-round pick and going, yo, let's hold out together and get that guaranteed money. Because remember when the NFL owners and the PA and they were colluding to not give guaranteed money? Let's flip the table on its side and let's collude together.
Let me give you a way to look at this. R.J. Harvey is probably, he's a 50-50 proposition to fulfill the 4 years of his contract with the Broncos. And that might be a 40-60. He's more likely, running backs in this day and age, this era, especially like, again, if you're a real top high Bijan Robinson type of Jamar Gibbs top 12 pick, it's a whole different tier and stratosphere of not just talent, but, the commitment to the player. And you got to roll him out there for, the 3 years or 4 years. R.J. Harvey, if this doesn't work, he can't figure this thing out. If he doesn't, elevate in just 1 year, next year we talk about the guy. I mean, so what I'm saying is his agent, the statistics of running backs in the league over the history of the league, especially right now, a couple years, 2.5 years, 3.5 years, ask Cecil, whatever it is, this is likely the most money he'll ever make in a contract. This contract likely is like it's his life's work. All the practices, mama had to work 2 jobs. All this kind of stuff is leading to this right now. So people can say, oh, well, just go out there and ball out, and then they'll give you a new contract. It's just as easy as that. It's just as easy as that. Phillip, how easy was it for Phillip Lindsay, who's the last 1,000-yard rusher here, played his little heart out, and, they were ready to move on from him for who? Melvin Gordon, who was just had, bigger, stronger, faster type of guy, man. If you're a running back, you got to get it while you can, and I ain't mad at Harvey for trying to get that paid.
Well, and neither mine. I would also say this is like, I understand from an owner's perspective. Now, the other side of this coin is, we're going to set a precedent. Now, every second-round pick's going to come in here and go, guarantee my contract. You don't have to do that. If R.J. Harvey gets this guaranteed money that he's looking for, and you're going to look at R.J. Harvey as He's going into camp to battle for the starting job.
Yeah.
Not the second or third back.
Good point.
He's going to battle for the starting job. So everybody's not treated equally. You and I don't get treated the way Mark Schlereth gets treated around here, do we?
I'm sick of this.
And we shouldn't. Mark has paid so many more dues than you and I have in this world.
He's got a few more Super Bowls than we do.
Just a couple, yeah. I think like 14 more surgeries maybe. But you know what I mean? We all don't get treated equally and stop expecting to get that.
And you know what? Position groups don't get paid. If you're a skill position group, you're a receiver, definitely if you're a quarterback, if you're a running back, you're probably going to make a few more dollars, at least, guaranteed dollars than a linebacker or a corner or a lineman.
Yeah.
So I would say pay him. Pay that man his money.
Give him a dough.
Get this guy taken care of. Let's move forward.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. So that there's nothing to talk about when Wednesday comes or next week comes.
He doesn't want to fall behind
and
Dobbins in like the totem pole in any way, shape, or form. You want to keep even, at an even point with him. And while he's the veteran, you're up and coming. You're explosive. You haven't had any. You're not damaged goods. You want to keep that kind of life force or aura, if you will. That's what the kids are saying. Aura.
Aura is such a popular word right now.
Kids are all over aura.
Are they?
Mm-hmm.
So do you learn like new cool words from your kids?
Yeah. So JJ had this. He was doing some work.
Can you text me though so I stay in the loop too?
JJ goes, bro, I'm selling right now. And I go, what does that mean? He goes, I'm sucking. And I go, you're fine. You're doing a good job. He goes, really? But he was like, bro, I'm selling right now. I'm like, what does that mean?
I would have never picked
I'm sucking.
That up. Yeah. I'm selling.
Yeah, Aura's the one, though. You add a couple of those in your repertoire, it's going to keep you around that, where you don't have to sign up for, on the card, I'm an old dude, over 40, at least for a year, the rest of the year.
See, I was kind of leaning into it, just I'm about to buy a T-shirt that says, I used to skate, I used to skateboard. I'm just leaning into being old and washed.
The best thing you have going for you is I saw Tony Hawk just the other day, said he was 52, go down the ramp with a glass of milk, and he never spilled the glass of milk.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Yeah.
Well, how big was his ramp?
Pretty big.
Yeah, take about 10 feet of that off. I might have a chance. I might. Kevin saw my video once. I sent them a warm-up video on a 3-foot ramp, fell, and Stokley won't let me hear the end of it.
I felt bad for you. Stokley was laughing at you.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, dude, did you see his face? He looks hurt.
It's just you got to give it up for skateboards because you have to fall hard a million times before you can get good. Mm-hmm. And every time there's no if you want to land, you got to do the trick. You got to give your body up.
Yeah.
And you got to give it up. And it doesn't always end up.
Those guys that are really good, they still fall a lot too.
Yeah.
All right. Let me remind you, tomorrow from noon to 1, it is the first giveaway of our free, don't forget, free limited edition training camp 2025.
I got it on right now. Check this out for the guy on TV.
Oh, nice. Look at that thing. Built to win. Training camp 2025. Hey, dude, I don't even have one of those. Look at that. You got the exclusive going on.
Well, there's none left, so.
Shouldn't have taken vacation that week, right? We're going to be at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. You can only grab one per person, so bring the crew and everybody get one while supplies last. For more details and to find that location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. All right, let's talk some Nuggets, Danny. The Nuggets 0-2 after their first 2 Summer League games, but does it really matter how good this young talent is? Let's talk about that and how Deron Holmes has looked coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage doors is what we do. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball home run contest action kicks off starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Tell you what I wanna do. I'm feeling cool and collected. I've been some move. You can protect me.
I like this. Oh, Kevin's out. It feels like nice summery vibes right
This
here.
is nice.
Yeah, I feel
Kevin's
like
good. He mixes it up.
I feel like I'm back on the beach in Flowrider.
Yeah, down by the beach.
Yeah, feeling good.
Yeah.
This was a Drew Spivak request.
Okay, this has Drew Spivak vibes.
Spivak rocks those like Hawaiian shirt style shirts. It takes a lot of charisma to pull those off, and he
the
does
swag.
it seamlessly.
I got Drew. I got to show you on our break. I got my patio furniture built last night. I'm set
Whoa.
up, dude. Fired up to be out there.
When's
Danny,
the big party? Housewarming party?
I'm trying to do it in a couple of weeks, which some people around here will know about that.
Okay, well, I haven't heard
Only
anything.
some?
I haven't heard any.
Yeah,
yeah,
Kevin.
I'm gonna check like my junk.
Yeah, it
mail
might
and
be in your
stuff
spam
because I hadn't
Right,
seen
right.
it yet.
Is
So.
it weird? This is off topic for a second, but I told my lady that we were gonna do. I was gonna separate it, work and then family.
Yes.
Like work friends come earlier in the afternoon, then they leave, and then my family comes, and then they leave at some point.
Well,
too.
we call it work, family, and then the other family who can't be around this family.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's kind of what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it's an all-weekend thing.
So yeah, well, we're gonna set something up sooner rather than
Is
later.
Kelsey
for sure.
bringing her lady friends?
Oh, have you met
Have
Kevin?
you met Kevin?
Oh, we might be able to work something
See?
out.
I'm
Yeah,
just saying.
we might be able to work something
Throwing
out.
stuff out there.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Yeah.
AKA chicken finger, man.
And she's coaching up at Riverdale on your side, so maybe some of those coaches she's working with.
I like it.
You know?
I like it.
And then you and me can be at those Riverdale football
Bam.
games Friday night.
Yes.
Yelling stuff we shouldn't be yelling.
Yeah, then we'll go play a round of golf at Riverdale.
Boom!
Right up.
Then we
right
just
up the
become best
street.
friends.
Yep.
All right, we are going to talk some Nuggets here, Danny. Summer League's underway, and I know not everybody's grinding over Summer League. I did watch the game on Saturday night, and it was disappointing, to be honest. They got beat down by Minnesota. Like I said with the T's, does this Summer League roster really matter? I don't think it does, because none of these guys are ever going to step foot on a playoff game and go, whoa, if he doesn't show up, they're not going to win. Deron Holmes is who everybody's eyes are on. Is he going to be a part of the rotation? We were just talking about a little bit during the break. Like, man, I'm not sure he's going to be a part of the rotation. So
I don't think he's going to play very much this season at all.
They're 0-2. After 2 games, he's averaged 11.5 points and 4.5 rebounds. Now, he can shoot it. You said it. He had a really good, strong, shooting game in game number 1. Saturday night, much more passive. Kind of, I don't want to say going through the motions, but not getting it. Not being aggressive to be the scorer. He should be the featured player on this team. Tyson Hunter, say it's not you, dog. I'm done with Tyson Hunter. I thought he might have something and be able to figure it out at some point.
Hey.
I was wrong. He's not going to be able to figure it out.
Ain't it?
It should be done with a guy like Tyson Hunter. Spencer Jones is like that. I know some Nuggets media people think he might be it. He's not it. It's Deron Holmes, man. And after watching that one game, I honestly thought we'd see 2 games of Deron Holmes and they'd shut it down. They go, yeah, we've seen what we needed to see.
Yeah.
That is not the case.
Well, you don't want to be. I'll tell you this. I think these coaches, Josh, maybe winning the game is the 4th or 5th most important thing within these games. I don't think these coaches. If you win a couple games and you're positioned to win this little summer league tournament, then maybe you try to chase it a little bit more. But I think it's a lot of development stuff, a lot of trying to find fits for guys. Who's going to the G League? Is there a guy who can be on the Nuggets bench and it's worth having him there? Or not. You don't want to be completely blown out and outclassed in these games, but it seems like the Nuggets never take these summer league games serious. And Deron Holmes, man, when you look at the guy, he looks the part. He's big, but he's not slender. He looks like he could play in the NBA, but especially with these 4 additions that they made, I don't see how does he, to me, and I told the guys last week, how is he just going to, in terms of minutes, different players in different positions, but how is he just going to jump Payton Watson and Julian Strother for minutes, let alone these 4 veterans, 3 veterans off the bench who they have? I don't see him playing a lot.
I actually see, I know why you're saying that, and I am going to give some pushback on the Payton Watson thing.
Okay.
I'm done with the Payton Watson experiment too. The dude, now his role is more defined now, and maybe that's what keeps him around, because you don't need Payton Watson to shoot. In fact, I'd tell him, hey, Payton, the only shots you need to take are dunks in transition or catching lobs and finish them at the rim.
Yeah.
You take a jump shot, I'm pulling your ass out of the game. They asked him to do too much offensively, and he sucks at offense.
Yeah.
Now his role can specifically be just defense. But are the Nuggets in a position where they need somebody that comes in as a role player to just play defense?
Well, now they have some offense off of the bench, so there probably is some minutes for Payton Watson. He's the one guy. I don't see Julian Strother playing much of a role or playing much of at all next season. And it's because Tim Hardaway takes those minutes, and whatever Bruce Brown has left is the guy you go to next on the bench before you go to Julian Strother. So that's, if I'd consider moving on from Julian Strother for some kind of second-round pick for a team who might need some depth. Those second-round picks in the NBA are kind of valuable now to, to stock if you need to make any kind of moves, which they made a ton of moves this offseason. Maybe they make a move in the one point in the middle of the season, depending on how close they are, what's out there, health. But, yeah, it's...
Would you pick... If you had to pick one to keep and continue to develop, Julian Strother or Payton Watson, who you picking?
I think Strother.
Okay.
But like in the G League or something like a two-way kind of guy, Payton Watson serves a purpose, but you can see him out there. It's like the offense is not there. He doesn't want to shoot it. We don't want him to shoot it. And Strother at least is got a confident enough stroke where, for 10 minutes you look like a hero in the playoffs and save them. But, it's just they're not those 2 young guys in particular, not near of like the level of talent as the Kaysen Wallace's, the Aaron Wigginses, and those type of dudes that the Thunder have. They're totally outclassed.
I got turned off by Payton Watson big time when he ignored Aaron Gordon. this last season when they're trying to come together and AG's and Jamal did it too. And I have 1,000 reasons to be annoyed at Jamal, not just that one. But that moment from Peyton Watson, it was almost like, who the hell do you think you are, young fella?
Yeah.
You've earned nothing in this league. Yeah, you got a championship ring right in the back of Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, he didn't.
But who do you think you are that you can wave off a guy like Aaron Gordon? That was probably my, all right, time to go moment for Peyton Watson.
Yeah, no, it's I ain't mad at guys like that, but it's just you're not good enough to really make this team. Those guys aren't good enough to play on this team with Nikola. I mean, that's kind of, who and what this team is, the aspirations,
that's for sure,
what
dude.
they have left. It's it's criminal. It's a crying shame to think that the Nuggets were relying on those two guys to help them try to win a championship last year. That's why they had to make such dramatic moves here this season to do right by Nikola.
100%. All right, on the RamosLaw.com text line, our boy Chris is in Kansas. He says, how does a loyal listener from Kansas get one of those preseason shirts held back for him? The morning show left me on red. We just learned what that means.
Whoa.
But I know you're the show of the people.
Whoa, we're the people's champs.
We are the people's champs. Chris, are you on social media? Send me a message. I bet we can work something out together for Chris.
That's cool. We can figure it out.
What size is that shirt? Maybe you just give him that one you're wearing.
This is a youth medium.
Oh.
Looking huge. Which way to the gymnasium? No, it's cool. I'll find it. I would say I had an XL in hand. I told Richie now to give me that large.
Yeah.
I think I should have stuck with the XL.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you hoop. You're like, you're...
No, don't get me wrong. I'm a hooper.
Yeah.
I'm a bucket.
Yeah, I've seen it. I sent it.
You're a great player yourself.
Thank you.
I love what you do.
I haven't played in a while. I had a mishap happen at one of my gyms, and I can't go back there.
I saw you on Twitter.
Yeah.
Putting rec centers and stuff on blast.
Yeah, well, they shouldn't have done what they did.
I thought you were going to tag the mayor like Stokley.
That's not a bad idea. I might repost. And do
the mayor of Westminster with your grievances.
Josh, did any rec centers reach out and recruit you or anything?
Actually, my guy Roman up in Northglenn, he always takes care of stuff, and I see him regularly because my nephew's playing t-ball up in Northglenn. So he'll take care of me if I need. The people of Northglenn are always there.
The YMCA didn't reach out with the contract offer, try to the live tour, get you off of the PGA.
Yeah, I'm available. I'm a free agent.
I might be your agent for you.
Oh, thank you.
I'll get some Rolex watches coming in or something.
Yeah,
I'll do a floater and hit the Rolex like Shador.
Yeah,
I'm into that.
Legendary.
I'll only take like 7%.
That's fine. Deal.
Yeah.
That 93% is better than the 0 I got going on right now.
Yeah, it's cheaper than the typical 10%.
Thursday, you still hooping Thursdays?
Yeah, Thursday nights.
I think we go this week.
I would love to have you.
Me, you, Coach G, we just dominate those
Let's do this.
Danny, the other Danny?
Well, we love Danny B.
Yeah, we do. We do.
Whoever wants to come as well. Kisner might be banging around.
Kisner.
Is he looking to get his physique trimmed down? Or the ladies like...
He's a big.
He is a quality big.
Get in the post, just turn around.
I'm Jokic.
He's
your Valanciunas.
What was your nickname in high school?
Baby KG.
Boom.
Baby KG.
Baby KG.
I got that
Baby
fadeaway.
KG.
That's right.
Yeah, that's solid.
All right, look out. Thursday night, we're coming to dominate. All right, Danny, at 10:40, around 10:40 every day, we go inside the internet. Got a couple of things to talk about with what's going on at DenverSports.com and a change in Las Vegas that we didn't get there last night. But if you boys are up for a quick flight after the show, I'm in, and we'll tell you why next.
Is Tim Hardaway Jr. the most underrated signing for the Nuggets?
You talk about another pro's pro. Someone who can play off the bounce. He can play off the ball, catch and shoot, intellect through the roof, can close games if you ever needed him to. He is among the same ilk 3 years ago, bringing in KCP and Bruce Brown.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with SOTA weight loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Quitters! This is a story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but a big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but we're willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Introducing Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Come experience the most revolutionary and transparent way to buy a diamond.
Mine to Shine by Kwiat and Williams Jewelers. The natural diamonds cut, polished, and designed just for you.
First, we'll help you select a natural, conflict-free, and ethically mined diamond.
Then you select one of Kwiat's legendary shapes: Kwiat Cushion, Oval, Radiant, Emerald, or Incredible Ashoka.
A wider, brighter, and larger-looking diamond, cut to the world's highest standards.
Then trace the journey from rough stone to polished perfection by Kwiat's master cutters.
Perfectly cut for maximum brilliance. Simply brilliant.
Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond.
Only from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Whether you're heading to the mountains or across town, remember, no weaving in the express lanes. Enter through the dashed lines only. Cross the line, pay the fine.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the internet.
This, Jen, is the internet.
All right, what's online that has caught our attention? Well, a couple of stories, and I like to start at DenverSports.com as I'm hanging out with Danny Williams today. Throughout the week, it'll be me and D-Dub having some fun.
Let's go.
Fired up, Danny, to talk about this one by Andrew Mason at DenverSports.com. Mason's our senior Broncos writer, but he's got that baseball itch, so he covers the Rockies during some downtime. And he wrote about what went down over the weekend. We talked about Ethan Holiday. We'll revisit some of that conversation coming up around noon. But he talked about what went down and them dropping a couple of games to the Reds, but more specifically, how it went on Saturday night. And as Mace wrote, Colorado came into Saturday leading Major League Baseball in errors, ranking 29th in batting average with runners in scoring position and sitting at 26th in bullpen ERA. And he said the ninth inning was a perfect storm of all three problems, and that's exactly what happened. You're going to remember or have seen the highlight of Orlando Arcia bobbling that ball, an error for the walk-off, so we don't get the RBI for the Reds player, but the error for the Rockies player instead. It was I saw the headline because I've told you I'm not spending a lot of time watching Rockies baseball because they don't give me a reason to.
Mm-hmm.
Got the little headline from ESPN, flash notification or whatever it is. And it's like, the Rockies keep coming up with ways to lose baseball games.
Well,
I got to check this out. And then I saw the error.
Josh, remember when they were just even competitive? Those fast starts before they fade off into becoming a 77-win team, okay? 77 wins, is going to be about 3 times as many wins as they end up having this year. Yeah. The Rockies used to be able to kind of stay competitive and even hang their hat on one of the best defenses in the league, whether it was the Arenado era, and even kind of after Arenado left, they still were one of the best defenses in the league. You got Brandon Doyle out there who's not having the same kind of season as he had the last couple seasons. I was hoping he was going to be the next star, the next riser, but it turns out he's just like a defensive guy who cannot hit the ball. So it doesn't matter how good your defense is, and if you have a couple Gold Gloves, he cannot hit the ball at all right now. And the Rockies are in a bad way. The errors it's a disgrace. It's I don't know. It tells you big picture. There's not polished development, accountability with that kind of stuff.
Who have the Rockies ever developed?
Ever developed? That's a really interesting question because let's go back in time a little bit. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So the Blake Street Bombers were all former, has-beens or
they were established.
I mean, Vinny, a Big Cat, Dante, all those guys were just put on to hit home runs and bring credibility to the franchise right away, and it worked. Larry Walker was the next guy. I'd say Todd Helton was probably the one guy you look at they developed. Tulowitzki's probably on that list. Cargo they traded for in the Holiday deal. He was a throw-in. Cargo was an Oakland A and a Arizona Diamondback. His career was in flux, and he was a little bit old of a prospect. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, I would give them some credit for Cargo.
Yeah, no, I would too.
Because he turned into a stud.
Well, because he was a total, he was a miss in 2 organizations. So, yeah, there's some of that there. And then Nolan a little bit, but it's give me a picture who they've ever developed. I mean, it's like Ubaldo was like a flash in the pan.
He was really good for a couple of seasons.
Yeah,
Jorge De La Rosa.
Even those guys were, veteran guys who came here just to, extend careers or were forced to come here in trades. But it's really the problem is you got to look at how they cannot develop a pitcher. And we have the every excuse in the book of where they pitch. But, man, Paul Skeens played catcher at Air Force. Mm-hmm. He caught there. He wasn't necessarily a pitcher, but, I mean, it's not like they can't come here and come from here and you can't have success doing it. You have to break the mold somehow, some way, and figure this thing out.
Yeah, and then Paul Skeens will now start for the second straight year as the National League All-Star starter.
Yeah.
Representing the Pirates, who are also terrible. But it's just an interesting article that Mace wrote about, and as I said, he's all over the Rockies, at least for the next week or so, and then he'll get a break from not covering a bad team and go on to the Broncos.
Where'd you hear that?
The internet.
And you believed it?
Yeah. They can't put anything on the internet that isn't true.
Well, if that's the case, then I guess we all have to believe that Patrick Surtain II is the newest Jordan Brand NFL player. Seeing it from Zach Stevens had it, Brandon Cristal of Gorilla, the little dual digital guys battling it out for news, that they saw PS2 post on IG over the weekend a photo. Pat's got the nice stick in his mouth smoking a stogie, and he's hanging out with Michael Jordan. Are his eyes always that red? What's going on with him, Jay?
Yeah, they are.
They are? Mm-hmm. Is it just cigars?
Look, I've been watching Last Dance again.
Yeah.
Well, he was, feeling good during those interviews, but his eyes are red like that.
Okay, I'd like to party with him from time to time. So they get the photo. They're together hanging out. And then BK says, it's my understanding that PS2 is the newest Jordan Brand NFL player. So Coach Payton has the Jordan Brand ambassador title. Now it sounds like PS2 will, and we'll be seeing him with some new cleats next weekend.
Best brand.
Jordan's
best brand
in
sports.
Right? Who would pick anything but Jordan?
Well, again, unless Nike wants you got to be maybe a particular athlete just to be a pure kind of Nike brand guy. But, I think that's the number one brand. Is there another brand? Who would be your second brand? Non-Nike brand. Who would be your non-Nike brand that you'd want to rep you?
Oh, that's a great question.
Because I think Under Armour's got like Shohei and Bryce Harper. Am I wrong about that?
Those guys are on New Balance.
Okay, my bad.
New Balance. New Balance is like nobody's hooping. When you go hooping, when I go hooping, you see anybody in New Balance shoes?
Never.
Me neither.
He's got like their basketball guys are Kawhi and Jamal, right?
Nobody's wearing Jamal doesn't even have a shoe. Nobody would buy.
Man, check out my new Kawhis. I'm a fun guy.
Yeah. I think, and New Balance to me, and it's just because of my world, but New Balance is a skateboarding shoe more than it's a major sport shoe.
Yeah.
I think New Balance is skateboarding.
Okay.
I would probably, man, that's a great question.
Give me a brand from your past back in the day that you just kind of had to. Were you always in Adidas gear? Were you always in Nike gear? I worked for Abercrombie and Fitch back in the day.
Oh,
so
really?
all my stuff all over my sleeve was like Abercrombie and Fitch.
I beat those guys up, but
I'm sorry, what?
I would say, I don't know, dude. Remember the AI shoe, the Reebok?
Yeah, for sure.
I loved that.
Yeah,
shoe.
that's a nice shoe.
I might go Reebok just for that shoe alone.
Yeah, Reebok had a good run.
Yeah,
Pump.
they did. They're kind of coming back too.
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
But
Kevin, you said you would
think
go.
you're just getting a little older.
I've never wore Jordans. I probably never will.
Why?
Why?
'Cause I'm a Duke fan.
Oh,
I can't support that.
I actually like that. I like that.
I can't support that.
Stance.
That's
yeah.
funny.
Growing up, I was always an Adidas guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Shell
they had
toes?
Garnett, McGrady, Duncan, Chauncey for the longest time.
Well, black on whites, keep it simple.
Yeah.
Those white on whites kept it simple.
What about the Jokic, what are they, 361 degrees?
Yeah. I have a pair of them that I hoop in right now.
And they feel good?
They feel great.
They look good.
But
I want to give me a pair.
It's just like Jokic, and then AG has a 361 shoe. They're not that cool.
Really? What about Steph is in...
He's a Under
Armour, and he's their guy. There's a whole story to Nike going in and kind of not closing the deal on him going
You know
to
who's
Under
responsible
Armour.
for that?
Who?
Nico Harrison, the now general manager of the...
Oh, I've heard that story.
Of the
he
Dallas
blew the
Mavericks.
Steph deal,
His
right?
PowerPoint presentation was
He had
for
a
Kevin
misspelling.
Durant. And
He
it was supposed to be presented to Kevin Durant.
Oh.
He presented it to Steph Curry.
No way.
Yeah. What an idiot.
I love that story.
And now he's the GM of the Mavericks.
That's
Got Cooper
wild.
Flag. All right, one more quick story here.
You know what, Stewie? If you don't like it, go on the internet and complain.
Now we are all in on this. Kevin, you sent this to the group thread last night. Yahoo Sports has it on their Twitter page, and it's from the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Uno, the game Uno that we've all played with and yelled at and probably cursed out your family members over, is being added as a table game to casinos in Las Vegas.
Let's go.
Uno to Vegas, boys. Are we in?
Absolutely. I mean, why wouldn't we be? I would say let's find the first flight out and let's go to that same casino that Clark Griswold and cousin Eddie went to, where they were doing rock, paper, scissors, and which hand is the rock in, and I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 10.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the first thing that came to my mind. And then, like, kind of to keep it real, you said something I really liked. Let's get like the 21-year-olds in there spinning money who don't know what's going on at the craps table and are afraid to walk up to the blackjack table and ruin it for everybody. But yeah, I'm in.
I mean, I don't know how to play craps. And the reason I don't go play craps is because I'm embarrassed to look like a fool and lose all of my money.
Exactly.
I know how to play Uno.
I know what the reverse card is.
Dude, I'm colorblind, and I still know how to play Uno.
Oh, wait.
They have shapes on them now. So
I'm not playing with Josh.
Richie drops like a red 8, and I'm like, you mean triangle 8? I'll match that right now. That's how I play.
What color is this? That's cheating, Josh.
That's pretty Uno funny. Coming to Vegas.
Yeah,
man.
sounds great. I'm in.
Fired up for it. We'll be there. Hopefully we can see you there. All right, hour 1 done just like that. Let's get into hour 2. We like to call it quarter number 2. And I want to talk a little bit about Bo Nix with my boy Danny Williams. Danny, we dubbed this season for Bo. We said screw the sophomore slump. We're talking about sophomore jump for Bo Nix. So how does he get there? What do we need to see? How fast will he see it? Let's kick that around coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit willheightwins.com and win big with Will Height.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Brandon Stokley here. When you're investing in artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokley. Offer ends July 30th.
Apprenticeships allow workers to earn while they learn and provide businesses with a pipeline of talented employees. Colorado employers in emerging industries can earn tax credits for apprenticeship programs. Learn more at apprenticeship.colorado.gov. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball home run contest action kicks off starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
Yes, you can, and we appreciate it. 303-713-1043 is the RamosLaw.com text line. We're asking you guys if you care at all about the Home Run Derby. That goes down at 6 o'clock tonight. We'll have it on these airwaves. If you do care about it and you can't be in front of your TV to watch, you can listen right here on The Fan, and then we'll react to a little bit of it from it tomorrow as Danny Williams is sitting in for Cecil. We're going to be kicking it all week. We were asking people if there's any other brand besides Jordan out there, and is it Noit? Just text in on the RamosLaw.com text line. It says, and one shoes were big back in my playing day. And one shoes were always huge.
It's not, it's not Day, but it's Noit. Yeah. He's a legendary listener.
Oh, okay. I love that. Noit.
Yeah.
British Knights. Remember British Knights?
BKs.
Yeah.
You jumped for those.
And Mathis wearing British Knights. Haven't seen those since 88.
What was your buddy, Egloff?
Dave Egloff.
I jumped him for his shoes.
Oh, yeah.
Took his milk money, too.
All right. he's kind of a sketchy guy. You might want to watch him.
Oh, really?
Back. Yeah.
Never mind that. I bet he's got cauliflower ear. I'm out.
He does, actually.
Are
Yeah.
you serious? Yeah, I'm out. I'll apologize, Dave.
Somebody said we're talking about Uno, too, being up in casinos.
Yeah.
Says, careful, Dover. You might run into Jamal at the Uno tables up there in Blackhawk.
Cool. Oh, man, that's funny.
Yeah, I'm sure he's up there as we speak. All right, 303-713-1043 if you want to hit us up. Another asks, is skater versus prep still a thing? And they say, I've turned into a prep, bud. Hey, Josh, you've turned into a prep, bud.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I would call myself a prep. Is it because I'm wearing a collared shirt today?
Yeah, I mean, like, you look kind of put together. You could call it, like, California dressed up.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
if you had to, like,
Yeah.
if you're, like, spend most of your time in Newport or the Huntington area, but yet you got to go into the city and work a little bit.
Yeah.
That's kind of the vibe you got.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm also still the same guy at the golf course that's trying to take his shirt off, probably shoes, and have a couple of smokes while I'm out there, too.
Yeah, for sure. There's nothing wrong with that,
Yeah.
depending on what,
municipal. Our courses, the Stokley courses, that's not allowed. Where you and I go and play, certainly allowed.
We're rocking music, Hall & Oates, we're pumping it out. That's the vibe.
You, me, and Cello to like just get nuts doing
For sure.
stuff.
Yeah.
And finding out his brother's
Remember that
a
one
cop.
time we at Fossil Trace? I was driving the golf cart,
Yeah,
you
dude.
and me, and we were like spinning crazy. We could have.
I bet we did a 900.
Yeah.
I was-
We're no Irvin Joe driving into the pond.
No.
We're okay, but it could have went really, really wrong for us that day.
I was a little scared in the moment. Now it's fun to look back and laugh.
I told you just to believe in me and
Yeah,
trust me.
I did.
Take my hand and believe me. And yeah, we survived.
It was the third hole. All right, let's talk a little bit
my bad. Yeah.
about Bo Nix. So as I said, we've dubbed it here on the show.
Yeah.
Sophomore jump instead of a sophomore slump.
Okay.
That's what we're looking for out of Bo Nix. But I like what you said in the text thread last night. All right, now we can say that, but how do we get there? What are the things that we want to know Bo has been working on throughout this offseason? If you could say, hey, Bo's going to get better at this thing or this, and this season, what would you want to see out of Bo starting as soon as next week?
The masterization of the playbook, just the ins and the outs, where we're just reacting, pure reaction time. You can't go from the collegiate game to the NFL game, especially in a scheme like Sean Payton's that you would want to think is a pretty sophisticated offensive scheme. The jump that he's going to have a chance to make by just the knowledge and experience in 1 year now going into a second year is going to make an absolute world of difference. So I think that's kind of the biggest one right away.
And he even talked about that with whatever OTAs, or maybe it was during minicamp, one of the weeks that they were at works. He goes up to the offensive coordinator, who I can never remember because he doesn't actually do anything, Lombardi, and says, hey, wow, this is a little bit easier this time. The play calls are coming in smoother. I'm more comfortable. I'm not focusing as much on my footwork because I'm more comfortable in what we're doing. I think that's a big one, is the footwork stuff. I think him and Sean's relationship growing
They couldn't get it right with Russell Wilson. Like, remember they couldn't get a play, and they're like, okay, Russ, purple dinosaur triangle. Okay, buddy, can you get that? And they're like, no, I can't. What? Yeah. What color again?
Yeah.
So yeah, I just hope that, again, you have to level up. This guy, you have to be. You have to be really smart, man, to take that next step, because there's a lot of guys who have a lot of ability and look good early in their career. They kind of get the tape on them. They kind of get figured out, and they can't level up. They can't take their game to that next level. And I'd say, would you take right now, I kind of asked the boys that last week, would you take the same 29 touchdowns, 12 picks, and 3,800 yards next season from Bo? Would you take that?
I mean, I would
6th in the league.
Yeah,
that's good for 6th.
I wouldn't be down on it, but he needs to improve for me. And I'm not saying like go throw for 4,500 yards and 40 touchdowns. I'm saying that number from 38 goes to 41.
What if
the touchdowns go from 32 total with a few rushing touchdowns? Bring that up to 35. I'm not asking for anything crazy. The interceptions from 12 to 10. Like a tiny jump in a tiny step in the right direction.
I want people to just keep their expectations at a proper place for him, because say he's at 26 touchdowns, but you're at single-digit picks, like 8 or 9, but the run game is vastly improved. I mean, the run game is like, now it's something you feature, will win you 3 or 4 or 5 games, even though Sean, is going to want to pass it, and even when you're working those running backs, they might even be coming in short passes. But, what if there's something like that? Could that translate to 10 or 11 wins still, as all these young receivers are developing, as the tight end room is improving? Maybe not an overnight success, but I think that Evan Ingram has a chance to be top 10 or top 8 running back in the league. And then the running back room, which was a dark, just disaster of a proposition last year, say it turns into 2 guys who are really effective and dynamic.
I would say the numbers you gave me and said, would you be okay with that? If there's not combined, but if there's a single player in the running back room that has, I want to call it 1,200 yards. I don't even want to go to 1,000, because that shouldn't be that difficult to do in a 17-game season. I want to call it 1,200 yards from one running back. Then that's when I would be okay with those numbers.
So you rather have one running back going for 1,200 yards than 2 running backs going for 750 and 750 in Harvey and Dobbins?
Yeah.
Okay, because those 750 and 750 on the ground, Dobbins had 32 receptions last year. So I assume the numbers will kind of be in an offense like this, especially the same. Okay, the same at least kind of numbers.
If I trusted Sean Payton more as a play caller and just running, we're talking about running only here, I would be okay with that. But that's my biggest worry about this running back room is, yes, it's more talented. Nobody can even argue that. My biggest concern, though, is has Sean figured out a way to either split or pick a favorite and run with that guy for a game, a couple of weeks, a stretch? I don't know that I can believe that Sean has figured that part out yet.
How does he jump instead of slump too? It's the development of those weapons around him. It's the offensive line. We talk about it's no sure thing. Injuries, a lot of things kind of happen, but it looks like the offensive line is a top 10 group, a solidified group. And then how many times can that defense turn it over for that offense for you and give you some extra possessions to go be a 30-plus touchdown guy? It's not going to just be easy work overnight. He's definitely going to be throwing 33 or 34 touchdowns. There's a chance. Actually, I'd hope he's just around the same kind of numbers, because then we know, well, he's a perennial 30-touchdown guy at the minimum, okay, as a young guy and with just room to grow.
Broncos country, what say you? Hit us up at 303-713-1043. What do you have to see out of Bo to know it's a jump and not a slump? Put your name on the end of the text so we can give you a shout out on the show. Also want to tell you about us teaming up with the city of Aurora. That's where I live now, Danny. To give away a trip to the battle at Bethpage Black. All you got to do to enter is head to any pro shop at the City of Aurora golf courses. They have 5 that you can choose from between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Zach By and scan the QR code. We got ZB cutouts going on. I love this. Scan the QR code for more information and the list of course locations. Head to DenverSports.com/golf. DenverSports.com/golf. And try not to draw weird stuff on Zach's face.
A little mustache on
there
it.
at the clubhouse. Good luck there. All right. We'll get back to that conversation regarding Bo Nix. I want to keep a Broncos conversation going. We have questions about the Broncos as they get ready for camp. But for the first time in a long time, they're not about the quarterback. You just kind of mentioned it there, Danny. Who steps up for Bo? Can that O-line do it again? Same question for the D-line. Let's answer those next.
Is Bo Nix bringing back pleasant memories for Sean Payton?
I am convinced the longer Bo's career goes on, if he just continues to ascend, I'm telling you, eventually the conversation's going to turn, and it's going to be Sean saying, I saw my next Drew in this guy.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, fellas? Josh over here to talk to you about Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and the feelings you have as you start to get a little bit older, right? You're mid-30s, maybe you're 40s, like I am, and you're starting to feel tired for no good reason. Not sleeping through the night leads to being tired. Is your sex drive gone? That's a problem, right? Got your attention now. You don't have to deal with that stuff and just chalk it up to old age. You got to check out Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and what your testosterone levels are. Low testosterone can cause a host of problems, like I just mentioned. You're just going to accept it, or you're going to set up your first appointment at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, or you can call this number. You ready? 720-440-7900. First appointment, they're going to draw your blood, have your results back within 30 minutes. Then a Colorado licensed medical provider will tell you what your results are and what your options are. Cost of the appointment, it's only $99. If you do what I did when I went for the first time, which is sign up for testosterone treatment that day, the visit is free. You've got nothing to lose and your life to gain. Start the conversation at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Rediscover Ameristar Casino Resort in Blackhawk and find that you. Enjoy all your favorites at our buffet. Chill and revive at our spa. Then take in a great view from our rooftop pool. Plus, join Penn Play Rewards and get your chance at up to $2,000 in Penn Cash. Find that you. Only at Ameristar Blackhawk. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
A Takori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers says something more.
From the very first sparkle when the box opens to wide and joyful eyes.
To the every last detail that continues to enchant for decades, day after day.
Only Takori weaves all those details into every stunning engagement ring.
Meticulously crafted in Takori's Los Angeles design studios by artisans that take as much care crafting the ring as you do selecting it.
A Takori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers will say everything, because everything is in the details.
I'm Bruce.
And I'm Steve Williams. And here at both Williams Jewelers, you'll shop from the largest selection of Takori engagement rings and wedding bands in Colorado.
Visit us at Williams Jewelers, your official Takori jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
So a couple days before Rookies Report out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, and then about a week or so before the vets show up, and then we'll ultimately be out there sooner rather than later, reporting, broadcasting, all that good stuff that comes with training camp, and we're fired up for that. But Danny, as it's Danny Williams sitting in for Cecil this week, NFL.com, I'm sure they're going through every division and team and training camp previews, right? But we don't care about all of those other ones. We care about the Denver Broncos. And they did, hey, here's a breakdown, notable roster changes, additions, the schedule, what you need to know, all that good stuff. And what they told us we need to know are three different things, but it starts with Bo Nix. And we just talked about it. Hey, there's not a ton of questions about Bo Nix, not a ton of questions about the quarterback for the first time in about a decade as we get ready for camp. But you nailed it, dude. You said a couple of different things.
Thank you.
That I think are absolutely spot on. One, offensive line. The Broncos have been very, very fortunate to have good health across that offensive line for a few consecutive seasons. I know McGlinchey dealt with a couple of things, and there were some minor dings, but nothing major. I'm going to knock on wood as we say that. Can that remain the same? Because that offensive line has been outstanding both in pass pro and in run blocking. Can that stay the same? And then the other thing you talked about is on paper, you go, whoa, this Broncos offseason was full of adding players for a Bo Nix to shine and take a step.
Filling big needs and holes.
The tight end they hadn't done. The running back room was a joke of a running back room a year ago, and they have addressed that. Now, can the offensive line stay healthy, and will anybody else besides Courtland Sutton step up and show out for Bo Nix?
Yeah, well, if we're talking about who's the next receiver who's gonna, or of this group of young receivers is gonna emerge, even push Courtland Sutton as wide receiver one. No one believes in Courtland Sutton, around here, let alone all of these young guys. There's people who kind of like Mims, but don't forget it took a couple years of Marvin Mims being around here before he found a way to make an impact on the field, and they found a way to have him make an impact on the field. What I think Vele is the guy who's going to be the most reliable next receiver. Okay, and a combo of him and Mims will make up the idea of what will be a wide receiver 2. But like I said, it goes Courtland Sutton 1, pass catcher. He's your most important pass catcher. Evan Ingram, 2, is your next most important pass catcher in terms of importance and production. Then maybe the combination of Dobbins and Harvey might be kind of like wide receiver 3, along with Mims and Vele for touches. So it's going to be spread out. A lot of people are going to get a lot of touches, a lot of opportunities. But, I want Vele to be the guy step up and be like a 60 reception guy. He was 40+ last year. Mm-hmm. So that's not that crazy of a jump. Someone here in this group, we're talking about a compliment here, just a piece. But who's the next guy who's going to replace Courtland Sutton especially for everyone in town who doesn't even care about Courtland Sutton, thinks he's just a mid, as the kids say.
Yeah, that's another kid reference.
Yeah.
You're killing it right
Thank
now.
you.
I like Vele a lot. I mean, everybody wants to talk about his age and being a little bit older. That's not a problem right now. That can be a problem maybe at the end of his rookie deal, and you then tackle that question then. I like Vele as the opposite of Courtland Sutton. I'm kind of with you on Marvin Mims. I look at Marvin Mims as like, hey, can Marvin Mims get me double-digit touchdowns receiving? I don't know how much he's going to rush the football now that they've actually addressed the running back room, but a couple of trick little plays.
Gimmicky.
And then special teams.
Yeah.
Can he get you 8, 9, 10 touchdowns from everything he's going to do?
Everything for Mims will be designed to get the ball in his hands for big play, kind of explosive opportunities. Yeah, Vele's going to have a lot of games where he catches 6 or 7 balls for 50, 60, 70 yards, kind of quietly, couple big first downs, hopefully a tutty, here and there. Of those guys. And then I think I'm the most down, if we're talking about receivers, on Franklin. And why I say that is because Pat Bryant's going to go take those Franklin touches away.
I like Pat Bryant a lot.
I do too. I like the idea of him. I like the way that they've, coaches have talked about him. But I love what Sean Payton has said about him. So again, maybe that's a good problem to have because we know Troy Franklin is a developing guy. They like him. He had a lot of opportunities last year, but man, he dropped a lot of big balls.
Yeah, a lot. And I mean, the only play he made was the one in Buffalo, and it ultimately didn't even matter.
Well, he catches a couple more of those. Then we're talking about Bo Nix being 31, 32 touchdowns. Once you get in that echelon, that's a whole nother story. Maybe the rap on him, maybe he's a little closer to Jaden Daniels than all of these rankings have him, with Jaden kind of in a whole class and tier above Bo Nix. I'm not so sure that's the case. Yeah.
Okay. I'll go with you on Vele with a little bit of a mention from Mims, but I'm kind of cheating because I'm including the gadget stuff's not really cheating, but I'm also incorporating what he can do on special teams.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. How about the true running back one? You think this is a J.K. Dobbins job, or is R.J. Harvey going to come in there and steal that thing?
You run Dobbins out there, you gas him up, and you drive it hard, okay? He's like a rental car, okay?
Oh, I love a rental car.
Yeah, he's like a rental car.
Yeah.
So, man, you got to be careful with it, okay?
Yeah.
But when you're on the open road, you're like, and you're like, well, you're going to go to 110. You know what I mean? The new cars are like, you're at 110. I'm like, are you gonna report this to Enterprise? Please don't. Yeah. So you push it really, really hard. You don't want to break it or anything like that, but you got to take it back at some time. It's not forever.
Wow, we do the rental cars differently.
You're driving on curbs and stuff?
I'm like driving on curbs. I'm no sliding the bumpers with my skateboard. I'm ollieing off the hood. I got the insurance. I could do whatever I want with this.
That's funny. That's pretty funny.
And I honestly would look at J.K. Dobbins as sort of the same. Run his ass into the ground and figure out what's left for a guy like R.J. Harvey until proven that R.J. is ready to be that running back ran into the ground. Maybe I just look at running backs as rental cars. Just beat the hell out of them and then throw them away when they're done.
You never look like a running back long term. It's like a lease. It's like, it's like, again, the comp on rental car, maybe it's not a perfect exact comp, but it's just temporary. Dobbins is temporary. And do you know what? The running back position as a whole is just temporary. There's only 6 or 7 Jamar Gibbs, Christian McCaffreys, Derrick Henrys. After that, you go to like the James Cooks and just these running backs who are really barely 3-down backs who have a complement, somewhere else. So until you have a dog and a special running back and a guy who's just kind of, physically capable of being a 7, 8, 9-year pro, those guys aren't out there. So what you do is just keep rebuilding that room over and over again, reinvesting in it, not over-investing in it. I wouldn't have signed Najee Harris if I'm the Chargers.
No way.
That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't get it. But I would continue to draft guys over and over again on all shapes and sizes. And, Isaiah Pacheco from Rutgers was a 7th-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
He was a pretty big difference maker for those boys the last couple of years. And then he was hurt last year.
Yep.
So even they're retooling in that room. So, yeah, it's never ending with that position.
And then the O-line, like we talked about, it's not a question of skill, talent. It's just, are they going to continue to have the best healthy luck across the entire NFL? Because that's what they've done. And if they do, well, they're going to be looked at as the best group of offensive linemen across the entire league. We still have a couple of handfuls of questions that we need to tackle before camp actually starts, and we're going to spend a bulk of this week doing it right here on the show. Tomorrow, from noon to 1, you should be ready to go get our first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. If you're watching at DenverSports.com or on YouTube, you're seeing Danny rocking one right now.
Let's go.
We're going to be at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. You can only grab one per person, so crew up, grab everybody in the truck, and get there while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, make sure you get to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. What up, D-Dub?
One last little tidbit on the offensive line, okay? All 5 starters are returning from the offensive line, led the league in pass blocking efficiency at a 90.8 rating, allowing only 110 pressures on 677 snaps.
Oof. Wow.
Take that for data.
Yeah. Love that right there. Plus Bo's ability to sling that thing, get it out of his hand.
Shoot, absolutely, man.
Perfect.
Listen, the offensive line is probably the biggest, gets the most credit and the biggest reason why the offense had so much success. 29 touchdowns. It's like a quiet 29 touchdowns. Where'd they even come from? You know what I mean?
Yep.
So Sean gets the credit, the offensive line gets the credit, and then Bo Nix gets the credit.
Let me give you some respect. I mean, give them some credit.
I mean, for real. Thank you, Josh.
Let's talk a little Nuggets. One of the newest Nuggets assistants spoke with some Denver media over the weekend in Las Vegas and talked about what he brings to the team and how he can get the most out of new guys and Jamal Murray. Let's check in with Jared Dudley coming up next.
Is Tim Hardaway Jr. the most underrated signing for the Nuggets?
You talk about another pro's pro. Someone who can play off the bounce. He can play off the ball, catch and shoot, intellect through the roof, can close games if you ever needed him to. He is among the same ilk 3 years ago, bringing in KCP and Bruce Brown.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Style fades, great design lasts. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows combine timeless elegance with cutting-edge strength. They boost curb appeal and your home's resale value. At Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, you'll get windows designed to impress and built to outlast the elements. No warping, no peeling, just clean lines and lasting performance. Appointments fill up quickly as the weather warms. Book your free consultation now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Mention Mark, get 25% off this month only.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Brandon Stokley here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA, Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Anything that distracts you while driving is dangerous. Driving while texting can be deadly. So put it down, it can wait. Shift into safe, don't drive distracted. A message from the Colorado Department of Transportation.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball home run contest action kicks off starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
right, I want to talk a little bit about the Denver Nuggets, and I want to hear from Jared Dudley as a newest assistant under head coach David Adelman. Stealing this from the DNVR Nuggets crew. I like those guys. They do good work over there. Adam Mara still owes me something from, who did he think was going to be good? And I knew they weren't. I can't remember, but he owes me something. Talking with Jared Dudley. I think Jared Dudley's a pretty big get for a guy like David Adelman. JJ Barea is a part of this, and we might hear from JJ a little later, but Jared's he's good on the microphone. He knows what he's doing there. And first question, kind of, hey, Jared, you were in Dallas. He was doing some stuff with the NBA PA overseas during the offseason, but he was asked by the boys, hey, why'd you decide to come to Denver?
For a chance to compete for a championship. It's my first time. I was an assistant as a defensive end, had a lot of influence on a lot of stuff you got to do, the little tricks and trades. You already have a championship core. My job here is to help bring the adjustments, bring a different identity, intensity from a player perspective, and help this team get over the hump.
All right, so starts it off by, got to compete, want to compete for a championship. And then I also like the way he ends it there. Help this team get over the hump. And you go, well, are they in a championship window or they need to get over the hump? Yes, the answer is yes to that. Both. They need to get over the hump that is like the Minnesota Timberwolves, right? You haven't beat them in a couple of years in the postseason. You got to get over the hump of Jamal taking the next step, the new guys fitting in. So I think the answer is yes.
A championship contender every year, it's about getting over the hump.
Yes,
every year, the Avalanche right now are trying to get over the hump, whatever that is. However, you have to realign the stars and try to, run it all back, keep it the same, as close to as possible, or you go through here. The Nuggets tried that to a complete overhaul. I really love the idea of a guy in Dudley and JJ Barea, who you can kind of connect with the players. The relationship is different. It's more big brother than I said, like Michael Malone was turned into a stepdaddy. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So yeah, I really like that a lot. John Wallace complimented Ben Tenzer.
Yeah.
Okay. The new look roster, it's 40% turned over. And if you were unhappy with them keeping somebody from the previous staff, well, that guy just blew up the entire staff. It's not like they're running it back with 4 of Malone's old coordinators and coaches. So I really like what's happened with the Nuggets. Almost too much. I'm getting a little too ahead of myself.
I didn't think it was possible for them to do what they have done.
Wouldn't you have been satisfied if they would have did like so much less? I would have been satisfied. They could have brought run it back with Michael Porter Jr., brought in Valanciunas, and signed Tim Hardaway Jr. I'd have been like, pretty good moves. Yeah. I think we're closer. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like they did twice as much of that or more.
Yeah, they got Michael's money off the books. Yeah. And a better player in return.
Yes.
And then you bring back Brucey B, and I think.
I don't know.
We're going to find out. Bro. We're going to find out a lot about Bruce. Everybody's excited. I'm excited. I think you're excited, but it's like, let's see him play.
Homie's got to make the team.
Before
you know what I
we
mean?
Jump right into it.
He was on the street, veteran minimum. He's fallen far in just a couple years. And maybe it's like he couldn't get over leaving Denver, and after he got that money, it didn't go right for him. And with the Pacers, he just couldn't wait to find a way to get back here, and he was going to do whatever it took, even self-sabotage.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping it is something like that, and now he's going to have a little bit of a renaissance.
I will say this, though, about what Dudley was saying there. We've now seen it with, a guy like Bruce Brown, it's not like he's the biggest free agent, but guys are now wanting to play with Nikola. I know you saw the clips of Cam talking about what Nikola brings. Like, that's guys noticing and wanting to play, and now here's a guy, JJ said it, and Jared Dudley saying it, they want to come and be a part of this. So this little old Cowtown, right, is now actually attracting NBA players because of 15.
Absolutely. I think we thought this would have come a little bit sooner. And maybe, do you know what? Maybe there has been a bunch of veterans who are kind of knocking on the door here. And we, again, it was a youth movement. They thought, let's go young here, and they would have enough. And it really blew up in their faces. It was kind of really almost to think about. We'll look back at last year thinking Strother and Watson as like your key guys to try to win a championship with. We're going to go to our grave thinking that was just a huge mistake. Seeing how close they were, it makes it even tougher.
If Calvin Booth were to stick around, we would be having conversations about Calvin Booth and Bernie Bickerstaff in the same scene, and that's not where you want to be living. Another thing that Jared Dudley was asked about is, hey, what do the Nuggets do right and what do you think that they can be better at?
I think obviously the offense is, top 5. When it comes to Jokic, it's really simple, easy. You're cutting Jamal Murray when it comes down to crunch time hoops. I think defensively, he's having the identity. I think they were 22nd in defense. Terrible transition defense team, but they're good at crashing, getting rebounds. So putting in different structure of, hey, when to crash, when not to crash, who do you want to get back? Defensively have a toughness. As we see Watson has all defensive team calling them out. I'll probably meet with Murray one time as you look at all the top guards. Hey, this is where you rank defensively. You might not ever be an all-NBA defender. Can we get you 5-10% better? Can you be better than Brunson? Can you be like Van Fleet? So that's my job, to push guys in a former player way to get to them, but yet understand it's a team defense. They won a championship, and I think they were 15th in defense because their offense is so elite.
All right, so he's talking about a little bit of what you were saying there about getting a little bit better and more out of guys and being a player's coach to do that. I love a couple of things from that answer specifically. I love the fact that he uses the term, this team's terrible in transition.
The honesty is refreshing.
Dude, they need to hear that.
Yeah.
Guys need to hear that. And then everybody thinks I'm the Jamal hater. Kind of am.
Hate.
It's him calling him out and not putting this, you have to be an all-world defender. No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He needs to be an all-world scorer, and he needs to do it much more consistently, and you can't just be a turnstile on the defensive side. So I love the fact that he addresses those things.
Yeah, it's not the first coach probably to say things that, these are grown men. They can't get in their feelings about this stuff. I'm sure they've heard this kind of stuff before, but if he's saying this right away, not really even having a relationship with these guys yet, and being that comfortable and knowing these guys yet, well, it's that outside perspective coming in and giving you a look of okay, well, this is what you guys are and you've been, it's what you thought you were, and this is what everybody else thinks about kind of what you guys are. And it goes to John Wallace too at the top. Mm-hmm. He was here, but then he was gone, and he had a perspective of seeing it from the outside looking in, which if it's just Tenzer and Josh making those decisions will make it, maybe it feels a little bit different. But you bring John Wallace in, you bring the Tenzer looks like he was ripe. Look at all these moves they made. Every move from top to bottom, it's not all going to work out, but if you check a lot more boxes than you do kind of misses, then this team is, I think, Josh, based off the landscape of the way that things played out in free agency in the offseason, the East has 2 major injuries from the 2 teams, the one that just went to the finals, and then the real best team in the East, and Tatum and the Celtics. It's like the Nuggets and the Thunder and everyone else. That Western Conference final is going to be your NBA Finals, because it's going to be a really weird team coming out of the East getting into the finals next year, and whoever it is going to get, they're going to get cooked in 5 or 6 games.
Yeah. And I will say the John Wallace thing that you mentioned, now we were all, I won't speak for everybody, I was critical of Josh Kroenke for the situation and then absent for almost a month, but the fact that we lost John Wallace. We lost him because he left with Tim.
Yeah.
And then you go, we lost an employee that we really like, that we think is smart, and we think that is going to continue to grow. Let's go back and get that guy.
Yeah.
I give Josh Kroenke a lot of credit for that.
Sure, absolutely. Love that kind of stuff. There's no pride in the way. There's no anger.
Yep.
It's just about kind of winning. If you will leave jobs and, stuff like that on proper terms, well, you can always come back. That's how business is done. Don't go out, burning bridges and taking people down. You know?
That'll bite you in the ass at some point.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, we'll get back to some Nuggets. Jared had a couple of more things to say about how he does get through to players, and then what he believes the new guys on the squad will bring to this roster. We'll give you that info and let you hear from Jared at 1:30 this afternoon. So mark your schedule for 1:30. At 11:40, we check our X. What's on our timeline that's caught our eyes on social media? Well, you got to hear what Derrick Henry's diet is during the season. And I've got a question.
Okay.
Has Patrick Mahomes peaked? I'll tell you why I'm asking that next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue and Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
How is it that I make all this money and still can't buy a home?
That's because you went to an outdated lender. I went to Cake, and now I'm in my dream home.
Wait, how'd they pull that off? We're both self-employed.
They look at real income, like your bank deposits or certified profit and loss, not just your tax returns. Cake has flexible mortgage options made for people like us.
Okay, but what if I want to buy a rental property?
Even better, Cake has a program just for that. And it doesn't matter if your monthly rentals don't cover the mortgage. They can look at the potential of the property, not just the current rental income.
That's it. How do I reach these guys?
Their website is cakehome.com, but I called 888-EAT-CAKE.
Okay, got it. So it's 888-EAT-CAKE, right?
Yeah, call 888-EAT-CAKE for more details and learn why life's better with Cake.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here. Colorado Joint Replacement is part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers. They offer innovative hip and knee replacement surgery with expert, compassionate care. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The new and emerging industries apprenticeship tax credit can save you money and boost your workforce. Take the first step to develop skilled apprentices in IT, healthcare, and more at apprenticeship.colorado.gov. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
What is on our timeline? Let's check our X. We do it at 11:45 every day. You have something on Twitter that you want us to talk about? Well, send it to us on Twitter. I'm at Joshua Dover. What are you at? Tweets Danny?
I'm at Tweets Danny on Twitter, correct.
At Tweets Danny. If you send us a story, your story makes the show, well, we'll give your Twitter handle a shout out here on the show. First up, I mentioned this one. So Derrick Henry, we know he's built like a Greek god and everything that comes with those stiff arms and him shoving dudes to the sideline like they're rag dolls. Well, it's because he takes care of his body. This is from that guy, Dov Kleiman, whatever you want to call him.
Sure, yeah.
He has the tweet with Derrick Henry spending $250,000 a year on body maintenance. His diet during the season is no fried food, no dairy, no gluten, no artificial sugars, and he does not eat a complete meal until 4 or 5 p.m. during the season. And then you see obviously the photo of him, jacked like a tree, squatting cars and everything that he does. Danny, could you give up fried food, dairy, gluten, and sugar to look like Derrick Henry?
No, I could not. I probably would not. Everyone could eat a little bit healthier. Sometimes, you see, getting to the age now where you kind of like, it's your last chance to kind of get huge and ripped. I need like a trainer guy to yell at me, get huge. And I could appreciate all of that. But man, no glutes. No glutes. At least give me a few glutes in my. So yeah, it sounds like oats and grains for him and meat. And I could eat a lot of meat. I could eat lots of, hamburger and steak and chicken.
I love some chicken.
Delicious, right?
Yeah.
But it's all the other stuff that goes along with it that makes life worth living,
right?
That's
right, too.
And mashed potatoes and the mac and cheese and just all of it, bro. I want a chip and guac. I'm dipping the queso. That's the kind of guy I am.
See, I have a big, and I don't think it's a problem. Now, my lady will tell you otherwise, but I really enjoy ice cream. The no dairy, I don't know. How can you not eat ice cream?
Yeah.
I have to fight with myself to not eat it every single night. And I lose that battle pretty often.
Well,
I could never give up ice cream ever in my entire life.
It's that homemade taste of bluebell and good friend together. No, but yeah, ice cream is it's really good.
It's so good.
We've been going to Dairy Queen a bunch lately. And,
what should you go to?
I just get a chocolate cone dipped in cherry. And for a while there, they got rid of the cherry for a minute, and it was like I was picketing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was like, I had a big, how people stand outside those offices and it says like, shame on this company. And then they brought it back. I got them to bring it back.
You're out there like, hell no, we won't go.
Yeah.
Bring the cherry cone back, bro, or whatever you're saying. I don't know.
Blizzards are really good too. If you haven't had a blizzard in a long time, there's something to it. And banana's like my 7th or 6th most favorite fruit. Maybe 8th or 9th once you really go down the list. But if you've had a banana split in a long time from Dairy Queen,
it's good.
That's what life is all about.
You know what I used to do? And
what?
She's not listening, so I can't get yelled at. And then I had to check myself. She's like, "Oh, I'm gaining weight at a rapid pace." We'd get Dairy Queen 3 or 4 nights a week. I'd get my Blizzard, but I would always be like, "Yo, I'll go. You don't have to go. I'll go. I'll make the run real quick." And I'd get that same cherry coat, the cone dip, large, and I'd eat it in the car. Before I got back, and then I'd still have the Blizzard too.
Damn, you just built a certain way. I'm like my body's like Oprah. Okay, like my body's fluctuating. If I'm hooping and eating right, not eating late, I will lean down and get slender quick. But if I'm eating like late in the night and just I'm going in and out and stuff, it's not good. Kev, it's not good.
This is why
voluptuous.
I try to hoop, skate, all that stuff. Walk when I golf, so that you're walking like 8 miles.
Yeah.
And then I do a little yoga.
Sorry, what?
Yoga. What's the thing called?
Girls stuff?
Well, what the heck is that?
Downward dog?
No. The little tool. Kettlebell.
Oh, okay.
A yoga like kettlebell thing. And again, I'm never going to be yoked. Look at my body.
Yeah.
But I want to be able to eat blizzards whenever I want. That's why I do it.
Sneaking ice cream on the way.
Sneaking ice cream.
Between the blizzards.
If she heard it, she's going to be so pissed later on.
Well, it's okay. She crashed your truck, so.
Yeah, you're right. Hopefully my bros over at Auto Body are done today, and we get that thing back.
Yeah.
That's Jameis Winston. I don't know. People guess. They're like, what the hell is that noise? That's Jameis Winston doing.
I think it was Gonzo from the Muppets, I think, maybe.
Could be both.
Yeah.
I asked you if Mahomes has peaked. And now we're seeing all the dad bod videos and photos going around. And the reason I ask you that is because it's almost just how good he's been. I don't think he can match what he's done, Danny. If you look at this, he is 17-4. 17-4 in the playoffs. He's 89-23 in the regular season. Combine those things, we're talking about 106-27 in his playoff and regular season career. You're not going to match that. His team's getting older. Travis Kelce's getting older, more out of shape. Chasing
his
around
head coach
his head
doesn't
coach
have
is
a whole lot
a little
left.
bit older as well. So now, when I say has he peaked, I'm not saying he's going to fall off a cliff and not win AFC West and not be in AFC Championship games. I'm just saying stuff like this, a 17-4 playoff record, his next 21 playoff games, promise you, he's not going to have that record.
Okay, so here's the way I look at it. Last week in the morning show, the guys were talking about, has Patrick Mahomes does he still have that kind of aura around him? Is he still that guy? And Mike Evans said it was the defense that carried the Chiefs last year. So I kind of, just from all the question and what I take from those guys and their thoughts a little bit on Mahomes, my thought is he's 29 years old?
Yeah.
Okay, he's 29 years old. I'm hoping that he's on what I've said is teeing off on like the 13th hole of his career.
Okay.
What I'm hoping is he's not just grabbing a hot dog and a beer and making the turn, and we have another 8 years of this. I'm hoping, because it's just a weighted out game. He's already one of the 5 greatest quarterbacks in the history of the league if he never played another down. That's the reality. But I don't think he has the makeup and the body type to be a Tom Brady timeless type of player. Have to spit it out there. So I'm just hoping it's just we got to wait it out. It's like the Chiefs. You can't match John Elway. You just got to wait until the end, and it was a long 16-year wait.
Yeah.
So I'm just hoping that Patrick Mahomes, again's like teeing it up on the 13th hole. They're going to be championship contenders for 2 or 3 more years before it's over for those guys, as opposed to, 7 or 8 more years of, this. Ugh.
I like the golf analogy.
Thanks.
I like that.
Kev, what are you thinking?
I think he's almost to his peak, because when the Broncos beat them this year, I don't want the narrative to be, it's not the same Mahomes.
Yeah.
So, no, he's almost to his peak.
Maybe he gets to that peak, the Broncos Spartan kick him off of it, and then they're in control.
The game right before the Broncos, he reaches his peak.
Okay.
And then we knock him off.
I like that.
Easy curb stomp. Jeez.
I've always wanted to kick someone in the chest and yell something.
No, I just, Patrick Mahomes is special, man. He is very, very special. I hope that Bo Nix and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson can kind of keep him down and the legacy doesn't grow any further. I don't want that guy to win another championship. I ain't no hater on the guy, but I was a denier for a long time. And he's just kind of special. But I hope Bo Nix has that same kind of moxie and makeup. And some of the best stuff was how Patrick Mahomes praised Bo Nix, told him we're going to have a bunch of these matchups, and, good for you, kid, good for you.
And wasn't him telling Shauna, like, you got one over there now.
Absolutely.
Finally got one. All right, one more. Someone wrote in on the text line, that's not Jameis, that was the guy fighting the hockey player. I'm sure you guys talked about it. The golfer? Video.
Oh, man.
It was the greatest video I've ever seen.
Well, because he was calm for a while.
Yeah.
If you see the whole video.
I think
and then finally he had just snapped.
So drunk, he's like trying to gather himself. Like, okay, what am I going to do here?
Don't do this. My wife's going to be mad. I don't want to go to jail over this.
Clearly saw guys recording, but then he couldn't. Wouldn't you cry about it? And then it was on after that.
Loved it.
Dude, I am actually, if anybody can get a hold of it, have you seen the painting? Of the
yes,
I want one of those.
It's like a bad painting,
and I will buy it, whatever it costs. I want this thing in my basement.
We'll get you a print.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Yeah.
Too. Another quick thing here on my timeline, Danny. I don't know how you felt about it last week. I just hate that we play into his hand. The Rich Paul stuff now, the LeBron. Rich Paul said 4 teams has reached out to the Lakers that are possibly interested in trading for the superstar, but LeBron has yet to request a trade. I'm
laying the groundwork.
Now, I'm guilty of it too. But all we're doing here is feeding the ego of a 41-year-old child that LeBron James is, because he needs people to talk about him so desperately, he does this same song and dance every year.
Well,
I hate it. It's tired. It's old.
LeBron, there it's L.A. LeBron's getting a little saggy. He's got to get some Botox. He's got to get that same, TMZ's not following him around like they were. It's the Luka show. He's the new, Hollywood's brightest star, and the biggest act in L.A. is Luka. It's the Luka show. LeBron's feeling that. He's feeling kind of his grip slipping away. And like I said, if LeBron wants to add to the legacy, You go to one more stop and you win another championship with the fourth team, even as the second guy. Man, it'd help you maybe get past Kobe and maybe Magic and maybe Bird. No one's getting past Jordan. But if he was to go to the Knicks and they win, bro, that would be an exclamation point on a career that people kind of couldn't deny, even if you want him to just shut up and dribble or whatever you think about the guy. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, if he's looking for the easiest path, the Knicks would be a pretty damn good landing spot.
Yeah.
Depending on what they'd have to give back, but that you said it earlier, the East is wide open for a
If I was him, I would find the best team in the East to go to right now under a 2-year window. But next year, when LeBron could go to 3 or 4 teams in the East, and they could go to the finals.
Mm-hmm. All right, so yeah, he's still talking about it. Will Rich Paul find a trade partner? Let's get into our lunch hour. Going back to the Rockies conversation, did they add a future star last night or just another letdown in their lack of development department? We're going to talk about their 4th overall pick in Ethan Holiday, their weekend, and how they can avoid being the worst team in Major League Baseball. But before we do that, we got to talk about a situation happening at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Some situations they're going through with their rookies and contracts, or really lack thereof. Details coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond, but there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers, 2 stores totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times the certified loose diamonds at our diamond bar.
And Denver's true diamond experts who will share their knowledge and passion on how to get the most diamond for your money guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
And that's why every day more couples say will you with Williams.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball home run contest action kicks off starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Lunch hour. We like to call it our third quarter as we play 4 quarters every day, plus a little overtime as we will do some crosstalk with the drive when those boys get in here at 2 o'clock. But in the meantime, myself, Josh Dover, and Danny Williams are going to take you for the next couple of hours, and we appreciate you guys being a part of the show.
It's been fun.
Has been a lot of fun so far. We're asking you guys to get involved a couple of ways. A little tribe question of the day is about baseball. Do you care about the Home Run Derby, which is going down tonight at 6 o'clock? We'll have it for you here right on the Fan if you can't get home and sit in front of your TV. I would imagine, there's still some folks there that care about it. I know you can bet on stuff, and that makes it a little more appealing as well. That's how I get into it tonight. We'll figure that out. But tell us at 303-713-1043, and don't forget to put your name at the end of your text on the RamosLaw.com text line so that we can give you a shout-out on the show. We're going to talk about the Rockies in a couple moments. I do want to start with R.J. Harvey and Jahdae Barron contract situations, Danny. Something we talked a little bit about earlier, and our friend Mike Kliss has a story about it. It's on his Twitter, and it's at 9news.com. But what Mike's writing about specifically is the R.J. Harvey deal. R.J. is a second-round pick, and a lot of second-round players are holding out, like virtually all of them, except for guys like Jaden Higgins, who got a fully guaranteed deal there in Houston, and that's why people are holding out. Ladd McConkey a year ago, he was a second-round player and got 91.5% of his contract guaranteed.
He was great last season, though.
He was absolutely
really, really productive and good.
So it's a question of, all right, if you look at it from the player's perspective, and I think we can do both. You go, yeah, I get it. If I'm R.J. Harvey and you're telling me how big of a part of a plan I am for this season and the immediate future, but yet you don't want to guarantee all my money. And if you're Greg Pinner, George Payton, you're saying, well, I don't want to establish a precedent of, hey, second-round player, now you get all of your money guaranteed. But I did say this, and I will stand by it, that you can, if you think R.J. Harvey is going to be a true player in this offense for 2 or 3 years, maybe it's 4 for his entire deal. I would doubt that.
You can't look any further than that in the NFL as a whole, but especially at that position.
At the running back? But couldn't you go, like the Chargers did with Ladd McConkey. All right, you want 100%. We want to give you 50% because that's what they want to do is give 50% of guaranteed money for the first 2 years. Let's meet at an 80% number where some of that third year is guaranteed and none of the fourth year is because we have to protect ourselves.
We've said that the Broncos have the richest ownership in all of professional sports, but it's not as easy as just pay the guy the most money because you have the most money to pay guys.
Yeah.
You don't want to, burn. You don't want to cross any lines with, making any new standards of the Broncos. Already was the Russell Wilson deal is such a disaster, historic disaster around the league. They look so bad for that going down, giving the money right away when he comes over here and hadn't done anything. He's still under contract. Mike Evans said, there's a legend for saying you didn't have to pay the guy right away. What were you thinking? What were you doing? Make him prove it. So how that plays back to Harvey, I guess I would say from his perspective, this is his since he was a kid playing ball, Mama 2 jobs, all the practices, all the grind, the scholarship, going to college, making a name for yourself there, at a college that's a smaller power school. How good are you? 22 touchdowns, all those yards. You're no sure thing in the NFL. He's not a first-round pick. So I guess my point is this is the most money he's probably going to make in his entire life, this contract he's about to sign, okay? He's a 50-50. It's a 50-50 proposition that he hits, is a successful player, and will go on to make another contract here or not. Phillip Lindsay did everything an undrafted young player could do here. Outworked everybody, overcame the stigma of being undrafted when all these other guys are more important and more valuable because you gave up an asset to give them. He rushes for 1,000 yards. He's a hometown hero. Yet still he couldn't get another contract here, Phillip Lindsay. And if Phillip Lindsay can't, well then R.J. Harvey's just no sure thing whatsoever. That's why he's got to grip tight and hold out for every penny.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that part of it for sure.
It's bad luck for everybody, though, I think.
And you brought up the fact that Pinner is the richest owner. I think that's a really good point because I was only looking at it from RJ's perspective. And honestly, until you said that, I was like, yo, I'm Team RJ on this. Get as much money as you can.
Yeah.
I hate the, and I know why fans do it and bring it up, but like team-friendly deals, yeah, right. Is there an employee-friendly deal? When do I get that? You know what I mean? If you're R.J. Harvey, when do I get the employee-friendly deal?
You already complaining all the days that Mike Evans gets off compared to you.
I got to get the Mike Evans deal going on around here. Mike Evans has earned it with 20 years of service.
You're right, but Mike Evans' agent is also Rich Paul. So
that's
there
what
you
it
go.
Is. That's what it is. He's got that Rich Paul money.
Yep.
That's a good move from Mike Evans.
Yeah.
I do think it's a little bit of a, hey, why not just pay it if you're a Greg Pinner? But then you said it. Then every second-round pick, their agent's going to come in here and they're going to go, hey, in 2025, R.J. Harvey requested and got all of his guaranteed money.
After a couple more signings go down and there's a bar and there's a gap there to slot R.J. Harvey and his money, a deal will be done. You know, you don't have his money. Walmart's not doing it without doing good business, being very smart, being very savvy, and don't overextend. Don't make anybody angry. Don't make any owners angry. You got to say, like, every move that these Penners since day one, every single last move that they have made has been a really good move. From Sean to Bo Nix to how they spend all the money on the within the season to go replace the field and the turf for their players, to the updates at the current stadium, even though they're going to build a new one eventually somewhere.
They got a big old brand new plane for travel.
Yep, complex, all the new things happening over at Dove Valley. There's first class operation over there.
It is, and look, I think for Greg Pinner, there's also this. Wasn't it when we learned about the NFL and players union colluding to not give guaranteed money?
Yeah.
Wasn't it Greg Pinner that told George Payton, like, let's pump the brakes on a fully guaranteed Russell Wilson contract? He's got some time left on this deal. I think that's something that Greg, you want to be in the NFL? You got to sign this contract. And then if you perform, this is something that I've always respected about the Steelers. And our buddy Ryan Harris has always told me that when Ryan went to go sign his deal with the Steelers.
Love Ryan.
That day, they sat him down, looked him in the eyes as a man, and said, here's what our expectations are during the life of this contract. Went over them, like listing them out. And if you meet or exceed those expectations, I'm looking you in the eyes as a man, we're going to give you another contract. I want the Broncos to have that same sort of that vibe with players and pending free agents. Standards of going.
Standards.
And maybe that's where this resolution is. It's R.J. Harvey sitting in a room with George Payton and Greg Pinner and going, I know what you want, but we need to see it before we just tie money to you for the next 4 years. Let's have a handshake agreement, a man-to-man conversation of going, meet these expectations, which are blank, 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 and blank, And if you do that within the first couple of years, we'll rip that up and give you
and
a
we'll
new
pay
contract.
you Jamar Gibbs or some great
Exactly.
money after
Right.
you go ball out for 2 or 3 years and show what you can do. Yeah, but
we're all high on RJ Harvey, but he has still accomplished zero at the NFL level.
A prospect is a suspect until proven otherwise.
I like that one. That's one of my favorite Danny's.
I've used it a couple times last week. Yeah. Okay. RJ Harvey's just a matter of time. I don't think there's any bad blood. There's no ill will. I mean, we all love Barron. He's not signed either. We're talking all about Harvey.
Yep.
Barron's not signed either. If the one is more of a priority than the other, I don't know. It's pretty equal to me. The first round money, it's more slotted in there. It's more details. It's the second rounders now that are wanting those guaranteed dollars, and they probably deserve it. I kind of think they probably deserve it. I mean, you're still a top 60 pick. In the NFL, there's a lot of value there. You're not too far from being a first-round pick. If you look at the numbers of second-round picks as opposed to first-round picks hitting, man, you have tons of success of players coming out of the second round. And there's a big history right now. If you look at the 10 best running backs in the NFL right now, the Kyron Williams and guys like that, second-round picks. So there's the top 3 or 4 horses who were lottery guys, the Saquons and the Christian McCaffreys, but there's the NFL has told us you can find proven runners, Pro Bowl runners, great runners in the second round. So, yeah.
And it's also from the owner's perspective, like, okay, let's say we all say what you just said. Second round picks, they're pretty important. You could make the argument the first
more important
3
than ever in the history of the league.
The first 3 rounds are very important picks. You're supposed to find starters in those rounds.
There you go.
So you go and say, we'll guarantee the second round money. And then the third round players are going, yo, what about us? And then when does that become, you know what I'm thinking about here? When does the NFL, they cave so many times that they then become the NBA?
I'm going to the CFL with Shador.
You know what I mean, though? But then they become the players are running the show, and that's the biggest problem in the NBA right now.
Well,
ownership has no power.
Completely different. I mean, the players just absolutely run the NBA, and that's probably started with, we're talking about, I don't remember with who, with maybe like the decision with LeBron.
Oh, right.
Or just, star players were telling you exactly where they wanted to go, and these teams were obliging. Same with Carmelo. I want to go to New York. Okay, sure. We'll take whatever they want to give us back. Because Carmelo should have went to the Brooklyn Nets for 3 or 4 number 1 picks, or whoever had the most assets to give.
You should tell them, tough, you know what? This is what we do for us.
Well, go into free agency and then go to the sign with the Knicks, but we got to trade you for the most we can get. Not Gallo, Ray Felton, Timofey Mozgov, and a bag of basketballs.
They did get some picks. One of them turned into Jamal.
Yeah. Okay. I'm with you.
But you're right about the net package could have been bigger.
The only reason, and we're going down the road here, sorry, that I kind of can live with that Carmelo trade now is because after 3, 4, 5 moves, a few years, I manipulate it butterfly effect to where it turns into Jokic, where it somehow turned into Jokic, and we got the Serbian god of all things basketball. So yeah,
it all worked out the way it was supposed to work.
Yeah, for sure. If you win one like we did, you're less mad at Carmelo now. I'm less mad at Carmelo than I once was, because now we've reached the mountaintop. We got a player even greater than Carmelo, because we're talking about Melo on the cover of NBA 2K.
Oh yeah,
last week with Angel Reese, and I just thought, man, Melo's got a lot more clout still around the league than we want to give him around here, because we're kind of haters on the guy now.
Yeah.
But Carmelo's a pretty beloved guy.
I was never a hater on Carmelo. I always what's the American dream? Make the most amount of money you can
and live and play where you want and work. Yeah.
And I know people blame Lala, but that's how it works, guys. When you have a lady and they want to do something, you probably got to do that.
Yeah.
And
even if the ladies in most cases ruin everything.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
You know what I mean?
Did you ever watch the what was this?
I'm just kidding, babe. Love you.
No, you were talking about Lala.
Yeah,
Lala, of course. What was the series she was on? Power? Did you ever watch that on Stars?
No.
She did sex in it a couple times.
Sex?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I'll send you the clips.
Thank you.
All right, so yeah. All right, last question before Wednesday's rookies reporting.
Yeah.
Do Jure Barron and RJ Harvey have a deal?
Yes.
I think so
well,
too.
Wait. Do they have a deal?
Do they sign their contract?
Oh, can they show up without the deal done? You
I think they can show up and just kind of hang
There's a
out.
few kind of rules. I'd be showing up. I wouldn't be playing no games. I'd show up and get on everyone's good side and show that you're a pro. And everybody understands it's a financial thing, and everyone's trying to get their paper. And there's no ill will. There's some tough agents that might be making their clients look bad, but in the end, it's all business. In the end, there's a certain amount of money you can make and can't make, and the sooner you get there and we can get to work, the better off those two young players are going to be, and be able to contribute to this team.
And I would also say, I know Greg Pinner doesn't want, once we get there, media's there, he doesn't want that to be the story. And I would also say the second question Sean Payton gets about Barron and Harvey's contract, good luck to the person that asked that question. I'm sure he's going to nip that in the bud pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
That's how Sean Payton rolls.
Yeah.
All right. I do want to talk a little bit about the Rockies. We have some draft picks to talk about and what they have to
the future of the Rockies
do now to avoid being the worst team pretty much of all time. But before we do that, I got to tell you, tomorrow from noon to 1, it's our first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. We'll be at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue. That's in Lone Tree. You can only grab one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. Danny's rocking it right now. If you're on YouTube or DenverSports.com.
Man, you got to feel this shirt.
What was that one?
Tim Tebow.
Yeah, that's right.
That's Tim Tebow, bro.
Oh, the Tebow days.
Love Tim Tebow.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the Rockies, Danny. So they did make a few draft picks last night. Obviously, the big one is Ethan Holiday. And yes, he is the son of Matt Holiday. He's picked right out of an Oklahoma high school, plays shortstop, going to take a couple of years, obviously, for him to get back at this big league level.
Maybe not too long, because Jackson Holiday is only 21 years old, been in the league for 2 years already, playing
correct me
ball.
if I'm wrong, he came up real quick, then went back down, figured some things out, and has been back up
Couldn't
since.
say for sure.
Okay.
Sounds right. The guy played as a bit of a utility role player last year, coming up, super hot prospect. This year has been an every kind of day player, hitting 260, 12, 13 home runs, 21 years old. When he's 23 or 24, 25, Jackson Holiday could be one of the best players in Major League Baseball. So
with 5 years experience.
And I hope the little brother, Ethan Holiday, is even a better player. One of those two guys is going to be, really special, I think, like the old man, and the other one's probably a serviceable ball player for 6 to 8, 9 years in the pros. But one of the two is going to be a star. I hope we got the right one.
What would you think about timeline? 2, 3? That's the same thing. You're talking about 20 years old.
I'd say
if
this
it comes up.
If he's got the body type to go play at the level sooner than later, you get him up as soon as possible because you have nothing to lose.
Mm-hmm.
The growing pains, as long as he doesn't get beat down and he can mentally and physically go through the grind, then I get him up soon like his brother. I mean,
they have nothing to lose.
No, you have nothing to lose at all. And then the makeup from, Big Bro Jackson tells you he could be ready sooner than later. So, yeah, you get him up there, you see what he can do. You sell some jerseys. They don't have a jersey to sell. You can't, they're trying to sell still Bryant jerseys over there. A Doyle jersey, it's cool because it's Doyle. Doyle rules! But other than that.
You know what they've done this year?
What?
We've noticed it a couple of times. The opponent, the best player on the opponent's team, they bring that in for jersey sales at the team stores.
Brutal.
Yeah.
They should sell more other team stuff there because they want to sell stuff.
They'd make more money.
I've always loved purple. Like rocking that purple, the Rockies could do well with, the look is good. Look is good. Even those New City Connects, you kind of, they're like the Padres. Nah, let's mix it up. They're okay.
That's what people like, looks like the 90s Taco Bell. And I'm like, the greatest restaurant
That was the greatest
ever?
restaurant
right.
ever.
Yeah, I'll take that.
It's so good, they didn't tear it down. They opened a Chinese restaurant in it, because the foundation was so strong.
Can we call their New Jerseys the Baja Blast?
That's a perfect
That's a
one.
great name.
Yeah.
I got to get me a Baja Blast
Except
jersey.
They need to hit home runs to have the blast.
Well, that part, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That would
Kyle
be
Berry
nice.
loves that Baja Blast. Have you seen him?
Yeah.
They're always out. He's like, they're out of Baja Blast again. I'm like, dang, man.
We're a big Mountain Dew show here.
Yeah.
I love the Baja Blast Kevin likes the regular.
I heard Cecil.
Cecil drinks the zero sugar.
I heard Cecil drinks a 6-pack of Mountain Dew and then runs a marathon.
Yeah.
It's like it's like
It's his juice.
It's all it's like
fuel, I mean.
almost like Joy Chestnut.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
remember when Vaughn said you can't put unleaded in a Ferrari? All we do is put unleaded in these Acuras right here. Not even an Acura. I don't want to call my body an Acura.
Acura. That's funny.
My body. What's my body of a
What
car?
are you? What would your body be?
I'm like a 98 Toyota Corolla.
Okay.
Like, it's going to get the job done, but
Yeah.
it's not pretty when it gets there.
Yeah, I'd be like a Jetta. Got good mileage.
yeah.
Could be flashy, you know. If I drive by really fast, you might think it's more, you know, like a
Right.
new Lexus or something like that. But I can go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen it. And then real quick, the other thing that the Rockies need to do now, it's virtually impossible. So if they want to avoid not being as bad as the White Sox were a year ago, with their loss yesterday to the Reds, they dropped 2 out of 3. They're going to have 66 games after the All-Star break. They have to go 21-45 in those games to beat the White Sox by 1 game.
No chance.
Zero chance, right?
There's no chance they do this. If this is an even money bet right now somewhere, you got to take that under and you got to run with it. There's just no chance they win 21 out of their last 66 games.
No way.
No chance. That's 1 out of every 3 games. They're going to have 2 or 3, 6 or 7 game losing streaks down the stretch of the season. It'll cook them. I don't know how many back-to-back wins they're going to have down the stretch of this season. I'm not being mean. I'm just like, let's kind of keep it real. They're 23-73. This is brutal. This is so brutal.
I mean, they lost 50 games before they won 10. So they're going to win 21 out of the next 45. There's no way that's happening.
Yeah.
They're going to have the worst record in modern era baseball history when these 66 games come and go. And will anything change? I know Walker's down there doing his thing. Will they fire Bill Schmidt? What will come of it? That's all TBD.
Why rather Walker put a uniform on and play?
Might as well.
See him talk and still hit a little bit.
Oh, I meant Walker Mumford.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
But I'm
I
down
meant
for
Larry Walker. Larry
in
Walker
uniform.
works within the organization.
He probably
That's
collects a check doing something.
Yeah, whatever.
Types an email to somebody and then sends that off.
I said they're so bad. The greatest figure in the history of the franchise, one of them is Kelly McGregor.
Mm-hmm.
You know, R.I.P. Kelly
Yeah.
McGregor. He was a football guy. I'm going to go hire a football guy to see him come in here and try to fix this mess.
Remember, people in the organization say Kelly McGregor was never replaced with his knowledge, and then this is where we are now.
That's a great point. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. That
Yeah.
guy was obviously pretty special.
Mm-hmm. All right, I got to ask you this. I told you about I got back from vacation.
Okay.
We did family vacation, right? And
Yeah.
it was great and everything. I went deep sea fishing. So it was a full family vacation. There were 20 of us in the house, like 5 or 6 children, one under 1 year old.
So explain deep sea fishing. You're out in the ocean with a boat with some serious equipment.
Some serious equipment. It was like a guided tour, too.
Yeah.
So like there's a guy telling us what to do, how to reel up. You don't cast either. I didn't know that. Like you just click a button and your 1 pound weight takes it all the way down.
What's the bait?
Squid.
Okay.
Cut up squid.
Okay.
Which smells growing, whatever. You're out there fishing. But it was awesome. I've never done it before.
So what'd you catch?
Caught all kinds of like red snappers. They kept calling them mingos, and then I would be like, "A mingo ate my bait."
baby.
That's what I kept
Oh,
saying.
yeah, good one.
And nobody really got it, but I enjoyed it. And then we were also catching triggerfish, which were out of season. That's something else I didn't know.
So were you
Fish
catching
in
them and then
season.
releasing them, or did you save them and
No.
take them and cook them?
If they were over 10 inches long, you could keep them.
Yeah.
And so I got a picture of it. We caught 28 pounds worth of fish.
Yeah.
And so we kept the ones that we could keep. The triggerfish were out of season, so you couldn't keep them, but they were fun to catch because they'd like fight really hard.
Yeah.
But this is what I didn't know. I don't know a lot about deep sea fishing, but I didn't know that the dolphins have figured out which boats go where. And so I don't know what boat we were on or whatever, but we're going out and a couple of dolphins are coming. You're like, oh, cool, there's dolphins right there. And then the guy, Jake, who was like our first mate, who was like our guy to handle our fish, is like, no, you're going to hate those things once we get out to where we get.
Why?
And that's what I said. I'm like, why? And he's like, you'll find out.
Okay.
And so the guy gets on the mic and he goes, put squid on your thing, drop it down, count to 15, and then start to reel it back up. He's like, if your line's in the water for more than 30 seconds, your bait's gone or you have a fish. And that's what it was. But you would drop that thing down and you could immediately start reeling back up, and then you'd feel like another hit
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, I already got a fish on here.
Yeah.
And it didn't feel like that.
Yeah.
It was the dolphins
taking the bait,
taking the fish.
But they didn't ever get hooked.
They
though?
never got hooked.
How?
And they would hit it hard. I'm like, I got a shark! I got a shark! And they're like, no, the dolphin just stole your fish, you
I
idiot.
got the Loch Ness.
And dude, every time you would hook and you'd see a dolphin hit the water to go right to where your bait was. So that became the game. Like the fishing was actually easy.
Yeah.
You're going to catch a fish almost every time.
So you're competing against the dolphins.
Can you reel it up before that dolphin,
Wow.
that damn flipper, takes your food?
That's cool.
It was actually very fun.
Sounds great.
Sounds like they're smarter than their football team.
They definitely are.
Yeah.
Definitely are.
Yeah, they're definitely have more brain power left.
Yeah. I like that you're figuring out how to say that.
Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble.
One girl who was there with her grandfather and was like, the whole time was like, is this almost over? And I'm like, hey, we got 7 hours left. Stop asking the question.
7 hours.
She was, I can't imagine, more than 10 years old.
Yeah.
She caught a 40-pound, I don't even know what it was. Couldn't keep that either because it was out of season. But it took her the rest of that 7 hours to reel that thing up. And shout out to her grandpa. She kept trying to pass it to him, and he kept on saying, nope, I'm not helping. This is your fish.
Yeah.
And for the rest of the trip, she was just battling that thing. But it was cool to see it be brought up.
That's cool.
A 40-pound fish.
Sounds fun.
So if you can, go deep sea fishing. Feed the family after that.
All right.
All right. Let's take a time out. Want to continue our conversation here. I do want to get back to a Nuggets conversation. They're 0-2 in the Summer League. Does the Summer League even matter? And what are we really going to expect from some of these younger pieces that need to be developed? Let's have that conversation next.
Is Bo Nix bringing back pleasant memories for Sean Payton?
I am convinced the longer Bo's career goes on, if he just continues to ascend, I'm telling you, eventually the conversation's going to turn, and it's going to be Sean saying, I saw my next Drew in this guy.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips, so we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dental phobia? Consider Sedation Dentistry with Clarkson Dental. Their highly trained team will lead you through an exceptional dental experience from that first fearful call all the way through to aftercare. Call the most experienced sedation dentist and staff. Clarkson Dental, ColoradoSedation.com.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Hey, Stoke here. If you need a hip or knee replacement surgery, check out Colorado Joint Replacement. They're home to some of the top trained surgeons in the state using the latest technology. Their expert surgeons offer the most innovative joint replacement care in the Front Range. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Free trial is 7 days. If customer does not cancel prior to the end of a trial period, fees will apply.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Packed with peanuts and filled with golden caramel, Payday is one hard-working candy bar. So grab one now to power you through the day. Payday Peanut Caramel Bar. Get to it.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball home run contest action kicks off starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, let's get into a Nuggets conversation as Danny Williams is sitting in with me for the week.
And that booty.
That's a good one right there, huh? Take me back to the sports column, dude. I am down.
That's funny.
Remember the sports column days? It's not even there anymore.
Iconic.
Dude.
That whole area is like totally upside down right now. They have no plan. I don't know what. It's like you don't want to be there for anything.
No, you don't. You know how many
Unless
chumps...
you're parking and walking to the game, bro.
You know how many chumps I beat at that Pop-A-Shot free throw thing to get free beer at the sports column?
Yeah.
It was such a great time of life.
Man, the good old days.
Remember Matty B working there and just going nuts? All right, we're having some fun. Do want to talk some Nuggets, though. I want to talk about what we've seen after the first couple of Summer League games. And really, I'm a basketball junkie. You are too, Danny.
Love it.
I've generally watched Summer League hoops. I'll be honest, it's been a little bit more difficult this year with the Nuggets because none of these guys on this Summer League roster matter to the Denver Nuggets now or in the immediate future. Maybe outside of DeRon Holmes. I mentioned the guy Spencer Jones earlier. I hate the way he shoots the basketball. I know he shot all right in Saturday night's game, but he's got a bigger body but wants to be a shooter and then doesn't want to play in the post. In fact, that's a little bit of what DeRon Holmes has. You said it in that first game. He shot the ball well.
Yeah.
But then watching in the second game,
I didn't like what you said. Explain it.
He relies on that too much. He was very passive. It was hey, I'm a shooter now. I'm going to stand in my shooting spots instead of I'm 3 inches taller than the guy guarding me. Let me put my
I want to see
butt on
low
and
post
up.
moves for days.
And he has it too. That's what's weird to see him not do it.
I want to see low post moves for days and a real skill set down there and being able to play with big guys, big boys in the summer here, let alone, grown ass men, some of the best in the whole world. So I like the idea of Holmes. Okay.
Yeah.
But I just don't see this guy being a contributor to this team this year, almost in any way, shape, or form. You guys got Zeke Naji can't get on the floor. He's a guy who could kind of play some of that position, and that's a position of need, and he can't get on the floor. Let alone
he also sucks.
I agree.
Terrible.
No, you're right. But let alone let alone jump to other good young players for minutes, and Watson and Strother, who have been in the system and within the team for a few years now. So, yeah, Holmes, who's drafting and developing these OKC young cats? It seems like they got 5 of the best starters in the league and 5 other guys who can go play really good minutes for anyone else around the league. And who did they just draft in this draft here? But White Boy, a big guy who looks like they got another one. They just found another one. So I don't get too caught up on summer league. I think it's fun, exciting. JJ and I almost went. We did a baseball trip last year instead. I want to go check it out.
Yeah.
Want to go?
I've never been either, and everybody says it's great.
We should do it, man. That'd be great. Yeah, I don't want the being 0-2 in the summer league, and 0-3 and 0-4 in every summer league. They can't win these summer league games, and Colin Gillespie's is like a star in these games.
Yeah.
It's like they're not trying to win these games here, and that's okay. I can understand that, but you don't want to be outclassed in all of these games, and just shows you that your young talent is not as good as these other teams' young talent.
When you talk about some of these younger guys not playing, and you mentioned DeRon Holmes, I kind of look at this as DeRon Holmes as Aaron Gordon's backup at the 4. Not the 5. Obviously, they don't need that now because Jonas is here. And I love the fact that the Nuggets are putting their foot down. Like, nope, you're going to play here because we traded for you, and that's what you need to honor. I would look at it as this. We know what the starters are. Jamal, Christian, Cam, Aaron, Joker.
Mm-hmm.
Is Jalen Pickett your backup point guard?
No.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't.
Who is?
So...
Because I look at it as that.
Are you talking about when Jamal comes off of the floor, who is coming in for Jamal?
Mm-hmm.
Probably Tim Hardaway Jr. or Bruce Brown, whoever might be. We'll see what happens with their minutes, and we'll see what happens, how they're going to chop up and use those guys. But Jalen Pickett's not coming onto the floor before those guys do. And then the first thing that I just thought of was I kind of want Chris Paul here.
Really?
Yeah. He was like 8-8 or 9-9 last year.
Yeah.
And
he's never won a Game 7 ever.
Okay, I understand that. I could feel you on that, but I think
referees hate him.
I think that he could help us. That's not everyone is down with that, but I think to have a hungry Uncle Jeff kind of guy like that, certain minutes,
I like that.
He won't. Once you come in the second group, you won't dip. Like the quote unquote non-Jokic minutes. That's going to have a new narrative, a new feeling this year. So they might even be non-Jokic minutes be a positive thing instead of a horrible phrase that we hate to talk about.
When you say Chris Paul, I want to go, well, you know what, man, maybe he gets more out of Jamal Murray, but Russell Westbrook is Mr. Energy all the time. Don't cheat the game, and he couldn't get anything.
Yeah, but you hate
Jamal
playing
Murray.
with Russ if you're a teammate because while he might one time pull a board, find you in transition, he's going to make 2 or 3 really bad decisions that are going to anger you as a basketball IQ guy or as a teammate or as a coach,
or fan,
or for sure.
Well, see, I look at it a little different. I think Jalen is going to get some opportunity to run. Now, when we get to when Adelman starts to cut down his rotation to prepare for the playoffs, and then certainly in the playoffs, I think it's what you said. It's Bruce or Timmy, or even hell, you can have I guess Bruce Brown or Tim Hardaway Jr. bring the ball up the floor while you're staggering with starters.
Michael Malone broke every rule of his kind of coaching philosophy of being a veteran guy and not playing young guys with Christian Brown. But Christian Brown's pedigree, all that kind of stuff, really made him almost like a young veteran player, okay? So Coach Adelman, we'll see. I might have it all wrong with Jalen Pickett, with Holmes, and with maybe Strother getting some more opportunities. Maybe those guys will get more touches and opportunities. But my thought, Josh, is it's going to be critically important for the Nuggets to be a 2 seed next year so they don't have to face the Thunder in a second round, and they're probably not going to have a chance to have more wins than the Thunder because of Game 7 we see how important that was in the series against the Thunder for the Nuggets and then in Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Yeah. So, but I do think the Nuggets have to go fight for 55 wins, and you can't do that just by throwing out there some of these young guys who are going to hurt you, maybe cost you 2, 3, 4 wins that take you from 52 to 53 to 54 55 to 56.
Yeah.
So I think the makeup of the team, I think for Adelman is you're gonna lean on all these old guys and ride them and just see, you can sprinkle in the young guys and see what you can get out of them.
I think the young guys, in a perfect world, and it's never perfect, but in a perfect world, the games where the Nuggets are up 20 to start the fourth quarter,
yeah,
you get Jalen Pickett, Julian Strother, Peyton Watson, and Deron Holmes playing a lot of minutes in those moments.
I'm down for that. But again, how you sustain, like the Nuggets a 17-point lead to start the game, and then the team cuts it to 7 at half.
Yeah.
Or, the horrible third quarter all of a sudden where you go from double digits to single digits in this game. The Nuggets are notorious for letting teams back in it down the stretch.
Yep.
So, yeah, you got to manipulate the 48 minutes of the game itself to win games, but also find a way to develop a little bit. And Coach Adelman said, we're going to start the season healthy, coming out there to compete. We're not going to use the start of the season to get healthy.
Jamari.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a sneeze. Whoa, weird.
So,
yeah, that's exactly who he was talking about.
Yeah, for sure.
One quick text from Kathy, a lady representing the tribe here. When I went deep sea fishing, my husband caught a shark, and I got a marlin it was plus 35 pounds of tuna off of that marlin. Kathy, that's outstanding. Marlin would be fun to catch. My dad caught one, and when we were on the beach one day, a guy caught a shark, and then I walked over there because I just wanted to see a shark. And he's like, I don't know what I'm doing here, and I think the shark's dead. And then he put it back in the water, and it was dead. And that upset me a little bit.
Dang, that's sad.
We also, my brother-in-law Googled, it was like some Atlantic whatever shark, and we were in those waters earlier that day. And he's like, yeah, the internet says there's hundreds of them right here. And I was like, oh, and we've been in here.
I got to tell you a funny story. So we got married in Mexico in Cancun.
Okay, nice.
So, the water, you see there's the buoys out there at a certain point. When I was young, when we swam out there, I don't know why I thought this. I thought there was a net, because it's just far enough out there where it's kind of far. You swim out to it. I thought there was a net all
Under
the
the
way
water?
down, no, from the buoy down
Yeah.
to protect you. So when you go out there and you swim out there and it's not, there was the sense of I got to get back.
And then
quick.
you're there without the net.
Yeah, because I'm just kind of scared of the water a little bit. I can swim, and I got a little bit of courage in me. I'll ride some roller coasters and stuff, but yeah, I
Is
don't
the
know.
wife, will she get in the ocean?
Yeah, she was out there. I had to leave her in the ocean by herself. And
Every man for yourself.
I'll tell her, just stay here. I'll be back for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, I'm down with the ocean. I've tried to go and swim at night in the ocean, and I got about to my knees and was very terrified. And then I've done it twice. I don't know that I'd ever do it again, but it's a really sweet adrenaline rush.
Mm-hmm.
We rented a jet ski a couple times, and you just go, hey, drive out as far as you can, and we'll come back.
Yeah.
Drive out in the middle of the ocean. Can't see the horizon anymore. Jump in.
Whoa.
That's pretty scary, dude.
That's gnarly.
I've done it twice.
I'm out.
And I was like, I peed a little swimming back. But
Did you have a life jacket on?
yeah, had a life jacket
Okay.
on.
So at least you can float back up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But it's still you don't know how deep it is. You don't know what's under you or around you. It was a little scary.
Kev, too. Salty crew or freshwater crew? What are we doing? Are you down with the saltwater crew?
I'm
or
probably
fresh-
saltwater crew.
Okay.
What about you?
I think salty.
Salty, Kevin?
I think
I think
salty.
I'm down with the salty.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Salt crew around here.
All right.
Salt crew. All right, let's talk a little football here. Let's look around the football world. In fact, I want to specifically get into a conversation about something that Dion had to say. Plus, one of those rookies were arrested over the weekend. We'll get into both stories coming up next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue and Lone Tree. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with SOTA weight loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before SOTA, I was
taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Stokley here for Embers Living. Summer's here also, and it's grilling season. I'm talking steakhouse quality sears and precision control with the Napoleon Prestige series. With Napoleon Sizzle Zone, you get high heat infrared grilling for restaurant-style results right in your backyard. And check this out. Smart features let you monitor temps and control your grill right from your phone. From slow smoked ribs to reverse sear tomahawks, Napoleon grills do it all. Visit embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, I want to talk about a couple of things I read that Deion Sanders has said over at Big 12 Media Day and stuff through the weekend. We're going to get to that in a moment, but a quick story. This was the big news around the NFL over the weekend, and unfortunately, it's bad news for Browns fans. Do those even exist? My lady's Uncle Mike, for some reason, loves the Browns, and he's been in New Jersey his entire life. I'm like, how, why, what are you doing here? But that's the one Browns fan that I know. Cleveland Browns rookie running back Quinshon Judkins was arrested on a domestic violence and battery charge in Fort Lauderdale, Florida on Saturday. According to the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, the 21-year-old had his initial court appearance on Sunday. His bond was set at $2,500. The charge is described as a, quote, touch or strike battery domestic violence, end quote, according to the arrest records. It's a misdemeanor charge, but this kid hasn't even touched an NFL field yet and is already being arrested for domestic violence.
I'll never understand it. I mean, how did he get to this point? Obviously, the guy doesn't have a lot of common sense or self-control. How do you get to this point when you got the whole wide world in front of you, okay? And so much to lose. You have so much to lose by putting yourself in those situations, the drinking and the driving and the partying, getting yourself caught up with these, chicks. It's not smart. It says a whole lot about the guy. And it's hard to come back from something like that.
It is. Yeah, I'm with you, man. It's now look, have all of us been in bad relationships? Yeah, certainly have. Toxic relationships? Yeah. I might have been the toxic one in some of those. But it's, to me, how do you, I guess it's easy for us to say, we're not in it, right? But guys like you and me, I think there are a lot of people out there listening that are in the same boat. We can only dream of being a professional, insert your sport here, right?
Yeah.
It's why we talk about it and don't do it, because we don't have the skill to do so, or the work ethic back then at all. So it's tough for me to sit here and go, man, you have about 95% of males' dreams, you're living it out. And then you just throw it away like that over a relationship, which is just like, you know, there are other women, there are other men. Like, you don't have to be stuck in a bad, unhealthy, toxic relationship. You can actually take all of your stuff and leave, and they can't do anything about it.
It's just such a horrible look for yourself, for your franchise, for your evaluators, the team that drafted you. You lose. It's just all trust. How do you trust the guy after that? Brutal
Just not be,
stuff.
like you said, just how are you not smarter than that?
You're risking it all. Literally, in a lot of cases, you're risking it all, man. Millions and millions of dollars you have at stake here, and you only get one chance. You've been blessed so much to have opportunity to go out there and play and make money for your family, for yourself, for the rest of your life, and then to get caught up and just to lose control of yourself emotionally, whether you're out partying, whether you're drinking and driving, whether you get yourself hooked here and she baits you and you go take the bait like the Dolphins. It's tough.
Yeah, it's a bad look for Judkins, and we'll see now what his punishment is from the letter of the law, and then what his punishment is from Roger Goodell, because you've certainly embarrassed the Shield, and we know how Roger feels about that. All right, Danny, I do want to talk about Deion Sanders and a couple of things that he had to say. Before we do that, let me tell everybody about our partnership with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. All you got to do to enter is head to any of the pro shops at the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses. I'm going to be at one of those later on this week.
Nice.
Between now and August 1st, you got to find the cutout of Zach By. I still love that we have a cutout of Zach By at some pro shops. And scan the QR code for more info and the list of course locations. Head to DenverSports.com/golf. That's DenverSports.com/golf. I wonder what they're going to do with those cutouts. Does Zach just put them in his home afterwards?
I'll take one.
Do they come here in the studio? Oh, dude, I'll take one. I'll put it up in my house, a little Nerf hoop, and I'll just be dunking all over Zach By and send him the videos of it. But get there, get registered, and you can win. All right, the story about Deion. Now, there's a couple of things that he said that stood out to me. The salary cap is where we're going to get. But did you hear what he said about the uniforms? He's mad that players don't wear knee pads and that the uniforms, some guys like to wear above their knees. He said that there should be a uniform fine. Quote,
like in the NFL?
Yeah, we've got guys in biker shorts. That makes me sick because I'm a football guy. I played this game at a high level, and I have so much respect for the game. How can we allow guys to go out there in biker shorts? No knee pads, no nothing. Literally pants right up under their thighs. And that's cool? End quote. Isn't that just an old guy yelling at a cloud? Like, pick something else to fight for, Deion.
I don't know, man. Coach Prime's got more style than almost anybody in the history of sports, man.
He's 50-something or whatever he is. He doesn't need to be telling 20-year-olds how to dress.
Hey, he's looking good, man. People want all that CU gear, though. And, every week he's coming out with, like, a new look, some custom stuff you can maybe find at Shills, some stuff you'll never find because he's got it, he's got it customized. You don't think Coach Prime looks good?
I do, but he's 57 years old, and what's cool to him is definitely not cool to a 20-year-old football player.
Well, again, he puts those suspenders on over the hoodie. He's got like those overalls
yeah.
over the hoodie with the cowboy hat. I mean, who's doing that? Looks good.
No, overalls are full on back now. He didn't bring that back.
I'm not saying he brought it back, but he knows how to put style together.
I just think it's weird for him. That's a weird battle for the coach to fight. The salary cap, I can certainly understand that because he also suggested a salary cap, which, Danny, I think you and I know where this is going with college football. Sure, a salary cap will come.
Oh, how much?
How much? And people are still going to cut corners. So people are still going to give out handshakes with hundreds. People are going to give out McDonald's bag full of cash.
You're just trying to cap the Big Ten and the SEC. I mean,
exactly right.
any other institution can't even reach the cap. Won't even be able to reach that cap,
Right.
let alone outspend it,
So it's coming, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know how. I don't know how you find a way to. It just seems so. And look what's happened within college football over the last 4 years, it's like the cat's out of the bag. I don't know how you reel this thing back in, because it's getting to a point where you could just pay the Arch Mannings 10, 12, 13 million bucks a season, and who's going to stop you?
Well, even if you, they're kind of what's the number, 22.5 million or whatever that teams can now pay athletes.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the salary cap, but you just said it.
That's all athletes within the school. That's not just football players,
right,
I think.
No, you're right about that. But they did say 90% of that money will go to male football and basketball.
Yeah.
So I guess that's kind of a cap, but even Rick George has said, we don't have $22.5 million right now.
Yeah.
They have to figure out how to do that. Alabama's got $22.5 million chilling.
Oh,
Ohio
yeah.
State's got $22.5 chilling. Arkansas, Michigan, every, except for the bottom feeders of those two conferences, they have $22.5 million chilling.
Yeah. I at this point, you probably should let the schools pay these kids whatever they want, because who's going to stop you? Who's to say otherwise? And it'll just lead to the eventual Power 5 brands coming together who can maintain and really spend and wants to be in that group. And then you'll have a different tier. And maybe CU joins that kind of different tier and you have a different kind of championship for both of the teams who, the SEC and the Big Ten schools. And then you have your Power 4 smaller brand kind of championship situation for the schools that just cannot spend the money and are going to be completely outclassed. And it'll always be the same top 10 schools over and over again. We'll see in another year or two how this thing evolves.
Okay. Now one texter says NCAA players should follow the uniform rules. So yeah, somebody's upset about that with Coach Brian.
Mm-hmm. Randy Gratishar is the one who goes and checks the jerseys for
all
the Broncos players. I believe he's done that for a long time.
Yeah.
Pre-game, and he's got to make sure your socks are high enough, and if not, you get a little fine.
Does Randy tell you, you got to change your socks, you're going to get fined?
Well, he's a big, badass former Denver Broncos Hall of Famer. If you're going to have anyone tell you what to do and how to look, you're going to listen to Randy, right?
Cortland.
One of the greatest tacklers of all time.
Cortland, change the socks or I'm coming across the middle.
All right, Randy?
Yeah. Yes, sir, Mr. Gratishar. I'll do it right now. Thank you very
Randy.
much. That's your guy, too. That's your bro. Huh?
Love him.
Yeah, that's it. I love Randy.
He's a ledge.
All right, let's go into our final hour, our fourth quarter, getting back to a Bo Nix conversation. What's Bo been working on this offseason? What do you want to see out of the second-year quarterback in camp and preseason? You tell us on the text line. We'll tell you. And I have a question for Danny about when this thing becomes Bo's. I'm talking about the Broncos as a whole. I'll ask him next.
Is Tim Hardaway Jr. the most underrated signing for the Nuggets?
You talk about another pro's pro. Someone who can play off the bounce. He can play off the ball, catch and shoot, intellect through the roof, can close games if you ever needed him to. He is among the same ilk 3 years ago, bringing in KCP and Bruce Brown.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985. Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit. You know what's sweeter than cake? Owning your own home, even if you're self-employed. At cakehome.com, forget cookie-cutter mortgages. For K-1 or 1099 income, we've got non-QM loans baked fresh for you. Modern solutions for complex finances without W-2s. At Cake, we know your full financial picture won't fit on a pay stub. No W-2? No problem. Cake slices through outdated paperwork, helping you claim a bigger slice of the American dream. Whether you're a designer, dog walker, DJ, or contractor, if you've got entrepreneurial hustle, we'll get you qualified. No fluff, just fast approvals, flexible options, and a mortgage process that makes sense. Call 888-EAT-CAKE. That's 888-EAT-CAKE. Or visit cakehome.com for info and 5-star reviews from business owners like you.
Quitters! This is a story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but her big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but were willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball home run contest action kicks off starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Hour number 4. Quarter
kick it?
number 4. That's what we call it. We play 4 quarters every day. Danny Williams is sitting in for Cecil today. He's enjoying one final week of vacation before, well, football season really ramps back up starting next week. We're going to have a football conversation. Want to hear from you guys in this conversation. Those of you in the tribe want to talk to you about Bo Nix. What do you need to see out of Bo to know that it's not a sophomore slump, it's a sophomore jump? 303-713-1043 is the RamosLaw.com text line. Tell us what you want to see. Throw your name on it so that we can give you a shout out on the show. All right, Danny, so Bo Nix, he's got to be better in year number 2. Or does he have to be better? I know we can have a conversation about that. What do you want to see out of Bo? And before we get into that, my question to you, and Cecil and I have kind of kicked this around in the past, of, hey, whose team is this? Who's the face of the franchise for the Denver Broncos? I think that right now on July, what are we on, 14th, it's still Sean Payton. And I told Cecil a couple of weeks ago, I said, hey, if the coach is still the face of the franchise, I don't know that you can call yourself a legitimate Super Bowl contender. I believe that. I still believe Sean is the face of the franchise. I think the Broncos are still a year out from being that, whoa, you better watch out for these guys in the postseason. I think they're a playoff team. I don't know that they're going to be a favorite to win a Super Bowl in anybody's opinion. But I think this is the year where that Bo starts to move up towards the head of the table. And by the end of the season, hell, it could be by week 7, 8, depending on how things stack up, we could be saying, you know what? This isn't Sean's team anymore. Bo is the Denver Broncos.
That's your best stuff of the day. You came back from a week off. You just cooked there because you're dead on. It's Sean's team. He's orchestrating and manipulating everything until really Bo takes that next jump. And we saw stuff, Bo gets in coach's face. He wants to do a little bit more, trust me more, whatever it is. That's all. As a whole, the entire team, group by group, position by position, is like maturating at a proper rate and process that it feels like this year is that, that you really are laying the foundation down with. It's going to be a fully entrenched Sean team. Next year is the year you maybe compete and try to strive for something bigger and something special, because if you get it right this year again, then the free agency aspirations and class that you could have the next year, like I said, let's go have that class like we had DeMarcus Ware, TJ Ward, Emmanuel Sanders, and who else was it in the same day? There's one more in that group.
Was it
Aqib Talib.
Yeah.
It was Aqib, all in like one day, and you're just like, okay, it's on now. So you don't want to make those kind of moves, though, if you're not really there and ready to win. You don't want to bring T. Higgins or Stephon Diggs in here to cause a disruption when you have a bunch of young guys that are really just maturing and doing it right and growing. You don't want that growth to be stunted by leveraging overpriced guys who in 2 or 3 years, when the Broncos, if and when, are really competing for championships, won't even really be around to help you. Let's let the young guys grow. Let's let the young guys mature. And it's happening for the Broncos at the perfect rate, it feels like.
Yeah, and we said that Bo, even in his first year last year, and you always do the better impersonation, but the reboot.
It's a reboot, not a rebuild.
I love it when you say that.
Yeah.
He accelerated that by about 2 years. You know what I mean? Like, we should be looking at this year. We should be going, man, the Broncos really started to take some steps in the right direction.
They took 2 steps forward.
Yes.
So I don't know if if that means you take a little bit of a step back, or if you just kind of stay the same, 10 wins, 30 touchdowns, 12 picks, but everyone else is growing, learning, another year within the same offense, and Sean's offense, same offensive philosophy, coordinators. That's going to, Kev was talking about that last week, is going to go just such a long way, because Bo Nix, over all these years, has just been, like a lot of quarterbacks, different offense, different offensive coordinator, year in, year out. So the cohesion and the talent, growing, young group, wide receivers, like them, running back room, they're going to be better. Tight end room, I think that, Evan Ingram has a chance to have better than Travis Kelce kind of like numbers if it all goes wrong. Yeah. So I'm happy. I'm excited. I'm not going to get in over my head if they stumble out of the gate and they're not quite as hot and killing teams like we thought they were, because every team in the NFL is trying to get better. This division is deep and really stacked and talented, and the Broncos are not going to take anybody by surprise anymore.
Well, I would say this about the things that we're talking about with Bo Nix being better and taking that next step. You're right, absolutely right about talent around him and everybody else taking that next step. The relationship between him and Sean growing, I think, is bigger. You said it earlier, him understanding play calls and getting them out faster. That gives him, 2 extra seconds at the line of scrimmage will go a very long way.
Dude,
for
half
a young
a
like
second
Bo
of just the processing to make the physical decision it's everything.
And the 2 seconds I'm talking about, like, you have time to bring someone in motion, get a little bit of an advanced look at what the defense may or may not be, and if it's Marvin Mims in motion, you talked about Vele stepping up, one of those guys go in motion and that inside linebacker goes with him, there's where the football's going.
It's the motion of the ocean.
Yes, that's right.
Right?
I've used that one before.
Well, you were just there.
Yeah.
I'm sure you have used that one before.
Something about the ship not being big enough, but the motion of the ocean, I remember.
Bet you would, Panama Red.
I'd have to be pretty high, but I think I could do it. That's an all-time great
you're
one,
fun.
too.
You're fun, guy.
But then I was going to say about Bo, of the relationship with Sean, I don't know that Sean's quite ready to be there with his quarterback, but it's going to ultimately get to Bo has more impact on what the game plan is, more saying what he likes and does not like in the play, more of the, hey, Sean, shut the hell up in my ear when I'm getting ready to call the play so I can get the play out and get to the line of scrimmage. There was none of that last year. You got to fall in line to protect your job. I think now moving forward, and hell, we saw it in that Raiders game, which was week 6 or whatever, but he gets more comfortable barking back or even demanding things from his coach.
It tells you a lot that they can go down that road and have that trust and have that relationship. And I like that quite a bit. That pushback, back and forth makes you better, makes you stronger. I do say this. Bo Nix, I think, is no sure thing if he were to have been drafted and landed somewhere else. But I do think the combination of him and Sean is a match made in heaven. And I'm hoping it's a Breeze and Payton like match made in heaven, or a Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan match made in heaven, where we had it out last week. There's people who don't believe in Brock Purdy. They think he's 15th, and I think he's top 10.
And raised.
I think he's right around 10, okay? And again, does it work with Kyle Shanahan better than it would work with anybody else? Yeah, of course it would. But that's just, Tom Brady fell into the lap of Bill Belichick and vice versa. Where you land in life, where you come from, that's everything, and your circumstances are going to propel you or prevent you, and you got to make the most of them. Sometimes they're going to hold you back. Sometimes you just get put in a bad place and you can never excel. Careers are made and broken by opportunities and coaches and franchises that you go to and you fall to, for better, for worse.
Yeah, that's very well said. So we'll see what it means. We'll see what it looks like for Bo and how he does take that next step moving forward. We're going to be seeing it within the next couple of weeks. We can't wait to be out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit with 800 fans a day. We're excited to see you guys out and about. All right, there's still some questions to be talked about with this team. Some training camp questions that we need to answer as we get closer. And rookies are going to report as soon as this week. We talked about wide receivers, offensive line, and running backs earlier. Let's talk about Sean Payton. You said his name, Evan Ingram. Let's talk about that term that we got beat over the head with for so long, the Joker role. What does it really mean, and do we all need to temper expectations? That's next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Brandon Stokley here. When you're investing in artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokley. Offer ends July 30th.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed. which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, let's answer some training camp questions. Like I said, we talked about wide receiver earlier. You and I both agreed that Devon Vele is going to be the favorite for us to emerge as wide receiver number 2. We both like Marvin Mims as I don't want to call him like a gadget player, but that's what it feels like.
Sounds a little, he is capable of more, but the way they're going to have a chance to use this guy is going to be unique. And like we said, like poor man's Deebo Samuel. And that's a good, a good upside, a good comp, a good place to be.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, poor man. I like to call him like the Goodwill version. He's like a Goodwill Deebo Samuel.
For sure, yeah.
That's not a diss either. Right,
not at all. Found some really cool red vintage shirts at the Goodwill.
You know what I always think about when I drive? I think about you when I drive by the what's the brass armor? Is it the brass armadillo?
The brass armadillo there?
I always think about you.
Oh, man, I'm a mover and shaker, brother. 9 to 9, 7 days a week, they're open over there.
That's right.
Yeah, man. You can always find good stuff over there.
There's great stuff over there.
Totally.
But I did want to talk about a couple more questions. Let's start with that Joker thing, because you had said it, and you were talking about Evan Ingram and what he may bring to this team. The running back and the tight end room were just a joke of a position group a year ago, and then the Broncos addressed those groups. So what will it look like in the tight end room? Now, I'll tell you what I told Cecil, and then he kind of burst my bubble. Like the Joker, we keep hearing about it, and George Payton's even making jokes of like, yeah, I've heard a ton about the Joker. And then they go and get Evan Ingram. They say, we've got our Joker. He puts the tweet out of Joker from The Dark Knight, right? And they're like, oh, this is fun. Really feeling this. So I thought, okay, Joker. Let me look at like Jeremy Shockey, Jimmy Graham kind of numbers. Jimmy Graham put up crazy, ridiculous numbers. I thought, is that the Joker we're talking about? Or is it like Jeremy Shockey type of stuff where we're talking about 500-600 yards and 4-5-6 touchdowns? Or are we really looking at 800-900 yards, 10-11 touchdowns from the tight end group? That's where my mind was. Cecil told me I needed to temper those expectations back to about 500-600 yards, 4 or 5 touchdowns for Evan Ingram. And that felt very disappointing.
Yeah, a guy had 2 years ago 114 catches. 114 receptions for Evan Ingram tells you what the guy is capable of. So that's the ceiling. That's where, that's the max out. The guy's been a little bit banged up okay, over the last handful of years of his career.
One of the Broncos' superpowers of keeping people healthy.
And Sean lets you know about it, okay?
That's right.
So, where's this guy at? I think he catches 65 to 70 balls for 600 or 700 yards, and I think 7 or 8 touchdowns. That's what that would equate to. But it's going to be the big play potential and the use of the tight end on third downs. In any situation that you couldn't really use a skilled tight end last season, he's going to use this guy in a lot of different ways. He's an athlete. He's, I think, a top 10 or 12 most talented tight end in the league, and he fits a little bit of that Joker mold. But I have 2 other guys who fit that Joker.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who are they?
Well, Marvin Mims is an easy one.
Yeah.
He's, when it come out of the backfield, you're going to throw it to him. You're going to special team him. You're going to set him up for so many big play opportunities because, once you get the ball in his hands, he could do pretty special things.
You get him with space and that speed, he is dangerous.
I got one more Joker, too. I think that Barron, though, as a rookie corner, so skilled, could be do a lot of different things for you in terms of coverage. Riley Moss comes back. You got another good corner right there. You kind of solidified your safety situation. So Jahdae Barron is a guy who doesn't have to come in and be your best corner right away. You don't have to just put him on the team's second best receiver. Maybe he covers some tight ends and have an elite cover guy on these elite tight ends in Brock Bauer and obviously Travis Kelce and all these other, Mark Andrews, all these guys in the AFC. So, those are kind of 3 Joker-like guys that you would consider guys who are valuable for lots of different reasons.
It's interesting that you bring up Mims because I wondered with the additions of drafting of Pat Bryant, Troy Franklin, and Devon Bailey taking a bigger step, they hope, in year number 2. I wondered what, will Marvin Mims line up in the backfield? I don't know that that's the case anymore, but those in motion, maybe it's a quick little end around, get him the ball in that space that we're talking about. I could see more of that happen.
Mims might have more explosive plays in the entirety of the season, a handful more explosive plays than Vele. But I think Vele ends up catching more balls and just being more consistent and possession type guy who it's the body type and it's the production. Vele came out of nowhere last year. OTAs, mini camps, training camp, preseason was good, and it carried right over onto the field. 41 receptions quietly is a nice place to start your career. Real nice place to start your career. If he's at 55 or 60, again, not everybody's numbers can go up. Okay, and you add Ingram, who we're saying is going to catch 60 or 70 balls. And you're adding 2 running backs who are specialize in catching the ball out of the backfield. Mm-hmm. So not every guy's numbers can level up, okay?
Yeah, you're right.
So we all have to kind of take that into consideration. So, and we have the week to do it. We did a little bit last week where we kind of projected stats. And we said, Cortland Sutton's probably around the same numbers, which you can live with that. So then where does the rest of the receivers, how do all the numbers kind of fall? How's it all, fall into place? We'll see. Without Cortland Sutton, we got big problems. With him, then you have a bunch of good young receivers growing, a good tight end, and running backs who can receive the ball. It feels like a lot of weapons right now.
Yeah.
Feels like a lot of young weapons.
And see, I don't want to think of that in a negative light of there's so many weapons, but it goes back to what I told you earlier.
Unproven for sure, bro.
Well, even unproven, and then Sean Payton wanting to prove it so badly that he ignores running the football like he did a year ago because he has to prove it with Bo, has to prove it with Marvin, continues to prove it with Cortland. Now you have a self-pick Troy Franklin that he says he's not going to give up on, a self-pick R.J. Harvey. You go and add a J.K. Dobbins, the Evan Ingram's the Joker. He wants to prove people right on that. Will Sean put so much pressure on himself to make the new toy shine that he forgets the fundamentals of running the damn football?
Even Coach Prime said, we got to run the ball. We have to commit to it. We
And
got to
he
do
forgot
it. We got
about
to
it,
go
too.
get it. Over and over again. It's easy to, when you can't do it, to want to get away from it and just continue to throw the ball and throw the ball. Well, who was it, Broncos, a couple years ago? We forgot to throw the ball? Or we forgot to run the ball? Remember they had 3 runs in the second half, and Sean says, well, we kind of forgot to run the ball. You know what I mean? I'll tell you, it's the commitment to running the ball, the balance there that you get out of it. If you have a real running back who can do damage, you're just wearing defenses down. Sure makes things easy for that passing game, play action, you got less coverage out there, and just feels like the holes are bigger for you. But it all kind of starts with the offensive line and the run game. So my thought, though, is let's not get ahead of ourselves. And remember, J.K. Dobbins was essentially on the street a couple of weeks ago, and any team could have had him at any point that they would have wanted him. And R.J. Harvey's 5'7".
Yeah.
No one here likes him. Everybody wanted somebody else in place of him. We're trying to make ourselves fall in love with this guy a little bit. And then after that, you have two guys in Estime and Jalil who did almost nothing for you besides kind of let down.
Yeah.
So a lot of questions there. A lot of
it's
questions.
like we're still at the prom, just not with the girl we wanted to ask first.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So she's your cousin, huh?
I mean, everybody had a backup prom date, right? Like, if she says no, I'm going to ask her best friend and try to create some controversy between the two of them.
You are... You're dangerous.
Yeah, Kevin, who was your prom date?
It was Bo Nix, and we're still going good.
Speaking of Kevin's side of town, we got a text. Jack from Thornton, and then right after that writes, the good part.
Yeah, that's north of 84th.
As if that exists,
That's
Jack.
pretty funny.
He says Marvin Mims equals the Swiss Army knife of the Broncos.
Yeah, I
Do
like
a little
that.
bit of everything. I think that's kind of what you're describing about
For
Shade
sure.
Barron, too.
Yeah, because, you have to corner usually like that because you need him to be like your number one corner, or it's going to be responsibilities, and that guy, you already have a role kind of cut out for him. Now let him learn on the fly. You have good corners. You have a really good secondary, so let this guy kind of do it all for you as he's developing.
And Big Perm. What's up, Big Perm? Says that the Crazy Eyes, Adam Gase, was the one that said that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Where did they have your proms, Kevin, in high school if you were a Horizon guy?
So I didn't go to prom, but I heard it was at a police station.
Just to cut out the middleman?
I think so.
Hard to spike the punch at the police station.
Yeah. I could be wrong, but it was something connected with the police.
Okay. We had one of ours at the Air and Space Museum, which was pretty sweet.
That is sweet.
That was pretty cool.
We had one at the museum.
Oh, that's fun.
Art museum.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of places to sneak off to.
I was gonna say,
corners, if you know what I mean.
Making out in the corner over there.
By the giant T-Rex.
All right. Let's take a quick time out, and let's get back to a Nuggets conversation. We heard from Jared Dudley a little bit earlier, but I want to continue to hear from the coach on what he believes his biggest strength is. That's the ability to get through to players from a former player's perspective. Let's hear assistant coach Jared Dudley tell us why he's so good at that next.
Is Bo Nix bringing back pleasant memories for Sean Payton?
I am convinced the longer Bo's career goes on, if he just continues to ascend, I'm telling you, eventually the conversation's going to turn, and it's going to be Sean saying, I saw my next Drew in this guy.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Introducing Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Come experience the most revolutionary and transparent way to buy a diamond.
Mine to Shine by Kwiat and Williams Jewelers. The natural diamonds cut, polished, and designed just for you.
First, we'll help you select a natural, conflict-free, and ethically mined diamond.
Then you select one of Kwiat's legendary shapes. Kwiat Cushion, Oval, Radiant, Emerald, or Incredible Ashoka.
A wider, brighter, and larger looking diamond, cut to the world's highest standards.
Then trace the journey from rough stone to polished perfection by Kwiat's master cutters.
Perfectly cut for maximum brilliance. Simply brilliant.
Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond.
Only from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Let's be real. Big Mortgage doesn't get you. They want W-2s, a 9-to-5, and a job title to check their outdated boxes. But you're a business owner who knows how the tax code benefits you, even if the big banks don't. At CakeHome.com, we do mortgages differently. Our non-traditional loan experts get that your full financial picture won't fit on a pay stub. Invoices, bank statements, rental income, we work with that. While traditional lenders are stuck in 1998, we're built for how people earn in 2025. No red tape, no judgment, just smart approvals and sweet mortgage solutions. If you're a business owner or 1099 contractor tired of hearing no, call 888-EAT-CAKE to hear yes. That's 888-EAT-CAKE. Visit CakeHome.com to see reviews from business owners just like you.
Now is the time to get your lawn ready with an application of Revive Organic Soil Treatment. Revive takes every drop of water deep down to the roots where your grass can use it. Revive is the protection your lawn needs, so use Revive now.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball home run contest action kicks off starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Danny Williams. We've got another half hour with you guys before the drive comes in here and takes over. Zach By and Phillip, Lindsay, they'll get you home from 2 to 6. And then for you second shifters, late starters, we've got Denver Sports tonight from 6 to 7. This evening we have the Home Run Derby, but normally we got you covered. 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. live and local with no team affiliation. We don't get told by our bosses what we can and can't say about players. That's a nice benefit of being over here.
Feels good. We're free, we're peacocks.
We're free. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we got to fly.
Another all-time great movie.
That's for sure.
What's the ending that you love?
Good night, Sheila.
It's one of my favorite things that you do. All right, you want to join us? You want to hit us up? We're talking a little Nuggets here. You want to tell us what you've seen with Summer League or any questions you have if you're not watching Summer League, that's cool too. 303-713-1043 on the RamosLaw.com text line. Always ask that you put your name on your text so that we can give you a shout out on the show. Well, Jared Dudley talked with the DNVR Nuggets crew. It was Duvalier and it was Adam, and those guys do great work. Dev's a hell of a hooper as well. I guess Adam is too. He's just big and tall.
Adam's got some skills. He can hoop.
He does. Have you ever hooped with Dev?
Yeah, I've seen him hoop one time.
He's really fast.
Yeah, he's nice too. Yeah,
he's real good. But the guys got a chance. They're out in Vegas and got a chance to talk with some of the assistant coaches. JJ Barea, we might get to that today or perhaps tomorrow, some of the things that he had to say. But I really want to focus on a couple things that Jared Dudley had to say. And you said it earlier, Danny, players coach, maybe it's a different perspective. He can get through to some guys that maybe we're hard-headed at times. And that's exactly one of the things he was talking about, his ability to get through to players and the methods that he uses.
I think some stuff we all have natural ability. I think for me, it's when you use the word calling out, I get to know you. I know, it's like if you have a lot of kids, of which kids, is more sensitive than others. So it's for someone, you don't call anyone out early on. You learn them, you get in the gym with them, you talk it. And then eventually I'm always about winning and being unselfish. That's how I was as a player. And so these guys, it's, it might be through jokes. It might be a tough film session. It might be, hey, listen, I'm going to pull you aside and say, hey, I'm going to get on you in front of the team, but it's going to help in the grand scheme of things. So it's a feel. You got to have a feel in the game time, feeling that one. But for me, I've been pretty good at it.
All right, so it's a feel, and I like that he uses the kid analogy. And again, Danny, you have children. I don't have children. I have family members, and I have friends, and I think you kind of treat everybody a little differently, right? How do you respond? How does Kevin respond? How does Drew respond? It's all done differently. So I like that part of it. I really like the fact that he said, hey, I know I got to get on some guys, and I'm going to give them a bit of a heads up from time to time because we live in a different world now, and people are soft and sensitive about things. I'm going to give them a bit of a heads up to go, hey, I'm about to jump on you in front of everybody so they know you can be jumped on and it's not just me isolating these guys, because that's something that I know you heard the same rumors and rumblings that Michael Malone always treated two guys differently. It's Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic. Now, are they different than everybody? Of course they are. But I think at a certain point, even if you know what you are or what your role is or the pecking order of where you fall, it's still like, why is coach always on my ass and never getting after Jamal Murray?
Dudley was like a fiery guy who'd get into it with guys in the NBA, knew his role, knew he wasn't as talented as other guys, but he was like one of these instigators who added a certain level of toughness.
Yeah.
That I think that the Nuggets haven't had in a couple seasons since KCP, Brucey B, and Uncle Jeff. So, yeah, I like the addition of Jared Dudley, who's going to bring some fire, who's going to get under the skin of some guys, and kind of has nothing to lose now as a assistant coach who's played in the league for a long time with some of the lower level of ability of any guy to play in the league for as long as he did. So a guy who got the most out of his body and his his NBA career, who was a C physical talent at best, is going to help guys who have a lot of ability, who are underachieving, maybe not mentally tough enough. The best coaches, and we say, with the best, I love a master motivator as a coach, is going to push all the buttons. Everyone's different. Some guys, that's what when I would coach JJ's team and these young guys, some guys need to have their back, all right, buddy, no big deal. The next time we'll come and get it. And then some guys are like, let's freaking go, kid. What are we doing here? I'm like, like you can talk. Everyone needs their buttons pushed in a little bit of a different manner, and the best coaches will treat not everybody fairly and equally in terms of the love and the tough love, but everyone has to be handled a little bit different to get the most out of every individual.
How do you respond? I'm more of a, hey, you idiot! What'd you do that for? That's kind of gets me going.
Well, I make love to pressure. There was a time last week when Spivak said, it's not good enough. I don't like it.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that inside. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to use that hate to drive me, because too much love will make me soft.
Yeah.
That's, we make love to pressure around here.
I like that. I like that a lot. So, yeah, Jared Dudley, that's his method. He thinks he can get through to players. Well, we know the Nuggets added Jonas. They added Bruce Brown. You get Cam Johnson. You had Tim Hardaway Jr. as kind of I thought there was already icing on the cake, and they threw some more on it with Tim Hardaway Jr. Jared Dudley was asked by the DNVR boys what he thinks those new additions bring to the Nuggets.
I think first thing, you have your core, but you ain't got like Cam. And Cam Johnson can play anywhere. He's a system player, high level, high IQ, and high character, which is one. I have Tim. Tim's going to bring toughness. He's going to bring a little bit of attitude. Sometimes we call it a hot head. He'll get in his own head sometimes. It's me and JJ's job to cool him down, stay consistent. And then you got guys like Bruce Brown. Bruce Brown he was a huge part while you guys won that championship. Him coming back, trying to come back to, get back his career going. And so for me, it starts with the head coach. It's my job to assist him, whatever he's trying to do. I have to echo it. But it's also for me to bring a little bit of my identity and structure defensively in different ways that I can push guys to take it to hopefully the next level. Jamal Murray, let's get him a first-time All-Star. He hasn't had it. How's that start? Winning games, you got to be a top 2 seed like you see Garland and those guys. And so it's kind of, trying to push them not only individually but as a team.
That All-Star conversation. We get brought up all the time because Joker has the longest streak with not having an All-Star. Can a guy like Jared Dudley do that? I always look at that. That's a Jamal thing. That's not Michael Malone, Phil Jackson. I don't give a damn who the coach is. I don't think it's the coach to get the most out of Jamal. It's Jamal to show up ready to go. And if he does that, I think he would be an All-Star.
It tells you, just listen what the guy just said, the buttons he's willing to push. He said Tim Hardaway, a 10-year veteran in this league who's been a really good player, gets in his own head. Can be a high, gets in his own way, basically, and I'm going to help him get through that, get out of that, make him a better player, more consistent, maybe more even-keeled. Dudley was playing against Tim Hardaway Jr. for a chunk of his career. So for a guy to be able to, do that, say that kind of stuff, and be unafraid to do that, I think it speaks volumes. JJ Barea, he's another guy who's had a really nice NBA career that, his body type should have never allowed him to do so. He's an overachiever.
Mm-hmm.
He's an overachiever. So how do you, again, get some of these young guys, talented, all of them, to, if they're 7s, to play like 8s. If they're Jamal's an 8, play like a 9. And just there's a mentality, there's a mindset, there's a toughness that the Nuggets have kind of got away from them a little bit over the last couple seasons. We have to have the right pieces to do so,
Yeah. I like the idea of both of those guys being overachievers, and a guy like JJ Barea because of his body type that you said, and a guy like Jared Dudley who, let's be honest,
ability
D,
athletic
C
minus ability.
Had to outwork everybody and be hungrier than everybody.
Yeah.
Outside of Nikola Jokic, I'll give Aaron Gordon some of this too. He just dealt with injuries, and that's tough to avoid at some times. I didn't see a Denver Nugget last year be hungry to win another championship.
I don't want to mess up a great topic for tomorrow, but Nuggets who overachieved last year or outproduced, their, expectations, and guys who underachieved. I don't have one guy other than Christian Brown who was an overachiever last season in terms of the expectations. Aaron Gordon was hurt. Mm-hmm. Jamal was never it.
No.
Michael Porter Jr. had kind of a really tough season, some lows there. And I thought the negativity stuff on him, as wore on him over the last few years, the vibe,
I agree.
And then, again, Russ, it's like you squeeze the last drop of juice of a lemon that just, has been sitting in the counter for 2 days. Uh-huh. And then you had the young guys who never made the jump. So it's pretty astonishing to think of what they were able to accomplish last year, all things considered.
Would you put Joker in that? Or Joker's the standard and that's just what?
I think he went one more little notch up. I mean, the numbers were pretty historic. Again, he could have won another MVP. Maybe should have. But after Shea capitalizes with the championship, it's justified.
Yeah, agreed. All right, there's one more question I want to answer based off what Jared Dudley just talked about. He just gave a kind of a layout of what all the new guys bring to the table. Who do Danny and I think of the new guys come in and make an impact immediately? Let's answer that next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue and Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stopped, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It's the liquor in my cup, it's the tag on my truck, and the tag on the buck that I dropped Thanksgiving last season. 10. It's the letters on my hat, it's the dust on my dash. When I take my last breath, it's the dirt that they gonna bury me in.
Where at?
10.
There we go. Danny, what are you down on a little? You down with a little country?
I can get with it, yeah.
Wallen?
Like my wife and daughters rock that country
Oh,
gang.
really?
Yeah, JJ thinks he's the white rapper, and
Shout out to you, JJ.
My little guy Gio kind of starts singing along. You know, he's a big Shabuzi and all the songs you hear a million times over.
Yeah,
he kind of jams too.
All right.
But
I like
yeah,
that.
I have a very sophisticated palate. I can enjoy something like this.
I will, Kevin. You'd be disappointed in my family. One of our beach days on vacation, I got to be in control of the speaker, and I put Morgan. I'm like, we're at the beach.
Oh, okay.
It's either that or Tupac, and there's children around. So
Yeah.
what do you want me to pick here?
Yeah, no too short around the kids,
yeah,
probably.
What's my favorite word? And my nephew's like, you know. I put it on, and my dad is like hardcore rock guy. He likes like Kiss and Jackal and all the stuff like that. I think I got this song and 20 cigarettes, and my dad's like, take that from him. Take that from him. And I had to oblige, even though I'm 41 years old.
Dover's dad carries around this little whip like Alice Cooper. He rocks so hard, it's like a little whip thing. Yeah.
He's wearing swim trunks, still took his belt off. But I get down on a little country from time to time. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
All right, nice work there. Kev's Choice always taking us home as we're going to get out of the way here in about 15 minutes. For the drive, the boys will get you home. We're going to talk Nuggets here. I mentioned answering the question of the newest Nugget making the biggest impact. We're going to get to that in a couple of seconds. Let's hear from JJ Barea, because he was also asked by the DNVR crew, what he brings to the team. The question here was, how do you get the most out of Jamal? But then he kind of talks about up front his job description and then answers the Jamal question.
My job will be, like for this team, I think the bench, getting the bench ready to go, getting the bench with a lot of energy coming in the game for whatever, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, but you got to play way harder than the starters. And especially in Jamal, Jamal having a great career, just trying to help him a little bit more in what I can.
All right, I really like, he was always short with his answers. I thought it was kind of interesting.
Yeah, for sure. He doesn't want, he's new. He doesn't want to say the wrong thing. He's, he played against some of these guys. There's a respect thing, and some guys get in their feelings a little bit. You got to handle guys properly, or they run to their agents, and you don't want to burn bridges. You don't want to go get things set off on the wrong foot.
Yeah, that's a good point. And then you're an assistant. You might need a job in a couple years.
Yeah.
That guy's on the team. That's a good point. But I like what he said about making the most out of stuff. You and I have talked today a lot about Julian Strawther, Payton Watson, and DaRon Holmes, and going, hey, it's going to be difficult for you to crack the lineup. I look at a guy like DaRon Holmes as a chance to be Aaron Gordon's backup. I think the team will want to use Payton Watson, and we heard Jared Dudley mention Payton's name a couple of times, so he's obviously in a favorable position. But what JJ Barea just said, I think is so key to Julian Strawther, Payton Watson, and even DaRon Holmes. You're not going to get 15 minutes to play. You're not going to get a night where you're, throwing rocks in the ocean you can't miss and it's just unlimited minutes. It's still going to be very limited. How can you come in and even in 2 or 3 minutes make an impact on the game so that the next time your number's called, that 2 turns to 4 and you get another opportunity to turn that 4 into 8? JJ did it his entire career. Does that translate as a coach now down to players?
Definitely with these young guys who are now going to be desperate and fighting for minutes with each other, with Holmes, and now with Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr. So Barea's got to find a way to get Bruce Brown the most out of whatever Bruce Brown may have left, because Bruce Brown, to me, and Tim Hardaway Jr. are going to be fighting for minutes themselves a little bit, and Tim Hardaway Jr. is further up on the importance level of what he has left to give this team. So, yeah, Bruce Brown's in a career resurrection type of situation here. So J.J. Barea is going to, that's his job too, to get Tim Hardaway Jr., like we said, and like his new assistant coach has said, in the right frame of mind all the time. He's not now trying to be the 4th or 3rd or 5th most important guy on the Mavericks, in the Mavericks depth chart, having to score 15 or 16, 17 points a game. Now he has to just come in and make the most out of the minutes he does get here at this point of his career, which could be a different kind of level of mindset for him to adjust to, accept, or thrive in perhaps.
All right, now the question of these new players, Jonas Valanciunas, Bruce Brown, Tim Hardaway Jr., Cam Johnson. Cam's going to get the biggest opportunity because he's going to slide in and play to 32 to 38 minutes a night, depending on what the game looks like. So I think that could probably easily be both of our answers because he's going to get more opportunity. So I don't know if you want to take him off the board or
you got to take Cam if we're having this little exercise out of the discussion, and
so
then we talk about
reserves.
the 3: Valanciunas, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Bruce Brown. So Valanciunas is, to me, obviously, clearly the most important of the backups.
He's the best backup center they've ever had with Nikola.
It is true, but like Drew Spivak told me something last week I had to chew on for a little bit. So, is who's going to be the first guy up off of the bench, because Jokic is not going to be necessarily the first guy onto the bench for Valanciunas to come and give him a blow right away. It's probably going to be Tim Hardaway Jr. because depending on, it's probably going to be Tim Hardaway Jr. coming off the bench first.
For Jamal?
I think so, because you're going to have to stymie kind of the groups, and we'll see how they kind of do that and in, what fashion they do that in. But, yeah, Tim Hardaway Jr., too, there's going to be a handful of games where he's on the floor late in the games because of his shooting ability. Valanciunas in late in games isn't going to be on the floor in big, important minutes. Mm-mm. So, you have to look at it a little bit like that. Valanciunas is very important. I think he's going to have 13 or 14 points per game and 7 or 8 boards. He's going to have, a little bit of a renaissance in his career numbers-wise. But Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to be very, very crucially, critically important to come off the bench, hit shots, try to play some defense, and fit in.
I like what you're saying about Tim as that first stagger, because it is, if you take, let's say it's 8 minutes have been played, there's 4 minutes left in the first quarter, and you take Jamal out.
Or Aaron Gordon.
But then is it Tim Hardaway that's coming in?
No, it depends on.
You'd have to slide Cam down to the 4.
Yes.
And defensively, depending on who you're playing, that might be a problem.
Yes.
So I would look at it as Jamal, because then you don't even have to have Tim Hardaway bring it up. You could, but that could be Christian or Nicole.
You're only wearing kid gloves with Jamal. You're only now, last season, Michael Malone tried to manipulate minutes with young guys and keep guys healthy. What did that do? No one was healthy. Mm-hmm. Aaron, the young guys weren't developed enough. Russ played way too many minutes. Aaron Gordon was hurt the whole season. Michael Porter Jr., there's wear and tear. He's playing a bunch of games the last few years, which is it's a great thing. He's playing 80 games in the regular season, but he was like damaged goods by the end of the season. So it's just Jamal who you got to find a way to have him healthy down the stretch of the season, which is almost like every year. It's what we're doing here, trying to get Jamal ready mentally and physically for the home stretch. So Adelman said, got to come into the season in better shape. And you got to come into the season in probably a better mental place, too. You got to take care of your mentals, your chickens, and your paper. In your paper.
Yeah,
that's right.
Is that Marshawn?
Marshawn,
That's right, Marshawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now I'm thinking about, late game situation.
Yeah.
Because remember when Bruce was on the team and they won the championship, it was Michael Porter Jr. getting subbed out because he can't guard him.
Yeah.
That's Jamal now.
Oh, yeah.
That's Jamal that goes back to
I hope not.
Well, no, that's Jamal that's on warning.
Yes.
Because it was Jared Dudley that said it. We don't need Jamal to be an all defensive NBA player. But we need him to take it up a little bit better. Did he mention Jalen Brunson? Can you be like Jalen Brunson where you're not just like a turnstile type of player?
Yeah.
Because if you're not, Bruce Brown can do what you do, bringing the ball up the floor and passing to Nicole and let him set the offense up. Tim Hardaway Jr. can do what you do too.
Yeah.
Jamal's in trouble. If he doesn't step up defensively, he's in trouble closing games. And look, I know I have my questions about Jamal, but his offensive ability, you need him on the floor.
Can't blame Michael Porter Jr. for everything anymore. Now, Jamal's got a big target on him to be the guy to get this thing right. I still think there's one more level there to level up for Jamal, and I still think he could put himself in a situation. This might be the last year, though, where he has a fast start to the season. They're winning a bunch of games. He's scoring over 20. It's him and Jokic are one of the best two-man shows in NBA history. I'd like the guy to make an all-star appearance, but at this probably his last hurrah before, the clout, the reputation, all that kind of stuff just goes away. But, man, if there's got to be something different with Jamal, one of these seasons where he gets off to that really fast start and it gets them out in front. They're a 1 seed for a chunk of the season before maybe the Thunder pull away. And the best thing maybe that the Nuggets have going for them in that sense is that Jamal Murray was at David Adelman's press conference when he was hired. He wasn't up in Blackhawk playing Uno. He was at the press conference. And I think that kind of tells you a lot. And I think it's a direct reflection of hey, this is my coach now. Michael Malone, treating me like him in that daddy treatment is gone.
Our boy Creaky. What up, Creaky? Says on the RamosLaw.com text line, get Jamal ready to be traded. Jamal being here is the biggest letdown of the offseason.
Hey, Jamal for LeBron James right now, straight up.
Yeah, I would do it just because LeBron's contract's going to be up 2 years before Jamal's is.
So would you, if you're the Lakers, you think they'd have interest in that? Isn't Jamal a notorious Lakers killer? Wouldn't he be a beautiful compliment to Luka?
I think that they would hang up on you and block your number.
What if LeBron wants out? And he just said there's 4 teams. They're laying the groundwork down. There's 4 teams who have interest in the guy. Do you think he'd consider the Nuggets, or is he set on going back to Cleveland or going to New York or somewhere like that?
I think New York is what you said earlier is what his eyeballs are on. Okay. If it's even real. I don't believe it's real. But if it were, I think it would be
I do believe it's real. I think he's going to get traded.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I don't think LeBron and Luka could coexist at a championship level, and it'd be foolish to just try
But all they have to do is one more year.
But again, it's like you think Luka wants LeBron around?
I don't think Luka gives a damn because he knows it's his squad.
Not with LeBron there still holding books, pretending he's reading and stuff.
Upside down. I don't like.
He
LeBron,
opens the book
dude.
and a comic book falls out.
That Playboy, like you got a hard copy of a Playboy? Where'd you get that?
That's pretty funny, man.
I just LeBron. I'm done. I'm done with LeBron.
Okay,
tired of LeBron.
All right.
Now come here and help the Nuggets win a championship and get Jamal off the roster and watch me fall back in love with
LeBron's
LeBron.
never been the number 2 guy. For like 5 minutes with Dwayne Wade for the first 2 or 3 weeks in Miami, he played that role until they were like 10-10, and he's like, "I'm here. I got to kind of do this." And Dwayne's got to be the second guy in command. If he came here, it'd be the first time ever where he was truly a number 2, playing off of Nikola.
Yeah, because they would still run sets through Joker.
Oh yeah, for sure. But again,
dribble handoffs, high pick and roll between the King and the Joker.
I think it'd be a huge upgrade, and I think the Nuggets would win it. I can't
believe you think it's going to actually happen.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's going to get traded.
A trade. Yeah.
Okay,
not to Denver.
I do think LeBron goes one more stop. There's one more stop he makes in his career. Yeah.
What you said earlier about the legacy being cemented if he were to
4
go win
franchises.
One?
The New York Knickerbockers, who hadn't won a championship since 1976, since Dave Dubashier and Bill Bradley and Walt Frazier and Phil Jackson. That's a great team, all-time great team, but that's been a long time.
All right, it's KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. The drive's going to come in here. All right, Danny, we haven't really answered the question today.
What's the question?
One of our texters said, "Hey, I work for the minor league system with the San Diego Padres.
Okay.
And let me tell you, as somebody inside of baseball, we don't care about the home run derby." That was from an employee of the San Diego Padres. Do you care about the home run derby tonight? Will you sit down, watch it with you have baseball playing children?
Yeah.
Will you sit down and watch this thing?
Well, I'm going to tell you this right now. I got Wood. James Wood as my pick here to win the Derby. Sorry. I didn't want to. Yeah, I got James Wood here as my pick to win this Derby, and Byron Buxton, who's plus 850 here.
Whoa.
Cal Raleigh's been a great story, and Cruz O'Neal's supposed to be a star, but none of these guys are stars. That's why no one wants to watch or cares about this home run derby. No Juan Soto. No Vlad Guerrero. Matt Olson's the most accomplished kind of guy here on this list, and he's Braves afterthought former Oakland A. Cal Raleigh's having a beautiful season, crushing all these homers, makes for a cool story, but it's like it's just like a one-off. This guy was out of nowhere, and I don't think anyone really. It's tough. It's hard to get fired up about.
Where's Drew at?
The home run derby.
I'm the only reason I'm fired up about it is because I got patio furniture and I built it all yesterday.
Yeah, nice.
And we're gonna put the TV outside tonight.
Like IKEA stuff you put together.
I did have to put it together. I don't know if it was from IKEA. That's my least favorite honeydew chore. I will pay someone
to do that,
double the money to come build something for me because I just absolutely hate it. But I did it yesterday. TV goes outside tonight, so we'll probably have it.
Well,
on
I'm so
patio.
good at that stuff when I put stuff together. I always got extra screws and extra parts. I don't even need all the parts and stuff to finish.
They call me Grill Master Phil and Handyman Phil.
Oh, really? I'm going to start calling you.
You know what? I've gotten better with putting things together. All right, I told myself there was 2 years ago, I got my wife a Christmas present, and it was some kind of makeup kit. It was a big makeup kit.
Like a vanity.
Vanity.
There
you go, Zach.
Been here for 2 seconds. I'm already bridging the gap.
There you go.
Makeup kit.
Like a vanity. Damn, hey, go back out there. You're right, a vanity. And I sat there and I put that together during a playoff game. It was the 49ers versus the Lions. And it took the whole 3 hours to put it together. But damn it, when it was done, it was looking great.
Fix It Phil. They call him Fix It Phil on the streets.
I'm gonna be hitting you up the next furniture piece she buys. It's like, hey, Phil, come over.
I'm charging about $200 an hour, all right? Mr. Bye, what's going on,
What up,
man?
boys?
What's up, man? Welcome back, Dog.
Yeah,
good to
thank you.
see you,
Thank
man. You guys have a good weekend?
Yeah.
Had a strong weekend. Chilled. Like I said, got back from vacation, built furniture, and back on the grind, catching up with crap.
The tan, I can see the tan, man.
The tan is real.
Yeah.
At the beach, dude. I was telling Danny I went deep sea fishing.
Where were you?
Fort Walton, like Destin area in Florida.
Oh, okay, cool.
Deep sea fishing, had to battle dolphins. Like you're reeling in your fish, and you could see and feel a dolphin hit your
Stealing
line,
your bait.
trying to steal not even the bait, the fish that I had already caught on my hook, and you have to like reel in against the dolphin. It was pretty intense.
That is intense.
One of the guys on the boat caught a shark.
How big?
Like 2 feet.
Yeah.
Guy.
But even still, I mean, when you're fishing and something with really any kind of force hits your line,
dude,
the adrenaline jolt through your entire body. But especially if you're doing like deep sea fishing and those fish get bigger and you're dealing with even a 2-foot shark.
I know it.
Like the force and the power is real. That is awesome.
We open up the mouth of the shark and tiny little teeth, but hundreds of them.
Yeah.
You're like, all right, it's not going to kill me, but I'm not going to be right the rest of my life if that thing gets me.
Yeah.
Right. Oh my gosh. Yeah. That is intense. Have you guys ever done like swimming with a dolphin? You brought up a dolphin. You ever done like swimming with a dolphin?
No.
All right. So it was my sister-in-law got married in Jamaica. Her husband's Jamaican. My brother Andre. And so we went out there and they did like swimming with dolphins. And I don't like, even when we go fishing, I still don't like touching the fish. Like if it's up to me, I'd have a pair of gloves on. Yes. And so, but my wife, who's my girlfriend at the time, is like begging me to do this. And I'm not a water person. I'll get in the water once a year. Tops. Some years go by, I'm not in the water at all.
Crazy.
I'll like stick my legs in. I just don't like to be in the water.
I'm like you. I don't know the last time I got
Anybody?
a
Really? Like a pool or like the ocean?
And no, both.
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, I just
Call me a cat. Cats don't like water. Phil doesn't like water.
Feels like
there's another reason we call you a cat around here too. But
It's gonna be a great show today.
Like I love being at the pool. I love being at the beach. I love going to sticking my feet into the beach. Or that was the last time I was fully submerged in water. We were in South Carolina. I was with my kids. But so my wife's like begging me to like do this swimming with the dolphin. And I'm like, sure, like I'll pay like this $250 to do this thing I don't want to do. And so the thing is, what they tell you to do is, and if you've never been next to like a legit dolphin, dolphins are huge, huge. And I don't like touching them. I don't like being in the water. And there I am. And like the dolphin comes up and they're like, here's what you got to do. You grab the two fins, okay? Right hand grabs this fin. In the middle of next to your body is the dolphin's body. You grab the other fin, and they're gonna take off, and you just relax your body, and they will drag you along the top of the water. And I'm watching everyone do it, and it's like, okay, like I can do this, dude. I was so nervous that
you had a water suit on, right? A saggy water suit.
No, just like shorts, just like shorts.
I thought they had water suits now.
No, and maybe maybe they did, and I'm just forgetting. But I grab the fins, and they say, okay, go ahead. And I'm so nervous and like shying away from the dolphin. Instead of my arms being straight out and relaxed to drag my body, I'm pulling toward the dolphin. So my arms aren't straight. I'm pulling towards the dolphin. What does that make your body do? Instead of dragging it on the top, you pull yourself tighter, your body drops below the water.
Creating drag.
Dude, the dolphin was kicking the hell out of my legs because my body's underwater in a way that it shouldn't be.
He's like, bro, just hold on.
Dude, and my reaction is to pull tighter, which pulls my body and my legs and my torso.
You're already hurting the damn dolphin.
Dude, no joke. The dolphin was hurting me. Dude, the dolphin put an absolute beat down on the lower half of my body. He's just doing what he's supposed to do, and I didn't follow the direction. And I will never, ever, ever.
You didn't say I got a broken dolphin. I need my 250 back, or at least 125 back.
Dude, I was embarrassed. It was like, but it was a thing. But you feel the power
that force
of a dolphin flipping underneath the water was insane.
Can you see, like, now that you've done it, like that's why they can jump out of the water so high.
Totally.
Like, wow, man, how do they get that power being underwater? But
well, dude, it was like when they would hit your line. So like. You're deep sea fishing and it was squid. It's like 100% you're going to catch multiple fish.
Right.
You literally couldn't keep your line in the water for more than 30 seconds.
That is crazy.
Yeah. And
that
they tell you,
crazy.
Like, reel it up because you're out of bait. Like you need to rebait your hooks. And you would feel, we were catching, red snappers and triggerfish. The triggerfish you could feel, you feel the hit and you're fighting it a little bit. Those little red snappers, light, just bring them up. But when a dolphin, like That's what I was telling him. Like, I got a shark! I got like a Jaws! And then all of a sudden I got nothing because that dolphin took everything I had.
Help me!
that is crazy, man. You ever done anything?
No,
anything like that deep sea
I'm
fishing?
like you. I'm nervous when it comes to the ocean. I think next year we're gonna go on vacation for a week. Somewhere called Hawaii. So
that's pretty nice.
The water
Very
a
nice.
bit.
Very
Yeah.
nice.
I told Danny, I've done this twice in my life. And I'm a big ocean guy. Like it's probably stupid, but I think I need to be in salt water at least twice a year for just me. For a reset.
Sure.
You got the skateboard look though, the surfer look. So I can see it.
I think that's a compliment.
It is.
Twice in my life, we rented jet skis and go, hey, let's just go out until we can't see land anymore. Go out until you can't see land anymore. Jump in.
Oh,
that's
dude.
like,
dude. No, like if you were like, hey, I'll give you $1,000. Like everything's comped. I'll give you $1,000. Go out and do that. I'd be like, absolutely not.
I'll say
$2,000.
absolutely not.
$2,000.
I'll say this, and once you guys have a great show, I'm scared of Chatfield. I'm scared of Cherry Creek Reservoir over there. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know, something's in there. I'm certain of it. Something's in there.
I love sharks, but that moment of me being in, like, I'm like in the air, like, bad decision in the water. Get the hell back on the boat.
Yeah. There is so much stuff. Isn't it incredible? And I've always marveled at this. As much as we know, and I've shared this, I think even to you, Josh, as much as we know about even the universe, right? We have these like wide lenses that are focused and we can see planets we've never seen before. And I was just looking at pictures from Mars yesterday. We have this like exploring rover up there. And I'm like, man, that like kind of resembles Earth a little bit. Like, and there was water up there at one time. And like, but we know that. Like, we know water was on Mars. We know that. We still don't know about the depths of our own oceans. And
That's the scary
that
part.
is like all the things we know about the species, we still don't know what it looks like for blue whales mating. They go so deep, too deep. Pause. But in terms of mating. But
Zach loves whales now.
I know. Yeah.
But they go so deep that we can't follow them
Maybe
down.
that dolphin was trying to hook it up too. You just
Maybe so. Oh my gosh! All right.
Have a good show, guys.
I appreciate that very much.
Job,
okay, we have a lot to get to. We have a lot to get to today. Signs are pointing to a training camp holdout for the Broncos from someone we would have never guessed, and that's where we'll start coming up next.
Is Tim Hardaway Jr. the most underrated signing for the Nuggets?
You talk about another pro's pro, someone who can play off the bounce, he can play off the ball, catch and shoot, intellect through the roof, can close games if you ever needed him to. He is among the same ilk 3 years ago, bringing in KCP and Bruce Brown.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey, Stoke here. At Colorado Joint Replacement, your hip or knee replacement surgery is their first priority. They completed over 27,000 joint replacements since 2005, and their expert surgeons are committed to helping you get back to the life you love. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
It will only grow if you plant it, so don't miss the Tree Farm's Array of Trees sale. Now through July 15th. See our huge sale list at thetreefarm.com. Choose from flowering trees, fruit trees, evergreen trees, trees for narrow spaces, windbreaks, and privacy screens. Or add color to your yard with ornamental trees, flowering shrubs, perennials, and more. The Array of Trees sale now through July 15th.
25 to exit 235, then 5 miles west to the Tree Farm.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Brandon Stokley here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX, Rocks, Heating and Air.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Off and rolling. Here on a Monday, July 14th. What up, Phil?
What's going on? Look at you. Smile on your face.
Happy to be back.
You got to see your cutout, which...
I did get to see my cutout.
He's not as tall as you.
No, he's not.
You know, good-looking guy.
He is not. He's
not as tall as you.
Handsome fella. Handsome fella. Yeah, I did see my cutout at Saddle Rock Golf Course on Friday and posted a picture of that to my social medias there. And it's just kind of like it's cool.
Yeah.
Like I walked in and I know you were telling me about because you saw it before I did, but I'm like, that's cool. That's a cool thing. There's a cutout of me with this QR code on it.
When's the last time you had a cutout? Like, can you remember the last time you had a real life cutout?
There was only one other time in my life, and it was no joke. You know what it was? It was my 30th birthday party that doubled as a going away party to come out here.
And that's just one area. You're talking about all types of different areas that you can go and see.
Yes, all five Aurora courses.
Yes.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. They're giving away a pair of tickets to the Battle at Bethpage Black, which. That's the Americans against the Europeans. You guys know what I'm talking about? I can't say the name. But every other year, right? Every other year that they have that. And you can win a trip by hitting that QR code on that cutout. Did you have a good weekend, man?
I did. I had a great weekend. Great weekend. And usually I have a great weekend when I don't have to do a bunch of stuff. When I could just relax, enjoy my family, work on my lawn, work on my garden, my vegetable garden at that. Yeah, that's coming along. Don't worry. I haven't forgot about you.
We haven't forgot about you either. Trust.
The cilantro is great. I'm telling you, it's strong. It's strong. You know, I got to keep the rabbits out of it. That's how strong it is.
I hate those rabbits.
Oh, man.
I've had bad thoughts about what I'm going to do to those rabbits. Oh, my God. It's like
And they're babies. So it's like,
I don't care what they are. A message needs to be sent to their community.
Send the message.
Find another lawn. Because they poop in it, and then it creates that that big yellow ring.
They're pooping. Yep, the yellow ring on your lawn, and then they eat all your flowers up. Like they're cute, but after that, there's nothing more you need with them.
Yeah, I don't find anything cute about them, if I'm being totally honest with you. But you had a busy weekend.
It was a good busy weekend.
Good,
and I was able to take my wife out on a date. We went to Sierra. Have you ever went to Sierra?
Sierra?
Yeah,
Sierra. Of course, we love Sierra.
We love it too.
Sierra. Well, hold on. That's the place, but it's like by the big
It's like the big glass.
Big glass, yes, overlooking the vast space.
Yes.
So, there's like a Bass Pro Shop.
There is
some sort of big.
There is a Bass Pro Shop right there, like outdoor shop.
We love that. We love Sierra.
It's really good. So I was able to take my wife there and just enjoy the weekend, man. But I'll tell you this: Friday was eventful. It was fun. We did not do well in trivia, so you wouldn't be happy. But they were tough questions.
Okay.
And the team almost separated.
Oh.
Everybody was taking shots at everybody.
Oh, my God. It's one of those Fridays.
It was one of those before it even started, though. Before it even started, people were upset because of what Mike said. And at some point, we're going to have to get the audio again. But Mike took a shot.
All right.
And then Stoke fed fuel to the fire. And now has Dante upset and looked like Dante was going to cry Friday.
No.
Yeah, he wanted him to resign. Stop doing trivia. It was
Goodness.
bad. It was bad.
All right, well, we have launched an investigation, and the situation's under review. We will review it a little bit later in today's show, but I'm fired up to be here. We have a new week, all right? We have still so much to get to, and signs are pointing towards a training camp holdout for the Broncos from someone that we never would have guessed maybe, I don't know, 2 weeks ago. This is a new deal that's happening. It could be a new type of precedent that is trying to be set, and it's got to do with R.J. Harvey. Broncos second round pick. You guys have probably heard he still has not signed his contract. All right. Signing bonuses and salaries for rookie draft picks are slotted according to their overall selection number. That's not brand new. Also slotted, at least the Broncos thought so. That's words from Mike Kliss. At least the Broncos thought so. Was Harvey's fully guaranteed money, which was to consist of his signing bonus plus the first 2 years of his salary, or in this case, roughly around $4 million.
That's usually what happens.
The final 2 years of that deal, combined for $3.3 million, give or take, were not supposed to be guaranteed. But that guaranteed portion is now in dispute for not only Harvey, but all second-round picks in the most recent draft. Now, you could give credit or blame to the Texans. I don't. I blame someone else, and we'll get to it here in a second. But they gave their second-round pick, the 34th overall pick, the receiver, Jaden Higgins, a fully 100% guaranteed deal. $11.7 million, Phil, every bit of it guaranteed. But what I think the blame is on Cleveland, who gave their second-round selection and just said, well, since our guy was picked one pick earlier, the outside linebacker Carson Schwezinger, probably butchered that a little bit. Schwanger?
Better than what I would have said.
Schweininger?
Swinger.
Schwing. He was picked one head ahead of Higgins at 33rd. So then the Browns felt boxed in. They gave him a fully guaranteed deal. Next thing you know, you have 30 other second-round picks.
It's a domino effect. But how could you blame the Cleveland Browns? Blame Nick Caserio, the general manager over there at Houston Texans, and the decision to have a fully guaranteed contract for a second-round draft pick. Blame the Houston Texans for that.
I switched it up a little bit and looked at it a different way because when the Texans did it, they were just a one-off to do it.
Yeah.
When you have the second team buckle, now it's a trend. Now you have 30 other agents saying, wait a second, hold on.
We can do this?
Hold on, the first pick in the second round now is fully guaranteed too, plus the second pick? Well, my guy's the third pick. We want to be fully guaranteed. Dude, how about this 30 second-round picks holding out? I shouldn't say holding out, but as of right now, who have not signed.
Oh, there's going to be a major holdout. There's going to be a major holdout if things are not done how the agents want them done now. Our precedent has been set, right? And it's Nick Caserio giving that fully guaranteed contract. And now it's like, okay, this is what we want for our second-round draft pick as well. So I understand it because if I'm the player and I'm the agent, it's like, okay, as an agent, how am I going to make myself look good by getting this contract done exactly how the other agents have done. So now you have everybody copying. It's a copycat league, Zach, just like with the plays and formations and defense, offense. It's a copycat league. It's going to be a copycat league when it comes to the money, too. I disagree with it because, to me, it's like you have these young players.
What part do you
disagree with the holding out part. Okay. The fully guaranteed, whatever. Like, if you're able to get that, go ahead and get it. Go get your money. But holding out when you haven't touched the football field yet, when you haven't played a down of NFL football, I don't agree with that. And so for Nick Caserio to go and do that, like, I blame him for starting it. But now for these players, it's like, how are these veterans supposed to feel about it? Like, your rookie, a second round draft pick rookie, feels like he can hold out now? Like, and now that we may not see him for a couple of weeks until that contract gets done?
Would you get it as a former player who has lived that life if this was – So this isn't just one rookie holding out or two rookies. It's a whole class. Would you, as a veteran player, understand it from a financial standpoint or a lender standpoint?
As a former player, I would say, dude, you guys are already getting paid a lot of money for doing nothing yet. You're getting a signing bonus, and you're in the second round. Usually a second-round draft pick is going to stay for 4 years. So if you don't stay for 4 years, you're just not a good football player. You're not a good second-round football player.
It's a bad pick, yeah.
And with that being said, you have a bunch of these older players, these veterans, that are playing on vet minimum that this second-round draft pick is getting paid more money than, and yet he's holding out. I just don't – it's not a good look going into camp for your first year when you don't even know how a camp is in the NFL. When you haven't touched the football yet and got hit by these NFL football players. You haven't even went through a preseason game yet, and you may not be at the start of camp. That's concerning.
It's like being late to your first day of high school.
Yeah, it's just not a great look in the locker room when you're trying to win over a bunch of guys that you have to rely on and they have to rely on you. Now, I know it's business and you have to do what's best for you, but like, don't let that affect you playing football, because if you hold out and then you finally get the contract done, and let's just say there's a week before preseason starts, all right, that's not a lot of time to make up. So you go out there, you start messing up. Now people are looking at you like you held out and you're not good enough. It's a lot. And it's a lot. And I understand both sides, but as a vet, I don't like the move.
Sure. Well, what domino fell over the weekend, I'm going to be honest, I didn't realize the Chargers rookies reported over the weekend. I did not realize that they were that early. And among the NFL's 30 unsigned second-rounders is new Charger Trey Harris. He was the 55th overall pick. He did not report to rookie camp, which opened on Saturday for the Chargers. And it's just not a great sign here for the foreseeable future. I don't know how long it's going to last. I have no way of knowing that because we've seen players like in the same class, even on the same team, hold out together. We've seen that. We've never seen an entire round of the NFL draft hold out. And it ain't the seventh round. These are all your second-round picks, and it's a position of need for the Denver Broncos to a degree that's like, man, I don't like this story because it seems a lot of it is just like intersecting. It's circumstantial. Like if you're the Eagles, this is not a big story for you, maybe. Well, and I shouldn't even say that because I don't even know who their second-round pick is off the top of my head. But like you have Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
And like here, you need a running back. You prioritized it in the draft with R.J. Harvey, and now he's a part of this very rare entire round holdout.
But it was great that the Denver Broncos went out there and picked up J.K. Dobbins. It's great that they have a couple running backs that they can trust right now. Now they're going to have to prove themselves. So maybe that's why they're not so quick of pulling that trigger of, okay, we're going to give you a fully guaranteed contract. Now maybe if we didn't pick up J.K. Dobbins, this would have got done for R.J. Harvey, a fully guaranteed 4 years. But because you do have J.K. Dobbins, because Jaleel McLaughlin is there, because you still have Audric Esime, maybe they're slow playing this. And maybe if there's 6 or 7 more second-round picks that get signed, fully guaranteed contracts, then the Denver Broncos may follow and say, okay, we're following the leader, and we'll do the exact same thing.
All right, really interesting story. And honestly, it's not bad news for everyone. Like, if I'm Audric Esime, this might be, like, indirectly a good thing to start camp. And I know he's not a rookie, so he won't be reporting on Wednesday, but just big picture, if this drags out, through the summer. I mean, what if it does? This is
drama.
Really interesting. Really, really interesting. Okay, ESPN rolling out their annual top 10 NFL players at every position as voted on by the people within the league itself. What did we make of how it fell for Bo Nix and the QBs? That's next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan is teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Rediscover Ameristar Casino Resort in Blackhawk and find that you. Enjoy all your favorites at our buffet. Chill and revive at our spa. Then take in a great view from our rooftop pool. Plus, join Penn Play Rewards and get your chance at up to $2,000 in Penn Cash. Find that you. Only at Ameristar Blackhawk. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs. Because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with a home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Macy's Backstage is a whole new floor inside your Macy's. And right now, you'll find the latest summer styles all for under $25. With new arrivals every day, you never know what amazing deals you'll find.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball home run contest action kicks off starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Omaha! Omaha! Caught a little audible here at the line of scrimmage. So, ESPN's rolling out their annual top 10 NFL players at every position.
Yeah.
And it's a really interesting exercise specifically because it's from people within the league, right? It's not like media. It's like coaches, executives voting on this stuff. And so we're going to call a little bit of an audible and do this at the top of the hour. So in less than 27 minutes from right now, we're going to have that conversation.
So put a pin in it.
We'll put a pin in it. The top 10 quarterbacks voted by executives, coaches, and scouts. We'll go through it. We'll talk about both standing within a list like that and have some healthy conversation, maybe even debate. In the meantime, shifting gears here just a little bit, Mr. Phillip Lindsay. I've been thinking about a conversation for about 2 weeks now. All right, and it was inspired by a RamosLaw.com texter, if I'm being honest, a 303-713-1043, because we were doing the segment about Nick Bonito and a double-digit sack and Jonathan Cooper and what was more likely to get repeated after it hadn't been done in a very long time, a 1,000-yard receiver or double-digit sack. And someone on the RamosLaw.com text line.
They didn't put their name on it.
We'd be giving them a shout-out. We'd be giving them a shout-out. But they said, hey, what's the single-season team record? Because we were talking about the Broncos leading the NFL in sacks with 63. And I said, man, that's a good question. Let me go look that up. And I looked it up. I have the information. And the discussion is, could the Broncos flirt with the NFL's all-time single-season sack record? They may be closer than you think. And I want to talk about how far they were away a year ago and what would it have to look like this season if they actually wanted to pull that off. Okay? So 63 sacks, and I mentioned this a week or two ago. 63 sacks not only led the entire National Football League, but they were a full 9 sacks ahead of second place. In fact, among the 32 slottings in the league of 32, the largest gap between any two numbers was number 1 to number 2, which I find insane.
We're talking about a Vance Joseph defense, Zach.
It didn't take them long, did it, folks? It didn't take them long.
A Vance Joseph defense. People wanted to run him out of town, and I get it. We gave up 70 points. That's crazy in the NFL. But Sean decided to stick with VJ, and VJ returned the favor by having his defense, all right, top 5 in the league, and having 63 sacks, leading the whole entire NFL. You got to love it. Put some respect on his name, Zach.
No, absolutely. He deserves a ton of respect. He deserves a ton of credit. Seriously. And
I don't know if you're playing with my emotions or what.
No.
Because you get that little grin. I'm like, okay.
No.
Okay,
I would not do you like,
ass?
who's that, a Big Perm in Friday.
Yeah.
Playing with my money. It's like playing with my emotions.
Turn.
So 63 sacks led the NFL. Baltimore was second with 54. Okay? It's a huge gap between number 1 and number 2. So I went and looked it up. What is the NFL record for most sacks in a single season? And it is 72 sacks. in 1 year by the 1984 Chicago Bears.
Okay, the Bears.
Now, the 85 Bears are the one that broke through and won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But it was the 84 Bears.
That's where it started.
That put together a 72-sack season. Even with the expanded 17th game, that record has still not been touched.
Everybody eats, all right, when it came to that Chicago Bear team. And that's 72 sacks. Wow. And the Denver Broncos had 63. They are truly closer than we thought or we think.
9 sacks away from the all-time record last year.
What's so insane about it now that I'm thinking about it, someone like Nick Bonito could have had 4 sacks against the Kansas City Chiefs.
Correct.
In Arrowhead.
Correct.
And couldn't get Patrick Mahomes on the ground. There was a couple other games where we could have had sacks and maybe the quarterback threw the ball away before he was sacked or he was able to get out the pocket in time. All it takes is for that defense, that unit to be on the same page, and everybody doing their job, and that's how you can get to 72 sacks. It can be done. It has been done before. Now, I know it's different brand of football, and it's just different in general. But if you can get to 63 sacks, you can get to 72. You have to be more creative.
Yes.
This is where for VJ, it's like, hey, you're going to have to be creative. When I say creative, guys, it's the blitz packages. It's the stunts of a defensive tackle and a defensive end crossing paths with each other to confuse the offensive line. It's finding the right blitzers, right? It's finding the right safeties, whether it's Hufanga or Brandon Jones coming off the edge. Maybe it's the nickel, like Jade Barron, that's going to probably play some nickel this year. It's just about being creative with the players that you have on that defense, and that's how you can get to the 72 sacks.
You know what else it's about, Phil? You know what else it's about? It's about having a great offense. If you have great offenses and you're leading by a couple possessions in the second half of these games, they're obvious passing situations. You can get you're going to have an opportunity to get after the quarterback. And that is one of the most unsung parts of last year's team getting to 63 sacks. The Broncos, for the first time in about a decade, didn't just win games, they blew people out. Hadn't happened in about 10 years. Beat Tampa 26-7. Beat the Raiders 34-18. Beat New Orleans 33-10. Beat the Panthers 28-14. Beat the Falcons 38-6.
That was a bully beatdown.
Yes, it was, and it was featured on the show Quarterback. We need to talk about that show. Did you guys watch that show over the weekend, Quarterback? I finished the whole thing. It's so good. It's so good. We'll put a pin in it.
There you go.
They beat the Raiders 29-19. They beat Cleveland 41-32. They beat the Colts 31-13. There had not been that many blowouts in like the previous 5 years combined. It all happened in one season. That, I think, is a bigger part of the story than just the defense getting the 63
Look
sacks.
at you using that head. It's not just a good-looking face, but you're using that head too. You're right, Zach. When your offense is able to do what they did last year, which is dominate and put points on the board, it forces the team, the other offense, to have to pass the ball and be one-dimensional.
Yep. So what would it have to look like for the Denver Broncos if they did want to build upon last season and potentially flirt with the single-season team sack record? We'll talk about it coming up next.
Is Bo Nix bringing back pleasant memories for Sean Payton?
I am convinced the longer Bo's career goes on, if he just continues to ascend, I'm telling you, eventually the conversation's going to turn, and it's going to be Sean saying, I saw my next Drew in this guy.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey, just a heads up, tomorrow from noon to 1, it's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts. We'll be at First Bank on East Lincoln Ave in Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good. Hey, really quick here before we continue this conversation about the Denver Broncos potentially flirting with the all-time team sack record this year, because they're only 9 off from a year ago, 9 total as they led the NFL in sacks. I took a picture of a text the other day, last Thursday, and I wanted to get to it, and we just didn't, and it was my fault. And I sent a picture of it to Richie yesterday and said, hey, or on Friday, say, hey, can you read this? And I think it slipped through the cracks, and these things can happen. But I just want to read this real quick. Colton Ford said, I love listening to you guys for years. Phil and Zach show I look forward to the most. It's my brother Dylan Ford's birthday today. Again, this was on Thursday. And he said he passed away 2 years ago today, and he loved 104.3 The Fan and Denver Sports, and he loved the Pit Bull number 30. He loved the violence that you played with, Phil. I know he's looking down still listening to this show. Much love. And that was from Colton Ford. Man. So I wanted to make sure we got to that. A couple days too late, but wanted to just give a hat tip there.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm sorry for your loss, man.
All right. Moving forward here with our exercise. So a year ago, the Broncos led the NFL in sacks with 63. They were 9 full sacks ahead of the second-place team in the NFL, which was the Ravens. The largest gap between any of the 32 slottings was number 1 to number 2. Broncos defense just flat out got after the quarterback a year ago. And it was inspired by a texter that says, hey, what's the team record? And I said, that's a great question. Went back and looked. It's the 1984 Chicago Bears, who had 72 sacks. Other frames of reference in our era right now, the 2022 Eagles, I think that was the team that lost in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Is that right?
Against the Chiefs.
Against the Chiefs. They had 70 sacks in 17 games. So there's a recent frame of reference that it can be done. It can be done. Broncos.
Damn, they had 70 sacks?
70 sacks in 2022.
Woo.
That's insane. That was Fangio's defense, was it not?
No. Fangio wasn't there at that time.
Okay.
I had to see the defensive coordinator. Was it the coach? The coach from?
I think it was Jonathan Gannon.
What? Yes.
I think it was Jonathan Gannon,
and he ended up going to Arizona.
Yes, and then now is the Cardinals coach with the lasers. Choo, 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 right? So we've seen it done in recent history. In fact, the Broncos' 63 sacks this past year ranks 14th in NFL history, single-season team sack record. Okay? So what would it have to look like? So I went back and looked at the 84 Bears, Phil, and it's like, okay, how did they get to 72 sacks? 13 players had at least one sack back in 1984.
13 players.
13 players had at least one sack. 3 players had double-digit sacks, led by Richard Dent's 17.5 sacks. In addition to the 3 players who were in double figures, 2 other players on that team had 6 and 7 sacks, and then there's a collection of guys that have 2, 3, 4 sacks, up and down that a defensive roster. So I think the initial thing we need to accomplish is, if you want to get to like a record like this, you want to flirt with a record, and whether they do or don't, it's just for the sake of the conversation, right?
Well, it's crazy because they have an opportunity to do it. They got to 63 last year.
I know.
They're a better defense this year.
You would think.
You don't think that's not on VJ's mind. They have an opportunity to do something like that. Coach Vance Joseph will have a head coaching job.
Yes, he will. So I think for starters, though, you need a guy to put up a huge number like Richard Dent did. So I'm just going to start with Nick Bonito and say Nick Bonito needs to get to, he was at 13.5. Yeah. Let's say he gets to, what do you want to put it at? 16, 17?
Yeah, and I think that's what we had him at. Like, even I know that I had him at 16.
Yes, you did.
This year. So let's go 16.
Okay, so Nick Bonito gets to 16. Okay. Jonathan Cooper, his running mate, has to take a jump up. He was at 11.5. 11,
yeah, he was 11.5.
11.5.
Had opportunities. He was able to get pressure on the quarterback more than Nick Bonito. So those pressures this upcoming year, they have to be sacks.
Yes, and if that just went over your head, what Phil just said, Cooper actually had more pressures than Bonito, despite Bonito being third in the NFL in sacks. So Jonathan Cooper is going to have to get to 13.
Yeah, let's go 13.
That lives within reality.
Yeah.
I asked you this question 2 weeks ago. You said 16 and 12.
I did say 16 and 12. Look at you listening to me. Usually you don't listen to me.
I listened to every word. I just disregard most of it. Doesn't mean I don't hear it. I just disregard most of it. All right. So then you need a third double-digit sack artist if it's going to look like the profile of the team that set the record. Who would be a candidate to be a double-digit sack artist not named Nick Bonito or Jonathan Cooper?
There's 2 guys in mind, and they're battling for a contract, both of them. Both of them.
Yep.
And it's either going to be Zach Allen or John Franklin Myers.
Yep.
If I had to guess, I'm going to go with double digits, right? Double digit?
Double digit. We need a third double digit.
You're not going to like this. John Franklin Myers is going to get to double-digit sacks this year.
Really?
Yes. He's going to do his own thing at times.
Why won't I like it?
Well,
because of that part?
Yeah, well, I'm not necessarily you, but like Zach Allen, there's a lot of people that want Zach Allen to be paid.
Sure.
Well, they're going to battle to see, because I still believe that only one of these defensive tackles, these pass rushers, will get the bag, will get paid. Now, it's going to come down to who's a cheaper option, but also who's bringing the impact when it comes to sacks. I got John Franklin Myers.
Do you mean interior defensive?
Interior. When I say defense, interior,
okay,
because there's so many defensive schemes. But interior defense. John Franklin Myers goes for 10 sacks.
He goes for 10. I'm going to say Zach Allen's got to get to 10 too. Let's just put them both at 10.
Okay, so both of them double digits.
Because Zach Allen was a sack and a half away from being double digit last year, and John Franklin Myers had 7. So he's already 3 away. So again, we're talking about setting the all-time record. But we did say based on the profile of the team who did it. So we'll say let's go Zach Allen with 9 sacks. How about that?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I like that one.
Okay. You look back at that team who did it, the 84 Bears. 13 players had at least 1 sack. 3 players have double-digit sacks, and 2 other players had 6 or 7 sacks. So we have our 3 double-digit guys. We picked John Franklin Myers to go for 10, Zach Allen with 9. We need 2 more Broncos to be in like that 6 to 7 range, and I think a good candidate in that department is young Jonah Ellis, who right off the rip was 5 sacks as a rookie. That is such a healthy number as a rookie.
No, I love it. I mean, Jonah Ellis is only going to get better. He's going to get more playing time. We have to remember, he was a rookie last year. He wasn't getting the playing time. He was kind of filling out how it is to be in the NFL game. He's going to take another big step. My thing is, I'm going with an undrafted rookie if I have to. We can go with 5. But Tillman, he had 5 sacks as well.
He did.
And nobody knew his name.
He did. Okay, so based on what they did a year ago and a forecast moving forward, let's go Jonah Ellis goes from 5 sacks to 7, and Dondra Tillman goes from 5 sacks to 6.5.
Yeah.
Is that fair? Okay. And then now we need to talk about guys like Justin Sternad, Malcolm Roach, Cody Barton, Devin Key, PJ Locke, Drew Sanders, Jaquan McMillan.
Now, you remember Drew Sanders, his first play ever back was able to get a sack.
Yes.
Now, nobody touched him. It was an easy sack,
yeah,
but like
still.
it's a great – that's how you get to 63 sacks.
That's right. Let's go Malcolm Roach goes from 2.5 sacks.
He'll play a little bit more just because of maybe an injury. Somebody needs a breather. He's going to be in this defense a little bit more than he was last year, so he'll be more of a option for you. So let's go. You want to go with 4 sacks?
Yeah, 2.5 to 4.
Yeah,
that's super.
4 sacks.
Super reasonable. All right, and then the other one, Justin Sternad had 3 sacks last year.
That's
flew
impressive.
under the radar a little bit.
Yeah, well, he ended up having once Alex Singleton went down, Sternad was placed in there, and usually he's a special teams guy, and he's your best cover linebacker that can cover the tight ends and running backs. But he was able to come off the edge a couple times and get some sacks.
Okay, so with that in mind, let's talk about Singleton. Let's talk about Alex Singleton. Let's look at his career, and let's pick a year like
one of his best years was in Philadelphia, maybe the last year of his contract or the last year before he came to the Denver Broncos.
He only had his most in Philly was 2 sacks, and his most in Denver has been 2 sacks. He's just more of a tackle machine.
Yeah.
So let's keep him at 2.
Sorry, Alex. You're at 2, buddy.
And then we're going to assign 5 other Broncos 1 sack, and let's count up the total. We'll see if they're flirting with the NFL record based on what they did this past year and forecasting what it would have to look like if they were going to increase by 9 sacks and touch the NFL record year over year.
So now we just have to pick a couple players to get just 1 sack?
Yes.
That's easy. I can tell you right now. You're going to
Let's take a quick timeout. We'll take a quick
timeout. All right. Come on now, Zach.
We'll
put me out there. I'll get a sack.
Assign those sacks through the break. All right. Come back and see if we can get to 72. Also, looking back at ESPN's rolling out of the annual top 10 NFL players at every position, what did we make of how it fell for Bo Nix and the quarterbacks list? That's next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
You've launched startups and created jobs right here in Denver. But have you tried getting a mortgage? Big banks all say the same thing. Sorry you don't claim enough income on your tax returns. Have they seen your cash flow? Your employees get mortgages, but you can't? You built the tech stack that runs their bank and they're denying you? That's insane. At cakehome.com, we look at your bank deposits or certified profit and loss statement to get you approved fast. Cake is your self-employed mortgage expert, which means we understand complex income streams. If you're self-employed, a founder, or freelancer, someone who's built something real, you don't need to show a W-2, 1099, or K-1 to get approved. Call 1-888-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-888-EAT-CAKE to learn what makes us different.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. Now check this out. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. So you, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust. ROX rocks heating and air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball home run contest action kicks off starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Leading off with the big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Phillip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books. Quicker than Nick Benito's get off. Woo! Hanging out with you. That first hour flew by. I do want to finish up this conversation before we transition to the top 10 list that has been slow rolled out, culminating with the quarterbacks today from ESPN, voted on by executives, coaches, and scouts. Real quick, let's put a bow on this conversation. And we were talking about, hey, could the Denver Broncos flirt with potentially tying or breaking the all-time single-season team sack record based on the idea that this past year they put up 63 sacks that led the league by an entire 9 sacks. The largest difference between any two slottings of the 32 teams was the Broncos to the Ravens, number 1 to number 2, which is insane. And then I looked up the all-time record. It's the 84 Bears who posted 72 sacks back in 1984. So the Broncos were within single-digit sacks away. Their season a year ago was 14th all-time. So it just got us thinking here behind the scenes, hey, what would it have to look like? So we're kind of like puzzling some numbers together, Phil. It was Nick Benito with 16 sacks, up from 13.5. And we tried to be reasonable with every one of these.
It has to be reasonable. We can't just, I know we're making things up, but this lives in the realm of reality of this could truly happen if the Denver Broncos can get all green lights on their defense at the right times and they're creative with their defensive schemes.
Totally. And we talked about an improved offense.
Yes.
And having legitimate leads in second half of games and being able to just pin your ears back. And so we looked at the profile of the 84 Bears who have that record. They had 13 players with at least 1 sack. 3 players had double-digit sacks, led by Richard Dent, 17.5. 2 other players had 6 and 7 sacks. So we based this 2025 Broncos profile in the sack department on the team who has the record. So it's like Benito's got 16 sacks. Jonathan Cooper gets to 13, up from 11.5. John Franklin Myers got to 10. Zach Allen in this scenario got to 9. And we sort of went from there. Drew Sanders was the last one I wanted to do before we just assign maybe 4 sacks to an assortment of players who get 1 each. How many sacks for Drew Sanders this year?
You know what, Zach? The unknown of Drew Sanders, he's moving around to a different spot on the defense yet again. He's going to be a linebacker and not a pass rusher. So with that being said, I'm only going to give him 1 sack.
Okay.
Truly, Zach. To me, it comes down to what have you done? And he's been hurt majority of his career. He had 1 easy sack.
Right.
So I'm going to give him 1.
Okay. And then what about one other guy I want to talk about is Dre Greenlaw.
Yes, Dre Greenlaw, he's going to be an interesting one. Just like Alex Singleton, he's one of those tackling machines. He's physical, he's aggressive, he's downhill. I wouldn't be surprised if he has more sacks than Alex Singleton. Alex Singleton has averaged 2 sacks in the last 2 years.
And honestly, it's very similar for Dre Greenlaw.
Well, they're thumpers and they're bigger bodies and they're slower than a quarterback, so a quarterback's able to maneuver around, and you're not wanting to blitz your linebackers as much as the safeties and nickels. So let's give Dre Greenlaw. I can see Dre Greenlaw this year, maybe 3.
Okay.
I'll go with 3.
Okay.
Because he's going to be involved a lot throughout this time. He's going to be starting, and maybe they do end up coming up with creative blitz packages for the inside linebackers this year.
Okay. So I am just going to total all these up real quick, and I don't know what the number is, all right? And we want to do it organically like this. So Benito's got 16. Jonathan Cooper's got 13. John Franklin Myers has 10. Zach Allen has 9. I have the initials J.E. Who am I talking about here?
Jonah Ellis.
Jonah Ellis has 7.
Jonah Ellis.
Dondre Tillman has 6.5. Malcolm Roach, we gave 4. Who was AS on our Alex Singleton? We gave 2. Drew Sanders, we gave 1. Dre Greenlaw, we gave 3. Oh my gosh! You see,
we're way off.
No joke. So we just totaled those up. We're at 71.5.
Oh.
A half sack off the NFL record.
Easy peasy. It's just that easy, guys. And if you listen to Zach and I, you're going to have 72 sacks by the end of this.
It actually lives within reality.
And you know what's crazy? You didn't talk about Hufanga. You didn't talk about Brandon Jones, 2 safeties that will be in the box. And when I mean the box, they're going to be up close with the linebackers making tackles. Brandon Jones led the defense in tackles last year. VJ loves to blitz his nickels and safeties. So someone like Jade Barron, someone like McMillan, Hufanga, Brandon Jones, they are going to get a couple sacks this year because of the creativity of this defensive scheme.
All right, interesting conversation. One that, whether it happens or not, is completely beside the point. It's the fact that we can have this conversation based on what they showed us a year ago, and it does actually live within reality, especially with the continuity defensively, the upgrades defensively, the continuity from a coaching standpoint defensively with Vance Joseph, and what we hope is a significantly improved offense to give the opportunity for those guys to pin their ears back in the second half of these games. So,
get it, boys.
Super healthy convo. You want to react to it? RamosLaw.com text line is available to you, 303-713-1043. Okay. Shifting gears here a little bit. Today, all right, ESPN rolled out their annual top 10 NFL quarterbacks. Now, they've done this at every position, okay? I think the only one left I want to say is like cornerbacks and maybe one other position. So if you want to go read about it, you can just go to ESPN.com. So what they do is, and this is Jeremy Fowler has been behind this project for 6 straight years now. Same way that on the basketball side, like Tim Bontemps is behind the straw poll. They just sort of corner a market and it becomes theirs. So Jeremy Fowler surveyed league executives, coaches, and scouts to rank the top 10 players at 11 different positions in the NFL. Mentioned they've been doing this for 6 years now. So let's talk about it. Number 1 is Patrick Mahomes. Okay, do you agree with that? And also, I thought it was interesting in their explanation, an AFC scout said, not the same fear factor that once existed with Mahomes.
See, I think that's foolish. I think that's foolish for somebody to say. I think for someone like Patrick Mahomes, you want to hear that. When you have a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes that has had this much success, he's always around the Super Bowl or in the Super Bowl. He knows how to end games. All right, if he has the ball at the end of a game, he's probably winning it. And that means that you're a really good quarterback in this league. Tom Brady and Peyton Manning were another couple quarterbacks that can do that, where it's like the end of a game, the ball is in their hands, go ahead and close up shop. They're winning that game. And so for someone to say he doesn't have that fear factor, all right, that's foolish. Going up against him and being a close, tight game, and I guarantee everybody's butt's going to be clenched because you don't know what Patrick Mahomes is going to come up with. And you have to remember, Andy Reid is still there, a very creative offensive coordinator. And both Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, they have a great connection. So Patrick Mahomes being number 1, there's a reason why he is still number 1. So although you're saying the fear factor is not there, well, my man is still number 1. So the fear factor is still kind of there, and you know you don't want to mess with him when it comes to the end of a game. Let's be real.
If you had to start a franchise today, is it still Patrick Mahomes?
It's going to be Patrick Mahomes. I know Josh Allen's right there, and he's another really good quarterback at the end of games. Lamar Jackson's another one. But Patrick Mahomes has done it. He's done it year in and year out. You can count and trust him. That's why I would go with someone like Patrick Mahomes.
Man, and it's so, with Mahomes, it's so hard to
obey your eyes, too. Just obey your eyes.
Totally. Well, I'll say this, though, with Mahomes. When you're talking about obeying your eyes, it was so blatantly obvious in the past that he was the best. Their offense was just so far and away over the top, but stylistically they've changed from haymakers to more jabs, and he is excellent at that.
No, for sure, but why do you think that is?
Well, I think they're tailoring it to their personnel or the lack thereof.
That's exactly what it is. I feel like we're pitching something for the Kansas City Chiefs, but we're talking about a particular player in Patrick Mahomes. Like, think about it. If Patrick Mahomes would get the receivers like the 49ers have, what does he look like then? Like last year, the Chiefs were able to win 14 games?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
14 games.
Yeah. No, I think it was 15, actually. I think there were 15
games,
and 2.
And there was a lot of unknown players on that offense that you could talk about. Travis Kelce is getting up there in age. Other than that, the 2 starters got hurt was it Rice? Rice got hurt,
Mm-hmm.
and another one got hurt as well. So, and they still made it. So for people to say that, like, Patrick Mahomes still is a really, really good quarterback that can go to the Super Bowl again this year.
So I think I don't know a sane person who disagrees with that in terms of the really, really good part, but is he still the best? And that's the question I have. And a part of it is,
what makes you the best?
Well, so football is such a team sport. Yeah. It's such a team sport. And Mahomes and the Chiefs are inextricably tied. You cannot it's like when my kids play with Play-Doh now sometimes, and like that when you start mixing that Play-Doh together, like you're not removing the red from the blue. It's all just one now. And that's how Mahomes and the Chiefs are. And I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
But was that how Brady was too? Is that how people thought about Brady before Brady left and went to Tampa?
Yes,
and
then
won?
Yes, and then he did that, and it's like, oh wow, he showed up and they immediately won a Super Bowl. Like, the question that I would ask is, would someone? And there's no way of knowing. And this is not a loser's lament, but what do you think would happen if someone like Joe Burrow was with the Kansas City Chiefs? If someone like Lamar Jackson for the last 5 years was with the Kansas City, and his situation is a little bit different because Lamar's been set up in a great situation.
For sure. At some point, it's like, come on, Lamar.
Yeah.
Show up.
But like, if Joe Burrow was in the same situation as Kansas City, like, would he have a couple Super Bowl rings?
Tell me how he's not. Joe Burrow has two really elite receiver and another one of the best number 2 receiver you possibly have.
I agree.
At number 1, we argued about him.
I agree. The problem is their defense. They average 30 points a game, but they can't get stops.
But also their defense before that, when they got to the Super Bowl, and the year after that, they were solid. They were a solid defense, and yet they're still able to get to the promised land and win. Joe Burrow is having every opportunity. I mean, my man threw for over 4,000 yards, right? Was it 5,000? 5,000 yards.
Yeah, it was like 40-something touchdowns and like 9 picks.
Yeah, I believe what's wrong with the Cincinnati Bengals, other than their defense, they don't lean on their run game enough. And that shows. Where the Chiefs, they've been smart enough to say, you know what? We don't have the pieces like we used to, but we're gonna utilize the run game a lot more and be a little bit more aggressive. And Patrick Mahomes is still Patrick Mahomes. I'm sorry, man. If I'm building a team, it's still Patrick Mahomes. He's 29 years old.
All good, and I think my answer would be different than Mahomes.
You would go with Josh Allen?
I think I would go with Josh Allen, number 1. I think he's the most talented quarterback in NFL history. In terms of, like, we've never seen a larger arm. That's according to Hall of Famer Troy Franklin. We've never seen a quarterback, and unless you have one that you want to mention, we've never seen a quarterback like jump over people, jump over linebackers' heads. We have never seen that.
That does not win you championships.
I understand, but it's a team sport.
No, for sure.
So when you have the greatest touchdown to interception ratio in the history of the playoffs,
the team for Josh.
When you walk off the field with 13 seconds left with the lead, would you want him to play special teams too? You want him to be Leslie Frazier and be the special teams coordinator, or like? So anyway, but that's me. You know how I am, and I see it a certain way.
You got a soft spot for Josh.
Very soft, super tender. Josh is number 2 on this list. According to the coaches, executives, and scouts, he came in at number 2 on Jeremy Fowler's list of top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL. And then after Josh, it was Joe Burrow, who came in at number 3. You have got to watch Quarterback on Netflix. You have got to. It's Kirk Cousins, it's Joe Burrow, and it's Jared Goff.
Kirk was talking to Andy Dalton.
Yes.
And after the game about being benched.
Yep.
Which is always like when you see a guy that's went through the same thing as you guys want to connect.
Sure. Dude,
you're feeling the same.
That episode where Cousins gets benched. First of all, you talk about like behind the scenes and being vulnerable and all that. Like, you picked the Falcons because you thought you were getting more than a year-to-year commitment.
Yeah.
Minnesota's up front with you and tells you the truth. We do want you back, but on a year-to-year, we're going to go young. You say, I don't want that. I want the Falcons. They're showing me a commitment. And the literal first thing that they do
lie to you.
Is draft your replacement. So he comes out and says, I feel misled and all that. And that clip went viral last week. That's earlier in the season. But later in the season, when he does get benched and you could speak to this infinitely more than anyone in this room. It's watching the wife go through it as well.
Oh.
And dude, she is crying.
Yeah, because they understand to a certain point, Zach, but then they don't understand certain things as well, and they start to ask questions. Well, why don't you do this, or why isn't this being done? And it's like, you don't understand. Like, it's just part of it. But when you have a wife that's sticking with you and has been through the highs and lows, like it hurts them as much as it hurts you.
Totally. And I'm not saying feel bad for Kirk Cousins because he's made
money.
hundreds of millions. But still, there's a human being still. His skin isn't cash. Like he still gets pricked and bleeds and then bro, he picked up the phone and called Michael Penix and was like, "Hey, this is your team now. Let me know how I can support you." I mean, it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. And Burrow was on the show, and I just have to be real. And I don't know who has seen it and had this opinion or not, and I really don't care because it's my opinion. Dude, Joe Burrow is not like super likable. So you see, he looks super likable when he's walking into the arena and stuff like that. But like
a nice set of hair, you know.
He looks like a model.
Yeah.
But like on a sentence by sentence basis, like he comes across as someone, and you'll have to tell me what you think when you watch it because I'm curious of your thought. But he comes across as someone who like wants to be complicated and wants to be almost like Aaron Rodgers does. Like he wants to be thought of as like, man, he's a tough nut to crack. He's so different, and he's
so smart that you don't understand him.
Yes, he's like trying so hard, and it's just like, dude, like I don't know. I'm curious your thoughts of it when you see it.
It's great that we're watching this and everybody gets to watch it because everybody is different. Like you see these guys, you don't see them during meetings and at practice. You see them on TV when the lights are the brightest and they're winning games and it looks great, but you don't know how they are in person until you're around them. And some are really cool and some are, they're not good people, but they're just really good football players.
Sure. And let me just make sure I say this, like in no way, shape, or form am I saying like Joe Burrow's like some sort of bad guy, because I don't believe that at all.
Different personality, different
very
character.
different,
yeah.
Very different. Doesn't seem like someone I'd like want to kick it with, necessarily. Okay, so he comes in at number 3 on this list. ESPN's top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL, voted on by coaches, executives, and scouts. Lamar Jackson comes in at number 4. So they're the top 4 according to people within the league. It's Mahomes, it's Allen, it's Burrow, and it's Lamar. I think we might disagree on who falls in what order, but I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about the top 4 quarterbacks, those 4 are always going to be mentioned.
That's
no matter what.
Tier 1.
1 through 4.
Yep. Then you get to the 5th quarterback, and it's Jaden Daniels off one season.
Yeah, come on.
What do you make of that?
I believe for this young man, it's a trap. And if he's going to fall into it, it's going to be bad on him. Because right now, everybody is praising you after one season. You were 1 game away from the Super Bowl. You had a phenomenal year. But as a quarterback, can you do it again and then again and then again? That's why Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, and Josh Allen, that's why they're 1 through 4. Because you know what you're going to get out of them every single year. As long as they're healthy, they're going to be in the playoffs or close to it. Jaden Daniels, we don't know. We don't know if this is him on a daily basis, if he's going to bring the same kind of energy this year. So putting him at number 5, it's disrespectful to a couple other quarterbacks that have been in this league for a very long time. For example, Matthew Stafford.
Yes.
He's there every single year.
Yes.
Very consistent. He's a couple games away from the Super Bowl almost every single year since he's been with the Rams.
They almost beat the freaking Eagles.
Yes. They almost came back in the snow and beat the Eagles. And yet, you don't have him number 5, It's a little disrespectful to the older quarterbacks that have been around.
Yep, I completely agree. I thought Stafford should have been 5. Maybe Jaden Daniels could be on the list, but not 5. Not based on 17 games. Well, I guess maybe 20, counting the playoffs. Stafford does come in at number 6. Justin Herbert comes in at number 7. Jared Goff comes in at number 8. And I catch myself forgetting, like, Jared Goff is only 30 years old as well.
Yeah, he's still young.
Like, him and Mahomes are a year apart in age, and we talk about Mahomes, like, how young he still is, but we don't necessarily have that same energy with Goff. He's got that 3 in front of his age. Jalen Hurts is number 9.
Any pushback for that one?
I thought you could have had Jalen Hurts above Justin Herbert and Jared Goff.
Okay, so
2 Super Bowl appearances and a Super Bowl win.
Well, some people,
and he was excellent in both games.
Some people were like, well, Jalen Hurts is not a top 10 quarterback. Some people are out there saying that. That's why I asked, was there any pushback? But you're actually moving him up the list.
Yeah, I'd probably have.
I mean, you go to 2 Super Bowls. All right, we tend to forget that Jalen Hurts was hurt like a couple games. Even if he was playing, he wasn't moving around. He had that knee brace
I thought
on.
he tore his ACL on championship weekend. I basically reported on it. I basically reported that.
He tore his ACL. He may not play in the Super Bowl.
Pretty much.
Like, all right, damn, okay.
Yeah, I think you could have actually had, but it gets complicated because if I'm starting a team, I would pick someone like Justin Herbert over Jalen Hurts. But based on merit, Hurts has just done more. He's just done more. Yes, he's had more at his disposal, better roster and all that, but I think it's fair. And then rounding out the top 10 was Baker Mayfield. And I saw this morning. I just said, man, good for Baker.
For sure.
Good for Baker.
At one point, guys, Baker Mayfield was a practice squad quarterback.
That's insane.
For the Panthers. And he was given a look for, I want to say, who was it at that time? Was it Bryce Young? Or was it
was Dalton there too? I forget. I honestly forget.
Because Sam Darnold was there as well.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
It was those two that were sitting there on practice squad.
Yes, orphan dogs.
And now Baker Mayfield's making a name for himself again. He was a first-round draft pick, but now he's like, growing up, and he has the Tampa Bay Buccaneers always around the playoffs, or if not in the playoffs.
So there's the top 10. Bo was not on the top 10 list. All right.
Bo.
I didn't expect for him to be on the top 10 list. It would be, in my opinion, probably premature to put him on the top 10 list based on the same logic we use with Jayden Daniels.
Yeah.
And I said if you want to put Jayden Daniels in the top 10, I'd be okay with it, just not in the top 5. But Jayden Daniels also had a better year than Bo Nix, and it's okay to say that.
For sure, but I would put C.J. Stroud over Jayden Daniels just because C.J. Stroud has been there a little bit longer, has been to the playoffs twice already in 2 years he's been in the league. For Jayden Daniels, you could put Jayden Daniels at 12, at 11. Like, it's not going to hurt you. Prove it again, and then you can be top 5, whatever you want to be if you go out there and get to a Super Bowl this year and you put up the stats.
Yeah, the two honorable mentions were C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love. And Jeremy Fowler in his piece on ESPN.com made sure to specify, he's like, there was a pretty big gap between the top 12 quarterbacks and everyone else receiving votes. But the good news is, Bo Nix did receive votes. Now, we exactly don't know how many. We don't. But the other guys receiving votes were Kyler Murray, Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, Aaron Rodgers, Tua, and Bo. And it almost is like a perfect launching point of like, dude, if Bo goes out there and has another terrific year and validates his rookie season, he could be on this list this time next year.
Very much so. He could be top 10, maybe even higher than that if he's able to win in the playoffs and if he's able to do what he did last year and even more. All right, maybe knock down the interception. You had 12 last year. Do you have 10 to 9 this year? Because you're going to throw interceptions if you throw the ball enough.
Sure.
That's simple as that. Nobody is perfect. But Bo Nix, if he can just be consistent and win games, because the key is to win games, he will be on this list.
Man, I can't wait to watch this sort of story unfold. Bo Nix year number 2. Like
the journey.
People are still split on Bo. People are. I think there's.
So is it shame on them or is it understandable?
I wouldn't say shame on them.
Because we talk about Jayden Daniels, and it's like, hey, there's something special there. But I'm not willing to go all in even on Jayden Daniels because it kind of reminds me of like RG3. RG3 had a really great year.
He was insane. He was the offensive rookie of the year.
Yeah, and you remember he blew his knee out.
He did.
Blew his knee out and played on it.
Yeah.
And it was like I closed my eyes every time he ran because I was like, man, something's going to happen.
Yeah, his game changed.
Oh, man. And after that, he wasn't the same.
No.
And so it's like, do it again. And that's for Jayden Daniels. Like, don't fall into that trap. Everybody praising you think that you've made it because you're one game away from the Super Bowl. You have Joe Burrow that got to the Super Bowl and didn't win. He hasn't been back since. Like, this is a hard league.
Yeah.
Hard league. And so for Bo, it's like, I know what we have in him, but can he be consistent every single year to where it's like we can announce Bo as a top 10 quarterback?
Yeah.
Starts this year.
You asked me a question 90 seconds ago.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting you.
No. You said like
I answered it for you.
And I forget what you said. Is it shame on them
Shame
or is
on
it
them,
understandable?
Or is it understandable with Bo Nix?
I think it's understandable why Bo Nix is still not like put in a box, but he like people are intrigued. They want to see more. But here's the part of the Bo conversation that does annoy me is that when you read some of the write-ups on lists like these, it's like when it was earlier in the offseason, someone called Bo Nix a boring quarterback.
Yeah.
It's like, man, you're telling me you didn't watch the games. How can you watch a guy that moves around like that, who's one of the league leaders in passes of 15 yards or more, who at one Sunday caught a touchdown pass, like he can launch it. He can launch it 50 yards in the air like he did on Monday Night Football against the Browns. Yeah, he's very accurate, and he just threw the third most touchdown passes for a rookie in NFL history. I just don't understand why.
Up for Rookie of the Year.
Up for Rookie of the Year. Why it's like, well, he's like sort of this like pedestrian, like he's just going to run the system. It's like, man,
because
no.
people don't want to be wrong. They hate when they are wrong, and everybody feels like they have to be perfect. It's okay to be wrong. Just come out and admit it and move on. Bo Nix is a special quarterback that can do some special things for the Denver Broncos, but he has to believe it, and he has to go out there and do it again.
Yep. That's the nature of the beast. That is the National Football League. Okay, there's a brand new idea coming to live sports that you may have never heard of, and it could literally redefine the in-arena experience everywhere. That's next.
Is Tim Hardaway Jr. the most underrated signing for the Nuggets?
You talk about another pro's pro, someone who can play off the bounce, he can play off the ball, catch and shoot, intellect through the roof, can close games if you ever needed him to. He is among the same ilk 3 years ago, bringing in KCP and Bruce Brown.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, everybody, it's that time of year again. You know what I'm talking about, summertime, which means concert season, vacations, and all the things you want to do outside. And nobody wants to worry about how they're going to get somewhere or where they're parking. Guys, let Hermes Worldwide handle all the travel needs so you can focus on what really matters the most, having as much fun as possible. So I actually stopped by and visited with my friends at Hermes Worldwide a few weeks ago, and they've got so many different vehicles to choose from. If you and your friends are ready to go party and go crazy, then ride in style on one of Hermes' luxury charter buses or Sprinter vans. And if you're someone who's concerned about the environment, which a lot of people are, they've got something for you called the Lucid Air, which is an all-electric and totally silent car. It's pretty sweet to drive. And if you and your lady friend are heading to a concert this summer, you can take a luxury sedan or SUV. So no matter where you're going or what you're doing, Hermes Worldwide has you covered. So head down to ridehermes.com/DenverSports or give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride today. Again, you can go to ridehermes.com/DenverSports or call them at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with the Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm gonna have to find a new genius. or 2 half geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Beth, you're in charge of ordering the tacos for the meeting today, yeah?
I'm not going to order the tacos.
What?
I'm going to Easy Cater the tacos. With Easy Cater, you can order from a huge variety of restaurants, track expenses, and save time.
Nice.
Oh, by the way, you're emailing the meeting notes, right?
No, I'm going to easy mail them. Where's my music?
Sorry, Ben. There's no Easy Cater for that.
Easy Cater, the easy way to order food for work. Order now at easycater.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball home run contest action kicks off starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on The Drive.
All right, let's come off the top rope with a 1. All righty. So there's a brand new idea coming to live sports that you probably have never heard of. And it could redefine the in-arena experience. And I am not joking here. All right, so I kind of got my mind blown over the weekend where it was NBA Summer League, okay? Pretty unremarkable for the Nuggets, by the way. We can circle back to it. But at Summer League in Vegas, the new Timberwolves co-owners, Mark Lowry and Alex Rodriguez, unveiled, and I got to get the guys behind the glass involved in this as well so we can all have a joint conversation. They unveiled what they term disruptive new idea that could redefine how fans interact with live sports. The duo introduced Jump. What is Jump? Jump is a brand new dynamic ticketing platform designed to let fans release or bid on seats in real time if they arrive late or leave early. Okay? So think about this. We've all seen people in the upper deck, or maybe you've lived this yourself. You're in the upper deck and people ahead of you are moving.
Yeah.
And you move down, right? This Jump idea takes that and monetizes it. That if you're going to leave your seat So say I'm leaving in the 7th inning because the game is 9-0.
Yeah.
I can resell my ticket even after I've sat in that seat. And much like Uber, where right now I can get an Uber easier here in the tech center at 3:30 in the afternoon than I can downtown at 11:30 on a Friday night. And the prices are different to get an Uber at 11:30 on a Friday night, and it represents the current market. That's what this will do in live events. So Jump works by alerting attendees when better seats become available mid-game. If someone vacates a courtside seat or leaves early from the lower bowl, other fans can bid on that spot through a reverse auction system.
Oh, so they're going to bid on it.
Yes.
I thought that was just like a first come, first serve. Like, no, you can.
Yes, you bid on it. So prices start high and drop based on demand and timing within the game, allowing fans to, quote unquote, jump into premium seats for a fraction of the original cost. Mark Laurie described the idea as a dynamic real-time ticketing system that ensures seats are always filled and fans are constantly engaged.
I mean, it's definitely thinking outside the box. I never thought about bidding for a seat when it's like, oh, hey, I'm leaving, so let me put my seat on sale.
Yeah, and you can make some money back. Yeah, you can make some of your ticket money back by selling your seat.
Would you buy a seat like midway through a game though?
Yeah, I would. Like, especially if I'm there with my boy and I'm like, dude, I'm not spending $600 for seats. And I don't care that the game is 10-0.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, we can move up 40 seats and we're going to pay, $28 and, we're going to have a different experience, moving from the upper deck to the lower bowl or what have you.
If I'm going to a game with you, I don't have to worry about that. We're going to find a way beyond the court.
Oh, God.
We're going to find a way beyond the field. So why do we need that, Zach? We're good. We'll just get the red cape.
The red cape, the photojournalist vest.
Yes, the red vest.
We did do that at the Army Navy
game. Get a pretend camera.
We did.
And we're just going to be on the football field.
I still can't believe we did that. What do you guys think of this idea?
I think I can appreciate the concept, but I would actually just like the idea better. Just the ushers letting fans down. Like if you get to the 7th inning, like Coors Field is a prime example. They are like the worst there as far as letting people down. You've got all these empty seats in the first level.
Yes,
just let people come down.
Let me see your ticket.
It's
but but hold on. They're not going to do that. They're just not going to do that.
I know, but I wouldn't pay for this at all. Like I already spent my money on it. I'm comfortable in my seat. I'm good with this.
What if you paid like $12 for your seat though, and you're in the upper deck, and you can pay another $12 to be 20 seats from behind home plate?
Nah, I'm good. I'd find a way to sneak down there.
True.
Just hang out with
fun to sneak down there.
Hang out with me and Zach. You're
that's
just
true,
fine.
Yeah.
Dante, what do you make of this idea?
I'm with Drew. I kind of like him. Just let him go down there. Or a trick me and my friends used to hypothetically do is if we're in the upper bowl, we'd scout out the empty seats, like maybe second quarter. Hey, nobody's shown up yet.
Yes.
And then you do a little photo editing on your current seats and be like, oh no, we're actually section 105, row 10. Seats 11 and 12. So you scout out the empty ones.
And not that you would try to target an elderly person.
Oh, no, don't you do it.
But if you go to games at Coors like I do, there are a lot of older folks. It skews older, the ushers. If you know, you know. I mean, a lot of these folks are 80, 90 years old.
Yeah.
So
you're sick.
Okay, no, I'm not saying for me. I'm not saying for me, but if you're going to live that life, there's a way to do it.
Yeah, there's always a way.
All right, next in 3 count.
1, 2.
All right, home run derby is tonight. Dante, who we got going?
You want all the names?
Yeah, I want all the names.
We got Cal Raleigh. He's the favorite. O'Neal Cruz of the Pirates. James Wood of the Nationals. Matt Olson, Brent Rooker, Byron Buxton, Junior Caminero, and Jazz Chisholm.
And that is why this is no longer appointment television. And it makes me sad because you could give probably 85% of our audience $500,000 if they could name 4 of those guys, pick them out of a lineup, and I don't think people could do it.
Yeah.
They're not stars.
No,
it's Cal Raleigh's playing great. I mean, he's leading the league in homers, but they're just not. It's not Aaron Judge.
So what do you do? So then what do you do about it? Like if you can't get those stars to want to play, then what do you do?
We had the same conversation this past winter with the dunk contest.
Yeah.
And it's like, look, people want to see, Zion Williamson do it, not necessarily Andre Jackson or something like that. So, will you guys watch? Will you watch?
Nah, no, I won't watch just because to me I don't know any of them. All right, if there's no all stars, stars that's like, oh, Shohei's there. Let me tune in. why am I watching?
Will you guys watch?
I will not watch. No, Byron Buxton's the biggest name that I know, and he's not that big of a name. So yeah, no, I'm out on this.
Dante, huge baseball guy.
I might tune in. It depends. If I put a little wager in, I'll tune in. But other than that, there's not a lot of draw there. Besides Cal Raleigh, he's having a great year, but it's like the dunk contest where he's pretty young, so it's like it's easier to get the young guys in. But once you're like a 10-year vet, even if you're a superstar, those guys aren't doing this.
If you had a picture of Cal Raleigh and we're outside Coors Field, a baseball setting, and we're asking fan after fan on their way in, what percentage of folks, and he's not in his uniform, it's just his face, what percentage of baseball fans
at Coors Field?
At Coors Field.
Maybe 1%.
Ooh.
I'd say like 10. I'd say
People
like
at
9.
Coors Field don't even know who plays
8.
for the Rockies. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
They might have a better chance knowing this guy, though, than one of the Rockies.
That's a good point, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm out of it. I'm like Shark Tank. I'm out.
All right. Lastly, in the 3 count.
1, 2, 3.
All right. The United States men's national team on the soccer side is coming back to Denver. They have not been here in a very long time, but they announced today they have 2 exhibition matches for the fall that will be coming to Denver. The first match, the first match, 2 games aren't coming to Denver. The first match is against Ecuador down in Austin, Texas. They're in Colorado 4 days later when they will host Australia at Dick's in Commerce City. Does this move the needle for you, Phil?
You know what? Because my wife's so into soccer, it does a little bit. It would be exciting to go out there and watch the men go at it. I know the women were just in town. And, Drew, you were at the game.
I was. Yeah, it was a blast.
So, of course, it would be fun. You said you've been to one.
Yes, I went in, I think it was 2018, 17 or 18. They hosted Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, so it's a great atmosphere to be a part of. You watch some good soccer. My son is into soccer right now, so it would be good to be able to just sit there and watch it with him so he can see what professional soccer looks like.
Yeah, get inspired.
Yeah. So it moves the needle a little bit, but that's about it.
I can tell you, I will be at this.
Whoa!
I will be at this. Oh yeah.
You already got you must already have the tickets.
I don't have the tickets, but it's
big dog over here.
I don't have the tickets, but and I'm not a huge soccer guy, but this is like an event. This is an event, and I've been baptized in this environment. It is incredible.
What suite are you in, by the way?
There's no suite. So
you'll find a way to get a suite.
No suite. But I will be there for this. So all right, shifting gears here. A couple of unlikely dominoes fell over the weekend that unlocked a potential all-time Denver sports story. And we'll talk about why coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, DenverSports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, boy Stink here to tell you about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. If you're thinking about selling your house for any reason at all, now's the time to sell it, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my buddy Troy's still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at the price you agree upon, plus the timeline that you agree upon beforehand, he's going to cut you a check. Just scratch it for $5,000. Come on. Who else makes the offer? The answer is nobody. He makes the offer because he continues to spend a bunch of money marketing his listings. Right now, he's got about 100 families that are approved and ready to buy. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. So you have a house to sell. Troy probably has the perfect buy for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him at 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and give my buddy Troy a call. 720-900-4433.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and woodpeckers. Right now, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Brandon Stokley here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Brandon Stokley from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Beth, you're in charge of ordering the tacos for the meeting today, yeah?
I'm not going to order the tacos.
What?
I'm going to Easy Cater the tacos. With Easy Cater, you can order from a huge variety of restaurants, track expenses, and save time.
Nice.
Oh, by the way, you're emailing the meeting notes, right?
No, I'm going to easy mail them. Where's my music?
Sorry, Ben. There's no Easy Cater for that.
Easy Cater, the easy way to order food for work. Order now at easycater.com.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at DenverSports.com. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Don't know where you at, don't know where you been, don't know nothing about that boy you're into. Don't feel bad for you, but I feel bad for him, and all the hell you gon' be putting him through. Probably tell him we're a burnt out flame, probably tell him that I ain't been on your mind.
All right, unlikely domino, well, a couple dominoes fell over the weekend that unlocked a potential all-time Denver sports story. All right, and I don't want to get carried away. All right, just yet.
What are you talking about, Zach? That's all you ever do.
Is get carried away?
Oh yeah.
Oh me? What? We still have plenty to get to here today. But what we haven't touched on yet is the Rockies drafting Ethan Holiday.
Special moment for that young man.
Very much so. Very much so. And there are more than one, in fact, many scouts who believe that Matt Holliday's son, Ethan, was the single best high school scout in the 2025 MLB draft. And there was a lot of folks, and by the way, we saw his Matt's older son getting drafted number 1 overall in 2022. I want to say
that was a couple years ago.
Yep. So there was a couple dominoes that fell before the Rockies selected, dominoes that not a lot of folks saw coming, and so it opened up this opportunity for Ethan Holliday, Matt's son, to potentially, again, that's why I say I don't want to get carried away because he's so young, and you don't want too much pressure on the young man.
Well, and it's baseball. Like when you talk about baseball, Zach, it's not like the NFL, and I would say basketball, but baseball, there's levels to it.
Totally.
There's levels, and even when you're good, you get knocked off your horse and you put back down, and you have to find a way to fight and climb your way back to the top. So I love what you said. It's like, don't get too carried away, but you have to still be excited.
Yes, totally. So Matt Holliday's son, Ethan, he projects to play the left side of the infield with his right-handed arm, though he bats left-handed, unlike his dad. And so it sounds like, again, potentially he could play the infield like his brother, but bring more pop offensively with his bat like his dad, just from the opposite side of the plate. And, I mean, I'm not going to go over the kid's high school numbers. It seems like just an absolute video game. Talk about just, like, dominating kids his own age.
Home run, home run, home run.
Like, he's ridiculous. But potentially a really cool father-son sports story within Denver sports, maybe unfolding over the coming years.
Yeah, so what would you expect from a young man like this? Like you said, when you're looking at him, you're not saying, okay, he's going to come out firing and he's just going to be the best from the start. That's not how it works in baseball. Every so often, maybe you get something like that.
Yeah, every so often, someone like maybe Bryce Harper's on the scene, early, but he played JUCO.
Paul Skeens
got up pretty quick. But if you're being realistic, if things go well, we're still probably waiting, 2-3 years to see this young man?
Yeah, like 21's even like a very fast track.
Well, that's right on time for the Rockies. Like, hopefully by that time, some of their young players are emerging, and we're getting better, because that's something that we need. We need fresh blood, fresh players, and they're going to have to be in-house type of players, too, that you're drafting, because it's hard to get them from the outside when they're looking in at this organization saying, look, it's like a dumpster fire right now. It's not good. We're not willing to go there. You got to rely on young players over the time.
Totally. And hopefully that's what Ethan Holliday represents here. And so, again, just to reiterate, many projections, had Ethan Holliday as the single best prospect in this draft. And his brother, Jackson, in terms of the timeline, was up in the majors in about 2 years. Again, that's really fast, just because their brothers doesn't mean he's going to be on the same, professional arc. But what are some other father-son duos? Can we think of any that have came through Denver sports? Like, I can think of some, but, like, they're not both involved with Denver sports. So, like, an example, Peyton Manning is a father-son sequence who spent time, but his dad wasn't in Denver. Another one that's like this is, oh, my God, Chris Sims was here, whose dad was Phil Sims. Something like that. Dante, you got a within Denver sports one?
I do. Well, with Colorado sports.
Okay.
Phillip Lindsay at CU and his father at CSU.
Okay. Okay, that's a good one. And your dad, he was the
running
all-time.
back. Yeah, he was all-time
leading rusher.
Well, not up at CSU.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was close, but he wasn't all-time.
Okay.
Another one is Daniel Graham, and his father, Tom Graham, who actually played for the Denver Broncos when he was growing up. And then Daniel Graham has a twin brother, that Josh Graham. He never made it to the NFL. He was better than both of them. Kind of like the Peyton Manning and his brother, a couple of brothers.
Yeah, Cooper. Being the best athlete of the three.
But when you talk about duo Tom and Dan for the grand.
That's a
Tom
good
Graham
one.
And Daniel Graham.
I just learned something. I did not know that. Shador and Dion. Dion never was in Denver sports. But if you have more of those suggestions, hit us up. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Father-son duos who both have ties to Denver sports, Colorado sports. We can circle back and get to some of those. Hey, there should be not one, but two Denver Broncos that should feel a bit disrespected coming out of the weekend. We'll talk about why coming up next.
Is Bo Nix bringing back pleasant memories for Sean Payton?
I am convinced the longer Bo's career goes on, if he just continues to ascend, I'm telling you, eventually the conversation's going to turn, and it's going to be Sean saying, I saw my next Drew in this guy.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there about how you're feeling on this Monday. Are you feeling rested, rejuvenated, and ready to attack this week? Or are you feeling a little bit sluggish? Maybe the same way you did on Friday going into the weekend. You have low energy. Maybe your sleep patterns are off, all right? Maybe you're not going to the gym the way that you used to. And when you do drag yourself there, you're just not as productive as you used to be. Maybe because of all this, you're putting on weight, and I hope you're not feeling sad or depressed. Guys, believe it or not, this could all be tied back to symptoms of low testosterone, which just naturally happens to us men as we age. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz on their website, simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers, literally takes you 2 minutes. But from there, you can schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood. They'll have the results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review those results with you, discuss your options, and you'll make a decision together with their medical team. Cost of that appointment is just $99. That includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Fellas, you got one life to live. Don't wonder if you're suffering from low testosterone. Go take the low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
8 seconds. A test of grit. The clash of brute strength. The battle of man versus beast. The PRCA's Extreme Bulls Tour bucks into Cheyenne Frontier Days this July 21st and 22nd. The gnarliest bulls versus the toughest cowboys. The ultimate showdown where every second counts. Don't miss the Extreme Bulls at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Tickets on sale now at CFDrodeo.com.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Auto theft in Colorado remains prevalent. Stop auto theft and subsequent crimes by locking your car and taking your keys every time. Learn more at lockdownyourcar.org.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball home run contest action kicks off starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Big up Bartolini, Mini, Money, Mo, and Flower. You're the chosen one. Feel your left hand free and your right hand grip.
There should be not one, but maybe even two Broncos that should feel a little bit disrespected coming out of the weekend. And if disrespected is too strong of a term, maybe slighted could be another. We'll talk about who and why here 10 seconds. First, got to tell you, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. You know the one I'm talking about? In New York, happens every other year, USA versus Europe. Yeah. All you have to do is enter. All you have to do to enter is head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of yours truly. He's easy to find. He's like I'm 6'3", he's about 6 foot maybe.
Why did the tone change? What is like? Find the cutout.
Find the cutout of this 6 foot handsome
You can't miss it.
man.
You can't miss it.
And scan the QR code for more information and the list of course locations. You can head to DenverSports.com/golf. That is an incredible
So all you have to do is scan the barcode on the cutout, right there in the middle of your head.
You take out your camera and just scan the QR code. That's it.
Come on, y'all.
That's it. It'll lead you right there. Okay. So, ESPN, we spent some time in hour number 2 talking about their top 10 list. Okay, so ESPN's Jeremy Fowler has done this 6 years in a row where he surveys league executives, coaches, and scouts to help us rank the top 10 players at 11 different positions in the NFL. All right? So they did it for offensive tackles on Sunday. Okay? Tristan Wirfs is number 1 from the Bucs.
He just had surgery, actually, Zach. He's not going to be able to start the season off.
Is that right?
Yeah, something was wrong with his knee during some of his off training, and it was messing with him, and he went under the knife.
Very interesting. Okay, so he was considered the best offensive tackle in the sport by the folks within the sport, league execs, coaches, scouts. Penei Sewell is number 2 from the Lions. Lane Johnson from the Eagles is number 3. Trent Williams took a bit of a step back, the stalwart on the left side of the O-line for the San Francisco 49ers. He's 4. Jordan Mailata from the Eagles is 5th. So pretty nice for the Eagles to have 2 of the top 5 voted from folks within the league. You get to number 6, it's Rashawn Slater for the Chargers. Laramie Tunsil, your former teammate, is number 7 for the Commanders. Still no Garrett Bowles, still no Mike McGlinchey.
GB zone, they're disrespecting him.
You get to number 8, it's Deion Dawkins of the Buffalo Bills. You get to number 9, it's Christian Darrisaw from the Vikings. And then Andrew Thomas rounds out the top 10 from the New York Giants. So although the offensive line for the Broncos considered top 5, all right, second, even by not like Pro Football Focus, not one of the tackles makes ESPN's list, and it's really not ESPN's list. It's the people within the NFL who said, no, we don't think the Broncos have one of those guys.
And that's where it's like, why? When you have a young rookie quarterback that had success, it's not just because of that young man. And although Bo Nix has done a great job, the offensive line that's protecting Bo Nix did a fabulous job last year. And Garrett Bowles, McGlinchey is another one. Now, McGlinchey missed some time. Early, and maybe that hurt him. But for Garrett Bowles to do what he has done and what he did last year, and was it 1 or 2, maybe 1 sack? I want to say he only gave
Bowles?
up. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was like 1. Yeah.
1 sack and not be top 10? That's disrespect. That's disrespect. And when you have an offensive line that's ranked in the top 5, somebody has to be in the top 10. Simple as that.
You would think, right? Not according to league coaches, executives, and scouts.
They got that one wrong.
But they had an honorable mention section. Jake Matthews, Joe Alt, Ronnie Stanley, Colton Miller, Taylor Decker, Bernard Raymond were all mentioned, and neither Garrett Bowles or Mike McGlinchey even made honorable mention. So you had the top 10, and then you had 6 honorable mentions. So according to this list, and again, don't get mad at ESPN. This is Jeremy Fowler polling league execs, coaches, and scouts.
Don't get mad at them now.
They do not believe the Broncos have a top 16 tackle. Now, Bowles was among 8 others, quote-unquote, receiving votes.
So just like Bo Nix, where they were able to receive a vote, but not enough to make a list.
Yep, or not enough to even make the honorable mention section. So, whoa. How you feeling today if you're Garrett Bowles? How you feeling today if you're Michael McGlinchey, who wasn't mentioned altogether?
That you feel disrespected because now it's not coming from the media. It's coming from coaches and executives. It's coming from scouts that are scouting and watching your film all the time. And they don't believe that you should be on the list or honorable mention. But also you're getting paid a lot of money. But also you had success in your team, won 10 games. And the reason was that your offensive line and defense were top 5. And yet you can't be on the list. Hopefully they use this as fuel. And say, you know what, let's go out there and have another great year. For McGlinchey, it's like, hey, they're disrespecting you. They don't believe in you as a right tackle. Garrett Bowles, they don't believe in you. In their heads, you've been in this league for a while now. In their heads, they believe that all you do is hold still. That's exactly what they're saying. Once you have that
reputation,
listed, it never leaves. It's like it's going to come back at some point. It's going to come back at some point. That's how they think. So for GB, what do? You shut everybody up. Go have another phenomenal year. Take your team back to the playoffs. Be the reason why Bo Nix is successful. Be the reason why J.K. Dobbins or R.J. Harvey goes for 1,000 yards. Because you're moving people. You're able to move the defenders. You're able to pull and get in front of these running backs and give them an opportunity. That's what you do. Use this as fuel and move forward.
Well,
I like my big nasties. Like I hate when they're disrespected. Now there are some really great tackles.
There are.
I understand that, but come on.
So basically, if you're McGlinchey, who wasn't named to the top 10, wasn't an honorable mention, and didn't receive a vote, that means just again by the through the context of this poll, okay. Top 10 and those 6 honorable mentions plus another 8 receiving votes, 16, 20. They're saying you're not a top, basically 25 tackle.
Yeah, there's 25 other tackles out there that are better than you guys.
And here's the thing. You pull up the contract in the way that I did this morning and compare it to the rest of the NFL. First of all, it's a 5-year, $87 million contract with over 50 M's fully guaranteed.
For GB?
For Mike McGlinchey.
Or McGlinchey.
I mean, that was a huge contract signed on the first day of free agency.
How do you think he's living up to that so far? If you would have to think. It's 2 years.
I think that it's been, especially this past year, really solid, man, with Bo. It was a really bad fit with Russ. It just was. But he is the 22nd highest paid offensive lineman across the board. He's the 8th highest paid right tackle in the NFL. And I would just imagine, because of what you said, you can brush off Pro Football Focus. You can brush off those pencil-necked media members that, never played the game.
Yeah, you don't have to listen to Zach and I.
No. You don't have to listen to me for sure.
He's not listening to me either.
but when it comes from your peers and folks within the league, I would imagine this hits a little bit different.
It just tells you how people feel about you. All right, they smile and they probably say, hey, you're a really good tackle in this league. But do you believe it? Are you guys telling the truth? That's what they used to do for me. It's like, man, you're a really good running back, but then you look up and there's nobody vouching for you. So it's like it shows you how they truly feel about you. And so all you can do is keep moving forward. It doesn't matter. Like, this is preseason. These are people that even the executives and the general managers and the scouts, like, they get it wrong too.
Sure.
Go out there and prove to the world that you guys can be special. Not just get back to the playoffs. We know you guys can get there now. But can this offensive line take Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos to the next level? That's what the Philadelphia Eagles are doing. Their offensive line, they're fierce. They're dangerous, they're mean, and they find ways to be successful all the time, whether it's pass blocking or run blocking. Can the Denver Broncos do the exact same thing?
All right, we're fixing to find out. if someone like McGlinchey, and to a lesser degree, but still Bowles, wanted motivation, the folks within your own league just gave it to you. Hey, real quick, before we shift gears here, we were talking about Ethan Holiday, Matt Holiday's son, and I said, hey, is there other, father-son combinations that are tied to Denver sports, both guys, not just one? And you know what a good one is Luther Ellis and Jonah Ellis.
That is a good one.
Luther Ellis, who was a star at Utah, was a first-round pick back in the mid-'90s for the Lions and finished his career once upon a time with the Denver Broncos in the early 2000s, and now his son is playing for the team as well. That's a
love it.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Father, like, dang, you go to the NFL and then your son does.
That's incredible. Wow. Yeah, a handful of people were on that, including Dave and Arvada, so appreciate it. Okay, signs are pointing to a training camp holdout for the Broncos from someone that just would have never been on our radar. We'll talk about who and why next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue and Lone Tree. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to denversports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket and finally getting a little breathing room. It's possible when you call my friends at American Financing. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt. You need to call American Financing today before you get to a point where you can't make those payments. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and consolidate debt, all without upfront fees. And their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise. It's fast, it's simple, and it could save your budget this summer. Call them before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
A Tacori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers says something more.
From the very first sparkle when the box opens to wide and joyful eyes.
To the every last detail that continues to enchant for decades, day after day.
Only Tacori weaves all those details into every stunning engagement ring.
Meticulously crafted in Tacori's Los Angeles design studios by artisans that take as much care crafting the ring as you do selecting it.
A Tacori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers will say everything, because everything is in the details.
I'm Bruce.
And I'm Steve Williams. And here at both Williams Jewelers, you'll shop from the largest selection of Tacori engagement rings and wedding bands in Colorado.
Visit us at Williams Jewelers, your official Tacori jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, signs are pointing to a training camp holdout for the Broncos from someone that we just would not have guessed. All right, for circumstances that really don't have anything to do with the specific player.
You know what, Zach? Nobody listens to us. We brought this up multiple times. We kept asking people, is this going to be a concern? Asking people, is this going to be a concern? And I know, everybody just, they're out of the office, they're coming back, they'll get it done. We got 1 week before camp starts, and who we're getting ready to talk about may not be there.
Yes.
At the start of camp, at least.
Yes. Before we get to it, I just want to address a handful of people on the RamosLaw.com text line. When we said, hey, throw us out based on the Matt Holliday, Ethan Holliday father-son duo. What other father-son duos? Both contained within Denver Sports. We hit a couple of them, but a handful of people, including Jimmy in Denver, Eric Young and Eric Young Jr. For the Rockies, EY. And so that is a unique one for sure as well. Okay. Signing bonuses and salaries for rookie draft picks in the NFL are slotted according to their overall selection number. We know that. Also slotted, or at least the Broncos thought so, those are Mike Kliss's words, was R.J. Harvey's fully guaranteed money, which was to consist of his signing bonus plus the first 2 year salary, or in his case, around $4 million. The final 2 years of his deal, just over $3 million, give or take, were not going to be guaranteed. That guaranteed portion is now in dispute for not only Harvey, but all second-round picks in the most recent NFL draft. You want to credit, from a player's perspective, the Houston Texans. If you want to blame the Houston Texans, maybe from a team perspective, but they gave their second-round pick, the 34th pick overall, receiver Jaden Higgins, a 100% fully guaranteed deal.
Blame Houston.
On his almost $12 million deal.
Why? Why Houston? Why did you have to mess it up for everybody else? Why?
Man, what a huge win for that agent. Whoever that is.
I set the tone.
Yeah.
They're going to know me for this.
Like, if he creates a precedent, like, that's incredible. But then you had Cleveland, their second-round selection, an outside linebacker. He was one pick ahead of Higgins at 33rd overall. So the Browns felt like they were boxed in, and they gave this guy a fully guaranteed contract to match Higgins.
Are you surprised? It's the Browns. The Browns love to just give money out. They'll fork up the money and not get anything in return.
Crazy. Crazy. So from there, the other 30 second-round draft picks.
You said 30.
30 of the 32 have not signed, and the 2 who have are both on guaranteed deals. This is a really interesting intersection within the NFL.
Houston, you guys don't have a problem, but Houston, we have a problem. When you talk about these young players that have not played a down of NFL football yet, sitting out at the beginning of camp because they want the guaranteed contract, which is a 4-year, whatever they're making. It's slotted, and the lower you are, the more money you get. So now you have all 30 other young men who in the second round that want the exact same thing. You have these teams that are not willing to do it. What do you do now? You need to use. If you're a second-round draft pick, you're usually starting. You're playing in a lot of these games. You're going to start at the beginning of the season unless something happens to you. And you're not going to be there at the beginning of the camp to kind of get in shape, to get with your teammates, to show that you belong here. As a former player and being in that locker room, how are you supposed to sit there and respect a young man who has never touched the field but wants to hold out and say, you know what, I'm holding out until you guys give me my money?
Does a part of what does it? So I totally understand where you come from on
you
that.
You got vets that are playing for $1.1 million, and you got these young men that are playing for a guaranteed $11, $8, and $9 million. No matter what happens, you could be a bad football player.
Look at you players turn on each other.
Come on, Zach.
I thought you guys was a brotherhood. I thought you were rooting for these guys to get their money.
I got a scenario for you. My first year at the station, say I was in a contract battle, and we just started.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't show up because I said, "Hey, Zach, they're not giving my money fully guaranteed. Like they don't know my worth yet." And it's like, well, Phil, you've never done radio before. You've never been at this level at prime time. Like how are you going to get your money guaranteed when you haven't done this before? How would you feel? You've been doing this for 8, 9, longer than that. How many years now? Like 20?
17.
Okay.
Yeah. No. And then the comp for that analogy, which is a good one. It's like Stokley's money's not guaranteed.
Wow, 20 years, Zach.
Almost 17.
Right, the hair starting to turn gray.
I'm 38. Cracked a mic at 21. But in that scenario, it's like you want your contract fully guaranteed.
Yeah.
But we know that Stokley, his deal is not.
Yeah.
Who had been doing it for longer.
Forever.
Right. So.
How would you feel?
No, for sure. No, for sure.
It's like earn your stripes. Like come in here, build a show, be number one, and then we can talk. Well, that's the same with the players. Like, we expect you to play, we need you to play, but we don't know what we're getting out of you.
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to go to battle with you on Sundays, and I don't even know if you're good enough to play on Sundays, but yet you want to sit out for your fully guaranteed money?
Does it make it different in your eyes that it's not a one-off situation? It's literally 30 second-round picks.
I have to take my hat off and say great job to those players sticking together.
I mean, that's unbelievable.
That's like unity. Like, that's great. But, like, man, what are we doing? What are we doing? It's crazy. The NFL is just different, and these young players are running the league. Call this the NBA.
Well, this is it's literally unprecedented. There is no precedent for this. We have not seen this before.
So thank you, Houston and Cleveland.
30 unsigned second rounders. The thing is, and I didn't quite realize this late last week, is that the Chargers rookies reported on Saturday.
That's crazy.
The Broncos rookies report on Wednesday, but when it came time for the Chargers' Trey Harris, the 55th overall selection, he didn't show up on Saturday. He's holding out before he plays a down of NFL football. And
but tell me how you feel about it.
I get it.
Use the words carefully.
No, for sure. I get it. Because it's like, hold on a second. We haven't seen this. Houston just did it. Cleveland then validates it.
Yeah.
It had never happened before. The closest was Ladd McConkey's contract last year, which got guaranteed like 91%. But we haven't seen this. So now
he panned out.
So that's why in some ways I'm like, yeah, Houston's the easy one to blame because they were the first to do it. But without Cleveland coming in and doing it, that's just a one-off. But when you get the second organization to say, all right, screw it, we'll do it too. And you're the agent of these second-round picks, and you're like, well, hold on a second.
Yeah.
This is now the new way. Is it the new way? Probably not. Probably not.
Well, how are you going to get? There's 30 guys out there that have not signed.
Right.
We talk about court and like, hey, should he hold out? And what does that look like? And you're like, hey, look, he's under contract. He better bring his butt to the facility.
Yep.
Well, these young men are under contract.
But not yet. Not yet. That's the thing. That's what makes this tricky. They're not under contract.
Well, they better go back to college.
Dude, I don't know.
Are these young players going to win? Are they going to win this?
The only way that they win is if they all stick together. If they start to have dissension and it's like, hey, boop, like someone just showed up for the Raiders. Boop, someone just showed up for the Chiefs. Boop, the second rounder just showed up in Buffalo.
But that's
it's
what's
like,
going to happen.
Oh my gosh.
Not all 30 are going to play this game.
I agree.
Because now you start to look and you're like, okay, like I'm barely a second round draft pick. I'm borderline a third round draft pick, and I need to get to camp. Like, it's about building chemistry, but also like making sure you still have friends on the team. Because there's going to be a bunch of veterans that are not going to be happy when they see you walking into the facility like you own the place. Like, oh, you guys decide to show up now. This isn't like Patrick Peterson or something like this, or what Hard Knocks a long time ago when Darrelle Revis decided to hold out, and then when he got back, everybody was clapping, they're excited. They're not going to do that to a second-round draft pick.
Right.
They don't know you.
Right. And how about the rest of your own class? The rest of your rookie class?
Oh, they're flooded. They don't care. They're like, man, you're on your own.
Yeah.
You're on your own, man. I'm trying to make this team.
I just don't know when does this end? What's the threshold? How long into the summer does this go? Does RJ Harvey not show up on Wednesday?
Are the general managers going to be bullied by some young 21-year-olds?
I would guess not. And I would guess the owners are involved with this as well.
You're damn right. It's money now. And it's like it's a pride thing.
Wow. This is really tricky for the Broncos specifically because they didn't just add depth at the position.
So
it's a dire need.
Do we know for sure that if RJ Harvey doesn't get this contract signed, he will not show up? Because what ends up happening is a lot of these players will take out insurance on their body, which depending on what you're getting, I used to give $11,000 a year for insurance on the body just in case something traumatic happens.
Sure.
But it's going to be a bigger payday there because now it's like, dude, you have to take in consideration that's a 4-year contract, and if you're going to go and play. Like, hey, you didn't sign a contract, but you want to be out there. It's gonna be.
Man, I'm fascinated by this.
Man.
All right, we'll continue to monitor this throughout the week. The Nuggets trade for Jonas Valanciunas went through over the weekend, and somehow things are still a bit unclear as of even this morning, and we'll talk about why next.
Is Tim Hardaway Jr. the most underrated signing for the Nuggets?
You talk about another pro's pro, someone who can play off the bounce, he can play off the ball, catch and shoot, intellect through the roof, can close games if you ever needed him to. He is among the same ilk 3 years ago, bringing in KCP and Bruce Brown.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here to tell you that the city of Aurora is home to 5 incredible golf courses that you need to prioritize this summer. Okay, they have what you need in Aurora. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. All right? Do not overpay for golf this summer. I'm going to be honest with you. I was out at a course here within the last month that was pretty pricey. And I'm looking around like, man, this isn't better than what I paid for Saddle Rock. It's just not. All right, so don't overpay for tee times this summer. Play Spring Hill, an executive course in Aurora. All right, but you'll still use every club in your bag. How about Aurora Hills, the original Aurora course? Meadow Hills, former country club with tree-lined fairways that you're going to love. Saddle Rock. I'm there all the time. It's like a mountain course in the city. Incredible views of Pikes Peak. And then to round out the 5, Murphy Creek, a Prairie Links layout. Guys, for more information and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and then give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. During these intense summer days, your air conditioner is working overtime to cool your home or your business. But did you know that dust and debris in your ventilation system can decrease airflow and make your AC work even harder? Clean Ductwork helps air conditioners run more efficiently, saving you money and keeping your indoor air fresh. Dirty ducts can cost you more in energy bills and repairs. Give Ductworks a call at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for a free commercial or residential estimate. Keep cool, save money, and breathe easy with your 5-star air duct cleaning expert. That's Ductworks.
303-425-0985.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here. Colorado Joint Replacement is part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers. They offer innovative hip and knee replacement surgery with expert, compassionate care. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
How is it that I make all this money and still can't buy a home?
That's because you went to an outdated lender. I went to Cake, and now I'm in my dream home.
Wait, how'd they pull that off? We're both self-employed.
They look at real income, like your bank deposits or certified profit and loss, not just your tax returns. Cake has flexible mortgage options made for people like us.
Okay, but what if I want to buy a rental property?
Even better. Cake has a program just for that. And it doesn't matter if your monthly rentals don't cover the mortgage. They can look at the potential of the property, not just the current rental income.
That's it. How do I reach these guys?
Their website is cakehome.com, but I called 888-EAT-CAKE.
Okay, got it. So it's 888-EAT-CAKE, right?
Yeah, call 888-EAT-CAKE for more details and learn why life's better with Cake.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you
you know you can donate real estate too?
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Step Denver, a nonprofit solution to addiction and homelessness.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball home run contest action kicks off starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, hanging out here on a Monday, rolling downhill as this show is flying by here. The Nuggets trade for Jonas Valanciunas went through over the weekend.
Yes!
Yes! But somehow things are still a bit unclear as recent as this morning.
How do you finally get it finalized? The man's on the team, and we're still unclear.
Because he was asked about it this morning, just as fate would have it. So the trade goes through over the weekend. And as fate would have it,
that means he had to be in town, correct?
Nope. Because he was asked that. He was asked that, and he says, "I have not been to Denver anytime recently." So I don't know, Phil. I don't know what was holding the trade back from being made official.
For sure.
I don't know, but it got made official, and then as fate would have it, it's Monday morning. He was due for the start of the Lithuanian national team training camp. And so he was made available to the media. So he actually spoke as recent as this morning. And when asked about his club's future, his relationship with the Denver Nuggets, he said, quote, "Can we talk about the national team? Thank you." Okay, he was asked about his next move. All right, to Denver. And he said, quote, "When I am sure, I'll definitely let you know." He said with a smile, "You'll be the first to hear, and I won't even have to say anything," end quote. This dude is playing games. He just is. I can't explain why.
Is this Jonas or is this Joker? Like, because he's acting like he's Jokic right now. Jonas Valanciunas is acting like, and he does he have the power? I don't think he has the power at all. So why are you acting like it? Why is this? Has this become so difficult? Like, you're playing with the best player in the damn world, having the opportunity to win a championship, which you have not done yet.
No,
you were traded from Toronto before you won the championship.
Yep.
You have a familiar face in Jokic that you guys. Maybe they have a relationship, maybe they don't, but I'm pretty sure they have some type of relationship.
I mentioned this to you a couple weeks ago. Based on how they talk to each other after games, there's some level of relationship there.
Okay.
Now, in reality, there is an actual rivalry, a basketball rivalry between Lithuania and Serbia, but I don't think that this is. I don't think that would hold anything.
I'm done with it. Either you're in or you're out. We want you here. The coaching staff want you here. David Adelman praised you.
Oh, yeah.
During the Summer League interview.
Poured it on.
They have a vision for you. We all have a vision for you to be the number 2 center here behind Jokic, playing meaningful minutes. You were playing 19 minutes with the Kings. You were going to play around that anyway here.
Mm-hmm.
Play in the playoffs.
He's been like a play-in guy for years. He's been on teams that were like in play-in.
We're talking about the playoffs.
You have a chance to actually compete for a championship.
And yet you still don't know. And you have smart remarks. Just be upfront and honest with us. Why do you not want to be here in Denver or just in the NBA in general?
You know what?
Why?
Well, I will say this. From what I understand,
enlighten me, please.
This past year, his family moved back to Europe.
Yeah, so I didn't know that.
So they were here in the States for years, and they were just done. He got traded again, and it's like, we're not moving again. You guys go back to Lithuania.
So then why not just?
Or maybe they're staying in Greece.
So
maybe,
what if he says that? If he says, "Hey, it has to do with my family. It has to do because I miss them." We would look at this a little bit differently than we are right now, or at least I am. It's like, dude, either you're in or you're out.
Well, I would tell him there's FaceTime, and we need you here. And no, I mean I wouldn't be cruel with it. I would no, because I would no, because I was someone that for 6 months at a time my dad would go on deployment. I wouldn't see him. That was before FaceTime. We were waiting on letters in the mail.
There's FaceTime.
So
come on.
I don't want to be insensitive, but at the same time, if you really don't want to play for the Denver Nuggets, you should retire from basketball. You can't go spurn us, have the Nuggets buy out your contracts. They're going to pay you to not play when they want you to play here so you can go play more basketball overseas.
And get paid more money.
Phil, that doesn't work for me. That doesn't work. You like.
But I asked, so is someone like Jonas becoming a villain before he even sets foot on the court as a Denver Nugget?
I know it's easy to say, but as soon as he hits the scorer's table, he's going to get an ovation from the crowd. I'm just telling you.
From you?
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm not going to boo him. I wouldn't boo him.
You don't boo anybody.
I'm not going to boo. No, I typically do not. But
unless it's me.
It was the Astros. The Astros were the only team I ever booed for cheating in the World Series. But yeah, man, it's still more vague comments. I don't know what to say, but I will say my expectation is for later this summer, early fall, for him to be in Denver, Colorado.
Why do you have like a little soft spot for Jonas? Like, I don't know what to say. When that was crazy, you're on contract.
They need him.
Tell him that.
Yes, but no,
you're on contract, buddy. Whether you don't want to be here or not, all right, unless you do what you just said to do, retire. You're stuck here.
Yeah, you're not playing. I am not okay with him going to play basketball in Greece. Your rights are owned by the Denver Nuggets. Okay, that's how this is going to go.
You're a Denver Nugget.
So, all right, we'll see what happens. But yeah, even as recent as this morning, him being super, super tight-lipped and vague with his responses when asked about Denver. So, hey, real quick, I brought up a bit of a dilemma last week to you guys, okay? And I just want to pay it off. Last week, I asked you guys, you and Drew and Dante, I said I'm playing my 6-year-old in a 7-game series.
Yeah.
In basketball.
It's Game 7, right?
Yep, and he's the Thunder, and I was the Pacers. And it was always going to go 7 games. And I'll, like, reward him. I'll let him score when he's doing the right things and being aggressive and not double dribbling and going and going to the basket and stuff. And when he's taking bad shots, I'll block it. And we got to Game 7, and I was torn, legitimately. And I was asking you guys, like, how should I play this? Because on one hand, I don't just want to, hey, like, you're already beating dad at 6 years old, but I do want him to foster a positive association with the game, and when you're 6, games are more fun when you win.
I gave you a $20 bill under the table for a reason. Come on now, Zach.
You said you should beat him.
Yeah. Make it close, though.
Make it close. Dante, you said, I forget what you said.
I also said to beat him.
To beat him. Drew said let him win, I think.
Yes.
Because it wasn't a clean sweep. I did not know how I was going to handle it even as we were playing the game. But I beat him. I did not want to because he was double dribbling and I was calling him for double dribble like they were at Derek White's camp. Where in some of these other settings, they'd let him get away with double dribble.
Yeah.
But they were calling him for it. So I'm like, okay, if they're going to call it at that age, when we play now,
yeah,
I'm calling
like
double dribble every time.
Put it in their head
yes.
so they can get used to it. It's fundamental.
You're on it.
Yeah.
You're on it. And because he started to cry during the game about as many double dribble calls, 7, 8 of them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can't reward this. I can't. So
I can't reward the cheating.
20-18 final score. And what happened after the game was exactly what I hoped would happen. Not the first part, but he did cry.
Okay.
He cried after the game and went off and sat by himself on a bench for like 5 minutes, and I just let him.
Yeah, just think about it.
I went over there after about 5 minutes. I put my arm around him. I said, dude, that was a great series. Went 7 games.
Yeah.
And then the next part he said, can we play again? And I'm like, that's exactly what
you wanted.
That was my hope, is like, I'm not going to sit here the whole day and cry, let's play again.
Yeah.
So we're picking a new team, and we're going to do another best of 7 here.
There we go.
All right. I wanted to have this conversation, Mr. Phillip Lindsay. Could the Broncos flirt with the NFL's all-time single-season sack record? They may be closer than you think. We'll talk about how far away they were a year ago and what it would have to look like this season if they want to pull it off. That's next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
This week's Recovery of the Week is brought to you by Step Denver, the men's residential addiction recovery program in Lower Downtown. Our Recovery of the Week this week belongs to the Denver Nuggets, who for the second consecutive year was bounced in the NBA playoffs second round, but players are starting to come back to Denver already, are getting back in the gym, and the newer, younger Denver Nuggets are now back on the court for 2025 NBA Summer League. And that is your Recovery of the Week, brought to you by Step Denver. And I'm once again sitting down with Megan from Step Denver. Megan, thanks for being here. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Today's topic is humility. Megan, tell us why humility is so important in recovery and also in life in general.
Because it's where real change begins. The men who come to Step Denver have to do one of the hardest things a person can do, which is admit they need help. And that takes a lot of humility. We get calls often, daily, from moms, partners, and friends asking if they can fill out an application for someone they love. While we understand that desire, we require the men to apply themselves. It's their first step in acknowledging they're ready to stop doing it alone and accept the help that they need. Humility also means being willing to follow direction. Our men are surrounded by others in the program who've made that same choice, and they see that surrender doesn't mean weakness, it means wisdom. And when they let go of pride and defensiveness, of the need to control everything, what they gain is peace, clarity, and strength. Humility opens the door to everything else recovery offers.
Lives being rebuilt from the ground up, amazing. Guys, if you are struggling with addiction or you simply want to make a donation to help the men who are calling Step to get their life back today, please visit stepdenver.org.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
My name is Mac Davis, and I have been on the SOTA weight loss program for 14 weeks now. I have dropped 38 pounds.
Wow. That's amazing.
The best summer of your life starts with SOTA weight loss, because right now, SOTA is celebrating with the best deal all year.
Who would have thought that I would be able to lose over 100 pounds? I thought that there was no way that I could do that without having some kind of invasive surgery or diet pill or some other means.
No drugs, no shots. Join the thousands of people who have let go of the weight for good with SOTA weight loss.
The best decision I've made in a long time was just to call SOTA weight loss.
So I kicked off the program and I lost an amazing 35 pounds. Before SOTA, I was taking medications for my blood pressure and cholesterol. Guess who got off those meds?
Get started now at SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
At Embers Golf, they're not just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts. Hey, Brandon Stokley here. I got my clubs from Embers Golf, and I couldn't be happier. Discover a unique boutique-style golf shop in Westminster. They stock custom upgraded shafts and even offer 2 hitting bays for you to test your swing. They carry all the major brands and even some of the smaller ones too. Experience a full fitting of your golf bag. It's family owned, and there's nothing else like it around here. Embers Golf, where your golf journey begins. Visit embersgolf.com today.
Get a wireless plan that saves you money and an extra trip. Switch to Straight Talk at your local Walmart while you shop for those little oranges the kids love. It's real unlimited data with real convenience.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey, real quick before we shift gears to Broncos, damn, there are more people than I had thought that are just out on Jonas Valanciunas
Already?
and the way that he has handled it.
I didn't say I was out. Don't follow me. I didn't say I was out. I said I'm tired of it. He needs to choose what he wants to do. He's either in or he's out. I'm not necessarily out on him yet because we need a number 2 center.
Right, and that's what I'm thinking of. Like, when the season starts, like, your feelings on a basketball topic don't actually matter. The construction of your team from a straight utilitarian basketball standpoint, that's what will matter. And if you don't have a backup center, again, and Jokic is playing a career high in minutes, again, that's just going to suck. So does the situation frustrate me? It definitely does. But at the same time, I don't want to let my frustration on the topic in July be the compass for how I view it big picture.
But in my head, Zach, it's like, we need you. We value you. You're going to play a lot. And yet you still don't know if you want to be here. And I don't know why. And that's why I can't sit here and say I'm out. But it does frustrate me. Because you're in a great situation that anybody else would want.
Yeah.
Anybody else would want is a chance to win a championship. That's why you play the game. That's why I'm upset with it. You're getting paid a lot of money to play in the NBA. You have 2 years left on your contract. Really 1 because it's a team option, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's non-guaranteed the second year.
So if things don't go well, because we all thought Dario Saric was going to be a really good fit here, that didn't pan out.
Yep.
For whatever reason. So if it doesn't go well, you can leave after this first year. Play out this first year to see if you like it, like your new teammates, the atmosphere. They have a plan for you. Just stick it out.
Yeah, but again, I'm trying to.
You're trying to understand.
Keep in mind because he's not from here, and his kids have been living here, and he wants them to be in Lithuania and speak their native language and go to school back in. So I understand in Greece would be a 3-hour flight, just a hop, skip, and a jump away from where he'll be playing. So, I'm trying to just keep a level head. But the ultimate, understanding of, this guy would represent the best backup center that the Denver Nuggets have had in maybe ever, in Jokic's prime years. So,
you know what it is? He's scared of his wife.
It may be.
I'm speculating.
Maybe.
But that's usually how it goes.
Maybe.
Because the wife's like, hey, I'm putting my foot down. Like you just said, we're not moving again.
Right.
We tried it out. It didn't work out. I'm taking my butt back home where I feel comfortable. I mean, that happened with my wife. Was in Houston.
Yeah, right.
She said, Phil, I hate it here. You're gone all the time. All right, you just got released, and now you're in Miami. You left me here to do all the work. We have a 2-year-old, and we're in a part of the neighborhood where I don't feel comfortable. So I had her parents come out and help out, which, thank you for doing that. Because it was like, man, it really is like if something happens, I'm nowhere to be found.
That's stressful.
And for her, it was like, if this happens again, I'm staying my butt back in Colorado, and it is what it is.
Yep. And if you've lived in Toronto, and then you got traded to Memphis, and then you had to live in New Orleans, and now it's Washington, but wait, now it's Sacramento. Yeah. I understand. At the very end of the day, I believe he's going to be a Denver Nugget. but it's the vagueness, and he's playing a little game here. He's playing a little game, all right? And he said it this morning with a smile when he said, when I'm sure, I'll definitely let you know. You'll be the first to hear, and I won't even have to say anything. So what does that mean? I don't know. But my expectation is later this fall, he will be back in the United States of America and playing for the Denver Nuggets. So we'll see. We'll see. Okay, shifting gears here. Been wanting to talk about this for over a week now. Could the Denver Broncos flirt with the NFL's all-time single-season sack record? They may be closer than you think, all right? They were actually kind of, depending on your vantage point, kind of close a year ago. And what would it have to look like this season if they wanted to pull it off? So we were talking about this. This popped up organically. Really, it was a question from someone on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, because we were talking about Benito and Cooper getting a double-digit sacks that hadn't happened in years. Neither had a 1,000-yard receiver, and they both happened. And we were talking about what's more repeatable, and we were just looking at the stats and the numbers. And someone on the text line said, "Hey, who owns the record for the team that sacked the quarterback most in a single season?" So I went back and looked at it. It's the 1984 Chicago Bears. A year before, they broke through and won that Super Bowl in the 1985 season.
Yeah.
But the 84 Bears had 72 sacks in a 16-game season.
Man.
The Broncos just had 63 sacks, albeit with a 17th game, but they were 9 sacks away from the single-season record, and there's something to be said for that. They were number one in the NFL. Not only were they number one, the largest gap between any of the 32 slottings was actually between number one and number 2 Baltimore.
I'll tell you this, Zach. I'm looking at it right now. The Bears in 84, like you said, 72. But then the Vikings, 1989, 71.
Yep.
Eagles, 2022, like you said earlier. 17 games, though. All right, had 70.
Well, that's a recent comp.
Yeah.
The 2022
really
season,
is.
70 sacks under Jonathan Gannon at that time.
So what we're getting at, and what I believe you're getting at is, hey, this could happen for the Denver Broncos. It's right there, and you have an extra game to do it. We had 63 sacks last year. And when you look at the games, someone like Nick Benito could have had 4 sacks against the Kansas City Chiefs. All right, Jonathan Cooper, who was able to get pressure on the quarterback more than even Nick Benito, could have had more sacks last year. It didn't happen for him. Maybe this year is his year. Maybe Nick Benito and Jonathan Cooper work together. Nick Benito gets some pressure on the quarterback, floods him out, and now Jonathan Cooper's getting the sacks. All right, you have Zach Allen, another one that was able to get sacks and put pressure on the quarterback down the middle of the field. So it's right there for the taking. And for VJ, we should all be excited because VJ, that people wanted out the door. His defense was top 5, has a chance to be number 1 this year, and they have a chance to get to 72 sacks or even more this year. Let's say 73 to beat the record.
Sure.
It's right there for the taking with 17 games.
It's actually, look, whether they get it or not is I know it's the point of the conversation, but no one's going to lose sleep if the Denver Broncos don't set the single season team sack record. But I think the point of the conversation is that they were a hell of a lot closer than you might have realized this past year. And should the defense on paper be improved?
Yes.
Okay.
On paper.
I agree. I think it should be improved. And should the offense be improved, Phil?
Yes.
That's where I think the biggest factor in why this could happen actually exists. Because the reason the Broncos are part of the reason, not the reason, but a huge reason why the Broncos did get to 63 sacks this past year is how many times they were legitimately leading second half of games. And when you're legitimately leading the second half of a game, these are obvious pass situations for the opposing offense. And when there are obvious pass situations for the opposing offense, there are obvious rush situations for the defense. And the Broncos did something this past year that they didn't do in 10 years. They didn't just win games, they blew their opponent out. 26-7 against the Bucs, 34-18 against the Raiders, 33-10 against New Orleans, 28-14 against the Panthers, 38-6 against the Falcons, 29-19 against the Raiders, a 2-possession win against the Cleveland Browns, a 31-13 win against the Colts, a 38-0 victory against the Chiefs at the end of the year. That is more blowouts in one season than I think we saw in the previous 3 or 4 seasons combined, and then you end up with 63 sacks. But if the Broncos offense is even better with a running game and tight end, this trend could continue. It could continue.
I love that. I love the layout. I love the layout and what you're thinking, because I was thinking just straight defense, Zach. I was thinking like, wow, another year in VJ's defense.
But that's also true.
No, for sure. With added compliments like Hufanga, like Dre Greenlaw, adding Nick Bonito to another year where it's like, I'm comfortable, I'm confident, I'm trying to get another contract, so I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Jonathan Cooper's another one that's young and hungry. All right, if VJ can be more creative, keyword, creative this year in getting the nickels, the Barons, you got the Hufangas, the Brennan Jones. If you can get them to get more sacks and come off the edge like heat-seeking missiles, and you don't know where it's coming from, that's when you end up with 72 sacks. That's when you end up with a complete defense that's scary to play every single week, because you don't know who is coming off the edge. You know who used to be like that? The New England Patriots. The New England Patriots were hard to practice against and to scheme up against, because Bill Belichick had a defense for every single team. So what he would play against the Houston Texans, he wouldn't play against the Denver Broncos, and vice versa. Usually everybody has a main defense that you're going to play no matter what. Not the New England Patriots. There was specific schemes for that team. And if you could get to something like that, I'm not saying it has to be like the New England Patriots, but if you can be creative and it's hard to scheme up against another team, scheming up against the Denver Broncos, you'll get sacks that way.
Well, their 63 sacks a year ago is a top 15 season all time. And there's an avenue, again, like if we're revisiting this conversation in like December, that would be super healthy. Whether they break the record or not, whether they, if you can flirt with it, that would be the point for me. And we went through the exercise in hour number 2. We're not going to do it in wholesale fashion right now, but I encourage you to go back and listen to the podcast on DenverSports.com, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. We went through it, tried to be as reasonable as possible, and just show some growth for like a Nick Bonito going from 13.5 to 16. Jonathan Cooper from 11.5 to 13. John Franklin Myers from 7 to 10. One more half sack for Zach Allen to get to 9. Jonah Ellis goes from 5 to 7. Dondre Tillman goes from 5 to 6.5. Malcolm Roach, goes from 3 to 4. And just like that, and we got to, and we did not tally the exercise as it was happening. We were just going through player by player, and then we tallied it after. By God, we hit enter into the calculator, and we were at 71.5 sacks by the end of the exercise, when the record is 72.
And we didn't add a couple other players like Hufanga, like Dre Greenlaw was one of them. Brandon Jones, I don't think we talked about.
Right.
McMillan's another one that had a couple sacks. Like we didn't add those players in that are going to be coming off the edge this year. So it could happen. It's possible.
It is possible. It is possible. Whether it happens or not, no one's going to live and die with it. But the fact that this conversation lives within the realm of reality is kind of the point, based on and drawing from what they did a year ago. All right, you want to react to that conversation? You can hit us up, RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. This is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming for it. It's Zach By and Phillip Lindsay, and we are The Drive. Hanging out with you on a Monday. Those first 3 hours just absolutely zoomed by like Shador, one of those trucks at 12:30.
Trying to catch me riding dirty.
So ESPN rolled out their annual top 10 NFL players at every position, and they've been rolling them out here this past week. But today they rolled out the quarterbacks. All right, and I wanted to talk about this list. This is Jeremy Fowler, much like Tim Bontemps of ESPN, sort of cornered the market on the NBA MVP straw poll. Jeremy Fowler's been doing this exercise for 6 years running, where he surveys league executives, coaches, and scouts to help rank the top 10 players at 11 different positions in the NFL. And it was Patrick Mahomes still voted number one, although he did not have the same level of votes this time. And one AFC scout says that he is lacking a bit of a fear factor that used to exist a little bit more. What do you make of Mahomes still number one, but with some caveats where, man, it doesn't quite feel the same, but he's still the guy?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny how you can say, well, you're number one, but you don't feel the same. Number one's number one. You're number one for a reason, because people fear you enough to say, hey, you're still that good in this league. And somebody can dethrone him. Somebody can stop him. We're talking about Patrick Mahomes. Don't let him get to the Super Bowl, because the Kansas City Chiefs, they were trying to be the first team to three-peat. So as much as people are saying, well, they don't fear him, I just think they're saying that. When you have to play against this man and he has the ball at the end of the game, are we all nervous? I know I am, because I'll say 8 times out of 10, he's going to have that game-winning drive. He has done it multiple times. It's like Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
It's like, do you really want them to have the ball at the end of the game?
Yeah, we haven't seen Mahomes lose a lot of those.
No. And now people can say, well, the refs cheat, whatever. When you're good, you're good. And Andy Reid also compliments Patrick Mahomes, and they have a great duo. So you should fear them. They were just in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that crazy? That
It's very crazy.
And not only were they in the Super Bowl, Phil, they were 15-2 in the Super Bowl. They were 15-2. One of the games was against Denver, where they didn't try to win the game. And so
people get so numb to the Chiefs, and the Chiefs don't look like the Kansas City Chiefs of 3 or 4 years ago. But they still win.
Yeah, but I would agree with that offensively, they do feel a little bit more human here, present day, than they did 4 years ago.
Why do you think that is? When you're looking around the league, put Patrick Mahomes with the weapons of the San Francisco 49ers.
Right.
How does that look? Put Patrick Mahomes with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, my gosh.
Scary. Put Patrick Mahomes in Buffalo. It's like
no, you can't use that one.
Yeah,
you
Buffalo's
can't use that
different.
one.
No,
Yeah.
I agree with you. It's look at you,
because they got rid of everyone.
No, for sure. But that's why Josh Allen's talked about. That's why he won MVP, right?
Yep.
Because he was
one of the reasons.
one.
Yeah.
Put Patrick Mahomes with the Baltimore Ravens.
Right? My.
So for us to sit here and say we don't fear him, dethrone his ass then. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it, because that man is still feared.
So you think these larger conversations that are happening coast to coast are just a little bit premature?
Yes. Let's go through this year and see how the Kansas City Chiefs are.
Right.
And then talk our game.
And just to be real, just to be real, if Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, or Lamar Jackson had a 15-2 season and they lost in the Super Bowl, that'd be the greatest season for each of those guys in terms of team success. And that just happened with Mahomes, and it's like, okay, here's the downfall. It's like, I don't know, fellas. I don't know. Now, they do feel more ripe for the picking than they have in years past. They don't feel as juggernaut-esque, and I know that flies in the face of their record, 15-2, but they won so many one-score games. It's like Pete DeBoer's black magic in Dallas with the Stars. It's like the Chiefs just won one-possession game after one-possession game. They don't blow people out anymore.
No, but isn't that scary? Because when you look down their roster, how many All-Stars do they have? How many superstars? It's not like they have the Tyreek Hills anymore.
No.
Travis Kelce's old. So we can look at it, or they're looking at it like, hey, we're rebuilding a certain situation. We don't have these young players are still learning. And 2 of the young players, they didn't play at the end of the year. They hurt themselves. Rice was one of them.
Yep.
So as much as it seems like, well, Phil's on the Kansas City Chiefs, no, it's about respecting great players like Tom Brady. You would never disrespect Tom Brady,
right?
Because he has that edge to him where you fear him no matter what, and he did it with Tampa. Truly, he did it with Tampa. He went to a different team and still won a Super Bowl.
And not only was it a different team, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, when Tom Brady arrived, had the worst winning percentage in NFL history of any team. So he joined the most losing franchise of all time and immediately won a Super Bowl.
But so would you, if you're starting a franchise?
Oh God, Phil!
I'm just asking. Like, would he be a guy that you would take for a franchise? Like,
yeah,
he knows how to win.
I mean, it's probably the right answer.
I'm just asking. No. I'll just say this. Right answer.
No. I actually do.
There's four answers.
I do think it's the right answer. The problem is, and where I'll get into trouble. It's like you can't separate. Football is the ultimate team sport. So Mahomes plays the most important position, but when you have Andy Reid and that Kansas City operation, it's hard to separate Mahomes from that operation. Like that operation has been historic in every way. He's probably the main ingredient in it.
But they didn't start winning until he was the quarterback. I mean,
totally.
they won, but like
they were good. They were 11-5 without him.
With Alex Smith, right?
Yep, but they started to win the Super Bowls with him. But like, do you believe that if Joe Burrow was with the Kansas City Chiefs, and I know he's a little bit younger than Mahomes, but do you think Joe Burrow would have a couple Super Bowls here in the last 5 years if he was with the Kansas City Chiefs?
He would be battling for a couple Super Bowls, because he's a good quarterback.
Dude, I swear, and I know you can tell me I'm crazy, and that's okay, because I don't have enough substance to make it a winning argument. But I do think there is an argument to be made that Joe Burrow is actually the best quarterback in the sport.
I don't know if I'm ready to go that far, Zach.
And I know, and that's and that's why I say I don't have
passer. Okay, but like you're watching the quarterback thing now.
Yes,
right?
The quarterback on Netflix. You guys have to see it.
Yeah,
so good.
So you're knowing a little bit more about him and stuff. And I think that there's something like I don't know, something about him's missing. You could say he needs a defense, but passing so much can only get you so far before you have to turn to a run game to win. That's something the Kansas City Chiefs were able to do. They weren't as good as a passer as they used to be, but they relied on the run game. Since he didn't do that at all.
No, they have no run game and no defense.
I don't know if they're willing to do it this year.
I mean, dude, they were losing games 33-41.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, you're averaging 30 points a game. You should be in the playoffs. And they weren't. They're just, from a roster construction standpoint, they're flawed.
And then it comes to a winner. You got to go with winners.
Joe Burrow's not a winner?
I mean, look, he's not in the playoffs.
Dude, it's the ultimate team sport. He had one of the arguably greatest seasons of all time at the position.
But you love to talk about how Josh Allen, who doesn't have anybody on the roster, is able to take his team close to the Super Bowl.
Not anyone on the
year.
roster, more unknowns. Like this time last year, no one was talking about James Cook or Khalil Shakir.
Okay.
No one.
He has two bona fide studs at the receiver position that if Zach Allen had or Josh Allen had, if Patrick Mahomes
you're talking about
Jamar Chase and T. Higgins.
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah. But he's great. How can you look at Joe Burrow and not say this guy?
No, I'm not saying that
he's one of the coldest dudes on planet.
But it's just funny because at the end of the day, there's only one guy that continues to win.
But I do believe he's in the best operation. I do.
It's just funny how when you start to win, now everybody has an excuse. Well, it's because you're in the best situation.
No. He's amazing, dude. I am not here to take away from Mahomes in any way, shape, or form. In any way, shape, or form. That guy is already on Mount Rushmore in NFL history at the quarterback position. Literally. He is as accomplished as any player at 29 years old in the history of the league. Now, if you're like, again, but
everybody is different.
I know I sound like a psychopath.
Yeah.
But I think Josh Allen is actually the best quarterback in professional football. I don't think anyone elevates an entire operation the way that Allen does. But I know I sound like a psycho. I know I sound like a conspiracy theorist. But I think he's the most
You said it, not me.
I think he's the most talented quarterback in the history of NFL football, along with John Elway. We have never seen, Troy Aikman said Josh Allen's got the biggest arm in NFL history.
Yeah.
But we also never seen, someone be able to literally jump over the head of linebackers as a quarterback the way that Allen does. But again, I don't have enough substance to make it a winning argument.
Yeah, that's your opinion.
I'm A-okay. Mahomes is number one. He should be number one.
Yeah, until somebody dethrones him, which they'll have an opportunity this year to do.
Yep. And the only guy that we've seen do it, we've seen two guys do it, beat Mahomes in the playoffs. It was Tom Brady in Mahomes' very first year, thankful to a pre-snap penalty from D. Ford, who lined up off sides and wiped away a pick, and Joe Burrow. Who did it and went into Arrowhead and got it done. So again, until Jalen Hurts, is a part of that list as well
because he beat him in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, beat him in the Super Bowl. But yeah, Mahomes is still the big bad wolf. He's number one on this list. That is not ESPN's list. It's Jeremy Fowler of ESPN surveying league executives, coaches, and scouts. All right, Josh Allen came in at number 2. Joe Burrow came in at number 3, and Lamar Jackson came in at number 4. And I do think they got it. They got it in general right. Even if you disagree, I maybe shuffle a name or two.
The four quarterbacks, like you're going to list those 4 quarterbacks all the time when you're starting like the best quarterbacks in the league, those 4 are going to be the first ones you talk about.
Yep, that's tier 1. What do you make of Jaden Daniels and his single season, as blockbuster as it was? Because that guy is not an indie film. He is Top Gun. Okay? But he's also only done it one time, and people within the league have him as a top 5 quarterback.
Yeah, I think that's a trap waiting to happen for someone like Jaden Daniels. Like, don't fall into that trap. Because once upon a time, there was a man by the name of RG3. By the way, RG3, every time there's RG3 talking some drama.
Yeah, dude.
Like all the time. like, what's going on?
Did you see him tweet the picture of Bo Nix? And he's like, after watching all the film,
yes.
I think that Bo Nix is the most underrated quarterback in the NFL. And I'm like, I'm curious to see the replies. None of it had to do with Bo Nix. None of it. It's all the extra stuff.
Like, always built around drama. I don't know why. Like, I do know why when you're following him, but for RG3, his first year was amazing. But he wasn't able to have another really good year after it and be consistent in the NFL. And that's why he had to move, and it didn't last it was the Redskins at the beginning, now it's the Commanders.
Yep.
So for Jaden Daniels, you can't fall into that trap and think that you arrived. You were 1 game away from the Super Bowl, but you didn't get to the Super Bowl and you didn't win it. Joe Burrow, all right, got to the Super Bowl and didn't win it, and you don't see him and say, "Hey, I arrived." He's trying to win a Super Bowl every single year, but you know what you're going to get out of Joe Burrow because of one, we got to see him play more, and he's very consistent. Can Jaden Daniels be very consistent throughout his career? We don't know yet. So for him to be top 5, that's very disrespectful to some of these quarterbacks that have been in the league for a while. I'm talking about Matthew Stafford, Jared Goff, players like that who deserve to be at least mentioned as number 5. After those top 4, number 5 would be, to me, Matthew Stafford. Been in the league forever, has got to a Super Bowl.
I agree.
Won a Super Bowl.
I agree.
And yet you got Jaden Daniels sitting there after 1 year. 1 year. You know, if he doesn't do well this year, it's going to be a one-hit wonder. They're going to call him that until you show the world that you're not. I just have a problem with that one, Zach.
Yep. He shouldn't be 5th on this list. I would have Matthew Stafford. If I had a game to win, and I'm choosing Matthew Stafford or Jaden Daniels and my life is on the line, I'm taking Matthew Stafford.
Yeah. Buckle up, Matt. Go out there, man. I need you.
If you're starting a franchise, I'm taking Jaden Daniels, obviously, over the age of Matthew Stafford. If you're starting a franchise today, and you have a decade-long outlook, is Jaden Daniels your number 1 pick?
Today?
Right now.
And you have a decade?
And you have all the quarterbacks in the league on the sideline like a pickup game at recess. Are you picking Jaden Daniels as your franchise cornerstone?
Ooh. No, I'm not. I'm not
either.
I'm not
either.
I need somebody that I know can pick it up right away. I know people are tired of hearing it, but like a Josh Allen. So I'm like, I know that they're aging, but they're going to be around for a while, and they've been able to stay healthy. Joe Burrow's another one. He doesn't run a lot,
right?
So he's going to stay healthy longer.
Yep.
I would say Lamar Jackson, but what comes with him, like we always argue about, is his athletic ability. So he's one that I would think about. But like Jaden Daniels has not shown me enough to say that, hey, building this franchise moving forward, I know that we're going to be in great hands.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's a risk I'm not willing to take.
No, and I co-sign your decision there. Based on 2 things. One, a 1-year sample size, which he can't control, but there's a good reference point of RG3. No one was more dynamic. He was the offensive rookie of the year. I mean, that dude was a freakazoid. But when your game is based and predicated on athleticism, the opposite of someone like Nikola Jokic, where his game should age so gracefully. When your game is based on athleticism, I would be holding my breath in terms of a cornerstone player. And that's where even someone like Josh Allen's game could be sustainable, because even though how great of an athlete he is, man, he is as accurate of a passer of that football as anyone you can find in the NFL. So
you say that about Lamar too, though.
Lamar's fantastically accurate.
Yeah.
But I think that Lamar leans a little bit more on his athleticism. I could be wrong about that.
I mean,
but
41 touchdowns throwing, I don't know how athletic that is, that running around.
I mean, but he runs for like 800 yards, 1,000 yards.
Yeah. But also, I mean, Josh Allen does that exact same thing as well.
No, Lamar's running numbers are significantly better. The touchdowns are more for Josh. The running attempts and yards are more for Lamar.
But yeah, Jaden Daniels, I'm not going with him just yet as like the franchise quarterback. That's just like even for Bo. Like Bo right now, as much as I want to crown him a franchise quarterback, like you have to prove it again. Now we all believe he's going to do it.
Yes.
But he has to show us.
Would you swap out Jaden Daniels for Bo Nix?
Right now.
If you could do a 1-for-1 trade.
After seeing both seasons.
Yes.
No, I'm not doing it.
You're not?
No.
Neither am I.
Oh!
I thought you would say Jaden Daniels.
I thought you were going to say Jaden Daniels.
No, because I've seen Bo in this system.
Yeah, and I think it's a particular system for Sean. And Sean has so much faith in Bo. Bo has a certain CEO energy that we talk about.
Yep.
And I just don't see this man. I truly don't see this man failing. It's hard to – it's like the feeling I get when I see him is like a winner. And he's willing to do whatever it takes to win.
Yep.
And after seeing it first year, and Jaden Daniels is the same way, but we're so close to Bo Nix, and we get to see him every single day and how he interacts, even during OTAs.
Sure.
It's like it's special. Something about the young man is special, and I'm not willing to give that up, especially after Sean hit on him.
Yep, it's just the known. Like, we've seen what Bo looks like in Sean's system.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think Jaden Daniels is system dependent. I don't want to come across as saying that either, because I think Jaden Daniels would thrive in any situation. I really do. But as opposed to like a turnkey perfect fit, I would do the analogy with Sean Payton picking his quarterback. It's like telling a Swiss watchmaker what gears he should use. It's like, dude, you have no idea what's in his head and what he needs to make that clock work. And Bo seems to be, based on the 1 year, a perfect fit for Sean. So I wouldn't trade it. As dynamic and as exciting as Jaden Daniels is, I would not trade the known of Bo in this specific system.
No.
So Stafford came in at number 6 on this list. If you're just joining us, we're reacting to Jeremy Fowler's polling of it was 70 was the number that I saw. League executives, coaches, and scouts to help rank the top 10 players at every position in the NFL. Today was the quarterbacks. Rounding out the top 5 following Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar, and Jaden Daniels, it was Matthew Stafford at 6, Justin Herbert at 7, Jared Goff at 8, Jalen Hurts at 9, and Baker freaking Mayfield at 10th.
Shake and bake. The old Baker, man, he's had a rough journey. Now, I don't feel sorry for him because he was the number 1 draft pick. But he was able to be a number 1 draft pick. He failed. All right, was a practice squad player at one point, almost out of the league. So was Sam Darnold.
That's crazy that he was a practice squad player at one point.
I know, it's wild with the Carolina Panthers.
Yep.
And found his way with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and haven't looked back since. Like, you have to love that story. And you love his passion. He truly loves football, and he's willing to do whatever it takes to succeed, and he's succeeding right now.
Does he not have Brett Favre in him?
Oh, he does. He does.
Just hit the edge that he has, the way that he carries himself.
The mentality. It's like that killer mentality of like, I'm willing to do whatever it takes, even if it hurts me. I'm getting it done. You have to love quarterbacks like that. They're willing to put their body on the line for you because it's going to make you play harder.
So that rounded out the top 10. Any issues there with the back end of the 10?
No, other than Matthew Stafford, he should have been at 5. And to be honest, I wouldn't have put Jaden Daniels in the top 10.
Not in the top 10?
No. I would put him at
really?
like 11. C.J. Stroud. All right, and I know he had a down year, Zach, but it's about winning too. And C.J. Stroud, for the last 2 years he's been in the league, he has won football games and been in the playoffs. So at least give him that much respect. I mean, and then you can go from there. Now, Jaden Daniels next year, if he does something like this, put him top 5. All right, he's earned it. Not yet.
I'm okay with him being on the back half of the top 10. I did not like him being in the top 5. There was 2 honorable mentions. It was C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love.
Yeah.
And Fowler made sure to make clear that really this came down. He said, historically doing this poll the previous 5 years leading up to year number 6, this window of time, he said there's been 16 quarterbacks that get a bunch of votes. 16. He said this year there was only 12. It was the top 10 plus C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love. But there was also receiving votes. Kyler Murray received votes. Brock Purdy received votes. Dak Prescott received votes. Aaron Rodgers still received votes. Tua received votes. And Bo Nix did receive votes. This time next year, if the Broncos are back in the playoffs and Bo validates his rookie season, you very well could see him come in on a list like this.
He better be top 10, Zach. If you're doing what you just did this year again, that's the consistency we're talking about. If Bo Nix gets to the playoffs and then wins one, like
there you go.
There you go. That's a top 10 quarterback. And let's say he knocks down and he's not throwing 12 interceptions. It's 9 interceptions because he's going to throw some interceptions, guys. You're human. You're a quarterback. You have to take risks sometimes. But if he can get that down, have the same amount of yards, but you're winning, that's a top 10 quarterback right there.
All right, we'll continue to we'll sort of put a pin in this for a year and see where Bo this time next July comes in. Okay, should there be not one, but maybe 2 Denver Broncos that should feel a bit disrespected coming out of this weekend? We'll talk about who and why coming up next.
Is Bo Nix bringing back pleasant memories for Sean Payton?
I am convinced the longer Bo's career goes on, if he just continues to ascend, I'm telling you, eventually the conversation's going to turn, and it's going to be Sean saying, I saw my next Drew in this guy.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? Phillip, Lindsay here for Williams Jewelers. And guys, if you're looking for a new timepiece or just want to upgrade to something nicer, Williams Jewelers is here to help. I went to Williams Jewelers actually to find a new watch, and thanks to them, now I have a beautiful Tudor watch on my wrist. And they treated me just like family the minute I walked through those doors. And I was able to ask questions without feeling dumb. They truly made me feel comfortable and didn't pressure me at all. And I feel really good about the decision I made because of that. Starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So why wouldn't you want to shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? When you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family because they truly are family. And their service reflects that. They are dedicated and they work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase. And not only will they share the secrets of the business with you, but they will give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So treat yourself or someone you love by going to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. Also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers. Located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and also in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Phillip Lindsay, when you step through those doors.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Hey, Stoke here. If you need a hip or knee replacement surgery, check out Colorado Joint Replacement. They're home to some of the top trained surgeons in the state using the latest technology. Their expert surgeons offer the most innovative joint replacement care in the Front Range. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or place stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now. Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on The Fan, baseball home run contest action kicks off starting at 6.
Open an account in less than 5 minutes. Visit WesteraCU.com. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Time to play the game!
All right, bottom half of hour number 4. Woo! Man, fun show, fun discussions.
You okay, man? You sweating over there?
I started to literally cramp up in my left hamstring in the last 3 minutes of the previous segment. And the cramps that I've got historically are usually pretty bad because another cramp will start.
Yeah, it'll form somewhere else.
And so like I've had these cramps where it's like both hamstrings or both calves, and it's like completely debilitating, and it's like it's just awful. And I'm like, is this about to happen when I'm live on the air? And it's never happened.
If it does, and Zach stops talking, you know why.
Yeah, if Don,
so you cramped up.
Yeah.
While sitting down.
Yes, and apparently I haven't drank enough water today.
Yeah, you got to drink some water.
Went on a super long walk and was like doing some stair stuff with a weighted vest on, and it's just
okay. So you're
probably
really
just
into
a little bit too much.
My man got the weighted vest on. What are you getting ready for?
I do have the weighted vest on. Well, it's just 12 pounds.
Yeah.
But if you wear it, if you're walking, just say a mile at like 220 pounds, which is what I weigh, you're burning like an extra 15% more calories. So I'm just like, if I'm out here working anyway, might as well just strap up.
Looking for that comeback.
No.
Comeback on the court.
No. So I said going to last break, Phil, there should be not one, but maybe even 2 Broncos that should feel a little bit disrespected coming out of the weekend. If disrespect is too strong of a word, maybe it's slighted. So also this, ESPN surveying these league executives, right? They did it with the other positions. And yesterday they did the offensive tackles, okay? Offensive tackles. Broncos have one of the best offensive lines in the entire league, pair of really good tackles. Pro Football Focus that says it's the second best offensive line in the whole league. So I'm like, all right, let me see what these coaches, scouts, and executives where they put Bowles, where they put McGlinchey. So Tristan Wirfs is number 1 from the Bucks. Penei Sewell from the Lions, number 2. Lane Johnson, number 3 for the Eagles.
He's a bad boy, man.
No doubt. Trent Williams, number 4 for the Niners, and Jordan Mailata from the Eagles as well. So how about Eagles getting both their right tackle and their left tackle inside of the top 5?
And you know what? It makes sense when you're dominant in the Super Bowl. And the Eagles have a running back that goes over 2,000 yards rushing. Like some of your offensive linemen should be praised.
No doubt. So we'll see where they come in here. Maybe the back half of the top 10. Number 6 is Rashawn Slater from the Chargers. Laramie Tunsil, your former teammate, Phil, now in Washington.
Laramie.
Dion Dawkins. Was he a good teammate?
He was. He was a different cat, really quiet. I mean, everybody knows him for the draft days.
Yeah, the gas masks.
Yeah, the gas mask. But just like as a teammate, he was always taking care of the young players, fun to be around, always worked hard, but very athletic. That's the thing with someone like Tunsil is he worked hard, but he also knew that, like, I'm faster than some of these defensive linemen or defensive tackles or even the defensive ends where I can get off the line before they do.
Sure.
And he's strong, very strong.
All right. You get to number 8. It's Dion Dawkins there in Buffalo. Number 9, it's Christian Darrisaw for the Vikings. And rounding out the top 10 is Andrew Thomas from the New York Giants. No Denver Bronco offensive tackle made the top 10. But
disrespect.
But they did have an honorable mention section.
All right.
That went to Jake Matthews, Joe Alt, Ronnie Stanley, Colton Miller, Taylor Decker, and Bernard Raymond.
That's it.
No mention. There were 6 honorable mentions. No mention of Garrett Bowles or Mike McGlinchey.
And you know why this is so important? Because it's not the media ranking this. It's not the fans ranking this. These are people that are watching games that, quote-unquote, matter to the NFL world. And they don't have Garrett Bowles or McGlinchey on a list or honorable mention. That's insane. How is your offensive line top 5? Number 1 in was it pass win rate, pass block win rate?
Yeah, pass block win rate. Yeah,
and also
1.
run block win rate as well.
Yep.
And you can't put them on a list. If I'm Garrett Bowles or McGlinchey, I'm upset. Because it means a little bit more when you have scouts, when you have general managers, when you have people in the building that are ranking these lists and they don't mention your name and they're watching your film all the time. It's like, how can you disrespect me like that? So hopefully this adds fuel to the fire for McGlinchey and Garrett Bowles to go out there and do a hell of a job this year to protect Bo Nix, to get the run game going, win a playoff game, because winning cures everything.
Sure.
And now you don't care what people have to say. You shut them all up.
Well, so there was the top 10, and then there was 6 other honorable mentions. So neither McGlinchey or Bowles were in the top 16 from these coaches, scouts, and executives. They polled up to 70 of them. There was another section called receiving votes. There was 8 names on that list. Garrett Bowles was on that list of the 8 others, quote-unquote, receiving votes. I did find it interesting that Mike McGlinchey and the profile he has from the San Francisco 49ers, signed to a 5-year, $87 million contract, over $50 million guaranteed.
Ooh, mama, we made it.
He was not mentioned altogether. Not top 10, not honorable mention, not among the 8 others receiving votes. That is a shot to the ego right there.
For him, do you believe that that Mike McGlinchey himself been disrespected off this list? With the 49ers had success.
Yeah. I think disrespected is probably too strong, but slight, like you were slighted. And if he wants to take it as disrespect, good. You know, like you just laid out, Phil, let that be your motivation. Because you can brush off, some talking head on ESPN or FS1. You can brush off Pro Football Focus. Those geeks don't know what they're talking about. But when it's coming from coaches, scouts, and executives, that probably hits a little bit more home.
Well, Mike McGlinchey, Mr. Mayor, You better get to work, man, and have another really good year. Now, we do know that he was hurt. He was hurt.
He
for
missed
a
some
couple
games. I think it was 3 games, I want to say.
3 games. And Paucho.
Yeah, Alex Paucheski came in, filled in admirably.
And you talked about it. Like, be aware. You actually brought it up, like, during camp. Be aware, like, could this be a replacement later on?
Right.
Because you're grooming Paucheski.
Yeah.
And you have Mike McGlinchey on this big deal. So for McGlinchey, you can prove to the world that you belong on that list. You have all the money. All right. But what does this do for your legacy? Go out there and prove it.
Yeah. All right. And just for financial context, with Michael McGlinchey specifically, he is the 22nd highest paid offensive lineman in the NFL. That's all the positions there, interior as well. But when it comes to just right tackles, he is the 8th highest paid right tackle in the sport. So, again, like you said, winning cures everything. With the respect and adulation that he'll get if the Broncos are in the playoffs and winning, a game or two. But he is certainly not getting that type of credit today. Okay. A couple of unlikely dominoes fell over the weekend that unlocked a potential all-time Denver sports story. And we'll talk about it coming up next.
They're back. It's the first giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2025 Extra Soft T-shirts.
Now that's a great looking shirt.
Tuesday, July 15th from noon to 1 p.m. at First Bank on East Lincoln Avenue in Lone Tree. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location near you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. First Bank, banking for good.
Don't you see, man? The T-shirt is everything.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Gentlemen, what's going on? Phillip, Lindsay here. You guys already know. And I'm here to tell you guys that intimacy is a special moment when we feel deeply connected to the ones we love. And truly, there are few experiences in life that are as wonderful as these. And I'm here to tell you that Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is proud of the work they do in treating erectile dysfunction to restore the intimacy for patients. How many guys out there have a mediocre sex life? Don't be ashamed. Is it good? Or could it be really good? Better yet, can it be great? Because everybody deserves to have great sex. I know that that's what I strive for every time, is to have wonderful, great sex all the time. Well, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments work when the pills and herbals fail you. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some of the treatments can have you last an hour or even more. So schedule a consult at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, fellas. Your initial visit is only $99, which will include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose does not work in the office, the visit is absolutely free. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you as well, so there are no excuses. You can go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Give them a call today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new Comcast Business customers can find out how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how you get a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Early termination fee applies.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Cheap windows cost more in the long run. They fade, they warp, and they fail. You'll pay for them again and again. Infinity from Marvin windows are different. They're built to last. You'll see it in lower energy bills. You'll feel it every season, and you'll appreciate it for decades. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is Colorado's most trusted window company, and spring and summer appointments go fast. Lock in your free consultation today at windowsforyourhome.com, or just give them a call, 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and get 25% off this month only.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window, and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, so over the weekend, there was a sequence of dominoes that fell that we didn't necessarily foresee. But how about this? This sequence over the weekend where there's an intersection of dominoes that allow the Colorado Rockies to draft Matt Holliday's son, Ethan Holliday. Former 7-time All-Star. Incredible. And there, 20-something years later, Ethan Holliday is sitting there with the 4th overall pick in the MLB draft yesterday. People didn't really see that coming. And the fact that Matt Holliday's son, a couple years after his other son was drafted 1st overall back in 2022, that Ethan is going to be a member of the Rockies. According to ESPN research, Ethan Holliday is the first top 5 pick to be drafted by a team for whom his father played for.
So the first one ever, huh?
Pretty cool to be a top 5 pick by a team that your dad played for.
It's really cool, honestly, for Matt Holliday to look back at this and say, I got 2 kids playing in the major leagues.
Incredible.
And it's so hard to get there. And for both of them to be drafted high and play, we know that how it goes, though. You get there, you get pushed down, and you have to work your way up, but you're there at least. You have your name called. That's a special moment, man.
It really is. And good on, for as bad as the Rockies are, and they are historically bad, make no mistake, their social media accounts through the years are really good. It's like
that's a high point. That's not like leaving on a high note.
It's like a
social media team is really good.
Like their Twitter account has been bang on for years. They really have been. And they've gone viral for an assortment of things. But moments after Ethan Holliday was selected, the Rockies' Twitter account posted a picture of Ethan Holliday in a Rockies uniform holding a purple bat with a pacifier in his mouth. And it's just like, so cool.
It is.
It's
just like a full circle moment.
It really is. It's really that's the perfect way to put it. It's the definition of a full circle moment, and this has an opportunity over the coming years because it's not. I mean, the kid is just leaving high school in Oklahoma, Stillwater, and so it could take a couple years, but just a really, really cool potential story. And Ethan Holiday may be the most popular Rocky as we sit here today without ever taking a swing. I mean, like there's that type of sentiment around this
Is it
pick.
like the Shedeur Sanders of baseball, where it's like it brings that, at least here, where it brings that much attention? Because you're talking about a high school kid that people are going to talk highly of. High school.
I mean, it's under the same umbrella as someone like Shedeur, but imagine like Dion being a great Colorado Buffalo as a player, and then Shedeur, like
it means a little bit more.
Yeah, like Matt Holliday was a 7-time All-Star, and had a great Rockies career. And again, there are a lot of folks who are in that business of like studying the prospect pools and all this stuff from a scouting standpoint, who believe that Ethan Holiday was the single best prospect in this class. And so,
step in the right direction for the Rockies?
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
You want to think so?
I guess, yeah. I'm intrigued by it. I am very intrigued by it.
You gotta start somewhere. It starts with the players, getting the right players in, and maybe Ethan doesn't play here for the first 2 years, but it's like aligning with when the Rockies start to get better and the young players are getting better. That's what you're hoping for.
That'd be nice, man. That'd be nice. And it got us thinking, like, what other father-son duos have come through Colorado sports? And, I'll throw that out. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. There's a bunch of them that have one member of a father-son duo come through Colorado sports, with an example being like Payton and obviously who his dad was. Someone like, Chris Sims and who his dad was and spending some time in Denver like that. But there's a shorter list of the double dip of father and son. And what are some?
Mine it was earlier and it still is Daniel Graham, who got to play as a Denver Bronco. He started his career with the Patriots with Tom Brady, and his father, who actually played for the Denver Broncos as a linebacker, Tom Graham. Both were able to share that special moment where both got to go to the NFL and play on the same team.
That's a good one.
It is it's like it's a special moment that doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's like, wow, like this is crazy how something like that can happen.
Yeah, that's really special. On the baseball side, Eric Young and Eric Young Jr., all right, a pair of EYs, both spent time in a Rockies uniform. That's a good one. Did we have one or two others earlier in the show, the father-son connections that were both here in Denver sports, not just picking one a la carte. We're forgetting one for sure. Another one is sort of a hybrid is the McCaffrey family.
Yeah.
With Ed playing for the Broncos, obviously, Christian playing his high school years here, not his college or pro years here. There's some good ones. There's some good ones, but this story has potential to be really big over the next coming years if Ethan Holiday can be the prospect that a lot of folks think that he is. So, okay, looking back at today's show, a lot